Chapter 1 Truly Heartless, Sir. How can the compatibility between the General and Mr. Shun be so extraordinarily high? In the specimen collection room, several doctors in white coats were frantically handling pheromone collection needles. Impossible retest. The most sophisticated and cutting-edge instruments in the entire Federation emitted a sharp crackling sound as they operated at peak standards. Moments later, a series of data slowly materialized on the electronic screen. 3 pairs of eyes fixated intently on the halted values. The room fell into silence. Suddenly, a test tube slipped from someone's hand and crashed to the floor, the chilling scent of an ultra-level alpha's pheromones invading the minds of the 3, causing one alpha doctor to weaken and collapse onto the ground. Yet, the 3 remained oblivious to it all. How could it be possible that the pheromone compatibility of the General and Mr. Shin remains? The doctor seated on the floor had yet to finish his sentence when he seemed to sense something, abruptly trembling and closing his lips, casting his gaze toward the entrance. The young general, adorned with a silver-white pheromone suppression ring on his wrist, leaned casually against the doorframe, betraying not a hint of pheromone scent. His golden epaulets glinted under the harsh light of the room. His pale blue eyes were devoid of emotion, scanning the test tubes containing his pheromone extraction. He quietly regarded the 3 individuals in the room. General. The doctors immediately rose, bowing respectfully to the general. Please continue. The general observed the trio for a moment before fixing his gaze on the doctor, who had just been seated on the floor, speaking up. Fu Jingxi's voice was clear and steady, an undertone of casualness mingling with the unmistakable authority that only an ultra-level alpha could exert. Like a serene figure against the backdrop of a snowy night, gentle yet piercingly cold. Just like his pheromones. The doctors trembled at Fu Jingxi's words, exchanging anxious glances before timidly raising their heads to meet the general's gaze. Compatibility. The general pondered for a moment before completing the thought. What is the specific percentage? He had returned to Chinri's star only yesterday, and today was merely coincidental, coinciding with the Federation's quinquennial pheromone sample collection. As the youngest general in the history of the Federation, Fu Jingshi had yet to reach the phase where the suppressants would lose their effectiveness, thus naturally receiving heightened attention during the sample collection. For these top-tier doctors of the Federation to be so astonished, the pheromone compatibility must undoubtedly exceed a mere 70 or 80%. At this moment, Fu Jingshi had already straightened up, his naturally tall and slender frame as an ultra-level alpha, leaving the doctors momentarily breathless. It is 100%. But, in the annals of the Federation, even among Alpha and Omega pairs, a compatibility of 100% was unprecedented. A compatibility above 97% was already deemed a divine pairing now. The sudden revelation of 2 alphas achieving maximum compatibility would lead anyone to suspect a malfunction in the apparatus. Both individuals were alphas with a strong territorial instinct, and moreover, the only 2 ultra-level alphas in the Federation. It was a rarity for 2 tigers to coexist without conflict. Even the typically composed general faltered slightly upon hearing the words 100%. Just then, his assistant Vegas, having just arrived, caught the tail end of the conversation and exclaimed eagerly, "What? Someone has a 100% compatibility with the general? That means the general will no longer need to rely on those inferior suppressants. General, shall I arrange it? The higher the rank of an alpha, the more intense their heat period, thus necessitating a greater dosage of suppressants. Currently available suppressants in the Federation adversely affect the body. An excessive usage can even compromise pheromone stability. An Omega with a higher compatibility would provide greater comfort to an Alpha. If the General could find an Omega with a 100% pheromone compatibility, he would no longer require suppressants. The stability of the General's pheromones would be beneficial for the entire Federation." Fu Jingshi rubbed his temples in mild frustration. "You may withdraw." "Yes." Vegas swiftly repressed his thoughts, hastily exiting the room. Once Vegas left, the general remained silent, lowering his head as he awaited the 3 to continue speaking. The renowned doctors of the Federation were now sweating profusely, their 6 eyes locked in a tense standoff, unable to muster a single coherent response. And the general slowly exhaled, articulating their unspoken thoughts, his voice calm. "The submissive party is me, correct? Yes. Historically, instances of high compatibility between two alphas had occurred, but they were always in cases where the pheromone levels differed significantly. High pheromone compatibility implied the existence of a marking dynamic, naturally establishing a dominant and submissive hierarchy. Typically, the submissive party is the one with the weaker pheromones. Although the Federation's definitions of submissive and dominant do not explicitly denote strength, the rarity of cases has ingrained the notion of inferiority into the public consciousness. In the minds of the three, Fu Jingshi, the invincible general, was entirely at odds with weakness. So when the machine indicated that the submissive party was the general himself, disbelief rippled through them. The general remained silent for a moment. After a brief pause, Fu Jingshi's strikingly handsome face betrayed no emotion. Is he still here? The doctors, momentarily taken aback, quickly nodded. Yes, Mr. Shun is in the adjacent room. Please keep this matter confidential. The general's tone was soft, yet the underlying meaning resonated with the three present. Yes, we will absolutely not speak a word to anyone. Having received their assurance, Fu Jingshi nodded impassively and turned to exit the testing room. The young general was still clad in a deep blue and light gray military uniform, impeccably pressed without a single wrinkle, adorned with a silver cufflink that exuded an air of nobility. With each step, the muscles in his long, powerful legs tensed, the sound of his military boots striking the ground resonating sharply. As he stood just outside the door, it creaked open beside him. Fu Jingshi concealed the coldness in his gaze as he looked over. The first thing he noticed was a hand clad in black leather gloves, followed by a long, strong arm entering his line of sight. He slightly raised his eyes, and in the next moment, locked gazes with the man emerging from the adjacent room. The man's eyes had a naturally drooping appearance at the corners, exuding an air of vulnerability when devoid of expression, which, combined with his sharp features and taut lips, created an unsettling sense of danger. The man was slightly tilting his head, conversing with someone beside him, casting a sideways glance that pierced through the infrared emitted by the room's instruments. Fu Jingshi diverted his gaze after a mere half-second, waiting for Vegas to catch up before stepping outside. The sound of military boots striking the floor echoed as Fu Jingshi approached the man, the corridor enveloped in silence. Even the assistant reporting to the man fell silent. The general seemed entirely unacquainted with the person before him, not sparing a single glance. TSK. As they brushed past each other, Fu Jingshi heard the man's nonchalant voice. Do you not recognize me anymore, my general? Shin Sehang's voice was deliberately lowered, a husky timbre shrouded in an air of mystery. Fu Jingshi's steps faltered imperceptibly, his expression remaining aloof, and he quickly resumed his forward motion. As he completely passed Shun Sihong, Fu Jingshi suddenly felt a stir within him, his pheromones bubbling with joy and excitement. This exuberance was so intense that it felt as if his pheromones were about to breach the barrier of his skin, spreading throughout the room. As an Ultras-level alpha, Fu Jingshi had never experienced such a sensation before. His rank was sufficiently high, and his willpower strong enough that he had long stood above the influence of pheromones. This was the first time he found himself unable to control his own pheromones. In the next moment, he saw the man caressing the pheromone suppression ring on his wrist, his voice tinged with regret. Truly heartless, sir. Look, your pheromones are far more honest than your master. Attributes and avoidance personal triggers outlined here. If you find any triggers that are unbearable, feel free to abandon the text without informing me. Both protagonists are pure and inexperienced, 1v1, with a younger partner, transforming from enemies to lovers. Intergalactic Duala. Every word may contain personal settings. Please refrain from any writing guidance. All settings adhere strictly to this work. Comparisons to other authors' worlds are unwarranted. For those who engage in unfounded comparisons, I wish you a lifetime of searching fruitlessly for a narrative that resonates. No mutual attacks or counterattacks. A capricious and spoiled top versus a cold and aloof bottom with subtle fishing attributes, featuring an array of ingenious tricks. Lastly, please refrain from uttering any phrases such as "this reminds me of so-and-so" or "isn't this similar to so-and-so," followed by a disclaimer about not being a trigger, as such sentiments are misguidedly polite. This is not a trigger. Kisses to my beloved readers. Chapter 2. We are, in a sense, half-partners now, General. The restraining ring on my wrist has completely lost its efficacy. The pheromones, usually dormant and silent, now surge forth like a toddler taking its first steps, erratically colliding, causing Fu Jinshi to struggle for control. At that moment, Shen Sihong had already turned to leave. Retracted, Fu Jinshi commanded coldly, his mental force abruptly blocking Shen Sihong's path to departure. The man was taken aback, feeling an inexplicable chill as an invisible wall of mental energy appeared before him. He paused, astonished, and asked, "Is the general calling for me?" With a hint of regret, he added, "How disheartening it is that the general did not recognize me just now." Fu Jinshi had never found himself in such a predicament that it felt as though if he uttered another word, his pheromones would spiral completely out of control. Shen Sihong regarded him with a mocking gaze, and the air around them was thick with an intense pheromone scent, aggressive and slightly acrid. Yet to Fu Jinshi, it bore no hint of rejection. The young general's expression subtly shifted, his mental force nearly bursting forth to engage in a physical confrontation with the man before him, only to suddenly feel the overwhelming scent in the air dissipate completely. "Well then," Shen Sihong said, meticulously adjusting his gloves, "I truly did not expect the general's pheromones to be so easily provoked." His tone was calm, yet laced with a hint of provocation. To suggest that an alpha's pheromones could not be concealed was to undermine an alpha's capabilities, a most disrespectful assertion. The moment the words left Shen Sihong's lips, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Vegas, standing behind Fu Jinshi, gasped in trepidation, silently praying that, should these two come to blows, he would not be the first casualty. Having accompanied the general for nearly a decade, he had witnessed their confrontations countless times, each leaving him on edge. Following the recent interstellar conflict, the general's pheromone levels seemed to have escalated significantly. Previously, their clashes had ended in a stalemate. This time, the outcome was uncertain. As he pondered this, he suddenly felt his breath catch. The air around him became thick and viscous, a heavy, invisible mental force descending upon them, engulfing the immediate vicinity, that he lost all sense of awareness regarding Fu Jinshi and Shen Sihong. "Here we go again." Vegas discreetly glanced at Shen Sihong's subordinates, who wore expressions of feigned oblivion, and finally felt a sense of relief. And no matter the circumstances, when these two fought, they always shielded their surroundings from external perception, as if afraid of being discovered. It was a clandestine exchange between two of the Federation's most formidable alphas. This time, the two most powerful S-class alphas in the Federation did not engage in the anticipated brawl. Instead, one casually leaned against the wall, while Fu Jinshi, with his icy blue eyes, cast a malevolent glare at the man opposite him. Shen Sihong remained leaning against the wall, arms crossed, staring down Fu Jinshi for a full minute. After a moment, he straightened, leisurely smoothing out the wrinkles in his attire, and observed the expression of his perennial adversary, a sudden urge to laugh bubbling up within him. Shen Sihong's first fight had been against Fu Jinshi, and his understanding of this general was likely unparalleled within the Federation. The expression he wore suggested he had something to say, but could not articulate it. He gently licked his lips, pondering what could prompt this notorious general, known for his cold demeanor, to seek an inquiry from his sworn enemy. Would the proud general dare to ask him why their pheromone compatibility was so high? "General, if you do not ask, I shall take my leave." Shen Sihong patiently awaited a response, but still, none came. The amusement in his eyes deepened as he raised a leg, feigning an intention to depart. "Wait!" The general's voice rang out, calm yet irresistibly commanding, laced with the chilling aura of his pheromones. This tactic typically pressured alphas and omegas with lower pheromone levels than the generals, but it proved ineffectual against Shen Sihong, an equally potent S-class alpha. Nevertheless, Shen Sihong remained rooted in place. Basking in the confidence of his own status as an S-class alpha, he showed no sign of discomfort and even chuckled lightly. "Dear General, this tactic of yours is futile against me. Do you not realize that?" He stood firm, turning to face the alpha attempting to exert dominance over him. Their proximity was striking. Shen Sihong could clearly see his reflection in Fu Jinshi's icy blue eyes. "Very well." Shen Sihong raised a finger. "I grant you permission to offend me once more." Fu Jinshi maintained his impassive yet strikingly handsome visage, scanning Shen Sihong from head to toe before speaking. "According to Federation regulations, A pheromone compatibility of over 80% grants the right to know the other's pheromone scent. Ha! The man suddenly burst into laughter, responding with conviction. So the general has gone to such lengths to discern my pheromone scent. Has he? The rights stipulated by the Federation are contingent on mutual consent. Should one party refuse, such inquiries are nothing short of harassment. The Fu Jinshi cast one final glance at Shin Sihong before turning to exit the hospital. Laughter erupted behind him, for those with high pheromone compatibility could generally discern each other's scents. And in their case, it was even more evident that the next moment, an overwhelming wave of pheromones forcefully blocked Fu Jinshi's path. The potent scent flooding his nostrils, sharp and acrid, reminiscent of a formidable predatory beast. Shin Sihong's voice echoed leisurely in Fu Jinshi's ears. According to Federation Rule 36, both parties intending to become partners have the right to know each other's pheromone scent. Any other reason for inquiry is mere harassment. The man stepped closer to Fu Jinshi, retracting his pheromones. General, are you surprised that I have made modifications during your absence from the Federation? Now we are, in a sense, half-partners, and there should be no need for you to conceal your pheromones from me, Shin Sihong said with a smile. The scent of Shin Sihong's pheromones lingered at the tip of Fu Jinshi's nose, invigoratingly causing his own pheromones to respond joyfully. Upon hearing this, Fu Jinshi's movements faltered almost imperceptibly. Shin Sihong's pheromones were unmistakably identifiable, and once Fu Jinshi let go of any pretense of concealment, the truth became apparent that it was indeed a quintessential alpha scent, an innate predator, the leader of a wolf pack. The overwhelming aura of dominance emanating from Shin Sihong's pheromones left Fu Jinshi momentarily stunned, only to realize what Shin Sihong had just said that moment. The distance between Shin Sihong and Fu Jinshi had diminished significantly, with Shin Sihong's bright purple eyes sparkling with mirth as he gazed at the general. Chapter 3 My Divine Compatibility Partner. Tio declared that one alpha is a half-partner with another alpha is an even greater affront than suggesting an alpha is inferior, especially when the latter is not only an S-class alpha, but also the well-known nemesis of the Federation's most esteemed general. Shin Sihong leaned slightly forward, his bright purple eyes glinting with mischief, fixating on the face of the man revered as the most handsome alpha the Federation had seen in millennia. Even the long, curling lashes could not conceal the chilling intent in his gaze. Beneath the sharply defined nose lay lips that were perpetually pressed together, exuding a healthy flush. His facial features were fluid and three-dimensional, his tall stature a testament to his genetic superiority as a top-tier alpha. Standing there silently, he radiated an air of coldness akin to a frostbitten pine. This appearance, however, was rather too Omega-like for an alpha. Even without any pheromone leakage, there was an overwhelming sweetness to his scent. General, you are truly exquisite. And no sooner had Shin Sihong's words left his lips than a torrent of pheromones surged towards him, intertwining with mental energy, enveloping him completely. In the next instant, a long leg swept through the air, accompanied by a gust of wind. Shin Sihong swiftly dodged Fu Jinshi's advancing leg, grasping the hand that was aimed at him, sensing the calming essence within the sharp scent of pheromones. Wait, we shall not fight today, he spoke softly, pausing momentarily to inhale the air laden with the other alpha's pheromones, a smile breaking forth. Is that silver spring water? Once all alphas and omegas achieve successful differentiation, they are mandated to conceal the scent of their pheromones, with fewer individuals privy to this knowledge being preferable, particularly among ranked alphas. Typically, when alphas employ pheromonal attacks, they are accompanied by a fortifying mental force, and the majority are compelled to obscure the scent of their pheromones during such assaults to prevent adversaries from discerning their identity. On the day the Federation came into existence, methods for utilizing pheromones for lethal purposes had already been discovered. Even the mightiest alpha possesses pheromones, which remain an undeniable and fatal vulnerability. Prior to this, Fu Jinshi had never revealed the essence of his pheromonal scent to Shin Sihong. Thus, when Shin Sihong inadvertently discerned that Fu Jinshi had not masked his pheromones, he was somewhat taken aback. However, he soon chuckled and remarked, "So the pheromone that symbolizes peace belongs to you, General." Pheromones come in various types and serve numerous purposes, ranging from highly aggressive to more amiable varieties, and even to bizarre classifications reminiscent of spicy snacks or mineral water. Amidst this bewildering array, Shin Sihong's attention was drawn solely to one category, aptly labeled peace. The sole example of this pheromone was described as silver spring. The official site characterizes this pheromone as extremely cold and frigid. When experienced lightly, it invigorates the senses, yet when inhaled deeply, it can be bone-chilling and even damaging to the heart and lungs. That it possesses healing properties and is equipped with both defensive and offensive capabilities. The description is so remarkable that even Shin Sihong found himself compelled to praise its extraordinary nature. According to Shin Sihong's extensive intelligence network, he was aware of more than what was publicly announced. He discovered that this particular pheromone harbors another function. It can foster affinity with omegas and can diminish or even eliminate the repulsion experience between alphas. Such pheromones are unheard of among all alphas. Even the most inferior alpha pheromones exert pressure on omegas, regardless of whether the alpha scent is akin to mineral water or raging fire. This exclusion and suppression are inscribed within the genetic sequences of alphas, unrelated to their strength and beyond their control. However, Silver Spring can consciously nurture and soothe omegas, allowing them to recognize the alpha without feeling any sense of oppression. Furthermore, if this pheromone is deliberately controlled during its release, it can disregard the oppressive influence of all alpha pheromones, even allowing the alpha to experience no sense of conflict. This was also why Shin Sihong did not immediately process Fu Jinshi's unmasked pheromones. Before his investigation, he had never encountered such a pheromone. Yet, Fu Jinshi's scent was indeed most aptly described by the term peace. A cold gaze swiftly swept over Shin Sihong, and the general, maintaining a stern demeanor, remained silent, though his pheromones exhibited no signs of abnormality, as though tacitly acknowledging the sentiment. Fu Jinshi still did not respond. His mental force gradually waned, slowly unraveling the shield surrounding those nearby. Just before the perceptual barrier was completely lifted, Fu Jinshi seemed to recall something, turning to address the person still standing and watching him. Tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock, at the Ursi Banquet Hall, an invitation will be delivered to you shortly. As soon as Fu Jinshi's words fell, he turned and strode out the door, showing no inclination to await Shin Sihong's reply. With the perceptual barrier entirely dissolved, Vegas finally sensed Fu Jinshi's presence. Instantly straightening his previously relaxed posture and saluting him with a grand military gesture. "General!" As Vegas followed the general's brisk strides, he stole glances at the sworn enemy of their general. After several cautious observations of the two, Vegas dared to conclude that it appeared they would not clash this time. Fu Jinshi's strides were long and swift, and given his height, Vegas had to quicken his pace to keep up. He sensed a pheromone that seemed to linger, firmly affixed to him, with a strong and pungent presence. Just before crossing the threshold, Fu Jinshi's mental force received a message. "You must go. Rest well." My perfect match. The voice, entwined with the scent of pheromones and a commanding mental force, resonated directly in his mind. The gaze followed him closely, accompanying him as he exited the hospital. Fu Jinshi halted. His foot, poised for advancement, was instead returned to its original position. A hint of gravity and astonishment infiltrated the general's previously indifferent gaze. Communicating through mental force is not a feat achievable by just any alpha. The majority of alphas struggle with controlling their mental prowess, unable even to mount an effective mental attack, let alone articulate with such precision. Shin Sihong's abilities are shrouded in mystery within the Federation. No one knows his limits, and the extent of understanding is merely encapsulated in the vague label of an Ultra S-Class Alpha. Only Fu Jinshi's rank can be equated with Shin Sihong's. However, Shin Sihong's capabilities seem to extend far beyond what he presents to the upper echelons of the Federation. He is a perilous individual. Chapter 4. Somewhat peculiar, indeed. You would do well to be cautious too. The spirit of Shin Sihong abruptly manifested with those 5 words. His voice was calm and his words icy, devoid of fluctuation, inexplicably carrying an undeniable pressure. Shin Sihong clenched his fist, resting it against his lips, and let out a laugh. Fu Jinshi had not set foot on the land of Chinri Star for a year and a half. In this era, where technological advancement had sufficiently propelled humanity into the ranks of top-tier civilizations. The majority of established norms had transformed since Fu Jinshi's last visit. When the updates were compiled and presented to Fu Jinshi, it felt akin to receiving a new set of federal regulations. He casually flipped through them before discarding them aside, instructing Vegas to arrange matters for the banquet the following evening. Vegas regarded the young general lounging on the sofa, hesitating to speak. The procedures for returning to the main star system were undoubtedly complex. Fu Jinshi had already met with several essential figures today, declining everything he could, yet he remained unable to evade the banquet scheduled for tomorrow night. It was said that the banquet was in celebration of the general's unblemished record in battle and to honor his return to the main star system, a grand accolade. Yet, the underlying motives were all too clear. Shen Sihong, a figure often elusive, would only relinquish all affairs to return to Chinri Star during these few days each year. The banquet ostensibly aimed to welcome Fu Jinshi back. But the queen had discreetly instructed him to ensure Shen Sihong's invitation, her intentions glaringly evident. The queen merely sought to win over Shen Sihong, to counterbalance Fu Jinshi, the sole SSS-grade alpha of the Federation. And the first general in history to boast an undefeated record. The queen's actions appeared forthright, her rationale seemingly noble. Had it not been for Vegas, a trusted aide of Fu Jinshi, none within the military, regardless of their power, would have been privy to this matter. The calculating woman had merely gauged the general's taciturn nature, understanding that such discussions seldom found voice, that he contemplated asking the general whether he had indeed invited Shen Sihong. But the expression on Fu Jinshi's face suggested he already knew the answer. Over the years, Fu Jinshi had devoted himself wholeheartedly to the Federation, racking up victories in countless battles, his achievements capable of filling entire tomes. Yet the queen still harbored doubts about his sincerity. Vegas sighed, resigned to the laborious task of arrangements that Fu Jinshi sensed a restlessness in his pheromones. He attempted to dispel the lingering scent of pheromones that clung to him upon his departure. But to no avail. The exuberant pheromones incessantly reminded Fu Jinshi of his subservience in this intricate bond with Shen Sihong. The man seated in the chair had already donned a set of silk pajamas. Even in his leisure, the discipline of training was ingrained within him, and he maintained an upright and serious posture. He tilted his head slightly, his long, pale hands, often concealed within leather gloves, gently massaging his temples. To Fu Jinshi, Shen Sihong represented a significant threat. Any entity with a perfect compatibility rate posed a struggle for an alpha, particularly when that compatible individual was not a weaker omega, but a formidable alpha. Difficult to control. Shen Sihong's presence could destabilize Fu Jinshi's phenomenal equilibrium and even influence his mood. Should he fall prey to the queen's machinations aimed at opposing him, the consequences could be catastrophic. Fu Jinshi was not one to speak often, yet he was not oblivious to the queen's motives. Throughout the years, he had participated in numerous wars, each resulting in a decisive victory, leading many to proclaim that no matter the conflict, General Fu could plant the Federation's flag upon enemy soil. However, the cumulative prestige from hundreds of victories had ultimately attracted the royal family's attention. That, as the old adage goes, great merit can overshadow the sovereign. And Fu Jinshi was no exception. He exhaled deeply and returned to his quarters. That Fu Jinshi leaned against the headboard, unable to drift into slumber, even with forced sleep proving futile. His pheromones surged chaotically within him. Entwined with the foreign pheromones that had clung to him, he could sense the exuberance of that foreign pheromone. Enhanced by his own pheromones, it bore an especially pronounced presence that was a potent and aggressive scent. Ranking first among all aggressive pheromones within the Federation. Fu Jinshi rubbed his temples. That seemed that his sensitivity period was approaching. How could it take so long to discern the nature of an alpha's pheromones? With a strong mental effort, he managed to sever the two pheromonal scents, allowing him to feel somewhat better, and before long, he fell into a deep slumber. Within the general's quarters, two distinct alpha pheromone scents lingered. "What are you saying, Zhuge? Are you already dizzy this early in the morning? Step aside. I need to go in and smell. I'm dying for musk." Vegas began to speak but knocked on his general's door instead. Within half a second, he turned crimson and distanced himself from the door, locking eyes with the dejected Zhuge standing nearby. "Did you not activate the defense mechanism last night?" Vegas suddenly widened his eyes. And as he spoke, he tried to push the door open without a second thought. "Hey!" Zhuge attempted to stop him, but the next moment he fell silent. The metallic door slowly opened, revealing the general's face. Simultaneously, a wave of oppressive SSS-grade alpha pheromones surged forth, leaving both Vegas and Zhuge feeling weak in the knees. The general leaned against the door, his light blue eyes suppressing the desire lurking within. Yet his tone remained indifferent. "Is there something you need?" Vegas had never experienced such an immediate encounter with the general's pheromones. He swallowed hard before speaking. "General, it seems your sensitivity period this time is different from usual." Fu Jinshi's expression was inscrutable, but upon hearing the term sensitivity period, his gaze flickered momentarily. After a brief pause, he replied, "Takes a butler to the 1st Legion base and seal this place off." Understood. Vegas quickly released defensive pheromones to shield Zhuge, retreating while hesitating to speak. However, the metallic door had already slammed shut, isolating all conversation from the outside. The Fu Jinshi's cold voice resonated directly in Vegas's mind. "Proceed with normal arrangements tonight." Vegas felt the mental force penetrate his consciousness, his expression shifting to one of fear as he hurriedly pulled Zhuge out of the living room. Activating the phenomenal defense mechanism, Fu Jinshi closed the door and headed straight for the bathroom. In the bathroom, steam enveloped the space and the cold droplets of water splashed onto the floor, creating a mist. The man stood beneath the shower, his pheromones nearly uncontrollable, yet his gaze remained icy and somber. In previous sensitivity periods, he had never been so overwhelmed, certainly never losing control of his pheromones in his sleep. Currently, the Federation's advancements were insufficient to produce a harmless suppressant for alphas. Thus, Fu Jinshi refrained from using suppressants unless absolutely necessary, as they significantly affected his pheromonal activity. Though the suppressants available for his level of alpha were of decent quality, they still impacted his pheromones. The sensitivity period for an SSS-grade alpha typically lasted over 10 days. Relying solely on suppressants to endure it, Fu Jinshi knew he could not withstand the side effects. Chilled droplets cascaded down his neck, leaving him feeling frigid. Yet, why did thoughts of such things surface during his sensitivity period? Chapter 5, however, the general appeared quite alluring. The relationship between Fu Jinshi and Shen Sihong was neither trivial nor insignificant. Everyone in the Federation believed their relationship had deteriorated to the point of mutual hostility, where they would engage in fierce combat upon meeting. Yet, no one knew that Fu Jinshi's first waft of pheromones had been triggered by Shen Sihong's scent. This knowledge was confined to Fu Jinshi. The military remained oblivious, the royal family as well, and the populace was unaware. Even Shen Sihong himself was in the dark. Thus, Fu Jinshi found it difficult to ascertain his true feelings towards Shen Sihong. Yet, he could not fathom why, when his sensitivity period commenced, his mind had been flooded with thoughts of Shen Sihong's sharp pheromone scent, that it seemed that merely contemplating Shen Sihong's pheromonal aroma had a far greater effect than any suppressant. His ice-blue pupils concealed beneath the curtain of water flickered ever so slightly, and after a moment, he reached out to turn off the faucet. The Ursi Banquet Hall was the most prestigious banquet venue in the entire Federation. Tonight marked the second occasion since the initiation of the new Federation calendar, aside from the Queen's Ascension, that a banquet was held for a non-royal individual. This undoubtedly elevated Fu Jinshi's reputation to heights unattainable by other generals. The hovercraft silently halted before the banquet hall, its doors slowly opening, quickly capturing the attention of those nearby. The first to descend was a long leg ensconced in black trousers, soon, under the sunlight. The golden epaulettes on the general's shoulders glimmered, the dazzling light causing those present to instinctively shut their eyes. When they reopened them, the general stood firmly in place. Fu Jinshi's arrival set the entire perimeter of the banquet hall ablaze with excitement. As countless alpha and omega pheromones intertwined, creating a chaotic atmosphere, Vegas caught sight of the electronic banner raised outside the banquet, nearly rolling his eyes at awe. After a year and a half, I finally see the general again. Tonight, I shall sleep with the general. I said General Fu is the most disciplined general in the military. No one can dispute that. Has anyone here ever caught a whiff of the general's pheromones? The general's pheromones are beyond our reach. Is it not solely reserved for the Omega after the general? Speaking of which, isn't the general quite fortunate? Indeed, the general appears to be a devoted husband. Wasn't there a collection of pheromone samples yesterday? We should have results soon. Do you think the general might find an Omega with a remarkably high compatibility? My pheromone is as plain as water. I don't believe it could be me. Therefore, I wouldn't recommend the general seek out another Omega with high compatibility. Fu Jinshi lingered for a moment, nodding politely yet distantly to the prince who had disembarked alongside him. Before striding towards the banquet hall, the third prince, Hardy, cast a quick glance over Fu Jingshi, then hastily gestured to his bodyguard. Shouldn't you hurry and lead our esteemed general to his destination? Fulfilling your duty as a host. Fu Jingshi remained unresponsive, continuing his advance into the hall. Before long, someone hurriedly approached Fu Jingshi. General Fu, allow me to escort you to the main banquet hall. The young man was sweating profusely, his nervous hands clasped tightly as he gazed anxiously at Fu Jingshi, as though he might kneel should Fu Jingshi refuse him. Fu Jingshi lowered his gaze, slightly raising his chin to signal the way forward. Once they arrived, they were quickly ushered onto the stage, where many sought to engage Fu Jingshi in conversation, attempting to forge connections. Congratulations, General Fu, on yet another victory. Allow me to toast to you. Has the pheromone collection yielded any suitable omegas? Those permitted entry into the ES banquet hall were all military personnel or nobles with ties to the royal family, and they naturally possessed more insider knowledge than those outside. Each one eagerly approached to inquire about the news. Who is Fu Jingshi? He is the youngest general in the history of the Federation, a deity who has never known defeat in the hearts of the Federation's citizens. He has long been mythologized. This man is terrifyingly disciplined. Although an alpha with a strong territorial instinct, he has never been associated with any negative news. Nor has he ever been linked to an omega. This collection of pheromone samples represents the only opportunity for these families to connect with Fu Jingshi. They are aware that the Federation will prioritize matching Fu Jingshi's pheromones and provide him with answers. Should their family possess an omega compatible with the general, solidifying this union would mean gaining the entire military support. Now, anyone with even a modicum of power within their families knows that Fu Jingshi is the pinnacle of military strength. A figure endowed with a veto power within the military. Fu Jingshi accepted the wine glass handed to him with one hand, casually clinking it with the newcomer, and after a nod of thanks, he fell silent once more. Those surrounding Fu Jingshi chattered excitedly, and seeing him remain mute only fueled their chatter, their expressions grave, as if discussing matters of great importance to the Federation. Yet their words unabashedly probed into Fu Jingshi's relationship status. Fu Jingshi, who was only adept at the violence of battle, had little interest in socializing. He waved over Vegas, leaning against the long table to drink, allowing Vegas to be encircled by the throng. The drink presented to Fu Jingshi was potent. After consuming half a glass, he felt a slight burn in his throat. The 10th glance of pleading from Vegas. Fu Jingshi lifted the glass to his lips and stood. The pale red liquid flowed down his throat, leaving a droplet at the corner of his mouth. General Fu possesses formidable mental strength. Such alcohol content is hardly a concern for him. Yet his expression shifted nonetheless. He straightened and abruptly raised his gaze to the other side of the banquet hall, where he spotted a familiar figure. The individual was tall, and from across half the hall, his piercing and provocative gaze felt almost blinding. Amidst the sea of heads, Shen Sihong raised 2 fingers to his lips in a subtle gesture, before brazenly curling his lips into a smirk. Fu Jingshi's expression remained calm as he locked eyes with him, a cold smile gracing his lips. In the next moment, he raised the nearly empty glass and, before Shen Sihong, slowly turned his index and middle fingers, pouring the contents onto the floor. The scarlet liquid streamed from the glass, and Shen Sihong observed every detail from afar. The general had not donned gloves today. His long, slender fingers, often hidden beneath gloves, appeared pale and delicate, their knuckles prominent, as he deftly lifted the wine glass. The contrast between his cool-toned fingers and the crimson liquid was stark. As an Ultra S-rank alpha, Shen Sihong was entirely capable of discerning every movement of the general, missing not a single minute detail. Shen Sihong's gaze lingered on the fingers holding the wine glass, his bright purple pupils shimmering with a mocking glint, deeply focused. After a moment, he licked his lips, staring at Fu Jingshi, the curve of his mouth widening. How presumptuous of me. Yet the general appears rather enticing. Chapter 6. Yet I believe, Mr. Shun, you have overstepped. Shen Sihong is a madman. This is something Fu Jingshi understands all too well. He is even capable of introducing his pheromones into Fu Jingshi's glass amidst the crowded banquet hall. Not only from across half the room, but he managed to do so without Fu Jingshi, an Ultra S-rank alpha, realizing it, leading him to consume the drink laced with Shen Sihong's pheromones. The last sip Fu Jingshi took contained Shen Sihong's pheromones, sharp and pungent, a scent more potent than alcohol itself. Shin Si-hong's true pheromone level likely far exceeds that of an ultra S-rank alpha. Within Fu Jingshi's body now resided two alpha pheromones, with Shin Si-hong's intruding upon the territory originally belonging to the Silver Spring, forcefully claiming its dominion. Perhaps the compatibility between these two pheromones was too high, as they exhibited no significant hostility even while vying for territory. Fu Jingshi frowned slightly, and upon raising his gaze again, he locked eyes with Shin Si-hong, noting the increasing mirth in Shin Si-hong's expression. A soft thud echoed as the wine glass was placed back on the table, the sound of military boots striking the floor nearly drowned out by the chatter. Everyone in the banquet hall could perceive that the general's mood seemed rather sour. His overwhelming mental presence felt like a storm cloud, oppressive and suffocating. As Fu Jingshi made his way through, all who saw him instinctively parted, creating a path for him. The young man soon approached Shin Si-hong, halting a mere arm's length away, his light blue eyes revealing no trace of emotion. Shin Si-hong stood still, observing the general's frost-kissed visage with keen interest, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. In the next moment, the general gently raised his hand, revealing his cold, white fingers before Shin Si-hong, their proportions pleasing to the eye. Fu Jingshi's gaze shifted from his own hand to Shin Si-hong's eyes, and he spoke softly yet firmly. "Does Mr. Shin find my hands particularly captivating?" The man licked his lips, unabashedly staring at the general, his words unguarded. "Yet I believe, rather than hands, I am more intrigued by—" The general's long fingers had already found their way to the meticulously pressed collar of Shin Si-hong's military uniform, mercilessly grasping it and pulling him closer, while his other hand swiftly seized Shin Si-hong's chin. His ice-blue eyes were tranquil as the sea, his exquisitely crafted features slowly drawing near to Shin Si-hong's. He softly spoke. "Yet I feel, Mr. Shin, you have overstepped." The general's resolute words successfully seized the attention of everyone in the banquet hall, their expressions a mix of disbelief as they gazed upon the peculiar stance of the general and Mr. Shin. "No, that can't be right. Rumor has it these two are adversaries." Although in a seemingly disadvantageous position, Shin Si-hong displayed no hint of discomfort. He stood slightly taller than Fu Jingshi, his height exceeding 1.90 m, exuding superiority, as he bent one long leg to allow Fu Jingshi to grip his chin. If genuinely feeling remorseful, Shin Si-hong gazed intently at Fu Jingshi, pondering seriously before earnestly blinking his eyes and proposing a solution. "General, you may mark me whenever you wish. According to Federation regulations, any act of leaving a pheromone mark on another is term marking. When in Rome, do as the Romans do," Shin Si-hong mused. The general met Shin Si-hong's gaze without flinching, his fingers caressing Shin Si-hong's chin before he finally sensed a hesitant pheromone presence within his mental threshold. At his level, any alpha with a lower pheromone rating entering his mental realm is utterly exposed. Fu Jingshi's lips curled upward, a soft chuckle escaping him as he gazed at Shin Si-hong, parting his lips. "All right then. Just be sure to withstand it when the time comes." And no sooner had Fu Jingshi spoken than a quavering voice interjected. "General, His Majesty requests your presence in the main hall." Yet neither of the two men before him displayed any expression, with Fu Jingshi silently observing Shin Si-hong, not uttering a word. Finally, it was Shin Si-hong who let out a dismissive sound, his gaze flitting between Fu Jingshi and that hand, before he quietly remarked, "I shall forgive you this once." General Go on. He smiled as he spoke, suggesting that the interest be noted first. Utilizing Shin Si-hong's expenses would not come cheap. Fu Jingshi glanced at Shin Si-hong, chose to remain silent, and turned the silver ring on his little finger, raising his leg to follow his aide out of the banquet hall. Shin Si-hong stood still, casually accepting a cigarette from a nearby person, borrowing a light, and exhaling a ring of smoke at Mr. Shin. The man who handed him the cigarette bowed slightly, greeting him humbly. Shin Si-hong's gaze lingered on the general who was departing with his aide. The golden epaulets on the general's shoulders glimmered under the sunlight, his waist slim and legs long, the military uniform fitting him impeccably, drawing the attention of everyone in the vicinity as he moved against the flow of the crowd. "Does Mr. Shin have a particular omega in mind?" The man ventured cautiously. Though Shin Si-hong did not often reside on Chenrixing, rumors about him circulated widely throughout the federal main star system, and he was said to be unpredictable and difficult to fathom. At times described as tyrannical, yet occasionally regarded as a good person. This man had become a symbol of contradiction in the hearts of the federal populace. However, it was undeniable that he wielded immense power, and no one in the Federation could deny their envy of him. Shin Si-hong appeared to be in good spirits, patiently waiting for the person beside him to finish speaking, only to realize that they had fallen silent. Or, he inquired, "Did I ask there's someone you are fond of?" "Indeed," Shin Si-hong replied without hesitation, his gaze unabashedly fixated on the departing figure of the general. Turning his head, he exhaled another ring of smoke and idly remarked, "That one who just left, my recent target. How about it? Do you want to help me pursue him?" The words the man had prepared caught in his throat, and for a moment he stared blankly at Shin Si-hong, unable to utter a single word. The man, who had initially felt pleased to engage in conversation, now stood rooted, watching the general grow ever more distant, even catching glimpses of the golden epaulets glinting in the light. Observing the man who appeared clearly intimidated, Shin Si-hong flicked the ash from his cigarette in boredom and turned to leave. "General, this way, please." The palace was adorned in a splendidly grand manner, and the aide, in place of Fu Jingshi, lifted the bothersome tassel in front of him, revealing the full view of Her Majesty's office behind. The reigning queen was nearing 50, a highly capable and cunning female alpha. Recently, she had achieved a rank of S-Class Alpha in the Alpha level assessment, reportedly only a step away from the Ultra S-Class Alpha status. The only Ultra S-Class Alpha in the Federation was within the military. And had it not been for Queen Vienna's presence at the forefront, the royal family might have long since changed its surname. Upon seeing Fu Jingshi, Vienna did not engage in excessive pleasantries. She waved her hand, inviting him to sit opposite her, and soon someone brought them cups of tea. "Did I trust you did not suffer any significant harm during your encounter with the Roystar system?" Vienna, who had been on the throne for over a decade, spoke with evident strategic insight, not even bothering with facial expressions when she said this. "That I heard that in their star system, there is no such thing as pheromones. So it should pose no threat to you." Indeed, this was merely a formality. Fu Jingshi reclined against the back of his chair, not intending to engage in much banter. There was no mental combat. But technology was highly advanced. Vienna nodded thoughtfully, her gaze fixed on Fu Jingshi as she took a sip of tea before finally broaching the main topic. "I have heard that your pheromone compatibility with Shin Si-hong is at 100. The results of pheromone sample matching are kept confidential until they are announced, and even the royal family does not have absolute knowledge of them unless it concerns themselves. Hence Vienna could only inquire of Fu Jingshi." Fu Jingshi pondered for a moment, remaining silent, which served as a tacit acknowledgement that he had instructed the doctors to keep it confidential and had not anticipated having to guard against Vienna. She was exceedingly astute. Having wielded power for years, it would not be difficult for her to have planted spies within the military. He was merely surprised that Vienna did not bother to disguise her inquiry into him. Directly asking about the matter, Fu Jingshi did not believe Vienna sought an answer, as merely articulating it was indicative of trust, as expected. Vienna soon continued. "The lieutenant observed that your relationship with Mr. Shin does not seem as fraught as commonly portrayed. Perhaps you could consider some collaboration." Fu Jingshi lowered his eyes in silence. His earlier actions in public were straightforward. He wished to see how Vienna would choose to navigate the situation, given that his relationship with Shin Si-hong was not as antagonistic, perhaps even exceeding their expectations. However, it appeared that Vienna's choice lay outside the few scenarios Fu Jingshi had anticipated. Aside from the Roystar system, scientists had recently received signals from another star system, one whose civilization level surpassed that of the Roystar system, indeed far exceeding it. Vienna spoke gravely. "Moreover, the signals from that star system are not friendly." Fu Jingshi's pupils slightly constricted. The civilization within the Roystar system was already among the higher echelons of human civilization outside the Federation. Fu Jingshi had spent a year and a half entangled with them, ultimately managing to subdue them through the advantages of pheromones and mental attacks. Otherwise, he might have taken several more years to return to Chenrixing. He dared not assess the strength of the star system that Vienna referred to as far surpassing the Roystar system. That it had been half a year since the scientists first received the signal from that planet. Vienna's expression was worried as she said, "Previously, fearing it would impact your performance, I instructed them to keep this matter under wraps. It remains a top secret of the Federation. Have there been any communications with that civilization?" Fu Jingshi inquired, rubbing his temples. "That we attempted to send interstellar signals, but we have not received any replies since that time," Vienna replied, taking a sip of tea and letting out a sigh before continuing. Recently, the Federation has been quite unsettled, frequently subjected to attacks from unidentified energy entities. The Queen suddenly rose, trailing her floor-length gown to stand before Fu Jingshi, extending her right hand in a gesture of greeting. Currently, the only information we have indicates that only Shin Sihong has made contact with that civilization. There was a hint of earnestness in Vienna's eyes, appearing somewhat flustered. The hand she extended represented not merely an exchange between two individuals, but a collision between the military and the royal family. Fu Jingshi regarded the Queen for a moment, before finally extending his right hand to shake hers coldly. I understand that your relationship with Shin Sihong may not be as amicable as they reported to me. It might even be merely a test of my intentions, Vienna candidly stated, leisurely stroking the ornate patterns on the table and chairs that symbolize the royal family's highest authority. However, at this moment, I believe we share a common enemy. General Fu. The female alpha's eyes glimmered with a pleading light as she earnestly proclaimed, at present, the military and the royal family are in a state of disarray. You are perhaps the only one who can converse with Shin Sihong. Their conversation concluded swiftly. The highest-ranking female alpha in the Federation watched as General Fu departed, deeply sighing. How could she not harbor trepidation towards Fu Jingshi? Yet, she was no longer the naive queen who had just ascended to the throne, devoid of a grand perspective. Vienna understood that the information transmitted from the alien system carried significant implications. It signified an endless conflict between two factions, a harbinger of bloodshed to ASA ruler. She bore the responsibility to protect her subjects, faced with a formidable foe if she could not set aside her own apprehensions. It would be utterly unbecoming that as Fu Jingshi exited the palace. The banquet was already in full swing. The hall was filled with noise and raucous chatter, punctuated by the clinking of glasses. Upon stepping into the banquet hall, Fu Jingshi immediately drew attention. People turned to stare at him, moving aside as if encountering a ghost. Noticing this, the man adjusted the inhibitor ring on his wrist, forcibly suppressing the restless pheromones within him, and then raised his gaze towards a figure lounging idly in a corner of the hall. The pheromones that did not belong to him stirred within, seemingly calling out to him. The owner of those pheromones reclined on a soft sofa, exuding a lazy demeanor, watching Fu Jingshi's movements with a relaxed smile, the corners of his eyes lifting. Meanwhile, the aide had failed to notice that his superior, the general, had already arrived at the entrance. Standing not far behind Shin Sihong with a blank stare, resembling a sentry, that in less than a second, a voice exploded in his mental threshold. General, do remember to bring my pheromones over here. Your aide has been looking for you. In the center of the banquet hall, an individual was announcing the recent developments of the Federation with a microphone in hand. Though few were genuinely attentive, the host continued with unwavering enthusiasm, transitioning topics with vigor upon spotting Fu Jingshi entering the hall. He promptly recited grand and awe-inspiring congratulatory remarks, momentarily capturing the attention of some attendees. However, the audience's gaze was not directed at the stage, but rather towards the corner of the hall, where a general was making his way. They watched in astonishment as he halted before his nearly universally recognized rival, uttering a few words before proceeding with his aide towards the center of the banquet. The content of their exchange was likely audible only to those who had been in close proximity to the general and his adversary, Vegas, who had navigated through school and the military without being the most illustrious, had managed to leap several grades during his education. His academic performance and combat prowess were commendable, allowing him to navigate the challenges of his journey to the present. Having had the fortune of meeting Fu Jingshi before graduating from military academy, he had followed him for nearly a decade and ascended to the rank of Major General, feeling somewhat seasoned in high-stakes environments. Yet, just a moment ago, he had felt overly self-assured. He would rather believe that Shinri Star would be invaded today and explode tomorrow than accept that the general and his rival had engaged in some form of camaraderie. Chapter 8. Does Mr. Shun have intentions of marriage? After Vegas had skillfully deflected the final individual attempting to ingratiate themselves with Fu Jingshi, he dutifully followed the general, awaiting an opportunity for him to find a quiet place to sit. His hand rose and fell, his mouth opening and closing several times as he observed the general seated upright on the sofa, seemingly at a loss for words. That Fu Jingshi, with his hands folded before him, coldly regarded the incessant chatter of the host and finally spoke. What do you wish to inquire? Vegas, his hands trembling, awkwardly steadied himself against the nearby table before hesitantly asking, Mr. Shin, did he threaten you? Fu Jinshi raised an eyebrow, the coolness of his gaze sharpening as he rubbed his thumb over the pheromone suppression ring on his wrist, cryptically retorting, "Why do you think that?" straightening his posture. Vegas quickly regained his composure, his military training kicking in that he adopted a standard military stance, maintaining a serious demeanor while internally berating himself with the thought, "What nonsense! Who tells an adversary to stay in touch and promises to visit them under such circumstances?" Moments ago, when Fu Jinshi approached Shun Sihong, the latter's first utterance was a soft, hum. He gently pressed a fist against his lips, inhaling the captivating scent of the general's pheromones. Upon hearing Shun Sihong's remark, Vegas nearly flung his pheromone suppression ring away, convinced that once the words escaped Shun's lips, the general would undoubtedly retaliate with a fury that could collapse the entire banquet hall and plunge Chunri's star into a black hole. To his astonishment, however, the general merely responded with a casual remark. Vegas felt as if his ears had deceived him, perhaps even his eyes, that he would sooner believe that Luo Iran ruled the universe, that a debauched lieutenant commanded the Federation's military, or that the world was governed by mech AIs, than accept that his general had been so taken advantage of by his rival, without uttering a word. Despite mentally cursing himself 1,000 times over, Vegas dared not voice a single word. He stammered, "General, you have a compatible Omega." The abrupt shift in topic caught even Fu Jinshi off guard for a moment, and after a while, he lifted his gaze, remaining silent. Vegas, with earnestness, implored, "General, you possess an Omega with a compatibility of 100%. The Federation will undoubtedly arrange a pairing for you two that you cannot lose your virtue before the pairing occurs." Although the general wielded immense power, he had maintained a reputation for propriety throughout his life, and he could not allow his adversary to tarnish that esteemed name. That Fu Jinshi found himself genuinely at a loss for words. The pheromones within him surged with excitement, a sign of proximity to a compatible alpha. Despite both being alphas, the scent of Shun Sihong exhilarated him. Moreover, not long ago, he had consumed a drink laced with Shun Sihong's pheromones, placing him in a state of heightened sensitivity. The initial wave of agitation had been forcibly suppressed by Fu Jinshi, but now, with Shun Sihong's actions, he felt an undeniable urge to unleash his pheromones. "General, I also require pheromone extraction, so I was delayed. Who is the Omega with whom you share a perfect compatibility? I can arrange matters in advance," Vegas continued. His curiosity piqued. He had already speculated on all the notable Omegas in the Federation. Ready to propose should Fu Jinshi reveal their identity, that Fu Jinshi remained silent, and his reticence instilled a sense of unease in Vegas. The young general adopted a serious posture, turning to glance at his aide with an impassive expression before slowly nodding, indicating for Vegas to sit beside him. With trepidation, Vegas approached and took his seat, silently observing the general with a questioning gaze. Receiving the silent inquiry from his aide, Fu Jinshi paused, then activated his holographic terminal. Vegas, intrigued, leaned in for a closer look, only to find himself rendered speechless. His expression contorting as if he had just witnessed a ghost, and on the terminal's display was a compatibility report boldly showcasing two names: his own general and his sworn enemy, with whom he had previously had no dealings, though the current circumstances suggested otherwise. The text, rendered in a common font, declared, "Compatibility of pheromones. 100. Mental threshold compatibility. 100. Overall compatibility. 100. Recommendation. Directly become partners. Otherwise, it would be a significant loss." Fu Jinshi cast his eyes over the text before shutting off the terminal. He patiently waited, only to find that 3 minutes later, Vegas remained in a state of shock, staring vacantly into space. During this time, the host respectfully invited Fu Jinshi to say a few words. The host's earnest demeanor prompted Fu Jinshi to oblige, and after a few casual remarks, he returned to his seat. Vegas stood like a statue, and as Fu Jinshi glanced at the time, he intended to rise but noticed Vegas finally moving. With a look of excitement, Vegas turned to Fu Jinshi, reaching out as if to grasp his clothing. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately lowered his hand. That Fu Jinshi raised an eyebrow, pausing his motion. "What does Mr. Shin fancy? Does he have intentions of marriage? Or would he agree to marry into our first legion if I were to propose now?" Vegas's questions flowed rapidly, each one more outrageous than the last. The Fu Jinshi stood, his voice cold as he commanded, "Return." Vegas looked at Fu Jinshi with anticipation, his expression earnest, clearly believing his inquiries held merit. Upon hearing Fu Jinchu's response, he let out a regretful "oh," standing to clear the way for the general as they exited the banquet hall. General Fu seldom attended such gatherings, and his mere presence was considered a significant concession. Thus, even though he was the focal point of the event, no one dared to impede his departure, and those wishing to ingratiate themselves could only watch his retreat with disappointment. Among all the gazes, one stood out starkly. Shen Sihong lifted his eyes to observe General Fu's silhouette, slightly tilting his body to listen to the third prince, Hadi, speak. The prince, with his slicked-back hair and pronounced dark circles under his eyes, exuded an overwhelming odor of sweat and pheromones that was impossible to ignore. His words carried a certain foulness as he remarked, "Mr. Shun seems quite taken with our General Fu." The smile that had graced Shen Sihong's lips faded. Chapter 9. The useless fourth brother T lifted his glass, taking a sip of the high-proof liquor, allowing a few drops to spill over the rim. Shen Sihong raised an eyebrow and, under Hadi's anxious gaze, inquired, "What is it? Does your highness covet him?" Hadi, chuckling, responded as if Shen Sihong were an ally. "How could I covet him? After all, the entire Federation will soon belong to me." Shen Sihong chuckled softly. Although he had long been absent from the territories governed by the Federation, his extensive network of connections allowed him to easily grasp the internal affairs of the Federation. Queen Vienna had 4 sons. Her eldest was a beta who could not detect pheromones, notorious for causing trouble since childhood and never having done a good deed. The second son was a disabled individual incapable of caring for himself, and it was certain that such a person would never be entrusted with leadership in the Federation. The third prince was the young, noticeably balding Hardy before him. Though Hardy was lecherous and driven by base desires, he was nonetheless an alpha with a cunning mind, making him the most suitable candidate for the throne among a host of underqualified brothers. However, he seemed overly confident in his prospects. Shen Sihong absently stroked the rim of his glass, observing Hardy's arrogant demeanor with a disdainful chuckle. It was said that Queen Vienna was once a renowned paragon of virtue in the Federation. A strikingly attractive alpha. How had she ended up with such sons? The only one with any intellect was currently in another star system. What, then, was the meaning behind the third prince's words? Heh. Hardy's voice was sharp and thin as he leaned closer to Shen Sihong's ear, stating, "I've heard my fourth brother is about to return, that my mother is very fond of that lad. And if we could collaborate, should I ascend to that position, we could share Fu Jinchu. Moreover, I've heard that in the pheromone sample test 5 years ago, my fourth brother's compatibility with Fu Jinchu was quite high. Given my mother's fondness for him, if we do not cooperate, she may arrange a marriage between them, and then the general would belong to someone else." Shen Sihong's gaze became intrigued as Hardy uttered the first half of his statement. But his eyebrow arched at the latter part. "Oh, is not the fourth prince an alpha?" "Indeed, but has he not had a certain incident?" Hardy replied, lowering his voice conspiratorially, appearing somewhat intimidated. "This matter has been kept under wraps. And it was only after much inquiry that my mother finally disclosed it to me that I've heard that the general's compatibility with all Omegas in the Federation is generally low. Save for my brother, with a compatibility rating exceeding 80. Shen Sihong's fingers, resting on the rim of his glass, tightened slightly. The tips turning pale, he lazily raised his gaze to Hardy. 80%. Typically, the compatibility between 2 alphas is below 50, often resulting in mutual repulsion. For 2 alphas, 80% is indeed quite high. Precisely. Seeing Shen Sihong seemingly wavering, Hardy grew more animated. "Mr. Shun, would you be interested in collaborating with me? Only through our alliance can we stand against them." Shen Sihong swirled the wine in his glass, taking a sip. The general's figure had entirely vanished from view. He leisurely withdrew his gaze and spoke nonchalantly. "Is the third prince so certain that the general will ally with the fourth prince?" Hardy nodded with conviction that he could not decipher the expression in Shen Sihong's eyes, thus fixated on him. After a prolonged silence, when Shen Sihong still did not respond, Hardy could hardly contain himself, urgently adding, "Mr. Shun, how do you view this transaction? Although the general is an alpha, he is indeed the most handsome in the Federation. Do you not desire to see him bow to your will?" Shen Sihong's violet eyes betrayed no emotion as he scanned Hardy before returning his gaze to his restraint ring. After a moment, he inquired, his tone significantly darker. "How do you propose to make him submit?" "To share with you, third prince, a mere ordinary alpha." Yet his tone was quite bold. Hardy nodded with an air of certainty. Shen Sihong laughed. turning to face Hardy directly, finally meeting his gaze. The overwhelming pheromonal pressure of a super S-class alpha closed in on Hardy, causing his cheeks to flush instantly. Hardy, an alpha of utterly ordinary pheromone rank, was in no position to compare himself with someone like Shun Si-hong, but he felt as though something were constricting his throat, making it difficult to breathe. Hardy clutched his own neck. Shun Si-hong's mental energy radiated outward, the terrifying force causing those nearby to recoil momentarily. Yet when they turned to regard the most notorious star pirate, a figure who topped both wanted and benevolent lists, they found him merely engaging in casual conversation with the third prince. His expression entirely unperturbed. From Shun Si-hong's perspective, the rotund man who had just been discussing grand ambitions was now crimson-faced, his hands gripping his own throat. With a mere thought, Shun Si-hong could induce Hardy to the brink of unconsciousness. "What a pity," Shun Si-hong murmured. "I cannot bring myself to touch you." Third prince, he leaned closer to Hardy, his violet eyes shimmering with an alluring light, his words laced with irresistible temptation. "If you wish to share the general, I propose you remove that particular appendage tonight. Shall we?" At that moment, the third prince, who was most likely to inherit the throne, was vigorously clutching his neck, yet he nodded, his face flushed. Shun Si-hong then smiled in satisfaction, his gaze slightly narrowing as Hardy abruptly released his grip, fear evident in his eyes as he regarded Shun Si-hong. The man before him merely blinked, his eyes resembling those of a wronged puppy. Smiling as he asked, "Did I do anything to you just now, third prince?" Hardy hastily shook his head. "No, no." Shun Si-hong nodded in satisfaction, opening his mouth to speak further, only to be interrupted by a nearby subordinate. "Sir," the individual hurriedly approached Shun Si-hong, anxiety palpable in their demeanor, "but we have received another message from the outer star system." The man who had been slightly bent in conversation with the prince straightened slowly, dusting off his impeccably clean hands before rising, casting one last glance at Hardy. The latter's corpulent form trembled slightly, nearly shrinking beneath the sofa. Shun Si-hong then turned, leading the way out of the banquet hall. Chapter 10. The leader observes his rival's worthlessness. The subordinate trailed closely behind Shun Si-hong as they exited the Ursi banquet hall. Shun Si-hong stepped into the hovering vehicle they had arrived in, finding a comfortable position in the back seat, stretching his long legs before speaking. "Is it those bug leader star systems again?" The subordinate, Leano, nodded with composure and then earnestly corrected him. "They refer to their species as the Zerg." "Very well." Shun Si-hong humbly accepted Leano's correction. "What have those bugs said?" Leano, wary of correcting his superior a second time, could only respond honestly. "They claim that the strongest in Alpha Star system is you, and they require you to present leverage to protect this star system, or else they will attack." Shun Si-hong raised an eyebrow. Understanding his superior's temperament, Leano continued without pause. "Their leader does not seem very astute. I have instructed them to respond with a scathing rebuke of the Zerg leader." Having lived nearly 30 years, this was Leano's first encounter with something so ludicrous. Anyone who had interacted with Shun Si-hong knew his nature. He was generous when pleased. Yet when displeased, he contemplated how to obliterate the world at the quickest pace. Expecting such a person to provide leverage for the safety of an entire star system was nothing short of absurd. Shun Si-hong gave him a thumbs up, saying, "Well done. However, you may need to return to headquarters early." Leano added, "Sir, it appears that the signal from the Zerg, imbued with their pheromones, has compromised our headquarters defense system, necessitating your pheromones to reinforce it." Shun Si-hong inhaled deeply, turning his head, "Got a bunch of wretched bugs. They have gone too far," he nodded, his tone devoid of emotion. "Return to my residence first. I shall return in the morning, that if the boss has no particularly urgent matters." "We should leave early," Leano began, but Shun Si-hong interrupted. "Do you know the Federationist general?" "Of course," Leano replied swiftly. "I isn't the Federation's most renowned beauty, whom you often mention." Each time Shun Si-hong encountered that individual, he would invariably tease him, often ending up chased and beaten by the beautiful man. Leano could hardly be unaware of this. "But he has invited me," Shun Si-hong said cheerfully, asking me to be on standby. "He will come to see me another day, that if I were to flee now, do you think he would spare you all, including me, when that another day arrives?" Shun Si-hong mused. His long-standing rival, despite his lofty demeanor, was not to be trifled with when angered. Shun Si-hong had long discerned this pattern. Leano swallowed hard, nodding decisively. "I believe it," Immediately, he dared not utter another word and drove the car back to his temporary residence. Upon arriving, Fu Jingshi dismissed everyone and activated the pheromone defense mechanism in that fleeting moment. His pheromones uncontrollably permeated the air. During his sensitive period, he often experienced a particularly intense reaction for 2 days. However, this time was incomparable to previous instances. Shen Sixing, whose pheromones resonated with his at a perfect compatibility of 100%, was incessantly causing turmoil, rendering this sensitive period exceptionally arduous, coupled with the sip of alcohol he consumed earlier. Fu Jingshi found himself inevitably ensnared by the lingering scent of Shen Sixing's pheromones from the previous night, but he even mentally replicated Shen Sixing's pheromones countless times. The sharp, acrid fragrance had deeply etched itself into the recesses of his memory. The pheromones enveloped the room, and although Fu Jingshi's body was suffused with desire, his gaze remained remarkably composed. Rising to his feet, he forcibly subdued the surging pheromones with his mental strength, lifted his leg, and returned to his own chamber, casually grabbing a towel. The instant the wardrobe opened, Fu Jingshi was greeted by a familiar scent. Although he had only encountered it once, it was etched into his memory with remarkable clarity. His expression remained unchanged as he calmly closed the wardrobe door, draping the towel over his arm before stepping into the bathroom. This time, the cold water seemed less effective than in the morning. Fu Jingshi stood silently under the cascading rain for several minutes before finally turning off the tap, hastily drying his hair, and exiting the bathroom, donning the nightgown that lay discarded nearby. His peripheral vision caught sight of the suppressants in the transparent glass cabinet tucked away in the corner. As a general, Fu naturally possessed high-quality, non-mass-produced suppressants from the Federation. Yet, no matter how superior their quality, they still posed harm to the body. Fu Jingshi pondered for a moment. The man's narrow, phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, the corners tinged with a faint blush, though lacking the intense heat reaction typical of an Omega. This face, once hailed as the most beautiful Alpha by the Federation, was no less alluring than that of any Omega in heat, that by the time he reached the glass display, his strength had waned. Fu Jingshi leaned one hand against the surface, attempting 2 or 3 times before finally freeing the pheromone shackles from the glass display, his inner turmoil proving almost impossible to quell. The general had always been a man governed by reason, refusing to allow impulsive emotions to lead him to actions he might regret. Even during his sensitive period, when all rationality seemed to evaporate, he would not permit his emotions to take control. He retrieved a tube of suppressant nearby and seated himself on the edge of the bed. Leaning against the bed's side, his breathing quickened slightly, his lips pressed tightly together, their hue noticeably more crimson than usual. With a faint flush creeping from the corners of his phoenix eyes down to his neck and prominent collarbone, his delicate, pale fingertips slowly tore open the packaging, yet after a long pause, he made no move to inject it. Fu Jingshi had never failed to restrain the impulse to use suppressants, no matter how intense the sensitivity period had been. Even during his very first sensitive period, when overwhelming emotions nearly threw his pheromones into chaos, he had never resorted to suppressants. Was he truly prepared to overturn his own principles this time? Fu Jingshi cast his gaze down at the syringe in his hand for an extended moment before silently lifting his hand to discard the suppressant aside. He released his mental strength without reservation, barely managing to suppress the agitation within him. Lying back on the bed, his expression remained indifferent as he closed his eyes, despite the faint flush on his face. He appeared devoid of any emotion, exuding a chilling detachment. Oddly enough, as soon as Fu Jingshi shut his eyes, fragments of memories flashed through his mind. The slightly drooping dog-like eyes, the provocative violet pupils, and the decades-old black earring adorning his right ear. Finally, the intense scent of pheromones cut through the layers of confusion, filling Fu Jingshi's nostrils with a palpable tension that in the darkness. Fu Jingshi's eyes flew open. At that instant, his heart raced so swiftly that he barely registered the soft click of the mechanical window being operated open. Chapter 11. How could the general possibly resort to such lethal measures against me? In the night, a massive metallic castle radiated a gentle glow, akin to a luminous sphere, isolating all information from the outside world. There were virtually no living beings within a 100-mile radius that a shadow abruptly appeared at the castle's entrance. A bold black earring on its right earlobe reflecting blinding light. The figure, tall and slender, squinted at the fortress enveloped in impenetrable secrecy. The scent of pheromones was soft and refreshing, reminiscent of mountain springs. Imbued with a hint of biting coldness, the shadow licked its lips, emitting a single syllable from its throat, seemingly unwelcoming to outsiders. This scent bore no concealment or mental camouflage. It was the purest form of pheromones. It also seemed to be the pheromone most compatible with his own. The general was indeed audacious, utilizing the pheromone defense mechanism of such a grand castle, unabashedly employing his own scent as a defensive pheromone. As the pheromones grew increasingly agitated, the initial inclination to retreat upon witnessing the activation of the pheromone defense system dissipated instantly. Shin Sixing let out a surprised sigh. The pheromones surrounding the castle resonated too harmoniously with his own. Within Shin Sixing's perception, this scent even felt as though it was drawing near, beckoning him to stay, that if only the general could be as docile as his pheromones. With that thought, Shin Sixing deftly circumvented the pheromone defense system, skillfully locating Fu Jingshi's room, and with a light leap, he landed on the second-floor window. Just as his feet touched the ground, he was nearly knocked off balance by the overwhelming pheromones emanating from within. Shin Sixing. The room had likely just been plunged into darkness, leaving Shin Sixing uncertain of the scene inside. He had heard that in the Federation, both Alpha and Omega regarded pheromones as sacrosanct. Yet the general seemed to let his pheromones run wild while sleeping, playing the naked sleep game. Shin Sixing bit his small canine tooth, contemplating for a brief moment before a glimmer of chaotic mischief sparkled in his eyes. Every piece of furniture within this castle was imbued with the general's potent pheromones. A mere thought from him could manipulate anything within the fortress. Yet Shin Sixing now felt an inexplicable affinity towards everything here. Had he overlooked this before? With their pheromones being so compatible, why had Shin Sixing never been able to detect Fu Jingshi's scent? With such a high degree of compatibility, he ought to have been able to discern the pheromones lingering on the furniture. Shin Sixing paused, mulling over the matter for a moment, but ultimately arrived at no conclusion that he was not one to linger on a singular issue for long, quickly redirecting his attention to the silver pentagram insignia at the window's edge. Shin Sixing's pheromones surged uncontrollably, yearning to intertwine with the pheromones of the insignia. The mark could only be unlocked by him. Shin Sixing refrained from intervention, lowering his gaze in contemplation in his perception. His own pheromones slowly inched towards the silver pentagram. The moment their pheromones collided, the one silver star flickered momentarily in the next instant. The entire pentagram transformed into a golden hue, now infused with an additional scent. Shin Sixing felt an instant connection with the furniture and machinery within the castle. His eyelids fluttered. This was bad. The headquarters would truly be turned upside down this time. Unintentionally, he had infiltrated the home of his arch-nemesis, the Federation's foremost general. Although Shin Sixing was a madman, he was a madman with moral boundaries, fully aware of his own actions. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he contemplated escape for the first time in his life, only to suddenly sense the pheromone fluctuations within the room. He could even perceive the agitation and discontent swirling within that person. Shin Sixing resigned himself to remain still, his body stiffening. He was already pondering the likelihood of apologizing to his adversary for forgiveness when his body stiffened further. The wave of pheromones in the room seemed to target Shin Sixing, seeping through the window's crevice, intertwining with his own pheromones. Shin Sixing. How bold and reckless. This was not something Fu Jingshi would typically do while lucid. After a moment of contemplation, Shin Sixing decided to open the window, but he swiftly jumped into the room, inhaling the potent scent of pheromones that it was already quite strange that the general's elbow had not collided with him by now. Shin Sixing suppressed his elated pheromones as he groped for the position of the chandelier. Fu Jingshi abruptly emerged from the haze, realizing that the scent he had just detected was indeed tangible pheromones. He swiftly reined them in. Forcing the cessation of pheromones was no easy task. Even Fu Jingshi found it somewhat taxing that he sat up abruptly, his pheromones mingling with his somewhat chaotic mental energy. Surging towards the uninvited guest who had barged into, he held nothing back, his pheromones pouring forth like a torrential flood, overwhelming for any alpha of a lower rank. However, Fu Jingshi quickly realized that his pheromone assault was met with a seemingly casual reception. He lifted his gaze slightly, sensing the presence of the individual in the darkness, and abruptly propelled himself upward, finding himself face to face with that person in an instant. His long legs swept through the air with a whoosh, exerting tremendous force, showing no mercy whatsoever. This time, perhaps realizing that pheromones would be ineffective against the person before him, Fu Jinshi refrained from launching another pheromone attack. Instead, his mental energy shattered into tiny fragments, cascading towards the individual like a shower of sparks. The general's movements were unceasing, his elbow crashing into the person's scapula, forcing them to stagger back 2 steps. That in Fu Jinshi's perception, the individual managed to evade a portion of his mental energy assault, only to suddenly vanish just as Fu Jinshi's elbow strike was about to connect. In the next instant, the person reappeared beside him, grasping his wrist. Someone feeling a bit irritable. A familiar voice, laced with teasing, echoed in Fu Jinshi's ear. He yanked his hand away, gasping for breath, still eager to continue the confrontation. Shen Sihong did not restrain Fu Jinshi. The two exchanged blows back and forth, executing over 100 moves in just a few minutes. Their fight was fiercely matched, both sides engaging with reckless abandon. Yet this time, Shen Sihong dared not act impulsively, remaining on the defensive as he absorbed Fu Jinshi's attacks, repeatedly attempting to call a halt. Each attempt thwarted. Fu Jinshi's condition was deteriorating. It was the peak of his sensitive phase, and this bout had already drained most of his strength. The corners of his eyes were unnaturally flushed, his pupils slightly glistening, and he lowered his gaze, closing his eyes momentarily. His pheromones manifested before him as a swirling silver vortex, causing Shen Sihong's body to bristle with an instinctive alarm. He understood the significance of Fu Jinshi's movement. At Fu Jinshi's age, achieving the rank of general certainly required considerable prowess. The SS-class mech he possessed enabled him to exhibit the capabilities of an alpha exceeding SS rank, enough to instill dread in all. Before Fu Jinshi could conjure his SS-class mech, Shen Sihong swiftly seized his slender, fair hand, the pheromone suppression ring on his wrist abruptly transforming into a fiery red whip. The whip formed. The sharp claws of the SS-class mech loomed above Shen Sihong's head, descending rapidly. Shen Sihong darted aside, narrowly evading the mech strike. Simultaneously, the red whip coiled twice around the visibly fatigued general, and with a gentle tug, Shen Sihong pulled him into his embrace. The room's lights, unbeknownst to whom, flickered to life, and Shen Sihong looked down at the general cradled in his arms, his eyes drooping. He gazed at Fu Jinshi for a while, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. How could a general strike me with such ferocity? Chapter 12. Little did I know, the general would keep me at bay. The general's hand found its way to Shen Sihong's neck as he was pulled into the embrace. Fu Jinshi appeared decidedly unwell. The corners of his eyes reddened significantly. Even the fingertips gripping Shen Sihong's neck were tinged with a faint pink hue. With his neck being held, Shen Sihong still found the time to observe the person in his grasp. He raised an eyebrow. Why is your face so flushed? Perhaps due to the recent skirmish. Both their pheromones were unstable, the air thick with a blend of gentle and fierce scents, intertwining incessantly. Fu Jinshi glared coldly at Shen Sihong, the claws of the mech materializing from his mental energy, hovering at the back of Shen Sihong's head. The intensity of the desire to eliminate him was palpable, prompting Shen Sihong to roll his eyes dismissively, extending his palm. The fiery whip quickly returned to Shen Sihong's wrist, reshaping itself into a pheromone suppression ring. He raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. Your face is quite red. Yet your pheromones can be retracted at will, showing no traces of suppressants. This not your sensitive phase. The mech conjured from mental energy remained undissipated, and Fu Jinshi retreated to the opposite side of the room, pausing for a moment before finally parting his lips to respond. No, his pheromones expressed dissatisfaction as he distanced himself from Shen Sihong. Fu Jinshi's instincts told him that as long as this man was nearby, suppressants would likely be ineffective. He had underestimated the profound impact of a 100% pheromone compatibility on himself. Shen Sihong regarded Fu Jinshi with a hint of skepticism. Then why are you so irritable tonight? Fu Jinshi inhaled deeply, stating, retract your pheromones first. This person's pheromones had an influence on him so overwhelming that it threatened to spiral him out of control. An alpha in their sensitive phase could hardly engage in a calm conversation with someone of perfect compatibility. Shen Sihong observed Fu Jinshi with amusement before retracting his pheromones. The intensity of their earlier clash had left Fu Jinshi clad only in a sleeping robe, now somewhat loosened, revealing a substantial expanse of collarbone. His skin flushed with a pale pink hue that covered the bluish veins beneath. Suddenly, Shen Sihong understood the meaning behind the Federation Forum's descriptions of the general as both icy and alluring. The allure of Fu Jinshi's pheromones was overpowering. Shen Sihong felt his own dormant pheromones stir with eagerness. Retracting them yielded no relief. Rather, his pheromones grew more excited. The mutual compatibility of pheromones was evident. And the man before him clearly sensed Shen Sihong's pheromonal fluctuations, casting a cold glare in his direction. Shen Sihong obediently raised his hands. The issue of pheromones is not my concern. In the interplay of their pheromonal match, Fu Jinshi was undeniably the one in control, with Shen Sihong's pheromones benefiting Fu Jinshi more than the other way around. Shen Sihong was not so reckless as to exploit this situation. He suppressed his pheromones, blinking innocently that Fu Jinshi straightened his attire, the flush still evident at the corners of his eyes, and took a seat at the nearby table, casting a glance at Shen Sihong before directing his gaze to the chair across from him. The notorious madman seemed unusually sheepish, refraining from teasing his arch-nemesis, fiddling with the earring in his right ear as he sat opposite Fu Jinshi. Fu Jinshi waited for Shen Sihong to settle before reaching for the small teapot positioned at the center of the table. Just as his fingertips brushed the handle, they curled inwards, and he raised his gaze to meet Shen Sihong's. That in that moment, Shen Sihong's body tensed, never before having sat so upright. His posture resembled someone poised to flee at any moment. Clearing his throat, Shen Sihong struggled to find words, an uncommon display of unease. The silver suppression ring belonging to Fu Jinshi tapped lightly against the table, producing a crisp sound, having sparred with Fu Jinshi for decades. Shen Sihong recognized the significance of that gesture. He abruptly pushed himself up from the table. "Wait, let's not fight tonight." Fu Jinshi had always known this individual was troublesome, yet it was the first time he realized the extent of Shen Sihong's troublesome nature. Everything in the room was linked to his pheromonal perception. As soon as he touched the teapot, he sensed another pheromone mingling with the metallic surface that belonged to the very person seated before him. Once a pheromone marking was established on an inanimate object, it could not be reassigned. Only individuals with exceptionally high pheromone compatibility could potentially impose a new, overlapping mark on an already marked object. And even then, such a mark could not be undone. Fu Jinshi leaned against the table, massaging his temples, observing Shen Sihong's anxious demeanor, and contemplating for a long moment. Ultimately, considering his current state, the general slowly ceased his actions. Gesturing for Shen Sihong to resume his seat, "There's something you wish to discuss." In this entire Federation, and even throughout the galaxy, few would dare invade Fu Jinshi's home in the dead of night while his pheromone defense mechanisms were active. Except for Shen Sihong. When pheromone compatibility exceeded the limits of mental control, the occurrence of unexpected events seemed entirely reasonable. Shen Sihong scrutinized the expression of his sworn adversary, discerning that he had no intention of fighting, and relaxed into his seat. Quickly adjusting his expression, he sat across from the general, his gaze unabashedly scanning Fu Jinshi from top to bottom. Your deputy around?" "The not-so-bright one," Shen Sihong inquired. Fu Jinshi, clearly uninterested in engaging in trivial banter with Shen Sihong, shot him a glance, but remained silent. "All right then," Shen Sihong replied with feigned regret. "What did you want to discuss with me during the day?" Finally, Fu Jinshi lifted his gaze to meet Shen Sihong's. After a pause, his voice tinged with barely concealed irritation. "Did I not say I would find you another day?" To sneak into his arch-nemesis's home via a window in the dead of night and mark all the furniture with his pheromonal signature just to say that. Shen Sihong recognized the absurdity of his actions. Yet Fu Jinshi had never been one to care about such matters. He shrugged nonchalantly and smiled. "The headquarters was robbed. I need to return tomorrow. The alien signals compromise the defense mechanisms, and if I just leave without informing the general, it might lead to more than just the defense mechanisms being destroyed. Based on your temperament, it is likely that tomorrow the headquarters will be turned upside down by you." Shen Sihong spoke with a hint of grievance, unaware that the general merely intended to keep him at bay. With the corners of his eyes lowered, he lamented to himself, but midway through his words, he noticed something was amiss with Fu Jinshi's demeanor. Shen Sihong parted his lips, his gaze lingering on the general's alluring crimson lips, yet he found himself unable to utter a single word. Chapter 10. Little Shun, I have been bitten by my nemesis. Fu Jinshi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. His lips slightly parted, and his chest heaved, indicating a state of distress. Shen Sihong's gaze remained fixed on Fu Jinshi's lips for a long moment before drifting to the pronounced collarbone of the general. After a prolonged silence, he finally withdrew his gaze, as if awakening from a dream. Inwardly sighing, "That I end the world governed by the ABO laws. It is a well-known fact that omegas typically possess stunning beauty. Often more striking than alphas and betas, the Fu Jinshi's beauty, however, bore an aggressive quality. His eyes could wound with a mere glance. Yet at this moment, he appeared inexplicably vulnerable. It took Shen Sihong a considerable time to regain his voice. Finally questioning with skepticism, "Are you truly not in your sensitive period?" This state was undeniably unusual, and something was clearly amiss. However, Shen Sihong had never encountered anyone in their sensitive period exhibiting such symptoms. The flush on Fu Jinshi's face resembled that of an omega in their heat, but he cast a glance at the suppression agent on the ground nearby. "Were you deceiving me just now?" Fu Jinshi lifted his gaze. The usually composed general's eyes held a trace of confusion, and the pale blue irises were illuminated, inexplicably evoking a sense of reliance in Shen Sihong. Although Fu Jinshi's pheromones were well concealed, Shen Sihong could still detect a faint trace of the crisp scent wafting toward him. Fu Jinshi shook his head, unable to maintain his usual meticulous posture, leaning back in the chair with an air of casualness. His voice was hoarse. "Are you done?" Shen Sihong was momentarily taken aback, but nodded. Fu Jinshi nodded in return, taking a deep breath before continuing. "You should go back, that I will come find you." Feeling somewhat conflicted, Shen Sihong let out a sound of distress as he observed the increasing redness on the general's face. After hesitating for a moment, he stood up and approached Fu Jinshi, offering him assistance. Fu Jinshi squinted slightly, and as the man drew closer, the familiar pheromones enveloped him, stimulating every nerve in his body. "That if you are in your sensitive period, do you truly not need any help?" The voice lingered near his ear, yet Fu Jinshi found it difficult to contemplate Shen Sihong's words. Although Shen Sihong's pheromones were intensely aggressive, they now seemed to be deliberately enticing him. Fu Jinshi exhaled slowly, reaching out to grasp Shen Sihong's outstretched hand, seeking support as he moved toward the bed. Shen Sihong's fingers were long and pale, likely a result of years of wearing gloves to shield against radiation. With skin so fair that one could clearly see the bluish-purple veins beneath, the pronounced wrist bones lending an air of elegance, Fu Jinshi gazed down at the hand for a moment before standing upright. He fixed his eyes on Shen Sihong. "How do you intend to assist me?" The general's voice lacked its usual calmness, infused with an undeniable pressure. His tone lingered, tinged with mild seduction. Shen Sihong was momentarily stunned. In that brief moment, the general had already stepped closer, tilting his head, his voice hoarse. "Will you mark me?" His state was markedly different from those typical of his sensitive period. The pheromones of highly compatible individuals possess an enticing quality, regardless of their type. Even aggressive pheromones can attract compatible partners. The compatibility between Fu Jinshi and Shen Sihong's pheromones was alarmingly high, rendering conventional understandings of their bond inadequate. The proximity of this sensitive period to the last was unusual. It was far too soon for Fu Jinshi. It was as if Shen Sihong's pheromones had inexorably drawn him into the throes of his sensitive phase. Fu Jinshi could scarcely fathom how he would coexist with Shen Sihong in the future. Given the current situation, it seemed inevitable that whenever they encountered each other, at least one would find themselves in a sensitive period. That moment, a singular, reckless thought swirled in Fu Jinshi's mind, the desire to mark him. It had been over a decade since Fu Jinshi first experienced his sensitive period, and he had never harbored such an overwhelming impulse that he had always believed humanity to be a superior, rational species, with reason prevailing at all times. And indeed, he had lived by that principle, having spent countless years in the military, witnessing the folly of many, and even finding himself unwittingly entangled in absurd situations due to his striking appearance. Yet, for all these years, he had remained dedicated to training and combat, maintaining a pristine reputation that had garnered admiration from his peers. Today was different. The man before him exuded an irresistible allure, like a volatile time bomb, yet Fu Jinshi felt an inexplicable urge surging within him. Shen Sihong had not anticipated Fu Jinshi would utter such words, swallowing hard. The earlier sense of guilt lingered, and even he dared not tease the general at this moment. Despite the overwhelming temptation posed by Fu Jinshi's beauty, which seemed to provoke his pheromones to near boiling point, that he intended to assist Fu Jinshi in rising from the chair. However, in the next instant, Fu Jinshi grasped his other hand. With a firm tug, Fu Jinshi pulled Shen Sihong off balance, bending down slightly. Shen Sihong instinctively half-kneeled at the edge of the bed that a warm pair of lips grazed his collarbone, sending shivers down Shen Sihong's spine. The warmth enveloping his neck was startling, with teeth gently grazing against his collarbone. Not painful, yet Shen Sihong felt as if his pheromones were on the verge of exploding. He pressed his hand against the back of Fu Jinshi's head, fingers tangling in his soft black hair. After a moment of struggle, he managed to suppress the overwhelming urge to wreak havoc on the man before him. Gritting his teeth and saying, "You must be intent on tormenting me, aren't you?" Fu Jinshi looked up, his expression a mixture of confusion as he met Shen Sihong's gaze, then lowered his head to bite at his collarbone again. Shen Sihong, Shen Sihong, Shen Sihong. In that instant, his pupils dilated slightly, emotion spilling over for the first time, unmistakable in his eyes. Shen Sihong stood and took 2 steps back, his voice filled with shock. "You leave me with this mark on my neck. You must take responsibility." Chapter 14. Breaking into the Nemesis's home at night, only to be bitten for nothing. It appears that the teasing of an alpha is not addressed within the legal statutes of the Federation. Thus, breaking into the Nemesis's home at night and being bitten for nothing is a minor loss. Shen Sihong stood rooted in place, observing Fu Jinshi, who leaned against the bed, still bearing a somewhat bewildered expression. After a long pause, he let out a self-deprecating sigh. This was the first time he had seen his nemesis in such a state that it seemed that the bite had come from a moment of lost reason. Shen Sihong was unusually silent. Fu Jinshi sat at the edge of the bed, watching him intently. Upon noticing the shift in Shen Sihong's demeanor, he turned his head with precision, his gaze filled with confusion. "Shen Sihong, how is it that my nemesis, usually so aloof, becomes like this during a sensitive period?" Fu Jinshi's pale blue eyes were misty as they gazed at Shen Sihong, his voice carrying an irresistible authority. Laced with a commanding tone, "Come here." Though Shen Sihong's mind screamed a refusal, his body betrayed him, moving forward to stand before Fu Jinshi. Lowering his head, Fu Jinshi spoke again. Shen Sihong, somewhat perplexed, complied that he leaned closer to Fu Jinshi's ear, inquiring, "What do you want?" As Shen Sihong bent down, the moment he drew near his nemesis, he was enveloped by a rich, crisp scent that Fu Jinshi seemed like a piece of jade exuding a chilling aura. Both warm and cold, penetrating to the bone. Every encounter between Shen Sihong and Fu Jinshi had always been a high-stakes gamble, with both sides unyielding and ruthless. Shen Sihong had never concealed his disdain for his nemesis. Yet he had never been able to hide the fact that he coveted Fu Jinshi's face, one that was universally recognized and admired by all Omegas and even Alphas in the Federation. The first person Shen Sihong saw upon opening his eyes was Fu Jinshi. Though they are sworn adversaries, the roots of their connection run deeper than any other in the Federation, that he watched as Fu Jinshi transformed into an Alpha, then observed him being rated as a Super S-tier Alpha during the Federation's evaluations, and finally saw him ascend to the highest military academy, overcoming numerous obstacles to attain the rank of general. He became the youngest general in the Federation's history, that he is almost intimately familiar with every facet of Fu Jinshi's experiences. This face has been before him for over 2 decades, never once losing its allure. General Fu Jinshi, adorned with countless accolades, possesses a visage so striking that even Alphas concede its beauty, rivaling his extraordinary military achievements that have etched themselves into the annals of the Empire. Fu Jinshi gently lifted his gaze, his almond-shaped eyes slightly upturned, a blend of noble grace intermingled with a hint of desire that in the next moment, Fu Jinshi's hand found its way to Shen Sihong's neck. Before Shen Sihong could react, Fu Jinshi exerted a slow but firm pressure downwards. Indeed, the significance of that particular skin is not lost on Omegas, nor on Alphas. That place is a forbidden zone for all, Shen Sihong included. Thus, as Fu Jinshi began to apply pressure, Shen Sihong's body tensed instinctively. Fu Jinshi used his other hand to press down on Shen Sihong's shoulder, forcing him lower. Alphas, during their special periods, often become extraordinarily irritable, with primal instincts dominating their emotions, a phase commonly referred to as the Alpha's hunting period. During this time, an alpha's possessiveness over omegas intensifies markedly. The manifestations of this phase can vary among alphas. Some may become exceedingly fragile or aggressive, while others may find their emotional sensitivity heightened. However, a common trend persists. The higher the alphas rank, the more pronounced their destructive urges become during this sensitive period. The military has even instituted a regulation mandating that, during their heightened sensitivity, both alphas and omegas must maintain a certain distance from generals that are in the most intense days of a general's sensitivity. Even betas are advised to keep their distance. While Fu Jingshi can usually control his pheromones, the few days of mild sensitivity are manageable. Yet, during the peak of his sensitivity, even he occasionally finds himself at the mercy of instinct. The ABO world essentially embodies a realm governed by the evolution of beasts. Despite the advanced level of intelligence attained, the essence remains rooted in bestial lineage. Fu Jingshi's sensitivity manifests in a relatively typical manner. Aside from the common alpha traits of heightened possessiveness and destructive impulses, he struggles to conceal his inner thoughts during this phase. In this state, his thoughts readily translate into actions, as is the case now. Fu Jingshi lowered his gaze, intently observing Shen Sihong. Shen Sihong, seldom exposed to sunlight due to his frequent absence from the sun-drenched planet of Chinri, found the surrounding skin so pale that the underlying veins were distinctly visible. Fu Jingshi's perception was acutely heightened. Every pulse of blood coursing through Shen Sihong's body seemed to release pheromones that resonated with him, magnifying all that could potentially attract him. Fu Jingshi leaned closer. His head bowed. Shen Sihong was momentarily frozen, caught off guard by the sequence of events, remaining motionless for half a minute. Soon, a chilling pheromone enveloped him, coursing through his limbs. This pheromone, initially subtle and gentle, morphed into an icy, penetrating sensation. Shen Sihong licked his small canine teeth, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Frustration mingled with resignation. Who, after all, was the one yielding? With a resigned smile, Shen Sihong found himself wavering. The ABO principles emphasize a delicate balance. When a connection is established, the passive party can interrupt the dominant one at any time. At such moments, the dominant party faces backlash, potentially jeopardizing the stability of their pheromones. Shen Sihong, reluctant to see his general become a mere vessel of chaotic pheromones, pondered for a moment and resolved to hold on to his grievances for later. But he knelt on one knee at the edge of the bed, suppressing the instinctual urge ingrained in his blood that he did not resist. Fu Jingshi's pheromones swiftly transitioned from chilling to ambiguous. The gentle, lingering scent of sandalwood, reminiscent of a silver spring, replaced the sharpness of its initial notes. Becoming compliant and gentle, Shen Sihong had never experienced another alpha's pheromone in such a manner. Fu Jingshi's actions made him acutely aware of every subtle change in the scent. Fu Jingshi's gaze flickered downward, finally releasing Shen Sihong. In the next moment, Shen Sihong seized Fu Jingshi's wrist with force. Shen Sihong's voice was hoarse. Who is truly offending whom, General? Chapter 15. He is a long-standing adversary. Shen Sihong mused that had it not been for the undeniable compatibility between him and Fu Jingshi, given the latter's earlier display of aggression, they would inevitably find themselves embroiled in conflict that night. However, Shen Sihong's gaze drifted elsewhere, taking in the sight of his restrained nemesis, who remained unresponsive. His eyes glistened with confusion and longing. The usual aloofness replaced by an unmasked yearning for the alpha he was so inextricably linked to. Shen Sihong's thoughts of vengeance were abruptly stifled, shattered like glass upon impact with the ground. His pheromones danced in wild abandon, each strand clamoring to approach the individual whose compatibility with him was alarmingly profound. Rationality teetered on the brink of collapse, as overwhelming possessiveness ignited a fervent excitement within Shen Sihong. He longed to mark him, to claim him, to entwine him within his very essence, to explore all that partners might share. In that moment, Shen Sihong's thoughts spiraled into madness. The young general remained submissive beneath his hold, devoid of any resistance, his gaze fixed intently upon him. Shen Sihong raised his other hand, but just as it was about to brush against Fu Jingshi's cheek, he abruptly halted, a realization dawning upon him. This was the person he had battled against for a lifetime. The sworn enemy his father had deemed insurmountable. The fierce possessiveness in Shen Sihong's eyes was doused with cold water. the fervor of his emotions extinguished in an instant. His gaze turned icy. Devoid of the warmth it had held moments before, the general's neck appeared delicate and fragile, as if a mere touch could shatter it. Having just forged a connection through pheromones, Fu Jingshi now stood in a place of complete trust, vulnerable to Shen Sihong's will. With a mere gesture, Shen Sihong could easily overpower him, that if he desired, it would be a simple task to end him. Shen Sihong's palm descended, resting lightly upon Fu Jingshi's neck, applying gentle pressure to the protruding area, eliciting a shiver from the general. His gaze darkened, sensing the heightened sensitivity. The hand poised over Fu Jingshi's Adam's apple froze, revealing the prominent veins beneath Shen Sihong's skin, a posture suggesting impending force. He regarded Fu Jingshi's exquisite profile, halting his movements once more, his expression a tumult of psychological conflict. Their eyes locked in a tense standoff. The general maintained a placid demeanor, his gaze toward Shen Sihong devoid of hostility. After what felt like an eternity, Shen Sihong exhaled sharply, releasing his grip and attempting to rise. Yet in the next instant, Fu Jingshi's actions rendered him immobile. The young general's face lost its flush, though moisture lingered in the corners of his eyes as he cast a fleeting glance at Shen Sihong, seemingly wrestling with an internal struggle. Moments later, he closed his eyes and withdrew his hand from Shen Sihong's grasp. Fu Jingshi adjusted his collar, exposing his neck to Shen Sihong's view. His voice was barely above a whisper, "Bite." In Shen Sihong's mind, something exploded, leaving a shower of remnants in the barren landscape of his psyche. Fu Jingshi waited patiently, and upon sensing Shen Sihong's stillness, he reached out once more, pulling him closer. This time, Shen Sihong found himself kneeling between Fu Jingshi's legs. The subsequent developments, though surreal even in Shen Sihong's perception, revealed Fu Jingshi to be unexpectedly compliant, his head lowered in submission. After what felt like an eternity, Shen Sihong straightened, releasing Fu Jingshi, who had already closed his eyes. His long, raven lashes fluttered, yet his beautiful eyes remained shut. Shen Sihong gazed at Fu Jingshi for a considerable time, before finally helping him find a comfortable position to lie down. Tucking the covers around him, as he observed the general's serene sleeping face, he finally spoke, his voice hoarse. "The results are about to be revealed. I hope we won't find ourselves on opposing sides then. For now, rest well. Good night." Pratjita. Shen Sihong's voice was so faint that he could scarcely hear it himself, that he moved slowly yet with meticulous care to tuck the blanket around the general before turning and vanishing from the room. In the dark of night, a colossal round moon hung outside the window, casting a cold, silvery glow that seeped through the window adorned with a golden pheromone insignia. The black curtains fluttered slightly as a shadow flitted past, only to settle back in a stillness that on the large bed. The man who had been peacefully resting suddenly opened his eyes, the pale blue depths reflecting clarity. His lashes quivered gently as he gazed at the empty window. For over a decade of rigorous training and a disciplined biological clock, Fu Jingshi was capable of rising punctually under any circumstance. The moment light graced his face, Fu Jingshi awoke. Shen Sihong had neglected to close the window the previous night, and by morning, the pheromones of the two had nearly dissipated. Fu Jingshi sat up. A sharp pain radiated from his glands. His gaze fell upon the suppressants lying quietly on the carpet, his expression impassive as he rose and walked with measured steps to the mirror at the far end of the bedroom. The reflection in the mirror mirrored his own emotionless visage. Locking eyes with Fu Jingshi, he averted his gaze, lowering his eyes and lifting a hand. His fingertips brushed against the raised skin. A wave of intense pheromones surged forth, accompanied by a twinge of pain. Fu Jingshi's Vegas spoke to himself, fully aware that Fu Jingshi had heard him. The absence of a response was commonplace, and he soon fell silent, turning his attention to his personal holographic device to scroll through the forum. Meanwhile, Fu Jingshi's gaze returned to the screen before him, where the displayed information elicited a subtle shift in his pale blue eyes. Two seemingly unrelated names were listed horizontally, each accompanied by their respective identification photographs: Shen Sihong and the fourth prince, Nieran. The first line was highlighted boldly. The pheromone signatures bear a striking similarity, yet at times they exhibit an intense repulsion upon encounter, with the compatibility fluctuating unpredictably. The two individuals bore starkly contrasting appearances. The fourth prince Nieran had a gentle demeanor, his expression serene and solemn, imbued with compassion. In contrast, Shen Sihong, Despite possessing a pair of exceedingly pitiful dog-like eyes, exuded a rebellious and piercing gaze, accompanied by a mischievous smile. Despite their lack of resemblance, Fu Jinshi inexplicably discerned a peculiar commonality between the two. Chapter 17. General. Your body carries the scent of another's pheromones. The fourth Prince Nieran voluntarily requested to replace the first prince. Embarking on a 4-year captivity in the Roy system, until the recent victory in the Interstellar War enabled his return to the Alpha system. Due to his frail condition, he was delayed in his journey. Arriving at Chinri Star several days later than Fu Jinshi, i.e. the fourth prince of the Federation, accommodations had always been reserved for him. Presumably, Nieran had communicated something beforehand, as the guards did not even inquire, allowing them entry without hesitation. Upon Fu Jinshi's arrival, Nieran was reclining on the sofa, sipping tea, with 2 cups on the table still steaming. The fourth Prince Nieran, exuding an effortless charm, held his teacup while his soft gaze turned to Fu Jinshi and his companion, sitting up straight and smiling as he greeted, "General, Lieutenant General. Please, take a seat." That Nieran's reputation within the Federation was considerable. For years prior, his prominence rivaled that of Fu Jinshi. His enchanting peach blossom eyes, when directed at others, evoked a sense of springtime warmth, always reflecting kindness and tolerance, never once displaying anger. In fact, no one had ever witnessed a trace of ire upon the fourth prince's countenance. His temperament was so gentle that it hardly resembled that of an alpha. This sentiment was echoed by nearly all Federation citizens. The royal authority had been wielded by the Vaynar lineage for millennia, with successive monarchs known for their fiery tempers and fierce dispositions. This was the first instance of a prince possessing such a placid temperament. The current generation of princes was a mix of youth and inexperience, making Nieran's presence an extraordinary occurrence, that is an undisputed powerhouse within the Federation's military. Fu Jinshi was revered by all, a general endowed with absolute authority. Even when in the presence of His Majesty, a Federation general held the right to forego formalities, ranking just below the Emperor and above all others. Particularly when addressing the princes. Born amidst a long-awaited tumultuous era, Fu Jinshi's martial achievements surpassed those of his predecessors, granting him privileges within the Federation. Thus, when he met with Vaynar, he was exempt from bowing. And similarly, he felt no need to do so in Nieran's presence. Fu Jinshi accepted without protest, taking a seat opposite Nieran and gesturing for Vegas to join them. Once the three were seated, Nieran paused, his hand holding the teacup momentarily still as his gaze rested on Fu Jinshi, his expression seemingly softening for a brief moment before he resumed his usual demeanor. "Speaking, General, I hope my sudden summons has not disrupted your affairs." Fu Jinshi maintained a meticulous posture, responding coolly, "It is no disruption. I was actually planning to visit His Highness in a few days." Nieran sighed, swallowing the words he had intended to express, and after a moment, he spoke, "In these past years in the Roy system, I extend my gratitude to General Fu." The formality of his words was evident. "It is my duty," Fu Jinshi replied, sitting upright and turning to Vegas, who had refrained from interjecting. Vegas cast a peculiar glance at the two, that having accompanied Fu Jinshi for many years, he was well aware of the compatibility of the pheromones between his general and the fourth prince. Their conversation would likely extend beyond the typical topics of royalty and military. There seemed to be some underlying connection between them. Vegas, adept at reading the room, took a sip of his tea, standing up and bowing slightly. "General, I have received some news from the military that requires my attention. I will arrange for someone to escort you shortly." After Fu Jinshi nodded in acknowledgement, Vegas briskly exited the reception room. Still somewhat preoccupied with the tea on the table, in the elegantly understated reception room, the general sat with his gaze lowered, emanating an air of noble detachment. "I ask it merely to express gratitude that Your Highness has summoned me." Fu Jinshi inquired directly. Nieran's eyes held no trace of irritation. Instead, they sparkled with warmth as he replied, "Not at all. It has been some days since I last saw the general." He spoke softly, imbued with a sense of longing. "I wish to see you." For an alpha to express such sentiments towards another alpha could be perceived as provocative, particularly given that both parties were male. It would be difficult for two alphas encountering such words to refrain from conflict. While there are only 3 secondary sexual characteristics, each is further divided into 2 genders. Thus, alpha, beta, and omega are categorized by gender. In the realm of ABO dynamics, alphas typically exhibit the greatest aversion towards their kind, with male alphas showing even more pronounced hostility than their female counterparts that I in the presence of any other pair of alphas. Such words would inevitably lead to confrontation. However, it was Nieran who spoke these words, his gaze clear and sincere, devoid of any hint of provocation, imparting an impression that he spoke the truth. That it was as though one alpha had been captivated by the striking visage of the general. Missing him dearly in the days apart, Fu Jinshi's calm demeanor betrayed no emotion, as if he had merely heard the most mundane observation about the day's air quality. The fourth prince did not appear to be an alpha whose judgment would be clouded by pheromones. The general's voice was distant and his tone remained neutral as he responded. That is indeed not the case. That Nieran's beautiful peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, and he spoke earnestly and genuinely. It has nothing to do with pheromones. Rather, the power of the soul is indeed overwhelming. Before Fu Jinshi could process the implications of this statement, Nieran continued, General, your body carries the scent of another's pheromones. That last. A flicker of expression crossed Fu Jinshi's features. His pale blue eyes turned frosty as he raised his gaze to meet that of the prince, only to encounter a hint of disappointment lurking in Nieran's eyes. Nieran seemed to sense that the general would remain silent, and thus he pressed on. It is Mr. Shun's pheromones, is it not? They are quite potent and unique. I have not encountered them on anyone else. That Fu Jinshi, perceptive as ever, caught a significant detail in Nieran's words. The implication that he had not encountered them elsewhere suggested that he had indeed experienced them in Shun Xiang. It appeared that Nieran already possessed knowledge of Shun Xiang's pheromones. Generally, pheromones are somewhat obscured by mental energy. Outsiders may only sense an aura of pressure or repulsion. However, those with high compatibility can somewhat bypass this obscurity, catching a glimpse of the true essence of the pheromone scent. With a smile, Nieran spoke frankly. It seems the general has already realized this. That he continued, not only do I share a high compatibility with your pheromones, but I also possess a similar affinity with Mr. Shun's. Chapter 18. One soul cannot love two individuals. However, General, I fervently hope that I have no connection with him. Nieran declared. He appeared to be enveloped in an unprecedented agitation, a sentiment that had never before graced the face of the fourth prince. Nieran quickly became aware of his own unusual state, closing his eyes momentarily, allowing his gaze to regain its composure as it locked onto Fu Jinshi's. The general maintained his impassive expression, silently listening to the prince before finally responding. What is it that your highness wishes to convey? Nieran was not typically a man prone to triviality. Let us move past this topic, he suggested. Having interacted with Fu Jinshi during his time in the Roy system, Nieran recognized that this statement indicated the general's desire to shift the conversation. General, how has your health been of late? Are there any signs of weakening in the Super S-level barrier? None at present. The barrier from Ultra S-level to S-level is not easily surmountable. The upper limits of an alpha's rank are influenced by numerous factors, with an exceptionally high demand for postnatal efforts, while genetics stand as the most pivotal element. Some individuals, despite their lifelong endeavors, can only find themselves relegated to the ranks of inferior alphas. That a greater number of people must resign themselves to a fate as an utterly ordinary alpha, forever suppressed in this world. The stratification is alarmingly clear. Alphas exert absolute dominance over omegas, and those of higher rank can also subdue other alphas who fall short of their prowess. The ancient adage about humble origins failing to produce noble offspring resonates profoundly within the current federation. Some are born at the pinnacle of the pyramid, while others awaken amidst the mire. Fu Jinshi's genetics were inherently top tier. Ultra S level was merely a stepping stone for him. Nieran nodded knowingly, then raised his gaze to Fu Jinshi, expressing, I have observed that your mental energy seems more vibrant than before. Perhaps an upgrade is imminent. After a moment's deliberation, he voiced his concern. If you sense an impending elevation, please distance yourself from me and Mr. Shin. Fu Jinshi's ice-blue eyes lifted, fixing upon Nieran. Why? Because we may inadvertently harm you. Nieran replied with a tone that brooked no jest, sincerity etched in his words. General, you must understand that Fu Jinshi remained inscrutable, lowering his gaze to sip his tea, before stating, the fourth prince knows him well. Nieran responded candidly, Indeed, I am well acquainted with him. He is a rather unhinged individual, possessing a profound possessiveness, though it may be unseemly to say. The darkness within him far outweighs the light. Niren spoke earnestly, his gentle, peach blossom eyes harboring a deep melancholy. While you may perceive my words as nonsensical, I implore you, General, trust that I would never wish you harm. Fu Jinsher's eyes flickered slightly, his pale blue irises resembling a small vortex, betraying no emotion. After a lingering moment of mutual gaze, Fu Jinsher finally uttered, "Thank you." With that, the young general rose, showing no inclination for further conversation. Nodding to Niren before turning to exit the room. Niren raised a finger, yet the words of entreaty remained unvoiced. He watched the young general's figure vanish. Finally, allowing himself to relax, Niren rubbed his temples, attempting to alleviate the piercing pain threatening to split his skull. "Why are you so fixated?" he murmured into the air. Even amidst overwhelming agony, no trace of anger marred his serene expression. "That shouldn't I be the one asking you that?" "My deity," a voice, irreverent and provocative, echoed from the void. "You certainly live up to the term extreme benevolence, but does informing him serve any purpose? One must at least try." The spirit in the void seemed to chuckle softly. "Some matters were unavoidable, even with full preparation. How have you become so naive?" Niren's gaze remained placid as he grasped a slender needle nearby, lowering his eyes and slowly piercing his skin. "It is always possible to intervene," he asserted. "At the very least, do not take action against him." The air quivered, and once again, a mocking laughter resonated before him. "Why would I turn against him? After all, my deity, you love him, and I cannot escape that fate either." The mention of love caused Niren's eyes, previously cast downward, to snap upward, momentarily fluttering his lashes as he struggled to articulate a response. Yet, he quickly sensed the ephemeral consciousness dissipate, leaving behind a parting remark. "That unfortunate soul finally has a weakness. Go deliver a message to him, and take care of my spirit in the meantime, my deity." Niren exhaled sharply. Indeed, a soul cannot harbor love for two individuals. In the Alpha Galaxy, above the equator of the cheery star, outer space, that a colossal military base loomed in the sky, adorned with buildings gleaming in silver metallic hues. It was a time of rest, and the orderly patrols diligently swept every corner of the space pirate headquarters with pheromone detectors. Shin Sixing sat in the main control room, observing the comprehensive view of the headquarters displayed on the screen before him. A faint golden pheromone halo surrounded the perimeter, but one area had already turned a deep crimson. The clash between the dark red and light gold was fierce. Soon, the crimson pheromone began to devour the surrounding territory belonging to Shin Sixing at an imperceptible pace. Shin Sixing squinted, leaning back in his plush chair for a moment. Remaining still, Lei Ano stood silently beside him, not daring to speak in the presence of his superior, merely watching as the dark red pheromone's territory expanded. Although the rate of encroachment on the screen appeared slow, the vast expanse of the headquarters made the speed seem rapid when viewed from directly above. Shin Sixing's gaze wandered, his fingers drumming slowly against the armrest of the sofa. After a prolonged silence, he smirked slightly. Lei Ano, thinking his boss was lost in thought over strategies, inquired, "Boss?" Shin Sixing was jolted back to reality by this question, clearing his throat and pressing his lips together as he stood. "Let us go take a look over there." "Understood." Shin Sixing adjusted his attire and turned to exit. His mind was still preoccupied with the general. Was it not unusual for an alpha to be in such a predicament? Shin Sixing pursed his lips, and as he stepped out of the main control room, he and Lei Ano vanished from sight, only to reappear moments later in the eastern sector of the headquarters. He paused momentarily for Lei Ano to catch up before leisurely glancing upwards. The crimson suppression ring on his wrist felt slightly constrictive and agitated. In the next instant, Shin Sixing's expression shifted as the pheromone surged toward the breach in the defense mechanism. Chapter 19. Everything appeared normal. The dense, menacing pheromone caused Lei Ano's pupils to constrict as he swiftly retreated to a safe distance. The situation shifted rapidly, with the dark red and light gold exchanging dominance. The light gold flickered before swiftly consuming the dark red glow imbued with pheromones. The moment the last trace of emptiness was filled, something darted through the narrow passage, hurtling toward Shin Sixing. The speed exceeded the limits of human perception, arriving before Shin Sixing in the blink of an eye. Shin Sixing's pupils dilated slightly as he vanished from his spot. The next moment, he reappeared 100 meters away. The pheromone that had initially held the advantage now rebounding against the dark red. The incoming pheromones swiftly seized dominance, expanding outward by several meters. That presence, which Shin Sixing could not see but distinctly sensed, seemed to lock onto him, altering its course the moment he vanished. When Shin Sixing materialized 100 meters away, that entity had already reached him, swiftly penetrating his brow. The air seemed to ripple, and for a fleeting moment, the object before him twisted. It felt as though something had pierced his mind, triggering a significant fluctuation in his mental energy, pain radiating through his consciousness. Yet it swiftly settled into tranquility. When Shin Sixing next attempted to perceive with his mental energy, he could no longer detect that entity, as though it had never existed. Shin Sixing furrowed his brow slightly, aware that his pheromones were somewhat unstable. Yet he could not pinpoint the presence of that earlier entity. Meanwhile, Lei Ano, having already distanced himself, cautiously returned when he sensed the pheromone fluctuation stabilize, only to find his boss had disappeared. Confused, he scanned the vicinity before finally locating Shin Sixing's position. Within seconds, he arrived before Shin Sixing, perplexedly asking, "Why did you come here?" Shin Sixing, equally puzzled, glanced down at the ground, then raised his hand to inspect the pheromone suppression ring on his wrist. Everything appeared normal. He lifted his head to inquire of Lei Ano, "Is there something amiss with my pheromones?" Lei Ano cautiously sniffed the air, finding nothing unusual, and relaxed his grip on his nose. "Everything seems fine." Shin Sixing suppressed his lingering confusion and, after a moment, nodded slightly. Vegas, while ostensibly dealing with matters, had not strayed far, but was instead seated in a hovering car, awaiting Fu Jianshi, with a morose expression. He attended to military affairs, pondering for half an hour why Fu Jianshi had not finished his tea before departing. Vegas's fingers danced rapidly across the console, completely disinterested in the threads about the general that popped up on the Federation forums. With a click, the car door swung open, and the general stepped in, taking a seat beside Vegas. In an instant, Vegas's expression shifted from one of despondence to one of dedicated duty, sitting upright and maintaining a straight gaze as he greeted the general before resuming his work. "General, the Queen has issued a notice. Please visit the palace shortly." Vegas activated the new message on his holographic device, asking, "Is it necessary to go now?" Fu Jianshi leaned back in his seat, wearily rubbing his temples. The sensitivity period of an Ultra S-Class Alpha is notoriously intense and prolonged, particularly in the absence of an Omega's soothing pheromones that resonate harmoniously. Typically, an Alpha during this phase has no choice but to rely on suppressants or to endure the struggle. Those with weaker willpower often find themselves unable to withstand the rigors of their sensitivity period. Almost every Alpha resorts to suppressants when the sensitivity phase approaches, with only a select few possessing formidable willpower capable of repressing the tumult of pheromonal agitation. Although Fu Jianshi lacked an Omega with a high pheromonal compatibility, it was a consolation that his connection with Shun Sihong was a perfect 100%. After last night, Fu Jianshi's sensitivity period had nearly passed. Indeed, it proved to be more effective than any suppressant. Throughout human history, a pheromonal compatibility of 100% has never been recorded. The extent of influence one party has over the other remains uncharted territory, as no one would bother to study the manifestations of something that does not exist. Therefore, Fu Jianshi had underestimated the profound impact of a 100% pheromonal compatibility on him. Merely a mark was sufficient to diminish the intensity of his sensitivity phase. Yet, the two distinct pheromones within him still occupied their respective realms, not yet fully merging, leaving him feeling somewhat fatigued. He nodded, indicating his readiness to proceed. As the hover car approached the palace, the occupants could already see Queen Wei and her standing at the entrance, personally awaiting their arrival. It is an immense honor for a nation's highest leader to extend such a welcome. Naturally, the ensuing matters would not unfold without complications. The vehicle halted before the Queen, and Fu Jianshi bent to exit, offering a nod to Wei. Surrounding her were a cadre of silent guards, who, after the pleasantries were exchanged, bowed and gestured for them to proceed. "Your Majesty, General, please this way." The Queen first acknowledged Fu Jianshi with a nod before taking a few steps forward and pausing to allow him to walk alongside her. Fu Jianshi's pale blue eyes flickered downward, his expression remaining placid as he stepped forward. "How have you contemplated the matter we discussed last time?" Fu Jianshi inquired on the desk before Wei lay several printed documents, marked with the Queen's pheromones. In this age, the use of paper to record matters had become increasingly rare. The Federation's technology now allowed for information to be preserved in light brain systems for millennia. Paper books had nearly been rendered obsolete, only resurrected for significant matters within the Federation that Fu Jinshi did not respond directly, merely skimming over the contract, the information already etched into his mind. The young general's refined features were illuminated under the light. One half of his face shrouded in shadow, the luminescence delineating his chiseled contours, each proportion remarkably superior. Fu Jinshi hesitated for a moment before extending his hand to sign in the designated blank space. With the pheromones infused, the task had been successfully accepted. The Federation has always held its oaths in the highest regard. The contracts established cannot be altered or violated. Upon completing the phenomenal execution, Fu Jinshi intended to rise but was halted by Wei Ner. She let out a deep sigh before tentatively questioning, "Did Prince Hadi offend you yesterday?" Fu Jinshi remained seated, his hands folded in front of him. "The third prince did not engage with me yesterday." Wei Ner's expression shifted. She spoke with a hint of exasperation. "I detected a phenomenal scent emanating from Hadi that exceeds the Ultra S-Class Alpha level. Unless the owner of that pheromone retracts it, Hadi will continue to harm himself." Chapter 20. Serving the Federation is our purpose that a level that surpasses Ultra S-Class Alpha can only be attributed to one individual in the entire Federation. The other is the enigmatic Shen Sihong, whose moral compass is nebulous at best, and cannot be strictly classified as a citizen of the Federation. That Fu Jinshi's fingers paused momentarily before relaxing, that he raised his gaze. Studying Queen Wei and her expression, one side represented a crucial partner for the Federation, and the other, her ineffectual son, tainted by negative scrutiny, a decision that was evidently clear. After a brief silence, Fu Jinshi met Wei and her gaze directly. She, having ascended to her position, was not one to waver or dither. Soon, the conflict in her eyes dissipated as she solemnly handed Fu Jinshi a copy of the contract. "I appreciate your assistance." Recognizing her resolve, Fu Jinshi nodded and accepted the document. That he stood, offering a brief nod to Wei Ner, then turned to exit the office. Vigassi had been waiting outside and quickly approached Fu Jinshi. Falling in step beside him as they made their way out, the Fu Jinshi pinched the contract between his index and middle fingers and presented it to Vigassi. Confused, Vigassi took it, glancing through it as they walked, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, "General, you've accepted a mission to collaborate with Mr. Shen?" The contract explicitly stated the pursuit of collaboration with Shen Sihong, had it not specified his name. Vigassi would have found it hard to believe that this Mr. Shen was indeed Shen Sihong. Fu Jinshi nodded but remained silent, bending to take his seat in the vehicle. Vigassi lingered, scanning the contract multiple times, nearly struggling to comprehend the name Shen Sihong, before realizing his general truly intended to collaborate with his rival, that he moved to the front, hesitating before speaking. "Isn't seeking collaboration the responsibility of the Foreign Affairs Department? Why should it fall to you, General? Moreover, the phenomenal compatibility with Shen Sihong is exceedingly high. He could influence your pheromone levels and perceptions," despite having casually inquired about Shen Sihong at the banquet. Vigassi was not one to overlook the gravity of the situation, that if the individual with such high compatibility were an Omega, it would be manageable, as the general would hold absolute sway in that relationship, making it challenging for an Omega to excessively impact him. However, a 100% phenomenal compatibility with Shen Sihong, an Ultra S-Class Alpha, was far from ideal. Vigassi's team had suffered defeats at Shen Sihong's hands multiple times, often without even perceiving the enemy until it was too late. That in 01 understood the peril and unpredictability of Shen Sihong better than those within the Federation's military. Shen Sihong was a figure the entire Federation struggled to contend with, and the revelation of a 100% phenomenal compatibility with the general heightened Vigassi's alertness. The general alone could not control Shen Sihong, and the risk of being influenced by him was a significant concern. Having been beside Fu Jinshi for nearly a decade, Vigassi was the most invested in ensuring that nothing hindered his superior, but he hesitated before speaking. "General, you need not bear the burden for the royal family." Upon hearing this, Fu Jinshi furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze towards Vigassi turning cold and authoritative. Vigassi. The general had never addressed his subordinate with such gravity before. Did a chill course through Vigassi as he felt the weight of Fu Jinshi's commanding presence, cultivated over years on the battlefield, making it hard for him to breathe, his eyes filled with trepidation. Yet Fu Jinshi simply regarded him silently. "What do we belong to?" The military. The ingrained motto slipped from Vegas's lips without a second thought. The moment he spoke, he seemed to realize something, his face flushing slightly as he bowed his head in embarrassment. And why do we serve the military? Fu Jinshi pressed further. For the Federation. This time. Vegas's voice was considerably softer, lacking conviction. Only then did Fu Jinshi lower his gaze, shifting it to the window as he stated, "It is for the Federation, not for the royal family." Yes, the pressure dissipated in an instant. And Vegas straightened, affirming, "I understand." Fu Jinshi responded with a faint acknowledgement and instructed, "Make arrangements that we depart tomorrow." Understood. It seems Queen Wayanur held little confidence in this mission, even with Fu Jinshi having accepted it. The Queen did not announce the undertaking on the Federation's official website, that on another day, as Fu Jinshi boarded the spaceship, it was Queen Wayanur who personally came to see him off. Vegas offered a respectful salute to Queen Wayanur before manipulating the controls to close the spaceship's door. The whereabouts of Shin Sihong's headquarters remained elusive to many throughout the Alpha Star system. Sightings of that colossal entity had been reported on various planets. Vegas's fingers danced over the spaceship's control panel as he endeavored to locate their destination using the pheromone detection device. Fu Jinshi raised his hand, effortlessly halting Vegas's arduous task. He made a gesture with his palm outward, his hand turned inward, slightly tilting his chin, 12 degrees east, directly above. Vegas, taken aback, cast a surprised glance at Fu Jinshi. Then, without a hint of doubt, steered the spacecraft towards the destination indicated by Fu Jinshi. The ship's acceleration surpassed the speed of sound, and in no time, it vanished completely from sight, having traveled 1,000 meters away. Following Fu Jingshi's directions, Vegas soon beheld an immense structure. As the spacecraft drew nearer, the entirety of this colossal object unfolded before Vegas's eyes. Despite having witnessed countless high-tech marvels, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, marveling at the extraordinary capabilities of Shin Sixing. Renowned as the first star pirate, Shin Sixing's headquarters was a vast solid floating in space, its upper surface flat while the lower side was uneven. Towering edifices rose from the flat side, gleaming with a metallic luster, encircled by a shimmering halo of pale, golden pheromones, enveloping the entire headquarters in a sphere that from a distance resembled a flawless golden orb. As the spacecraft approached the headquarters, Vegas slowed down and inquired of Fu Jinshi, "General, should we notify Mr. Shun of our arrival? It seems unwise to enter directly, as the pheromone defense mechanism may pose a challenge." Fu Jinshi lifted his gaze from military matters, scrutinizing the nearby golden sphere, and commanded, "Halt." Vegas acknowledged with a nod, pressing the control button to bring the spacecraft to a standstill. Within the headquarters, patrolling troops moved tirelessly along the pathways between the buildings. Yet it appeared that no one noticed the spacecraft's presence as Fu Jinshi stood. He even observed someone glance up but received no reaction in return. Chapter 21. Your pheromones are restless. Fu Jingshi's brows furrowed slightly as he pressed a button on the control panel. The spacecraft instantly emitted a blinding red light. Only then did the patrolling troops notice their presence, promptly sounding the alarm. Soon, someone turned and headed towards the tallest building at the heart of the headquarters, seemingly to inform Shun Sixing. "How could that person have missed us after looking up? This is quite embarrassing," Vegas remarked, his expression bewildered and still processing the situation, questioning if the individual was blind. Fu Jinshi lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Vegas was left perplexed, while Fu Jinshi understood all too well that he was intimately familiar with the pheromones surrounding the headquarters. His own pheromones were in perfect harmony with them, allowing him to feel both a sense of kinship and restlessness. Those pheromones had even intertwined with his own the previous night. How could the pheromone defense mechanism possibly deter its master? The troops surrounding the headquarters appeared to have gathered sufficiently, and after waiting a moment longer, Fu Jinshi coldly commanded, "Descend." "Do we truly need to breach the pheromone defense mechanism directly?" Vegas asked, his eyes widening slightly in confusion. "Mr. Shun is an Ultra S-Class Alpha. Our ship may not withstand the pheromone defense, which is at least tenfold stronger than that of an S-Class Alpha. The ships equipped for their defense are the finest in the Federation. Yet they can barely breach S-Class Alpha defenses. Our vessel stands no chance against the Ultra S-Class Alpha's pheromone barrier." Vegas's concerns were abruptly interrupted by the general, whose expression was somewhat ambiguous as he said, "Descend directly." Unsure of the general's intentions, Vegas could only proceed with trepidation. Obediently following the order, the spacecraft made contact with the faint golden glow of the pheromone defense mechanism. Vegas shut his eyes tightly. Fearful that in the next moment he and the ship would be violently thrown back, he curled inward, resolutely closing his eyes, unwilling to witness the impending collision. Observing Vegas's reaction, Fu Jingshi felt an inexplicable emotion and briefly closed his own eyes. Prepared for a jarring impact, Vegas was astonished to find himself smoothly passing through the pheromone defense mechanism that he opened his eyes in wonder, catching a glimpse of the general's expression. After a moment's hesitation, he voiced his lingering doubts. Is this defense mechanism merely for show? Yet he quickly dismissed his own hypothesis, rolling his eyes at himself to know it must be due to the high compatibility between you and Mr. Shun's pheromones, right? Vegas spoke but received no reply from Fu Jingshi, who was instead raising his gaze, his eyes glinting coldly as he looked off into the distance. Instinctively, Vegas followed Fu Jingshi's line of sight and spotted a figure standing 10 meters away. The figure donned a sharply tailored black uniform, exuding an air of languid confidence, one hand casually resting on the wrist of the other, idly toying with the suppression ring. That he was tall, and his expressive eyes seemed to glisten with moisture, carrying a hint of longing and grievance as he gazed from afar. Shin Sixing appeared to sense someone observing him, a smile quickly blossoming at the corners of his lips as he raised an eyebrow at the general. General, what an unexpected visit. Why did you not inform me, so I could extend a proper welcome? With a soft thud, the spacecraft's door descended slowly, and Shin Sixing's gaze followed the general, who stood just a short distance in front of him. Upon seeing Shin Sixing, Fu Jingshi subtly furrowed his brow, scanning the man from head to toe. Shin Sixing's eyes sparkled with mischief. It's only been a day since we last met, and the general is already so eager to see me. The brazen flirting from the Star Pirate towards the Federation's general was utterly unrestrained, leaving both Vegas and the patrol team behind Shin Sixing feeling a mix of apprehension and shock. They exchanged glances before silently agreeing to withdraw, turning away in unison. Vegas watched as the troops behind Shin Sixing vanished within mere seconds, feeling somewhat bewildered as he glanced around, contemplating whether he should leave as well. After a brief moment, he decisively turned on his heel and dashed back into the spacecraft. With the surroundings now devoid of personnel, Shin Sixing's demeanor became less restrained than before. His eyes glinted with a hint of chaos, absent-mindedly caressing the pheromone suppression ring on his wrist. General, could it be that your pheromones are still insufficient? Fu Jingshi stepped back, his expression icy as he regarded Shin Sixing. Shin Sixing's smile gradually faded. He let out a soft hiss, rubbing his temples, and quietly observed the general across from him. He could distinctly sense a hint of murderous intent emanating from Fu Jingshi. Shin Sixing fully retracted his smile, and his gaze towards the general took on a dangerous edge. The Fu Jingshi remained steadfast, unflinching as he met Shin Sixing's gaze. The two locked eyes for an indeterminate span, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense as if they were on the brink of conflict at any moment. Suddenly, Shin Sixing moved, taking a slow step towards Fu Jingshi. The Fu Jingshi straightened his back, becoming alert. Shin Sixing focused intently on Fu Jingshi's striking yet aloof eyes, inching closer, acutely aware of the general's heightened vigilance. Like a rabbit, did I end the prevailing silence. The only sound was the echo of Shin Sixing's boots against the ground. Suddenly, he chuckled softly. Did I in the midst of Fu Jingshi's shifting gaze? Shin Sixing casually remarked. You seem quite serious, General. For a fleeting moment, a flicker of emotion crossed Fu Jingshi's exquisite features. How could I ever bear to harm you, my compatible partner? Shin Sixing's voice trailed off with a teasing lilt, his eyes sparkling with warmth, almost resembling a heartfelt confession that he had now closed the distance to within 2 meters of Fu Jingshi. Fu Jingshi remained motionless, yet after a moment, he cast another glance at Shin Sixing. Speaking coolly, your pheromones are quite restless. His calm, composed tone bore the chill of frost, not entirely piercing, but imbued with an unmistakable sense of distance. This time, Shin Sixing was momentarily taken aback, and after a pause, he retorted, Are you flirting with me again? The general's voice certainly conveyed an air of restraint, yet Shin Sixing could not treat Fu Jingshi as merely an ordinary rival. Naturally, he was not one to remain unaffected by such exchanges either. Despite the general's cold demeanor, speaking in such a manner in Shin Sixing's presence undeniably carried an air of intimacy. Chapter 22. Brother De Fu Jingshi lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Shen Sixing's eyes sparkled with amusement as he halted just before the general. Gazing at him with intense focus, as if awaiting a response, the general, under the scrutiny of that fervent gaze, remained unresponsive, though he did flicker his eyes at the dark red markings on Shen Sixing's neck. There are matters to discuss, he stated coolly. Shen Sixing observed Fu Jingshi, noting the four flat tones that escaped his lips, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. That it was clear that Fu Jingshi genuinely wished to engage in a serious conversation with him. Shen Sixing found himself amused by his own predicament, stammering as he attempted to speak. So, this is the tone you adopt when seeking a discussion. The general's gaze flickered momentarily before he turned to face Shen Sihong. His expression bore no discernible difference from his usual demeanor, yet Shen Sihong inexplicably perceived a hint of confusion in Fu Jingshi's eyes. Shen Sihong, uncertain of his own actions, soon found a hovering car coming to a halt before them. He slightly bent forward, exuding gentlemanly grace as he spoke. General, please. Fu Jingshi appraised Shen Sihong from head to toe, relaying a message to Vegas with his mental prowess, before he finally bent down and entered the hovering vehicle. The general settled into the window seat on the opposite side, legs crossed, his gaze fixed ahead. After several glances, Shen Sihong took his place beside Fu Jingshi. The air around the general radiated an unmistakable air of superiority, akin to a snow lotus perched on the edge of a cliff, exuding an aura that deterred approach. This austere demeanor, however, only fueled a desire for conquest that a smile graced Shen Sihong's lips as he jested. General, this is not your first legion. The general appeared to acknowledge the remark, yet remained unmoved, his spine instinctively erect, observing the seriousness etched on Fu Jingshi's face. Shen Sihong's gaze flickered downward, catching sight of the exposed skin of Fu Jingshi's neck. Unbidden, he recalled the sensation of that night, when the tiger fang pierced the gland. The pheromones clamored and churned, entwining with the most harmonious essence until, with the general's tremor, the spicy aroma melded seamlessly into the chilly mountain spring. The scent was intoxicating. Shen Sihong instinctively licked his small tiger fang. General, our regulations need not be overly stringent, he remarked. With your demeanor, my subordinates might find themselves intimidated. Only then did Fu Jingshi react. His eyelashes trembled lightly as the young general turned to face his rival, only to be met with an enlarged visage. That Fu Jingshi momentarily froze, leaning back slightly. The other man's gaze was a blatant provocation, the teasing glint unmistakable. Noticing Fu Jingshi's slight retreat, Shen Sihong chuckled softly, keenly observing the general's pupils. The interior of the vehicle was well lit, revealing the general's strikingly pale irises, through which the foggy clarity seemed to hint at depths unseen. Fu Jingshi leaned back slightly, returning Shen Sihong's gaze. Suddenly, he felt a gentle squeeze on his finger. Through the gloves, the fabric's friction conveyed a warmth to Fu Jingshi's fingertips. His fingers twitched involuntarily. Shen Sihong opened his mouth, poised to speak, but before he could, the hovering vehicle came to a stop at the reception area. Raising an eyebrow, Shen Sihong indicated to Fu Jingshi, "It seems we must trouble the general to open the door." Fu Jingshi retracted his hand, using his mental abilities to command the door to open. The moment he stepped out, Fu Jingshi withdrew his mental presence. Shen Sihong, intending to rise and exit, was taken aback as the door slammed shut before him. Through the barrier, he observed Fu Jingshi striding toward the reception room without a backward glance. Shen Sihong could hardly suppress a smile at such childish grudge-holding. He opened the door himself and hurried to catch up with Fu Jingshi. He fell slightly behind, unaware that Fu Jingshi had slowed his pace. Shen Sihong tugged at his gloves, commenting, "This is the guest leading the host." It was a rather amusing reversal of roles, as he found himself walking ahead while the general, his posture stiffened, suppressed his gaze, waiting for Shen Sihong to catch up. Observing this, Shen Sihong made no further pretense, striding confidently to stand beside Fu Jingshi, and together they approached the closed door of the reception room. Fu Jingshi halted a few steps before the door, casting a glance at Shen Sihong to signal him to open it. However, Shen Sihong appeared lost in thought, taking a step forward before pausing. Gazing at Fu Jingshi with curiosity, that Fu Jingshi's voice was cold as he commanded, "Open the door." Shen Sihong was momentarily taken aback by the general's tone, quickly realizing his own folly. Unable to contain a smile, he extended his hand in a gesture of invitation. The general's pale blue eyes flickered, shifting from Shun Sihong's hand to his face. "Please give me your hand, General." Shun Sihong returned the gaze, mirroring the depth of Fu Jingshi's striking eyes, humorously stating, "Am I truly that captivating, General, that you are rendered speechless?" Fu Jingshi shot him a frosty glance, withholding his hand. The two men held a silent stare, the air thick with unspoken tension. As a general of the Federation, Fu Jingshi rarely displayed emotion, his time in the military having honed his ability to maintain a stoic faade. Yet in this moment, he was genuinely taken aback. Shun Sihong soon averted his gaze. Not out of fear, but rather an acute awareness of the undeniable compatibility of their pheromones. A perfect 100%. The general's clear, cold eyes revealed no discernible emotion. Yet they were anything but hollow. Shrouded in mist, they resembled the reflection of the sea along a sandy shore. Those eyes had borne witness to the struggles and joys of the Federation's people, encapsulating the essence of all four seasons. Yet, all Shun Sihong could discern was the deep-seated desire lurking beneath the surface that, of course, Shun Sihong understood that this emotion could not be more pronounced in Fu Jingshi than within himself. The general's eyes were a mirror, reflecting Shun Sihong's own inner turmoil. It seemed he had indeed become ensnared by this sworn enemy. Shun Sihong relaxed his expression, a playful glint in his eye. Retracting his still outstretched hand to grasp the general's left hand, which rested naturally at his side, Fu Jingshi's fingers stiffened, instinctively attempting to withdraw. Shun Sihong's grip was gentle, as though he had anticipated Fu Jingshi's reaction. And just before the general could pull away, he softly uttered, "Brother." Chapter 23. In times of turmoil, the hero emerges that Fu Jingshi's emotions, usually kept in check, were momentarily laid bare. He had spent considerable time in the military, mastering the art of emotional restraint. Yet he found himself genuinely taken aback. The hand Shun Sihong held had not yet been withdrawn. In the next moment, a dangerously potent aura enveloped him, reminiscent of a wolf king lurking in the forest, poised to strike at its prey when it was most vulnerable, ready to dismantle all defenses and resolve, leading the utterly defenseless quarry to perish in fear and despair. Yet this perilous wolf king had left his back unguarded to Fu Jingshi, exhibiting complete and utter trust. Gradually, the sharp, invigorating scent of their pheromones began to soften. The wolf king, now at ease, grasped his hand, drawing forth Fu Jingshi's own pheromones. The general, eyes lowered, quietly observed Shun Sihong's actions, but soon felt the urge to retract his hand. This time, Shun Sihong did not impede him, allowing his hand to fall away. Yet the general's pheromones had already been drawn forth by his rival's essence. The contrasting scents, one cool and gentle, the other bold and assertive, somehow harmonized unexpectedly. Fu Jingshi sensed their pheromones swirling toward the door, soon enveloping the information shackles upon it. A soft silver light flickered before the general, twinkling like stars, coalescing into a wave that surged into Fu Jingshi's mind. Images of the headquarters materialized, linking him to every structure, granting him dominion over them. "Apologies," Shun Sihong said, releasing his grip, his tone light and cheerful, as if he had merely performed a trivial act. My sincerity should suffice. General Fu Jingshi's expression remained frosty, his gaze downcast, hiding emotions that remained unspoken. Shun Sihong, familiar with Fu Jingshi's temperament, felt no surprise as he continued, "General, please open the door. Just test it." The man before him, eyes lowered, clearly absorbed Shun Sihong's words but remained unmoving. After a moment's pause, he lifted his gaze, regarding Shun Sihong with a detached indifference, stating with a mere thought, "I could obliterate this place." Last night, unbeknownst to him, Shun Sihong had marked everything in Fu Jingshi's dwelling, a blatant affront. Yet, the general's reticence to act in response to Shun Sihong's overture was rather reckless. The resources and information housed within the headquarters, as well as its advanced equipment, were coveted by the Federation. Fu Jingshi now possessed all the knowledge of this place, capable of destroying it with ease. Shun Sihong remained silent, observing the general across from him. Finally, he broke into a smile. "Then, General, will you?" Indeed, everything here could only be controlled by him and Fu Jingshi. He chuckled lightly, feigning nonchalance, his gaze tinged with curiosity. "Would you like to prove your earlier statement? Now is the time to act." Destroy this place. As words fell, Fu Jingshi's brow furrowed, casting a puzzled glance at Shen Sihong. Confused, Shen Sihong saw through the general's thoughts without concealment. Is the general truly such a person? In my eyes, the general is a paragon of virtue, embodying integrity and righteousness. Can one tread upon trust and obliterate another's territory? Shen Sihong raised his hand, speaking as if recounting cherished memories. For after all, the general's righteous demeanor had reached a level where even to mark my presence, he had openly permitted me to approach. Before Shen Sihong could finish his sentence, he noticed the general turning to open the door, stepping into the reception room first, leaving behind a cold and haughty silhouette. Shen Sihong turned his head away, his shoulders trembling uncontrollably. The general, who had already entered the parlor, turned back, casting a dangerously sharp glance at him. Shen Sihong slowly retracted his smile, following the general with a sense of delight. Once seated, he finally subdued his smile, idly toying with a delicate teacup in his hands. And inquired, "General, has your lengthy visit to summon me pertained to some significant matter?" Fu Jingshi silently retrieved a contract from the silver ring adorning his right pinky and handed it to Shen Sihong. Such an antiquated item to employ. Shen Sihong raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, sitting up straight and leaning forward to accept the contract. It had been ages since he had last touched a slim piece of paper crafted from wood, and as he held the document, he felt a fleeting sense of unfamiliarity. The man reclined back into the sofa, adopting a comfortable posture, gazing at the bold title on the contract. Cooperation Agreement between Mr. Shun and the Federation. He raised his head skeptically to glance at the general across from him, then lowered it to scrutinize the prominent heading once more. Cooperation? The general nodded slightly, his attitude unmistakably clear. Who would have thought? Shen Sihong mused aloud. When did you transition into diplomacy? He swiftly scanned the contract, casually flipping through a couple of pages, and remarked, with your demeanor, akin to someone preparing for a 3-day debate. How is it possible that the Federation has no one else available? Let us get to the point, Fu Jingshi interjected. Very well, Shen Sihong replied, feigning a sense of grievance as he lowered his gaze to the document again. Upon reading a particular line, he let out an enigmatic chuckle and said, the Federation seeks to collaborate with me. The bargaining chip being, I can propose my own terms. A rather wicked thought crossed his mind. However, General, the Federation possesses nothing I desire. Perhaps the most enticing asset within the Federation is you, General. Would the Federation be willing to extend such sincerity as to offer you to me? The General lifted his gaze, coldly scrutinizing the adversary before him, who audaciously articulated such an affront against a Federation general. Do refrain from regarding me with such a gaze, Shen Sihong remarked, shifting his focus to the general's lips. I am merely stating facts. General, you are truly the most valuable entity within the Federation. While observing the contract, Shen Sihong discreetly monitored his sworn enemy across the table, but he noted the general's expression becoming increasingly frigid, resembling a chilling apparatus. Sensing the atmosphere, he tactfully ceased his banter and returned to the topic at hand. General, do you harbor a profound affection for this Federation? Responsibility, the general replied with a hint of indifference. Were you to despise this Federation thoroughly, I doubt you would occupy the position of general. Shen Sihong pierced through his psyche with his words that in tumultuous times, ambition breeds the stage for heroes. He placed the intricately designed teacup back down, removed his gloves, and poured tea into 2 cups for himself and Fu Jingshi, finally speaking. You can face this alone, can't you? Besides, you are aware that your ambitious queen seeks to draw me in merely to counterbalance you. Are you not? Chapter 24. I require your pheromones. The general lowered his gaze at the elegant fingers presenting the teacup before him, and without a hint of reluctance, accepted it, taking a sip. Shen Sihong discerned Fu Jingshi's stance through his actions. You can handle this on your own, correct? Shen Sihong intently asked, locking eyes with the general. Why place your hopes upon me? He was acutely aware of how the Federation referred to him. One moment they expressed gratitude, and the next, when matters did not favor them, they labeled him a madman of unspeakable wickedness. Shen Sihong accepted this title with equanimity, fully aware of his own nature. He was no virtuous soul, acting solely according to his whims without consideration for the consequences. Indeed, he was no saint, and he was certain Fu Jingshi understood this. How can you be sure I would assist your Federation in dealing with others? Shin Si-hong slowly set down the teacup, rising to approach the general. The general remained stationary, slightly tilting his head upward as he faced Shin Si-hong's barrage of inquiries, his expression still cold. This is a mission. Having chosen the path of a soldier since birth, Fu Jingshi's duty was ingrained within his very essence that as long as he remained a soldier, he must adhere to orders without question. Speculating on the implications of the assigned tasks would be an unwarranted overstep. Shin Si-hong approached the general, leaning slightly against the armrest of the chair, gazing at the poised young man. "General, our matters are far from resolved," he whispered, his voice low and dangerous that he drew near, his lips brushing against the man's earlobe, leaving a warm sensation in their wake. The general seemed to momentarily pause, then slightly shifted his body, his pale blue eyes devoid of emotion, as he calmly inquired, "Your request?" "I would be amenable," Shin Si-hong replied, standing upright with a smile, as if anticipating Fu Jingshi's next words. "General, I propose you remain at our headquarters for a while. When the time is right, I shall accompany you back." "What do you say?" The notorious star thief framed his question as if it were a negotiation, his gaze resting upon the general's cool blue eyes without urgency. The general lowered his gaze, long lashes casting shadows upon his features. After a brief moment, he raised his head, his brow slightly furrowing. "I require justification." "Because I need your pheromones, General," Shin Si-hong replied, meeting his gaze with honesty, shrugging slightly. "You yourself stated that my pheromones are unstable." The general's fingers, previously resting atop the teacup, twitched slightly before freezing midair. "After all, we may become partners in the future. Would you not wish to assist each other?" The man leaned closer, gently placing his right hand atop the general's resting on the table, compelling him to meet his gaze, recalling the general's rampant pheromones from the previous night. Before Shin Si-hong could finish, the general's eyes flickered, meeting his, agreed. They maintained eye contact for some time, with Shin Si-hong still bent slightly at the waist. Soon, laughter filled the room, and Shin Si-hong nodded with evident pleasure as he lowered his head, decisively biting down on his glove, removing it and stowing it in his pocket. Then, extending a hand, he graciously offered, "After you, my general." Fu Jingshi did not move, slightly leaning forward in an attempt to stand, only to be gently pressed back down by Shin Si-hong's hand. But he regarded the general, his hand still hovering in the air. "General, you must understand, we need to establish rapport. Why would you refuse to allow me to serve you just once?" Before the general could rise, he sat back down, the silver chain at his side clinking softly. Fu Jingshi glanced at his unloved hand, and after a moment of contemplation, extended it. Just before the general's hand made contact with Shin Si-hong's palm, there was a hint of hesitation, but the man firmly grasped it. Fu Jingshi stood, briefly releasing Shin Si-hong's hand. Shin Si-hong, accustomed to the general's abrupt changes in demeanor, displayed a sense of indulgence, bowing slightly. "After you, General, go and confer with your deputy regarding the task. For these few days, you belong to me," he added. Fu Jingshi, who had initially stepped forward, abruptly halted, turning to glance at Shin Si-hong, his elongated eyes narrowing slightly, as if he wished to voice something. Yet, ultimately, the general refrained from uttering his thoughts. He turned away, leading the way out of the reception room, with Shin Si-hong closely following. As they exited the grand entrance, Shin Si-hong snapped his fingers, and soon a hovering vehicle came to a steady stop before them. Shin Si-hong opened the car door for Fu Jingshi, standing beside it with a cheerful demeanor. Once Fu Jingshi had bent to enter the vehicle, Shin Si-hong, without reservation, took his seat beside him. The general's icy gaze fell upon Shin Si-hong once more. The star thief leaned back against the seat, casually shrugging, and remarked, "I simply cannot shake off my concern for you, General. I fear you might lose your way." Fu Jingshi turned his head slightly, closed his eyes momentarily, and fell silent. The vehicle sped along, and soon Fu Jingshi caught sight of the spacecraft he had arrived in. When the hovering car halted a short distance from the spaceship, the general, with a stern expression, opened the car door, then utilized his pheromones to close it, intertwining his pheromones with mental energy to set a restraining seal at the door. Shin Si-hong lowered his gaze, observing the silvery light that tightly sealed the door gap. After a moment, he returned to his seat and smiled faintly. Then he crossed his arms and reclined against the soft backrest, narrowing his eyes slightly as he focused on the pale, silver glow. How could spring water possibly withstand a ferocious beast? After pondering for a while, Shin Si-hong brought his right index finger close to the door, pressing it against the seam in the next instant. The faint silver light flickered abruptly before vanishing swiftly. Only then did Shin Si-hong retract his hand, observing the general outside, who was already engaged in conversation with his aide that he contemplated briefly but ultimately refrained from opening the door. Since the general wanted him to remain inside the car, he would do just that. After all, his pheromones were already exhibiting considerable instability. If he were to provoke the general further, it could lead to serious complications. Leaning languidly against the rear seat, Shin Si-hong slowly massaged his temples. The discomfort around his temples had persisted for quite some time, and he felt as though something was burrowing deep into his soul, causing a piercing pain. Accompanying that excruciating chill was an inexplicable pheromone fluctuation that felt oddly familiar, yet elusive. He strained to identify the source of the pain, but despite his mental energy traversing the perceivable range repeatedly, he found nothing. Chapter 25. Why won't you let me assist you? How strange. According to Shin Si-hong's mental acuity, even the slightest trace of mental energy from a sparring match could be discerned with clarity. Yet this time, his mental energy had scoured his body countless times to no avail. He sensed his own pheromones and those left on him by Fu Jinshi. After eliminating all other pheromones and mental energies, he still could not detect even the slightest anomaly. However, the throbbing pain in his temples was almost overwhelming, prompting Shin Si-hong to furrow his brow. The sensation was difficult to articulate, akin to a container straining to hold far more than its capacity. It felt as if another soul had intruded into his body. Shin Si-hong's gaze sharpened. His mental energy surged dramatically, manifesting as a sharp, whistling force, akin to the most acute tip of a blade, cascading down like a fine rain. This was an attack of considerable potency. However, the target of Shin Si-hong's assault was himself, or rather, the foreign soul within him. Attacking oneself in such a self-destructive manner was surely something only Shin Si-hong could contemplate. The pain in his temples intensified, giving him the illusion that his head was about to be violently torn apart, that he could not suppress a muffled hiss of discomfort. Suddenly, he sensed an alien mental force recklessly charging within his attack range, cornered step by his mental energy before swiftly darting toward his left arm. This mental force was exceedingly faint. Had it not been for Shin Si-hong's formidable mental prowess, it might have gone entirely unnoticed. He lowered his gaze to his left hand, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes as he concentrated all his mental energy toward his palm. Simultaneously, he raised his right hand, a sharp knife emerging in his palm. Though that mental force was too weak to be easily detected, it exhibited an unwavering tenacity. Each time Shin Si-hong forced it to the brink of disappearance, it would abruptly regain strength, as if some primordial essence were continuously supplying it with energy. Shin Si-hong pondered for half a second. The sleek, reflective blade caught the light, casting a blinding ray onto the car door. The man weighed the knife before suddenly gripping the hilt, just as the blade, glinting with a chilling light, was about to pierce his palm. An invisible pheromone firmly steadied the knife to that moment. Shin Si-hong's mental threshold erupted with a voice of noble aloofness, softly uttering 3 words. Shin Si-hong. The man seated in the hovering car felt a flash in his violet eyes as he heard the general complete the sentence. Now discard it. Tay. Shin Si-hong turned his gaze to the window. The proud general remained stationed in place, calmly relaying tasks to his aide, his expression devoid of emotion as he meticulously outlined his requirements. Yet, Shin Si-hong felt as though a pair of eyes were fixated upon him. He hunched over, resting his elbows on his knees, releasing a couple of breaths. After a moment, he complied with the general's directive, retracting the knife back into the restraint ring. The sensation of being watched faded. Shin Si-hong offered a somewhat inscrutable smile, his gaze lingering on the general. The general stood with his back to the hovering car, his posture impeccably straight, the fitted military uniform giving him an air of grandeur. His proportions were striking, with a superior waistline accentuating the length of his legs, that broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted. He exuded an imposing presence even in stillness. He was undeniably handsome. Shin Si-hong licked his lips that he could sense the mental energy he had nearly eradicated reigniting within him, completely dissipating from his left wrist. This truly posed a challenge. Shin Si-hong silently reclined, closed his eyes, and continued to massage his temples. However, the image of the man remained vivid in his mind. Shin Si-hong smirked slightly, soon catching a faint scent of pheromones at the tip of his nose that was reminiscent of melted snow and mountain streams, a sudden gust of wind, and frost clinging to branches. The droplets cascaded down like pearls striking against stones, exuding a cold, translucent clarity akin to moonlight, mingled with an almost intoxicating chill. Shin Si-hong abruptly opened his eyes and gazed outside. The general was striding toward him, his expression unchanged, yet Shin Si-hong felt as though this man was enveloped in an aura of desire. Soon, the general, carrying an air of coldness, opened the car door, not rushing to enter, but instead lowering his eyelids to meet Shin Si-hong's gaze, although he appeared as indifferent and austere as usual. Shin Si-hong couldn't shake the feeling that the general seemed somewhat displeased this time. Shin Si-hong extended a hand towards the general, his innocent, puppy-like eyes gazing upward, locking onto the naturally cold eyes of the general. The corners of his eyes, already naturally drooping, gave him an expression of immense grievance. When he looked up, Fu Jinshi's eyes flickered. After a moment, he bent down, brushing aside Shin Si-hong's hand, and took a seat beside him. Shin Si-hong feigned a tone of grievance, muttering, "Why won't you let me assist you?" Fu Jinshi, maintaining a cold demeanor, did not turn his head, stating, "I am not useless." Shin Si-hong clicked his tongue and nodded in acknowledgement, murmuring, "Oh." Yet the lingering scent of the general's pheromones remained at the forefront of his senses, impossible to ignore, even when he attempted to dismiss it. Shin Si-hong lowered his gaze, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately chose silence. He drove directly to his residence, arranging for the general's room to be prepared before retreating to his study. The man reclined comfortably on the sofa, casting his eyes upon the fiery red restraint ring encircling his wrist. The ring was beginning to struggle to maintain its shape, tightening slightly around his wrist. Shin Si-hong cast a sidelong glance, muttering, "Be quiet." The restraint ring twisted momentarily, then reluctantly returned to its original form, quietly resting on Shin Si-hong's wrist. This restraint ring served little purpose. Shin Si-hong felt the glands at the nape of his neck warming up, a precursor to his sensitivity period, that he glanced at the ring clinging quietly to his wrist, extending a finger to flick it onto the table before him. This restraint ring had been with him for over 20 years, always acting like a petulant child, and other than once binding the general. It had proven useless that it could not contain his pheromones from reaching the general. No, that wasn't quite right. This object seemed to be more than just a restraint ring. It was marked in connection with Shin Si-hong, currently expressing its discontent with fervor. Shin Si-hong paid no mind to its emotions, lazily stating, "What do you call yourself?" The restraint ring promptly leapt back onto the table. "Behave and speak." Chapter 26. Now tell me, what have you encountered? The restraint ring instantly adhered back to the table, obediently conveying the message it wished to express. Red Sun. Shin Si-hong reiterated the name transmitted by the restraint ring, shaking his head. Not a pleasant name. The Crimson Sun was the sole heirloom left to him by his father, a token that had adorned his wrist since the emergence of his pheromones at the tender age of 1. This peculiar trinket served a practical purpose in daily life, effectively shielding him from the pheromones that emanated from his being. However, of late, it had begun to falter in the presence of Fu Jinshi, necessitating that Shin Si-hong personally rein in his pheromones to avoid alarming others. Such a so-called SSS-class weapon appeared to be nothing more than a clumsy burden, lacking the charm of a general. Bound by their marking, Shin Si-hong's psyche finally provoked the ire of the Crimson Sun. Shin Si-hong cast a languid glance at the suppressor ring lying on the table, and after a moment's hesitation, he retrieved it was said that even in his most destitute times, his father had clung to this awkward talisman. Its true significance remained a mystery. Thus, he decided to keep it for a few more years. Releasing the Crimson Sun, he allowed it to dangle from his wrist. Shin Si-hong spent the afternoon in his study, and only when his mind was finally free from thoughts of the general did he rise. Cup in hand and saunter out. The metal door opened soundlessly, revealing a brightly lit living room that he paused momentarily in his stride, retracting his leg to stand still as he observed the scene before him. The warm lamps dispelled the previously lifeless chill of the room, casting a cozy glow. Yet, Shin Si-hong's gaze was fixated not on the surroundings, but on the imposing figure of the general seated upon the sofa. The general's posture was impeccably straight, his expression serene, and his profile was sharply defined. High brows, deep-set nose, broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, exuding an air of noble elegance that Fu Jinshi hailed from the elite echelon of the empire. And his upbringing had sculpted him into a man worthy of his illustrious name, radiating an aura that demanded reverence. Leaning against the doorframe of the study for a considerable time, Shin Sixing eventually made his way into the living room. Quietly closing the door behind him, without uttering a word, he approached Fu Jinshi, taking a seat beside him, tilting his head to observe the general, who was engrossed in military affairs. The general's expression remained impassive. His pale blue eyes fixed intently on the holographic screen, issuing commands with remarkable speed and precision. Perhaps Shin Sixing's gaze was too unabashedly fervent, for when Fu Jinshi completed his third task, he paused, turning to meet Shin Sixing's eyes. "You may continue," Shin Sixing encouraged, tilting his chin slightly. Fu Jinshi regarded Shin Sixing for a moment longer before returning his attention to the military duties at hand. Shin Sixing propped his head on his hand, studying the general's profile. While engaged in his work, the general's demeanor was serious and focused, his thin lips pressed together, and his elegantly curled lashes quivered slightly. Every detail of his visage resembled a meticulously crafted work of art. Indeed, the general's face would undoubtedly become one of the most resplendent emblems of Shin Sixing's life. The only thing that could rival the brilliance of this visage was the extraordinary military achievements attributed to the general. As deemed by the citizens of the Federation, Fu Jinshi possessed a beauty that was strikingly aggressive. His cold brow and piercing gaze were intimidating. Yet his handsomeness was undeniable, a beauty that captivated at first glance and deepened with each subsequent look. Before long, amidst his ongoing tasks, the general, without slowing his movements, spoke softly, "Control your pheromones." Shin Sixing was taken aback, instinctively opening his mouth to inquire. In the next instant, he himself detected the faint trace of his pheromones. Though merely a whisper clinging to his nostrils, it was undeniably present. That he swiftly contained his pheromones, ready to chastise the crimson sun still hanging steadily from his wrist, when Fu Jinshi interjected, "Sensitive period?" "Perhaps," Shin Sixing replied absently. Upon receiving this affirmation, the general's movements noticeably slowed. "Rest well. Withdraw the previous task," he instructed before resuming his duties. Shin Sixing managed a wry smile, exclaiming, "So ruthless," after finishing the final task. Fu Jinshi snapped the holographic device shut and rose. He regarded Shin Sixing, who still supported his head with his hand, his brow slightly raised. Suddenly, he shifted the topic. "What were you intending to do earlier?" Shin Sixing pondered for a moment, nearly convinced that the general had discerned his innermost thoughts. However, he quickly realized that Fu Jinshi was referring to the incident in the vehicle. He stammered, feeling somewhat at a loss as he attempted to gauge the sharpness of the metaphorical blade. He lifted his gaze, striving to appear convincing. Unfortunately, Fu Jinshi was not easily swayed. His thin eyelids lowered, and although his gaze was not harsh, it bore an unnerving quality, as if penetrating Shin Sixing's very soul. Unfazed by such scrutiny, Shin Sixing found himself momentarily stunned at the general's next action. Fu Jinshi stepped forward, raising his hand to rest his palm against Shin Sixing's neck. The general's hand was cool, lacking any softness, and as his fingers grazed the side of Shin Sixing's neck, the latter could distinctly outline the slender bones of the generals. Each alpha experiences a period of susceptibility, and the manifestations during this phase can vary significantly. Some may possess fragile psychological defenses, while others may be prone to tears, and some may find themselves unable to restrain their thoughts and actions. For Fu Jinshi, this period of susceptibility is marked by an inability to control his behavior, making it easy for him to translate his inner thoughts into actions. In contrast, Shin Sixing exhibits dependence. He relies on those he is close to and fond of. Fu Jinshi has observed Shin Sixing go through this susceptibility phase several times, during which Shin Sixing's dependence is unmistakably evident. However, at that time, the young Shin Sixing's reliance was still on his father. But now, as Fu Jinshi gazes at the expression of his rival, he remains silent. Shin Sixing nods slightly, lowering his head, lifting his palm slightly, and ultimately taking 2 steps forward to stand before the general. Gently curling his fingers, the general remains still, his fingers stiffening momentarily, yet he does not evade Shin Sixing's gesture. "General," Shin Sixing calls out softly, leaning in to inhale the scent before speaking with a hint of grievance. Please don't conceal your pheromones so tightly. Fu Jinshi senses that Shun Sixing is making a concerted effort to control his pheromones, and with the pheromone suppression ring on his wrist dampening some of the scent. It is not overpowering, yet it carries a tone of dependence. Shun Sixing raises his bright purple eyes, filled with expectation, to fixate on Fu Jinshi. The general remains motionless. For reasons unknown, Fu Jinshi feels a sense of loss and grievance emanating from his rival. Shun Sixing gently diverts his gaze to I. He begins softly. Before he can finish, he catches the ambiguous yet steady scent wafting towards him that I in an instant. His previously subdued expression transforms as his eyes sparkle. Fu Jinshi distinctly perceives a surge of joy emanating from Shun Sixing. Even though the pheromones Fu Jinshi releases are not intentionally alluring, but rather soothing, had it been any other alpha, a confrontation would have ensued by now. However, Fu Jinshi is different. His pheromones are inherently unique and harmonize well with Shun Sixing's. They indeed have a calming effect on Shun Sixing, with Shun Sixing already close. He leans in slightly, blinking as he catches a whiff of the pheromone. Moments later, Shun Sixing gently lowers his head. Fu Jinshi suddenly shudders, coming to a halt, and the next moment, he feels Shun Sixing's soft hair brushing against his neck, sending a ticklish sensation coursing through him. Shun Sixing nuzzles against him lightly, akin to a playful puppy, tenderly and cautiously, imbued with dependence. During his time at the military academy, Fu Jinshi was revered as the unparalleled number one, excelling not only in theoretical knowledge but also in practical skills and research, earning envy from instructors for his talent and intellect. Yet, in this moment, he finds himself momentarily bewildered, just managing to tilt his head slightly to avoid swallowing his own hair. Until Shun Sixing's hand inches closer, resting on the general's waist, the Fu Jinshi's entire being trembles slightly, his palm gliding over Shun Sixing's nape, applying gentle pressure, the veins and arteries visible beneath his skin as his slender fingers weave through the dark hair. He restrains Shun Sixing's restless head, and after a moment, withdraws his pheromones, stepping back to regard Shun Sixing. Shun Sixing blinks in confusion, looking at Fu Jinshi. The general lets his hand fall naturally, breaking the silence to explain. My pheromones cannot be inhaled for prolonged periods. His pheromones do not possess a scent that can be found in nature, meaning they lack a natural fragrance. Only when he marks someone can the different notes be perceived. At all other times, the scent that others detect is a chilling and piercing top note, which becomes harmful if inhaled for too long. Perhaps this pheromone does not impose the same sense of pressure on Shun Sixing as it does on others. Yet Fu Jinshi remains uncertain of its effects on Shun Sixing over time, but he gazes into Shun Sixing's eyes, noting that the previously bewildered look has dissipated. The general exhales and waits for Shun Sixing to stabilize before inquiring. Have you managed to control it? Shun Sixing shifts his gaze from the general's handsome face to the general's hand, which hangs naturally, having just brushed against the back of his head. How intimidating. He remarks, Chapter 28. The general is here, and he still wishes for me to restrain myself further. Shun Sixing speaks softly, meeting the general's gaze. His irises are murky and dangerous, clearly indicating that this susceptibility phase will not be easily subdued. His fingers curl slightly, his palms warm, blood surging through his veins. The onset of this phase is far from comfortable, and Shun Sixing's gaze on Fu Jinshi is heavy, his Adam's apple bobbing. General, please mind your restraint. Fu Jinshi's cold voice resonates in his mind. I see this. Shun Sixing realizes the perilous thoughts brewing within him, averting his gaze and muttering, with the general present, do you wish for me to restrain myself even more? This time, Fu Jinshi remains silent, and when Shun Sixing glances up at him, he finds the general gazing back with a hint of weariness. The Fu Jinshi seems at a loss for words in this moment. And after a prolonged exchange of glances, he finally addresses him, Mr. Shun. Shun Sixing's attention drifts dreamily over the general's face, and he instinctively responds, what is it? Should we turn to see who is standing outside? The general's words carry a teasing undertone as he taps the doorframe lightly with his knuckles. Shun Sixing, following Fu Jinshi's suggestion, glances around, and upon realizing their predicament, clears his throat awkwardly at this point. The general seems unconcerned about wasting time. After tapping the doorframe twice, he retracts his hand and adjusts the silver cufflink at his sleeve, casually awaiting Shun Sixing's response. This man had been waiting outside his door early in the morning. And now, after persistently seeking his attention, he begins to blame Fu Jinshi for causing him to lose control over his pheromones. Even the usually calm and emotionally stable general finds himself taken aback by the audacity of his rival's words. The rival before him shows no intention of departing. Instead, he reaches out to grasp the general's wrist. Due to the susceptibility phase, the warmth radiating from the rival's palm is startling, quickly transferring its heat to the general's skin. "General, you truly look splendid today," Shen Sixing proclaims, his puppy-like eyes evoking no sense of discord as he feigns innocence. Yet, does the general truly intend to be so ruthless? The general today was not adorned in the customary military attire of his legion. Instead, he donned a well-fitted deep blue uniform, complemented by a belt embroidered with dark silver patterns, accentuating his slender waist and long legs, thus presenting an exquisite silhouette. This uniform was far more lavish than his usual military garb. Cascading from his waist to his chest were several silver chains that hung loosely, reflecting a piercing light that glimmered with each movement, adding an ethereal layer to the general's already frigid demeanor. Shen Sixing merely cast a fleeting glance at the general's handsome visage, yet the image of those perfectly arched, elongated eyes imprinted itself firmly in his mind, that he observed the general's gaze directed towards him, calm and composed, unconsciously furrowing his brows as he peered into the depths of those icy blue pupils, searching for even the faintest flicker of emotion. However, his quest proved fruitless. The general's emotional range was remarkably limited, his eyes devoid of any expression, save for a chilling detachment. Though his eyes were undeniably captivating, they conveyed an unsettling lack of sentiment, as if this individual had never experienced any emotion at all, a phenomenon that seemed physiologically impossible. Yet, Shen Sixing found himself questioning this conclusion in relation to the man before him. He admired his own capacity for such reflections, even amidst the haze of his sensitivity phase. But an enigmatic figure suddenly intruded upon his thoughts. He possessed memories far earlier than most, recalling tales of the general from his childhood. As a young boy born into a family of monopolistic merchants, he had been surrounded by the finest material comforts. The delicate youth adorned in intricate, opulent garments, embellished with dazzling and rare adornments, was outshone only by his own brilliance. To be by the tender age of 4, the general had already transformed into a sculpted boy, embodying a perfect three-dimensional model, exuding the innocence characteristic of his age. Yet, curiously, his eyes remained devoid of warmth, betraying no emotional fluctuations. That it was during this tender age that the general received the news of his father's demise, an event that unfolded while he was still stumbling through the early stages of childhood. The young boy seemed momentarily stunned, yet said nothing, retreating to his room with his mech, remaining there for the entire afternoon. That moment, Shen Sixing sensed an undeniable emotional pallor surrounding the boy, an innate disposition that seemed to linger. Yet, in the next instant, he was jolted back to reality. Upon hearing a remark, a flicker appeared in the general's gaze, the pale blue pupils resembling swirling vortices, hinting at a subtle, elusive shift, perhaps a hint of resignation, or perhaps indulgence, or perhaps it was nothing at all. Shen Sixing found his mind dulled, unable to discern the emotions that danced within the general's eyes. The general raised a finger, seemingly intending to withdraw his hand, yet halted mid-motion, as if recalled by some distant thought. He cast a glance at the hand gripping his wrist, then lifted his other hand to grasp Shen Sixing's wrist. Gently lowering his hand, the familiar scent of pheromones wafted from the general's fingertips into Shen Sixing's bloodstream, a refreshing coolness that revived his clouded mind. The general, with downcast eyes and an indifferent expression, treated Shen Sixing, his perfect match, with the same demeanor as one would offer an acquaintance. As pheromones flowed forth in an attempt to soothe the beast in its sensitive phase, the Fu Jinshi maintained his steady release of pheromones until the designated time, retracting them without allowing a trace to linger, and he released Shen Sixing, observing his now considerably more alert violet eyes, his brow barely furrowing as he inquired, "How do you feel now?" Shen Sixing instinctively withdrew his hand, his expression no longer bearing the previous confusion, but rather regaining its original composure. He scrutinized the general's countenance for a moment before the general averted his gaze, slightly turning his head, and quietly instructed, "Go rest." Without waiting for Shen Sixing's response, Fu Jinshi turned and retreated to his room, closing the door behind him. Shen Sixing stood outside, Watching the general's figure vanish from sight, his previously restored expression dimming once more. He had just noticed that the general's earlobe had turned red. Chapter 29. A whimsy for pheromones that in keeping with his usual practice, Shin Sixing would have seized the opportunity to clarify matters with the general before he returned to his quarters. Yet today his pheromones were decidedly unstable. Shin Sixing was reluctant to engage in actions beyond his control at this juncture. He found it exceedingly difficult to rein in his pheromones and mental faculties. Any further inquiry could lead to unimaginable consequences that he had no desire to entangle himself in irreversible complications with his rival. So he stood in silence for a moment before turning to head back to his room. However, just a few steps in, he felt a sharp pain in his temples. Shin Sixing pinched his temples, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "What on earth?" Although he had experienced intense sensitivity phases in the past, he had always managed to isolate himself and endure them in solitude. This time, however, he had embarrassingly exposed himself to his rival. Shin Sixing was known for his formidable self-discipline. He had never needed to resort to suppressants during previous sensitive phases unless faced with extraordinary circumstances. During ordinary times, he even refrained from deliberate suppression, allowing the phase to pass with ease. Shin Sixing recognized that his situation would be deemed unreasonable for an alpha, but given that it had not caused him any harm, he had never dwelled upon it. However, this time, the anomaly was significant. Shin Sixing had anticipated the onset of his sensitivity phase and had mentally prepared himself. Yet this morning he felt as though he had been entirely overtaken by some force. Instinctively following his impulses, with his reliance on the general laid bare, Mr. Shun began contemplating how he could preserve his reputation as the foremost star thief. That a flicker of mental energy seemed to seize control of his body precisely when he was most vulnerable. Yet Shin Sixing could not fathom whether this insufferable mental force was merely idle or driven by some other motive. This force, in its commandeering of his body, did not pilfer his wealth, usurp his authority, or abscond with the advanced equipment from his headquarters. Instead, it foolishly compelled Shin Sixing to approach Fu Jingshi with a whimsy for pheromones that as Shin Sixing berated himself internally, he suddenly sensed an echo of confusion from the depths of his psyche. Shin Sixing. You absolute fool. What do you mean by calling yourself a fool? This insatiable urge to torment your rival is beyond your control, and you dare to implicate me in this madness? Unfazed, Shin Sixing communicated his thoughts resolutely. Silence. Even without a physical form, he commanded it to be quiet. In the next moment, that mental force vanished without a trace. It was unclear whether it was due to anger or fear. The surrounding silence finally enveloped Shin Sihong's ears, and his mood improved significantly. It seemed even the pressure on his temples had eased a bit. He returned to his room, retrieved a tube of suppressants from beside his bed, and reclined back onto the sofa, idly weighing the small tube in his hand while glancing at the ingredients on the packaging. Shin Sihong had always felt that using suppressants during the susceptibility period was an embarrassing affair. However, Lei Ainua held a different view, believing that all alphas were dependent on suppressants unless they were a pair with a pheromone compatibility exceeding 97%. Only those with a compatibility above 97 could completely negate the effects of the suppressants, effectively curbing the susceptibility and fever phases. Beyond this, all alphas would be reliant on suppressants throughout their lives. Yet, Shin Sihong was unlike others. For him, suppressing the susceptibility phase had always been remarkably effortless, having never used such a substance before. Today, however, had brought an unexpected turn of events, preventing the suppressants from gathering dust on the shelf. After a cursory glance at the ingredient list, he tossed the syringe aside and languidly leaned back on the sofa to activate his holographic computer. As a figure of little scholarly merit, occupying such a grand space as headquarters while primarily engaging in thievery and violence, he naturally had no pressing military affairs to attend to like a general would. After skimming through the messages transmitted to his holographic device, he promptly discarded them all to Lei Ainu. Shin Sihong's temples throbbed painfully, a sensation that remained unrelieved despite his attempts to divert his attention. He managed to endure until midnight. The star thief maintained the same position on the sofa, his pheromones surging intensely after having just taken a subordinate on a mission. He was enveloped by the sharp, pungent scent of pheromones, which the red sun could not hope to contain. Nighttime was when Shin Sihong's susceptibility phase was at its most severe, as the sun gradually descended, obscured by the Chinri star. Shin Sihong's perception expanded exponentially in the darkness. Every subtle particle in the air was distinctly sensed by him, swiftly manifesting in his mind. Water molecules, dust, and smoke that, of course, there were also waves of pheromones that dared not approach him from afar. Among all these sensations, the most pronounced was the cold, crisp scent of pheromones, well contained yet still detectable to Shin Si-hong, a perfect match with a compatibility of 100%. The pheromones stirred to life in an instant, and Shin Si-hong found himself struggling to rein in the restless agitation of his own pheromones. Indeed, the general was not mistaken. His pheromones were undeniably restless, yearning desperately to draw closer to the general. He longed to be near him, to see the noble general's enchanting eyes glimmer with warmth as they regarded him, to have the general let down his guard completely and trust him wholeheartedly. He was the dominant force in this dynamic. Should he choose to wield his pheromones against the general, it would be somewhat troublesome, yet Shin Si-hong knew he could achieve it. However, he refrained. Shin Si-hong forcibly suppressed the chaotic surge of his pheromones, his gaze dimming. The general was beautiful, noble, the most esteemed figure in the entire Federation, the embodiment of perfection in the hearts of all. Naturally, the general was also proud. Shin Si-hong had battled with Fu Jinshi for many years, but their confrontations had always been above board. Neither side had ever resorted to underhanded tactics or sought to harm the other. They had always fought honorably, and even in conflict, they would eventually come to a tacit understanding to cease. Never pursuing an absolute victory or defeat, Fu Jinshi was his arch-rival. Yet, Shin Si-hong wished for his well-being, that he wanted Fu Jinshi to remain proud forever. The moment Shin Si-hong envisioned the general descending from his lofty position, he felt as though everything would change. They would no longer be sworn enemies, and perhaps they would no longer be as compatible. Shin Si-hong closed his eyes, massaging his temples, during his susceptibility phase. It was always when Mr. Shun's mental force was the most agitated he summoned his mental power to suppress the pheromones as much as possible, preventing them from spreading too far and causing excessive influence. Shin Si-hong rubbed his temples, finding it somewhat taxing to suppress the pheromones with his mental force. Attaining a higher level was not necessarily beneficial, he mused. Chapter 30. Aren't you inviting a wolf into your home? The man sighed, compelled to mobilize more of his mental force to suppress the pheromones. The pheromones, which had been evenly matched moments before, were suddenly subdued. Shin Si-hong's gaze remained indifferent as he casually controlled his mental force. Yet after a moment, he froze in surprise that he abruptly sat up straight. Within his mental threshold, the faint mental force, which had been difficult to detect during the day, now held a striking presence. Shin Si-hong's eyes sharpened as he sought to expel it from his body. That feeble mental force swiftly evaded the dense barrage of Shin Si-hong's assaults. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ears. TSK, to endure someone with a 100% compatibility nearby. Truly the soul capable of taming Sotos. The voice seemed to resonate within Shin Si-hong's mind. Yet he heard it clearly, even capturing every nuance within the words that, "No wonder I cannot replace you." This voice carried a hint of malicious mockery. The tone unmistakably unkind. Soon, the man on the sofa, initially tense as if sensing something, leaned back again. His expression shifted to one of confusion as he glanced around, as if unfamiliar with his surroundings. After a moment, he fixed his gaze on the door and swiftly exited the room. Let me see your divine compatible partner in that room to your right, shall I? The man appeared immensely pleased as he strode toward his destination, feeling the pressure of the mental force and maliciously curling his lips. Your kind is inherently flawed. This weakness can be exploited at any moment. That he maintained an expressionless facade as he casually descended the stairs. General, how many days do you plan to stay at Mr. Shin's headquarters? Vega, dressed in military attire, appeared on the screen, seemingly still occupied with tasks, and inquired with some concern. That Fu Jinshi raised his eyes slightly, observing the entirely unfamiliar surroundings outside the window, and replied coolly, "This matter will be discussed further." He did not wait for Vega to continue speaking before asking, "How did the task I assigned you go?" "I have already conveyed the original message to the Queen," Vega replied, his fingers swiftly moving over the documents. Yet he could not restrain his curiosity and added, "I also visited the third prince. The situation he described is similar to what the Queen told you. This matter has not been suppressed, and it has already spread across the forums. It is said that the Queen has sought several omegas for the third prince, but none have succeeded in dissuading his determination to undergo castration. The information was leaked by those very omegas. When the queen is available, she will monitor the third prince, and when she is busy, she will assign 2 alphas to keep watch. The Federation's resources have been thoroughly exploited by this waste. After finishing, Vega suddenly realized the gravity of his words, instinctively shrinking back as he glanced at the general. Noticing that the general's expression remained unchanged, he abandoned pretense. Was this the doing of Mr. Shen? The general, of course, neither nodded nor shook his head, but Vega quickly caught a glimpse of the general's meaning in their exchanged gazes. That it seemed to be so that he paused before asking, "Why did you want me to look into the third prince's situation?" "That has nothing to do with you or your pheromones." That it seems he has offended Mr. Shen. Fu Jinshi merely regarded Vega in silence. His gaze steadied at Vega's words faltered abruptly, since the queen was already aware that it was Shun Sihong who had done such things to her son, and still sought the general's cooperation with him. It must mean she had given up on the third prince, Hadi. Before the queen lay another candidate, one not inferior to the prince in any way, Niren. So why would the queen go to such lengths to find Omegas for Hadi, making this matter widely known? Vega didn't believe the royal family possessed any genuine sentiments. Seeking the general's collaboration with Shin Sihong could not have been for Hadi's sake. Hadi certainly was not of such significance. Vega had always found it easy to fall asleep while reading textbooks and electronic materials since childhood, even dozing off within a second. During school, he relied on teachers to keep him awake. And naturally, he now despised such things, especially the intricate relationships and causalities that he had always believed that sheer strength could resolve any issue. Although his fiery temperament had mellowed somewhat since being in the general's presence, this notion had only intensified. He simply could not comprehend it. So he dismissed the thought and said, "General, the fourth prince has inquired about your whereabouts over the past few days. However, due to the confidentiality of your movements, I only informed him that you were on a mission, without disclosing your precise location." Fu Jinshi nodded and said nothing further. When the general fell silent, there was little expression to discern. His lowered eyelids appeared indifferent, as if lost in thought. Vega had initially intended to end the communication after reporting everything, but after a moment's consideration, he asked curiously, "What does the fourth prince want with you?" He has been curious about this matter for quite some time. Even during their time in the Roy Galaxy, there were numerous interactions between His Highness and the general, although it was often the case that the fourth prince sought out the general. Over time, their relationship surprisingly grew quite amicable. The general shook his head, unwilling to elaborate further. Vegas, displaying great tact, acknowledged his understanding and was about to terminate the communication when he noticed the general's gaze drifting towards an indeterminate point, his brow slightly furrowing. "That I'll hang up first." The general's voice, devoid of any fluctuation, left those 3 words hanging in the air before the figure on the screen vanished before Vegas. Vegas, perplexed, furrowed his brow, glancing towards the door before rising to his feet. Soon after, he found himself standing before the door. The instant the metallic door of the room opened silently, the general's silver needle was poised perfectly against the carotid artery of the newcomer. Upon recognizing the visitor, Vegas's movements faltered momentarily. His gaze fixed upon Shun Sihong's pupils. The silver needle he held had already pierced the pale skin of the man before him, drawing forth a few drops of crimson blood. "Shun Sihong." The general's voice did not quite convey a question. It was more of a challenge, the final tone rising slightly. His gaze toward Shin Sihong is frigid, as I see. "Is it really you? Do you not believe me?" The man, undisturbed by the puncture of his skin, instead smiled and spoke. "Brother." Vegas tightened his grip on the silver needle, as if it were on the verge of piercing the man's neck. "Do you not believe me?" The man remained unhurried, leisurely responding, "Then go ahead and kill me. After all, this is not my body." The general's actions came to an abrupt halt as he raised his left hand, revealing a pair of silver handcuffs. Without waiting for the man to react, he swiftly secured the man's hands. "Control, and return it," he stated coldly. The man lowered his gaze to the cuffs on his wrists, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. "Release him? Brother, if I control this body, I can at least manage myself. Asking me to set him free would be akin to inviting a wolf into the fold." Chapter 31. He is more difficult to control than I am. Long fingers have long since settled upon the man's neck. The general ceased to speak, his expression offering the answer. The man remained calm, even swallowing audibly, his prominent Adam's apple rolling up and down before he spoke. "If you strangle me, he will die as well." I wonder what he would think at the moment of his demise at the hands of a general with a perfect compatibility of 100%. Perhaps he would feel disappointment. The man, taking advantage of Shun Sihong's body, raised both hands effortlessly, dislodging the general's hand from his neck, a smile unabashedly adorning his face. He seems to harbor quite an affection for you, General. Despite having the same voice as Shin Si-hong, his words dripped with malice and mockery, akin to a serpent baring its fangs, slowly cornering its prey into a venomous den. Why, General, do you appear to harbor no affection for him? I thought human emotions were reciprocal. Shin Si-hong gently grasped the general's wrist, lowering his gaze to admire the exquisite hands, entirely unperturbed by the peril surrounding him. The proud general was not one to be swayed by mere words. In the next moment, his body swiftly pinned Shin Si-hong against the doorframe. The very hands he had just scrutinized were now firmly gripping his neck, this time with genuine force. The sensation of suffocation elicited a visceral discomfort. Yet the man, bearing Shin Si-hong's visage, smiled. You have lost. Your gaze is fixed on my face, one that could leave anyone breathless. With every word, you reveal that you have refrained from killing me since I first spoke. You have grown fond of him, have you not, General? The haughty general naturally would not provide a response to such inquiries. His retort manifested in the form of increasingly prominent veins, his grip tightening. Simultaneously, the general's intangible pheromones surged into the man's sphere of influence. You have made an error, he observed, noting that despite his pallid lips, the man remained placidly pressed against the wall, the handcuffs adorning his wrists. Presenting an air of tranquility, Adio, take care not to locate Shin Si-hong's soul. A careless mistake could lead to its obliteration, the man remarked amicably. Moreover, any harm inflicted upon this body is imperceptible to me. The one bearing the brunt of the pressure is your little adversary. The general's grip suddenly slackened. Observing the familiar face that now bore an unfamiliar, audacious grin, the general's expression grew increasingly frigid. Suddenly, he smirked, a quiet laugh escaping his lips that in the next moment, his mental energy surged toward Shin Si-hong's consciousness, only to make a sharp turn, racing towards the heart. This time, a change flickered across the man's face. Bearing Shin Si-hong's features, the man's expression shifted to one of resignation. It seems you are determined to release him. His previously relaxed hands tightened, and in the next instant, the meticulously crafted handcuffs clattered to the ground. With a soft thud, he seized the general's wrist. The man approached slowly, giving the general no time to react, and pressed a gentle kiss against the side of his face. That I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Yafajman. Until we meet again, that Yafajman's voice faded to a whisper in the general's ear. We shall meet again, that the instant the final word fell. The general's ears were filled with a hazy voice. General, he is far more challenging to control than I am. You have underestimated him. Almost simultaneously, the general sensed a sudden shift in the magnetic field of the man before him. The warmth of the kiss lingered on his cheek, while the general's gaze turned as frigid as ice, gripping Shin Si-hong's chin to distance him to a point just beyond arm's reach. Shin Si-hong's gaze finally morphed into one that the general was familiar with. Familiar pheromones cascaded over him. As Shin Si-hong steadied himself, the general quickly retreated 2 steps, but he initially intended to close the door, separating himself from Shin Si-hong. But recalling the earlier circumstances, he furrowed his brow and eventually spoke. Come in. Shin Si-hong advanced a few steps, shutting the door behind him. Observing his actions, the general frowned but ultimately refrained from comment. Shin Si-hong lowered his gaze, his eyes fixated on the general with unwavering intensity. His gaze was perilous. Yet the words that escaped his lips bore no trace of hostility. That it hurts. The general felt his body tense momentarily before relaxing. Soon, Shin Si-hong spoke again, his tone earnest. However, I am glad that you could discern that it was not me. The man's eyes, resembling those of a puppy, fell slightly, his voice unmistakably revealing his joy, almost childlike. His pheromones and mental energy were in disarray. The general's icy blue eyes flickered, his voice steady. Control your mental energy, that this. Shin Si-hong's eyes shifted slightly, his vibrant mental energy stabilizing at a perceivable pace, though still far from the usual calmness. Calm down, the general commanded, his tone brooking no argument. Shin Si-hong lowered his head, then stepped towards the general. The movement caused the general's fingers, which hung at his side, to curl slightly. Standing firm, the general gazed directly at Shin Si-hong, his demeanor composed, devoid of any fluctuation. Shin Si-hong approached at a measured pace. even as the distance shrank. The general's fingers trembled, and his body shifted slightly. He raised a leg, seemingly poised to retreat. Yet in the next moment, Shen Sihong forcefully halted his movement. The aggressive pheromones surged into the general's mind. As Shen Sihong's hand rested on the general's shoulder, he inquired softly, "General, I am quite curious. How did you discern that it was not me?" Though Shen Sixing exerted only a minimal amount of force, Fu Jingshi found himself halting his movements to this moment. He truly perceived the distinction between the dominant and submissive roles within an alpha pairing. This difference is not akin to the alpha's complete domination over an omega. It is an absolute hierarchy where the omega is utterly incapable of resistance if the alpha so desires. The dynamic between alphas is inherently different. The roles of dominance and submission are not solely determined by the potency of pheromones, but rather by the willingness of each party to submit. In this relationship, it is the pheromones that dictate who leads and who follows. Thus, in a certain sense, two highly compatible alphas become chosen by each other's pheromones. Although scientists have clearly delineated the roles of the dominant and submissive based on compatibility, this does not necessarily reflect their strengths, but rather indicates that the dominance marking during the sensitivity period is more effective than the submissives. That, in other words, Shen Sixing's marking is more soothing to Fu Jingshi, while Fu Jingshi's temporary marking only serves to heighten Shen Sixing's pheromonal excitement. Naturally, as the one who actively submits, Fu Jingshi's pheromones become increasingly reliant on Shen Sixing. Chapter 32. You are quite unusual. The young general stood still, his pheromones exhibiting such obedience that he found himself unable to move. He could only sense the gentle laughter from the man before him, their pheromones intertwining. These two pheromones seemed to have lost their minds. Completely disregarding the well-being of their host, Fu Jingshi, feeling a headache coming on, lowered his gaze to the hand Shen Sixing had placed on his shoulder, just as he was about to speak. Suddenly, something warm pressed against the side of his face. Seizing the moment while the general remained unmoving, Shen Sixing parted his lips and cheerfully remarked, "General, our pheromonal compatibility is no mere coincidence." That Fu Jingshi raised a hand, extending a finger to push Shen Sixing slightly away, then turned to fix his gaze on him, that he moved closer. Shen Sixing gazed at the general for an extended moment before obediently taking his place as indicated. Once Fu Jingshi observed Shen Sixing settle into the designated spot, he lifted his leg and sat opposite him. Can pheromones be controlled now? Shen Sixing, typically unaware of his general's penchant for trivial chatter, honestly shook his head. Just as well, Fu Jingshi appeared keen to receive this answer from Shen Sixing and spoke. Do not restrain your pheromones. Let them seek the intruding spirit. The sensitivity of one's spiritual energy is, in fact, inferior to that of pheromones, at least in relation to one's own body. The pheromones of nearly every individual in the galaxy manifest around the age of 1, witnessing their owner's growth. Serving as the primary support for the strengthening of spiritual energy, that identify the invading spirit, relying solely on spiritual energy is futile. Shen Sixing was currently in a sensitivity phase, where pheromones are at their most attuned, making it the optimal time to locate foreign spiritual entities. The man before him blinked in astonishment upon hearing the general's words. "General, are you certain you want me to relinquish control over my pheromones? If you alone can expel the intruder, then it would not be able to manipulate your body now," Fu Jingshi stated with evident resolve. The atmosphere grew quiet, and Shen Sixing murmured softly, "You really know me well." "General, are you sure?" Shen Sixing raised his head to meet Fu Jingshi's gaze, inquiring, "If I do not suppress my pheromones with my spiritual energy, the consequences may be rather severe." "Enough with the chatter," the general replied, a hint of irritation creasing his brow. This cold command momentarily stunned Shen Sixing, before a malicious smile crept onto his lips, with the spiritual energy that had been used to suppress his pheromones withdrawn. The liberated pheromones instantly permeated the room. Some of the pheromones drifted aimlessly in the air, while a greater portion surged purposefully towards Fu Jingshi. The general leaned back against the sofa, crossing his long legs. Observing Shen Sixing's movements, his own pheromones enveloped him, unaffected by Shen Sixing's release. Shen Sixing's current display of pheromones was not a result of deliberate manipulation, and Fu Jingshi found it not overly difficult to isolate himself from them. Suddenly, Shen Sixing furrowed his brows. His previously shut eyes snapped open as he looked at Fu Jingshi. The general's eyelashes fluttered, quickly returning the gaze, clearly questioning Shen Sixing's intentions. Cough, Shin Sixing began. This may not be the right time. That unknown entity's soul was currently entwined with his own, merging within his perception, as if Shin Sixing's soul had become one with it. If Shin Sixing were to act against that soul, he too would suffer damage to his essence. It seemed that he had truly become a vessel. Earlier, when Shin Sixing sensed that entity, he found that the soul bore no murderous intent towards him. It was a rather peculiar sensation. The invading foreign soul occupied a corner of his primary soul, fitting seamlessly, giving Shin Sixing the impression that it was meant to reside within him, should one disregard the fact that the soul possessed its own consciousness. The general appeared not to grasp Shin Sixing's meaning, his brow slightly furrowing. Shin Sixing was aware that this matter was indeed difficult to comprehend, yet his current situation did not allow him the luxury of fully explaining his circumstances to the general. As his perception expanded infinitely, every minute detail of the general's form became exquisitely clear to Shin Sixing. The shadow cast by his eyelashes beneath his eyelids, the high bridge of his nose, and the slight press of his thin lips, all conveyed an unwavering calm. Each aspect appeared irresistibly attractive to Shin Sixing. Before he fully processed his thoughts, his body moved faster than his mind. Approaching the general's side, the general, seemingly lost in thought, made no move, allowing Shin Sixing to lean in close. The rich pheromones wafted into his mind, and as he beheld his adversary drawing nearer, the general suddenly reached out, grasping the back of his head. Long fingers brushed over the gland. With his ice-blue eyes fixed on Shin Sixing, his voice remained cool as he parted his lips to say, "You are quite unusual." In the next moment, the wrist that held Shin Sixing's head was seized forcefully, followed swiftly by the other hand being restrained. Soon, Shin Sixing gently pressed a kiss on Fu Jingshi's forehead, kneeling on one leg upon the chair. Fu Jingshi's eyes flickered, and from this angle, he raised his gaze to meet Shin Sixing's. His eyes, sharp and cold, nevertheless conveyed an inexplicable tenderness when looking upward. "General, what do you believe would constitute being normal?" Shin Sixing spoke with a smile, his tone light. Before the general could respond, he leaned in closer. Captivated by his adversary's striking visage, he lingered, finally allowing his gaze to settle into Fu Jingshi's eyes. With gentle yet irresistible grace, he caressed the general's cheek, his eyes filled with longing. Fu Jingshi regarded Shin Sixing for a moment before pressing a finger down upon Shin Sixing's hand, his voice steady. "At the very least, not like this." Shin Sixing allowed Fu Jingshi to rise and look down at him. Moments later, he burst into laughter, his warm lips brushing the side of the general's face as he stood, saying, "General, you truly underestimate me. You once said that releasing me is akin to inviting a wolf into the fold. Is it not? With the power to completely suppress that entity with merely a fraction of his spiritual energy. How could it possibly control his body? Even the sensitivity phase's influence over him surpassed that of the intruder. The desires within him surged intensely, and Shin Sixing feared that succumbing to them might lead him to act in ways he would later regret, thus allowing that entity to take control of his body. Since the general had forced him back, he had released himself. Chapter 33. "Sir, I truly adore you." Shin Sixing looked into the general's eyes, a smile gracing his lips. "Do you genuinely believe my body is so easily claimed?" The golden radiance of pheromones, rich to a certain extent, shimmered upon Shin Sixing's fingertips as he gently raised his hand to press against the general's lips. "If I may tell you, General, when I am in control of my body, it becomes far easier to be governed by an alpha's instincts." He lowered his voice and spoke discreetly in Fu Jingshi's ear. His tone was languid and nonchalant, yet it carried an inexplicable aura of danger. That soul did not belong to this galaxy, and thus was not within the ambit of ABO dynamics. The susceptible and feverish periods had no effect on him whatsoever. However, it was a different tale for Shin Sixing. Once he entered his susceptible period, thoughts of possessing Fu Jingshi consumed his mind. This was a terrifying and perilous prospect, that he could already detect the sharp scent of the general's pheromones, which elicited a palpable thrill within him. The contrast between the pheromones and the general was stark. The pheromones that resonated most harmoniously with Shin Sixing were those of Fu Jingshi, making it impossible for him to evade their allure and binding connection. His own pheromones grew increasingly agitated. Shin Sixing's gaze darkened, his rationality teetering on the brink of collapse, and with a mere hint of the general's pheromones, He felt utterly distressed. The general paused, his icy gaze flickering with an unfathomable emotion. Noticing the turmoil in his archrival's eyes, he furrowed his brow slightly. He gently removed Shen Sixing's hand from his lips and pressed him down onto the chair. He cast a cold glance at Shen Sixing for a moment. Yet he did not simply walk away. The frigid pheromones filled the room in an instant, colder than ever before, penetrating deep into the heart. Yet, even this had no effect. The chilling pheromones compelled one to remain calm. But the undeniable attraction stemming from their perfect compatibility only intensified. The pheromones overwhelmed reason. Instinct taking the reins, he reached out, subtly entwining his fingers with the general's hand when the latter was caught off guard. At the same time, the suppression ring silently slid around the general's waist. Shen Sixing stood up with nonchalance, offering a faint smile under the general's watchful gaze, his voice filled with delight. "Pardon my intrusion." General Fu Jianshi was now an Ultra S-Class Alpha. Though he was merely a step away from SS-Class Alpha, he could not withstand the entanglement of an SSS-Class weapon. Shen Sixing did not bind the general's hand, but merely wrapped his arms around the general's slender waist twice. Gently pulling him into his embrace, "O light," Shen Sixing murmured to himself. Unable to contain his own pheromones any longer, that a faint scent of pheromones wafted through the room, soon enveloping the icy pheromones entirely. Shen Sixing's fingers grazed the general's cheek, irresistibly drawing Fu Jianshi's pheromones into a compliance that left no room for resistance. The submissive pheromones rendered Fu Jianshi incapable of mounting any counterattack, as though a traitor resided within his very being. Even the formidable general, capable of single-handedly altering the tide of battle, had his vulnerabilities. None could escape the grasp of pheromones, with Shen Sixing, whose compatibility was a perfect 100%. Present, Fu Jianshi found himself utterly unable to resist. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Sixing's hand had slipped around the general's waist, gently embracing him. Warm lips pressed against the nape of the general's neck. Blood coursed beneath the skin, mingling with the Ultra S-Class Alpha's sharp pheromones, igniting within Shen Sixing a fervent desire to pierce through the skin of his sworn enemy and inject his own pheromones. Fu Jianshi frowned. The sensation of losing control over his own body felt foreign and unsettling. The corners of his eyes, already slightly flushed, turned even redder, the response to the pheromones intensifying his discomfort. Just one bite. "My esteemed sir," he thought, casting a cold gaze at the man before him, who had slightly lowered his head. That it was only when a sharp pain pricked at the nape of his neck that Fu Jianshi regained control over his body. The general's eyes were frigid, shrouded in an eternal frost, as he gazed down at the hand still resting on his waist, his expression devoid of emotion. Yet the pheromones were undeniably stirred that if Vegas were present, he would surely discern that the general was on the verge of unleashing a lethal move. The alluring eyes of the general, slightly reddened, hinted at the impulsiveness brought forth by the temporary marking. A chaotic and uncontrollable turmoil. The delicate black lashes, misty and slightly drooping, obscured the remnants of emotion in his gaze. The two were positioned in an exceedingly ambiguous manner, with Shen Sixing kneeling on one leg on the sofa, head bowed, while the general sat diagonally before him, his long neck inclined in an almost submissive manner. Yet the general's eyes were lowered, fixated on that audacious hand, that he could easily eliminate Shen Sixing. It was a straightforward matter that as the marking connection began to establish, he could simply manipulate the pheromones to sever this bond, which would also disrupt the sender's pheromones. The general silently observed, noting that the pheromones were already reacting. Suddenly, the hand encircling the general's waist shifted aside, grasping the hand that hung at the general's side. Shen Sixing's movements were delicate, his fingers lightly resting on the back of the general's hand. Two fingers curling gently, knuckles slipping between the general's fingers to seize his index finger. Time seemed to come to a standstill in that fleeting moment. Fu Jianshi's pupils flickered as he felt the continuous influx of pheromones. And he closed his eyes momentarily. At the instant when Shen Sixing parted his lips, Fu Jianshi opened his eyes. Ignoring the blood seeping from his nape, the general swiftly stood and turned away. In less than a second, the fingers that had just been entwined with Shen Sixing's were now poised at the latter's neck. Fu Jianshi's thumb precisely pressed against Shen Sixing's Adam's apple. In that moment, Shen Sixing clearly saw the intent to kill reflected in Fu Jianshi's eyes. However, the fingers resting on his neck were merely a light touch, exerting no pressure. Shin Sixing suddenly burst into laughter. He lifted his hand, gently removing Fu Jianshir's hand and clasping it in his own. Shin Sixing licked the corner of his mouth before speaking. General, you cannot accomplish this. The perfect compatibility of their pheromones, coupled with the 3 instances of pheromone marking between them, destined Shin Sixing and Fu Jianshir to be bound together for life. Neither party could deal a fatal blow to the other. Observing the flicker of frustration in the general's eyes, Shin Sixing chuckled. Sir, I truly adore your pheromones. Shin Sixing justified himself internally. Chapter 34. Good night, sir. The general regarded Shin Sixing with an expressionless gaze before turning to sit back at the edge of the bed. Shin Sixing, undeterred, attempted to approach the general further. The general shot him a cold glance, devoid of any expression, yet Shin Sixing felt an unmistakable threat emanating from him. The earlier provocation had indeed been excessive. As the back of the general's neck bore a faint crimson hue, Shin Sixing licked his small canine tooth. Yes, it was here that I bit, he thought. Shin Sixing realized that if he took another step forward, this sworn enemy would undoubtedly retaliate in kind, no matter the words exchanged. Although they could not truly harm each other, Shin Sixing had not forgotten the 10 years the general spent in the military, mastering various tormenting techniques. After all, his general was not in his position merely due to good looks. Contemplating this, Shin Sixing decided to remain where he was and said, Until tomorrow, sir, no need to see you off. The general replied coldly, the words dripping with indifference. Shin Sixing's gaze lingered on the general's face for 2 seconds before he smiled, nodded decisively, and turned to leave. Thank you for your efforts tonight, General. Shin Sixing was unsure whether he was being provocative or genuinely concerned for the general. After uttering this, he exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. Good night, sir. Fu Jianshir's gaze followed Shin Sixing until he stepped outside, at which point he prepared to withdraw his gaze. However, Shin Sixing turned back first, lightly blinking at Fu Jianshir just before the door closed. Sweet dreams that as he watched the door close silently, Fu Jianshir slightly closed his eyes. Feeling the pheromone suppression ring on his wrist stir restlessly, IT seemed to sense that maintaining this state could not contain its master's pheromones. The suppression ring quickly began to shimmer, wrapping around Fu Jianshir's hand several times, encircling him in a soft silver light that extended to the base of the general's fingers. Only then did Fu Jianshir feel his pheromones settle somewhat. The first light of dawn streamed through the window, casting a soft glow on the dimly lit room, where the light suddenly flickered to life with a pop. The sunrise on Shin Sixing's home planet occurred earlier than on the planet of Chinri. And at this hour, nearly everyone remained ensconced in slumber. The Fu Jianshir was roused by a flurry of messages from Vegas. Initially, Vegas bombarded him with a series of messages, resembling a telegraph, before resorting to a video call. Fu Jianshir's aide rarely contacted him at this hour. Having followed Fu Jianshir for many years, he was well aware of his superior's routines and habits. He would not reach out unless there was something of utmost importance. Fu Jianshir blinked lightly, accustomed to the brightness of the room, before accepting the call. General! Vegas exclaimed with palpable excitement upon seeing Fu Jianshir's face on the communicator, as if he had encountered a long-lost parent. Fu Jianshir raised his gaze, signaling him to continue. Have you seen the Federation Forum? Vegas momentarily fell silent, seemingly lost in thought before he tentatively spoke, his words emerging with a hint of hesitation. It was only after uttering this sentence that he realized the utter absurdity of his own statement. With the general schedule packed so tightly, how could there possibly be time to peruse the chaotic news on the Federal Forum? Despite the general's impassive demeanor, Vegas steeled himself and sent the Federal Post he had just discovered to Fu Jianshir. Fu Jianshir glanced up slightly, catching sight of the Forum Post title. Surprising. Inside scoop. Word has it that the general's recent pheromone sample test revealed an alpha with a perfect compatibility score. Fu Jianshir raised an eyebrow slightly. The 3 doctors who had agreed to match his pheromone sample had been quite straightforward in their promise to keep this matter confidential. Their credentials were well established within the Federation, and they wouldn't risk offending a general by breaking their word. Moreover, the general's status was widely recognized by the entire populace, but he had been personally welcomed by Her Majesty the Queen on numerous occasions, and even the royal exclusive Elysium Banquet Hall had made exceptions for him. The notifications of victories processed through Her Majesty's hands were countless. During the pheromone testing, although the results were to be uploaded to the system, communication between doctors regarding individual cases was non-existent. Only the doctors who conducted the tests and the Queen, who received information from her informants, were likely aware of the perfect compatibility between the two individuals. However, the Queen had a vested interest in Fu Jinshi and had no reason to disclose such information. I had informed all the testing doctors to maintain confidentiality on the day of the pheromone test. Yet somehow, the information has still leaked, Vegas remarked, furrowing his brow. This is the post I just saw. Look at the replies below. Someone has already mentioned that the individual with whom you share a perfect compatibility is Mr. Shun. Fu Jinshi, feeling a slight headache, clicked on the post and scrolled through the comments. Upon selecting the latest option, a fresh batch of responses appeared that a cursory glance revealed that exclamations and questions dominated the discourse. What? My two husbands have become compatible partners. These two have been at each other's throats. And yet their compatibility is so high. I refuse to believe it. Unless the official announcement hits me in the face, the general remains my beloved husband. It's absurd. Who has ever heard of a perfect pheromone compatibility? Especially between two alphas? Such rumors deserve to be condemned. My ship has actually come true. How can enemies end up as lovers? Why are you up there? How can two individuals who aren't even on the same planet be in a relationship? No way. The general is still an alpha. And seriously, how can you celebrate such high compatibility with someone who isn't even a citizen of the Federation? While some of the upper replies failed to grasp the implications of Vegas's claims. The comments below quickly took a turn for the bizarre. Nowadays, with interstellar technology being so advanced, it was entirely feasible to maintain a relationship even if they were on different planets. I agree. At least the person compatible with the general is an Ultra S-Class Alpha. Although Shin Sixing looks rather troublesome, he is still worthy of the general. Those who ship strong pairings are indeed fortunate. You two can date without worrying about our well-being. It truly is a fortuitous time to be alive. Fu Jinshi briefly scanned through the comments before closing the post. Although no one explicitly mentioned Shin Sixing's name, a mere glance made it evident that the individual compatible with the general was that troublesome maniac that I've already instructed them to investigate who leaked the information, Vegas said, somewhat puzzled. Who would be idle enough to divulge such sensitive details? Such a leak benefits them in no way. Once the fact that Fu Jinshi and Shin Sixing share a perfect compatibility becomes public knowledge, the strategies of the Federation's royal family and military would have to be completely reevaluated. Given that the two most formidable Ultra S-Class Alphas have a compatibility score of 100%, it would be a foregone conclusion that all calculations would have to factor in Shin Sixing's unconditional inclination towards Fu Jinshi. After all, the impact of perfect compatibility on an alpha is unprecedented and immeasurable. That Fu Jinshi pondered for a moment, his gaze sharpening with realization. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he had an inkling that this matter was not as complicated as it seemed. Chapter 35. Are you and the general truly? Shin Sixing leisurely tightened his cuffs and glanced over his shoulder in the mirror. Has he awakened yet? Leano, somewhat taken aback by his superior's inquiry, took a moment to comprehend before responding. The general hasn't left his room today. He likely hasn't woken up yet. Under the influence of his superior over the past few days, Leano had become adept at discerning the general's routine. The reason was simple. His superior was more punctual than an alarm clock, routinely hovering at the general's door at the times he was supposed to wake or sleep, especially in the mornings. Leano felt fortunate that his superior had not gone to the general's door this morning. That as he compared the worth of his own assistant role to that of his superior, Leano was suddenly greeted by the sight of his superior finally dressed and smiling. Still not awake, Shin Sixing mused, his lips curving slightly, feeling rather fatigued. Leano replied. Without any intention of elaborating, Shin Sixing turned and strode outside, inquiring, "Are the ones we sent out still entangled?" Leano fell and stepped beside him, replying, "Their assigned task involves merchants from Lingwestar. The team's strength is considerable, and they have been entangled for over 10 days without yielding any results." That as Shin Sixing walked, he accessed information on his optical brain. After a moment, he paused, a hint of uncertainty creeping into his voice. Songyin family? Leano, equally puzzled, echoed, "Yes, their task is to rob the Songyin family. Did I ask they're an issue, boss? Aren't they from Chinri Star?" Shin Sixing contemplated briefly before snapping his fingers to summon a hovering vehicle. Once seated, he posed another question. Leano responded. After searching for a while on his optical brain, Leano hesitantly stated, "This family once established roots in Chinri Star, but they relocated to Lingwest Star 22 years ago." "Are you sure you're asking about the Songyin family?" A family capable of sending Shun Sixing's team into a frenzy and signaling for help to headquarters was certainly not one of the weaker clans. Having worked alongside Shun Sixing for over a decade, Leano had witnessed nearly every family in the Alpha Star system engage in nefarious deeds, some families being robbed multiple times. Every clan was under Leano's watchful eye, and he was familiar with them all, yet he had never heard of the Songyin family. Leano had initially failed to find any information about this family on his headquarters information network. It was only after using someone else's pheromone index to access the Federation's information network that he unearthed this information. However, given that Shin Sixing had been just 3 years old when the Songyin family relocated, it seemed implausible that there would be a 20-year information gap. Why can't they just settle down? Shin Sixing raised an eyebrow, pressing for more answers. This question left Leano momentarily stumped that he diligently researched for a while longer before responding. Their family has a notorious reputation for pillaging and plundering. Slaving and arms trafficking are merely the tip of the iceberg. In recent years, they seem to have connections with individuals from the Roystar system, trafficking in hallucinogenic substances that are rumored to be addictive. If it weren't for recent reports against them, we might still be oblivious to their activities. Although Leano managed the distribution of robbery targets, his workload was substantial, and it was impossible for him to scrutinize every target in detail. He had genuinely overlooked the activities of the Songyin family. Upon seeing this, Leano couldn't help but click his tongue. It appears the Federation's inspection department is lacking. Lingua Star is a formidable planet within the Alpha Star system, and they failed to notice such matters. Shin Sihong cast a sidelong glance at Lei Ainoa, then nodded slightly in agreement that if a Federation allows such a group to form without taking immediate action to curtail it, the disintegration of the Federation may be imminent. This is akin to the principles governing ancient nations. Unlike the military leaders and Her Majesty the Queen of the Federation, who harbor grand ambitions for the welfare of the nation. Shin Sihong dismissed this thought after merely entertaining it for a moment, casting it into the depths of oblivion. With his eyes half closed in repose, he soon felt his subordinate, who had been quietly seated beside him, suddenly sit up straight as though encountering a ghost, then turned to look at him in astonishment. Shin Sihong opened his eyes and exchanged a glance with Lei Ainu, but it was evident that Lei Ainua wished to articulate something, yet seemed at a loss for words. He could only swallow hard and push the display screen in front of Shin Sihong. General Fu's pheromone compatibility with Mr. Shin is a perfect 100%. Shin Sihong casually skimmed through the information, reciting aloud the most prominent headline. His expression remained unchanged, displaying a lack of interest as he reclined back in his chair, upon witnessing the look on his superior's face. Lei Ainua's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had lost his ability to speak, his gaze fixed on Shin Sihong, filled with incredulity, that he felt that nothing could shock him more than the recent revelation that the Federation had dispatched a general to seek collaboration with his superior, and that his superior had actually entertained the general's presence. "Boss, is it true that you and the general?" It appeared that the notion of a perfect pheromone compatibility was too sensitive for Lei Ainua to articulate to Shin Sihong's aid. It felt rather presumptuous to learn of such a high compatibility from others, rather than directly from his superior, Ditto. But that was not entirely accurate. It would be more correct to say he discovered it from a post shared by someone else. Lei Ainua felt he should not be seated next to his boss, but rather observing from the audience. Indeed, Shin Sihong, aware of Lei Ainua's knowledge of the situation, gave a nod. Lei Ainua thought to himself that he should be the one up on the platform. After all, he was the monkey in this scenario. After a moment of silence, Lei Ainua stubbornly inquired, "So who leaked the information about your pheromone compatibility with the general being 100%? "I did," Shin Sihong replied. Lei Ainua fell silent, accompanying his superior aboard the spacecraft. Dutifully piloting it towards their destination. As they approached, Shin Sihong turned to inquire, "What is Song Yin Che's status within their family?" Lei Ainua quickly responded, "He was the previous head of the family. The Song Yin family has since changed its name to Song Yin Yuan. Song Yin Che is the cousin of the current head." Shin Sihong nodded thoughtfully, refraining from speaking immediately. After a brief pause, as he disembarked from the spacecraft, he murmured, "No wonder that if that person still held power, such occurrences would be inconceivable." Chapter 36. Quite the presence of authority. Although Vegas had only shown Fu Jinshi a single post, Fu Jinshi didn't need to think twice. The Federation's forum was likely inundated with discussions on the matter by now. The topic of the general had always garnered considerable attention within the Federation. Even if some individuals concocted fanciful tales, there would still be those eager to partake in the buzz that Fu Jinshi felt a headache approaching as he changed his clothes in preparation to venture out. Before long, he directly sensed the magnitude of the reactions sparked by this event. The uproar had even reached Shen Sihong's headquarters. As Fu Jinshi stepped out of his room, he observed Shen Sihong's subordinates, whom he hadn't seen in days, simultaneously bowing their heads, then, in unison and with resounding voices, greeting the general before orderly departing the room. That Fu Jinshi stood still for a moment, then made his way to the living room sofa, where he answered a video call request from Vegas. The military could not function without the stabilizing presence of the general. Even during Fu Jinshi's command in the Roy system, it was essential to hold meetings via video link from time to time. The military personnel had eagerly awaited the general's return to the Alpha system, only to find that he had not remained long enough to attend the scheduled meeting, instead heading directly to the base of the Federation's Most Wanted. The first offline meeting upon returning to the star system was transformed into an online one that the general, clad in his military uniform, exuded an aura of superiority that made even the Federation's most common attire appear elevated when worn by someone with his physique and countenance. Not to mention the golden epaulets adorning his shoulders that end the communication. Vegas sat upright at the forefront, flanked by important figures within the military, all dressed in identical military uniforms, their hair meticulously groomed, gazing sternly at the screen. The moment the general's face appeared on the large screen, the eyes of those far away on Chun-Ri's star brightened. Due to the strict regulations of the military, the attendees refrained from engaging in casual conversation with the general immediately after establishing the communication link. They first adhered to customary protocol, reporting various matters of importance to the general, after which the atmosphere noticeably relaxed, and Vegas exchanged playful banter with the nearby Major General. The general was typically the quietest during meetings, rarely interjecting while listening to reports of military affairs, merely tilting his head slightly to listen attentively. Fu Jinshi's profile was perfectly sculpted, with strands of hair cascading beside his ear, maintaining an impeccably composed posture. When Shen Sihong returned to his residence's living room, he chanced upon this scene. The general, dressed in military attire, sat upright, his expression exceedingly serious. Shen Sihong, wishing to say something to Fu Jinshi, found himself momentarily speechless, forgetting the purpose of his seemingly impulsive return. Soon, a voice emanated from the display screen that Shen Sihong had inadvertently overlooked. General, it has come to our attention that your pheromone compatibility with Shen Sihong is 100%, causing quite a stir within the Federation. Is this information accurate? From Shen Sihong's vantage point, he could see the general's thin lips pressed together, obscured by a few stray strands of hair, that a somewhat audacious thought flickered through his mind. Shen Sihong silently chuckled, then stepped toward the general, speaking just as the general turned his head to warn him with a glance. Quite the presence of authority. The general's intended words were abruptly halted. Shen Sihong, seemingly oblivious to any oddity, casually took a seat beside the general, lazily adjusting his light brain device. The Federation's forum was public. Even non-Federation citizens could peruse it at their leisure, though they were unable to post comments. Shen Sihong often passed the time with this medium, and recently, discussions regarding himself and the general had proliferated. The general regarded Shen Sihong for a moment, seemingly at a loss for words, before finally turning his attention back to the screen in the military conference room. Apart from Vegas, everyone else was momentarily stunned. Had it not been for Vegas turning to observe, Fu Jinshi might have believed that the signal connection established by the Federation's base had experienced a glitch. Vegas himself felt a similar sense of shock. However, his curiosity about the expressions of others compelled him to scan the room for their reactions, which gave rise to a sudden realization. This is bad. The entire world now knows that the general is cohabiting with the first star thief. Before the posts emerged today, perhaps everyone in the Federation would have assumed that the relationship between the general and Shen Sihong was one fraught with conflict, even to the extent that they would quarrel if lying on the same bed. But now, that was no longer the case. The general's reputation was at stake. Meanwhile, the general, whose reputation had been inadvertently compromised by his subordinate, sat there with a slight headache, glancing at Shen Sihong for a moment before speaking. Is there anything else to report? The military conference room fell into a heavy silence, still reeling from the shock. For several seconds, apart from Vegas, no one responded to the general's inquiry. Fu Jinshi lifted a hand to massage his temples. After waiting patiently for a moment, he finally heard someone stammer a no. followed quickly by others who had been rendered speechless, echoing the same sentiment. Fu Jinshi nodded, calmly stating, "Then, until next time," but he ended the call, causing the military conference room to vanish from the general's view. Shin Si-hong lifted his dog-like eyes slightly, scanning the room before speaking. The general truly takes things seriously. Fu Jinshi, clearly not one to engage in idle conversation, cut straight to the point. "What is it?" "I originally intended to introduce the general to someone," Shin Si-hong replied, his gaze lingering on the collar of the general's uniform, glancing back and feeling that the general might tire from walking. Suggesting that someone should be brought to him, Fu Jinshi raised an eyebrow, seemingly perplexed by the star thief's audacious remarks. Shin Si-hong chuckled softly, reclining on the sofa, continuing to browse the forum. Casually shifting the topic, "They all say we are ill-matched, yet our pheromone compatibility stands at 100%. What do you think of this, General?" Fu Jinshi cast a cold glance at Shin Si-hong, turning his attention to the new tasks presented by the military, ignoring him. Shin Si-hong had long grown accustomed to being met with cold indifference from his rival, so he paid little mind. Continuing to scroll through the forum, after a while he finally shut off the display screen before him, softly stating, "They've arrived." Fu Jinshi then paused his actions for a moment, glancing towards the door. There was no one in sight by the entrance. The general's gaze shifted back to Shin Si-hong's face. "Do not rush. It is someone you would never have imagined." The general appeared to have little interest in this remark, as he indifferently turned his head away and resumed handling military affairs. Although Shin Si-hong spoke of one person, in truth, two individuals were being brought back. Two subordinates escorted two individuals into the living room. As the foremost figure stepped into the room, Fu Jinshi sensed something and lifted his head. The four figures entered sequentially. Upon recognizing their appearances, Fu Jinshi's icy gaze seemed to flicker momentarily. Silently, he switched off the still-lit military display, stood up, and directed his attention towards the tallest among them. Uncle, Chapter 37. Here, the general is the master. Among the four who entered, two were dressed in uniforms similar to Shin Si-hong's, obviously his subordinates. They flanked the two individuals in the center as they entered the living room. The two in the middle were in a dire state, their clothes tattered, their expressions haggard. Nevertheless, the shorter of the two stood respectfully behind the other, slightly bowing in deference, although the tallest individual wore garments that had faded somewhat. It did little to obscure the refreshing aura he exuded. This was a sensation Fu Jinshi was exceedingly familiar with. Upon seeing Fu Jinshi, the man displayed evident surprise, quickly glancing down at his attire in embarrassment. After hearing Fu Jinshi's address of uncle, he abruptly raised his head, staring at Fu Jinshi for a moment before speaking. "Jinji, in." As the man lifted his gaze, his face was finally revealed before Fu Jinshi. It bore some resemblance to Fu Jinshi's own. Although not as striking, it was certainly not unattractive to at present. The man appeared gaunt and weary, yet his features still hinted at a commendable appearance. Gazing at Fu Jinshi's face, the man seemed to peer through him, his gaze drifting to a distant place, lingering for a long while before gently inquiring, "Is my brother well?" "There is no need for concern. He is doing quite well now." Fu Jinshi appeared to have anticipated the man's question, giving a slight nod and gesturing towards the nearby sofa, indicating, "Please have a seat." The man, hands clasped together, seemed somewhat ill at ease. Upon hearing Fu Jinshi's invitation, he hesitated before turning to Shin Si-hong. Shin Si-hong reclined against the backrest, one hand languidly resting on the adjacent empty seat, his legs crossed. Sensing a gaze upon him, he leisurely turned his head to respond, his tone nonchalant. "Uncle, feel free. Here the general is the master." As Shin Si-hong's words fell, he felt a piercing gaze directed at him. Frosty snow descends upon the cold pond. It brought a chill, yet the emotions accompanying it were anything but frigid. Shin Si-hong smiled as he turned his head to meet the general's eyes, the mirth in his gaze unabashed. The moment their eyes met, the general quickly averted his gaze, after waiting for the man to settle into his seat. Fu Jinshi returned to his position and poured a cup of tea. His ice-blue eyes were deep and clear, revealing no trace of emotion, even when faced with an old acquaintance. He extended the teacup towards the man. "I thought you were no longer here." Fu Jinshi paused briefly before continuing, "You must have had a difficult time these past few years." This statement seemed to evoke some unpleasant memories for the man, who let out a bitter laugh, self-deprecatingly responding, "It has been more than just difficult." He accepted the tea Fu Jinshi offered, taking a sip before saying, I trusted Song Yinyuan thoroughly, only to discover he harbored such treacherous ambitions. It was only on the day he made his move that I realized none of my subordinates were trustworthy. Fu Jinshi sat relaxed on the sofa, holding the teacup with one leg crossed over the other. His gaze, initially resting on his hands, flickered with something upon hearing a particular remark, prompting him to look at the other person, who had been silent since entering the room, having held the position of general for quite some time. Even a mere glance from him could instill fear, as authority was absolute in the military. His fleeting look caused the small man standing behind the other to tremble slightly. The small man met Fu Jinshi's gaze but quickly averted his eyes in a panic. Noticing Fu Jinshi's attention, the man sitting on the sofa also glanced at the small man, his expression conflicted, yet he ultimately spoke up to defend him. Ryu has been with me for nearly 20 years. Even now, when I have no personal freedom, he has never abandoned me. He should be trustworthy. Upon hearing this, Fu Jinshi shifted his gaze away. The general's grip on the teacup remained steadfast. Clearly, the man's words had not alleviated the general's underlying suspicion. Sensing the dissonance in Fu Jinshi's demeanor, the man cast a troubled glance at Ryu, about to speak when he was interrupted by Shin Sihong. The star thief, who had remained motionless, casually placed a hand on the backrest of the sofa behind the general. Adjusting to a more comfortable position, a languid smile in his eyes, he raised a hand, signaling the man to silence himself that we have only just met Uncle's subordinate. Naturally, we cannot judge his character better than Uncle. Since Uncle says this man has been with you for 20 years, he has undoubtedly been with you longer than those who previously followed Uncle. If he harbored ill intentions, Uncle would surely have sensed it himself without our prompting. After all, there are precedents, aren't there? This statement seemed to dismiss the general's earlier skepticism toward Ryu, yet it was undoubtedly thought-provoking. Comparing Ryu, who had been by the man's side for 2 decades, to those who had betrayed him before carried significant implications. The man clearly understood the weight of this remark, frowning in discomfort as he glanced at Shin Sihong, for Uncle had also been groomed as an heir by the Song family. Meeting the man's gaze, Shin Sihong smiled and said, "If Uncle has no objections, then let us remain here at headquarters for now. Your future decisions will be yours to make." With that, Shin Sihong waved his hand, signaling the 2 subordinates beside him to escort the man away. As the 4 figures vanished from sight, Shin Sihong predictably felt the general's gaze upon him. Although it remained cold, perhaps due to his frequent clashes with Fu Jinshi, he could discern a hint of another emotion amidst the chill, curiosity. 10 days ago, the subordinate I sent out to rob the Song family reported he was unable to achieve his objective. Today, I went myself, and without hesitation, I brought back Song Yinshin. Shin Sihong continued without hesitation. As for the individual beside him, he insisted on returning with me. Otherwise, he would not come back at all. After all, it's just one more person to share the spoils that I imagine you would also wish to see Song Yinshin. So I brought him along. Fu Jinshi listened in silence before nodding slightly, inquiring, "What is the situation with the Song family?" 20 years ago, Song Yinyuan incited a rebellion among Song Yinshin's subordinates and usurped control, effectively placing him under house arrest. The prevailing rumor was that Song Yinshin had encountered a black hole and perished. Shin Sihong recounted events from over 2 decades past with a languid tone, as if narrating a mundane tale, despite the violence it entailed. Upon mentioning the term black hole, he paused briefly, then shook his head, laughing lightly. "It appears, General, that you have not learned a lesson over these years. You still gamble everything on your subordinates." Fu Jinshi regarded the spot where Song Yinshin had just departed with a non-committal glance. Chapter 38. Mr. Shin must also accompany me. However, I find it rather dull at the moment. Having someone like this to pass the time with is not entirely unwelcome. Shin Sihong's fingers, resting on the back of the sofa, gently tapped against the leather, producing a faint sound. Noticing the general's expression, Shin Sihong offered a slight smile. "Do not touch Song Yinshin, that he does not seem like someone who would know about such matters." Upon hearing Shin Sihong's definitive response, Fu Jinshi nodded slightly. What of Song Yinyuan? In recent years, the friction between the federal military and Shin Sihong had been most pronounced, and given Fu Jinshi's relationship with Shin Sihong, he was acutely aware of the capabilities of Shin Sihong and his subordinates. If there were still matters beyond Shin Sihong's control, it suggested that the individuals from the Song family were formidable adversaries. The most formidable among them was likely Song Yinyuan, who had usurped the position of power. Sure enough, The next moment, Shen Sihong replied with a casual demeanor, eliminated. The body was discarded into outer space. Shen Sihong spoke with a hint of disdain. There was nothing of value. His bodily functions had long since deteriorated, and he was riddled with hallucinogenic factors. Quite pointless that Fu Jinshi furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating whether to express his thoughts. Do you think I have not acted comprehensively? Shen Sihong swiftly conveyed what Fu Jinshi wished to express. Upon witnessing the gaze of the general, Shen Sihong realized he had spoken correctly, that he found it somewhat absurd, and let out a chuckle. General, I am neither one of your Federation's citizens, nor one of those fools in your military who would forsake everything for the sake of the populace. His words and demeanor revealed no trace of the madness and cruelty that lay within him. I have no obligation to spare him and subsequently endure the torment of uncovering the intricate web of connections behind him, nor to undertake the ungrateful task of capturing every last one of his associates that I in my realm. The philosophy is simple. If one appears, one shall be eliminated. It is inconceivable that those I target could survive. Shen Sihong turned his gaze towards Fu Jinshi, casually grasping the general's wrist with one hand and gently planting a kiss upon the back of his hand. Bringing Song Yinche back has already been my greatest concession. General, given Shen Sihong's nature, he would not hesitate to eradicate anyone related to the Song family, should even one of them provoke his ire, regardless of their innocence or victimhood. Thus, Shen Sihong was certainly not a man to be trifled with. He was acutely aware of his own insanity, a madness imbued with malice. He harbored no affection for the citizens of the Federation. Yet, he was willing to make this singular exception for the general. And nothing more. Upon hearing his words, Fu Jinshi visibly paused, even forgetting to withdraw his hand from Shen Sihong's grasp. After a moment, he slowly exhaled and nodded. Very well. Their positions and philosophies diverged fundamentally. Fu Jinshi, as a military officer, was born with the mission to protect the citizens that he almost overlooked the fact that while protecting the populace was a cause he willingly embraced. Not everyone shared that sentiment. He could not hold Shen Sihong to the same standards he applied to himself as a soldier, but he nearly forgot that Shen Sihong was a madman who could never be controlled. As long as this madman did not cause him trouble, that would be the best outcome. As soon as the general spoke the word good, Shen Sihong reverted to his customary smile. However, the general initiated a graceful transition from their previous topic. If you wish, I would be quite willing to make changes for your sake. The general's lowered gaze held a chill, and he withdrew his hand from Shen Sihong's grasp, speaking in a tone devoid of inflection. Just behave yourself. Shen Sihong was taken aback by the general's words that he maintained his posture for a while, gazing at the general before finally unable to contain himself, turning his head away with a slight tremor in his shoulders. It seems my actions have made quite an impression that it was rather dismal to think that the general of the Federation could only admonish him to behave himself. That Fu Jinshi cast another glance at Shen Sihong, his expression light, yet inscrutable. Whether it was a matter of a perfect alignment of understanding that could affect one's emotions, Shen Sihong inexplicably grasped the general's meaning in that glance. Leave. Do not disturb my work. That Mr. Star Thief felt his interpretation to be accurate, a fair reflection of the general's inner thoughts. For reasons unknown, Shen Sihong inquired. Am I to leave? No sending off, came the reply. Very well, Shen Sihong responded, rising with an air of mock melancholy. Until tonight, General. The general's gaze remained fixed on Shen Sihong, and he nodded slightly. Even without words, it was evident that it signified a farewell. Shen Sihong took a couple of lingering glances at the general's handsome visage, turned, and walked a few steps before turning back. Will you be taking Song Yinche with you, General? He asked. The general's attention, previously occupied with military matters, was drawn back to Shen Sihong's aggressively striking face, and his gaze fell downward. With a steady tone, he replied, Mr. Shen must accompany me as well, though the general's demeanor was cold. There was no attempt to disguise it. Upon hearing this, Shen Sihong's brows, which had just been raised by the general's piercing look, froze in realization that, of course, how could he have forgotten that he and the general might indeed become partners in this endeavor? Naturally, he would be accompanying the general. Shen Sihong laughed unabashedly, the earlier sense of constraint evaporating, and he cheerfully declared, As you command, General. That he turned once more and exited the parlor. Over the years, apart from a few urgent days of military strife, Fu Jinshi maintained a consistent training regimen. Although there were training equipment available at Shun Sihong's residence, the overwhelming scent of Shun Sihong's pheromones on those items led Fu Jinshi to postpone his training for a few days. While he had previously handled military affairs in the Roy Galaxy, Fu Jinshi distinctly sensed that upon returning to the Alpha Galaxy, the number of matters at hand had noticeably increased. Whether this was merely coincidence remained uncertain. Although Fu Jinshi had yet to engage with the civilization that the Queen spoke of, one far surpassing the Roy Galaxy in terms of advancement, he could discern the Queen's emphasis on the situation. After addressing the pressing matters that had been transmitted from Vegas, the sky had begun to darken. The communicator chimed, signaling a video call from Vegas. This time, it was a report from the Major General. Despite having dealt with a multitude of military affairs, the general's gaze remained sharp and focused as he connected the call. Upon establishing the line, Vegas began with, "General, have you determined the time for your return to Chinri Star today?" "Soon," Fu Jinshi replied coolly. "Is there any significant matter in the Federation today?" Vegas sighed in relief. "Today, there is nothing requiring your attention within the military, but a significant incident has occurred within the royal family, causing some turmoil in the Federation." As Shun Sihong's hand was deftly removed, the general's expression remains inscrutable, but the atmosphere thickened with unspoken tension. "The third prince has been causing quite a stir lately." Vegas continued cautiously, gauging the general's reaction, that he has been making a fool of himself in front of the Queen. Much to her displeasure, he observed the general's expression closely, but as expected, no unusual emotion flickered across Fu Jinshi's face. The absence of a reprimand indicated a tacit approval for Vegas to continue. "Recently, the third prince has been embarrassing himself repeatedly in front of the military and the royal relatives. His mental state is concerning. When left unattended, he tends to harm himself, and many onlookers are eagerly waiting to see the spectacle unfold. The Queen's reputation is at stake, and it seems she may be considering abandoning the third prince altogether. If it weren't for the imminent threat we face, those in the military would likely have found this amusing during the morning meeting." Vegas added, "I must admit, I find it quite humorous myself." The general shot a glance at Vegas, who promptly suppressed his smile, clearing his throat to regain composure. Now, with the return of Prince Niren, the Queen had him tested for pheromone levels yesterday, and he has a promising chance of becoming the Federation's second Super S-Class Alpha. And as a member of the royal family, Vegas continued, coincidentally, Prince Niren's birthday is approaching, and the Queen has intentions of bestowing the position of Crown Prince upon him. It seems the third prince caught wind of this and vehemently opposed it. Consequently, the Queen had him confined within the palace to prevent any further public embarrassment. At this point, Vegas could hardly contain his amusement, chuckling before quickly covering his mouth, realizing he had stepped outside the bounds of decorum. Though Vegas may appear unreliable, having been by Fu Jinshi's side for so many years, he had never caused any significant trouble, so discussing such matters with him was not merely for the sake of amusement. And then, Fu Jinshi inquired once Vegas's face reappeared on the screen, "that I am uncertain whether to regard the third prince as foolish or cunning." Vegas replied, "Over the years, he has planted numerous spies within the royal family, ensuring that the truth about Prince Niren not being the Queen's biological son has become common knowledge." Vegas observed, "I too recently learned that Prince Niren is not the Queen's son, that it is quite surprising that someone as formidable as the Queen could bear a son so unremarkable. The only notable aspect about him is that he is not her biological child. This implies a relentless confrontation with Her Majesty the Queen, one that could lead to a complete severance of relations." Initially, Fu Jinshi, who had been listening to Vega with a composed demeanor, raised an eyebrow subtly. That it had long occurred to Fu Jinshi that Niren shared no blood ties with Her Majesty 5 years ago. Before Niren was taken hostage in the Roy Star system, the compatibility of their pheromones had already shown a significant degree of affinity in the pheromone sample tests. However, Fu Jinshi's pheromone compatibility with other royal princes, as well as with the Queen and her favored nobles, was decidedly unremarkable, even falling outside the normal compatibility range. That if Niren had indeed been related to the royal family, then Fu Jinshi's low compatibility with the rest could hardly have been as low as it was. Fu Jinshi had previously dispatched individuals to investigate this matter, yet no results had been yielded until now. It seemed curious that this information eluded even a general of his stature, while a mere prince might possess such clarity. The Queen herself did not appear to be a person lacking in contemplation, and this matter was, after all, internal royal discord. Currently, The topic concerning the fourth prince's non-parentage by Her Majesty garnered slightly less interest than the matter of your complete compatibility with Mr. Shun. Vega seemed to be sifting through something on the other end, but the public perception of the fourth prince was undoubtedly more favorable than that of the third prince, who likely never anticipated such poor standing. Fu Jinshi listened attentively, responding with a soft "What is Her Majesty's current stance towards His Highness the fourth prince?" Vega replied, "It remains largely unchanged from before. There is not much difference. This is purely internal strife within the royal family, having little to do with us in the military. However, individuals from the military have begun to inquire about your relationship with His Highness Nieran. Those within the military, oblivious to external star systems, were likely still contemplating their positions. General Fu had never wasted time on trivial matters that could not enhance his standing, yet he nodded in acknowledgement, stating, 'You decide.' Once Vega finished reporting the mundane details, the general decisively concluded the conversation and terminated the video communication. Central Control Room. Shen Sihong reclined on a spacious sofa, his expression languid as he gazed at one corner of the control panel's display. With a mere thought, he magnified a small grid image, filling the entire screen. Interlacing his fingers, Shen Sihong nonchalantly observed the footage captured by the surveillance. In the footage, a frail man sat in a tidy and clean room. Clutching his head, his gaze vacant as he stared into the air before him, his expression shifting in a bewildering manner while he occasionally muttered to himself. Rayano stood behind Shen Sihong, having witnessed the frail man's entire performance, and glanced at Shen Sihong, who remained impassive while watching the screen. After a moment's contemplation, he could no longer restrain himself and asked, "Boss, why not simply eliminate these two individuals?" This deviation from Shen Sihong's usual method struck Rayano as particularly unusual. Perhaps the Federal Forum had provided an apt introduction to Shen Sihong, which Rayano recalled vividly. Under Shen Sihong's command, no one escaped you. Shen Sihong interjected from the side. The image of Vegas on the screen appeared frozen in time. Fu Jinshi cast a glance at Shen Sihong before speaking. "Next time, please." Before Vegas could react, the general abruptly ended the communication. Shen Sihong chuckled softly, his fingers brushing against the general's cheek. "What do you think of his suggestion?" "General?" Fu Jinshi turned his head, evading Shen Sihong's touch. Why impose restrictions upon him? Although the general had not articulated it clearly, the identity of the person was evident. Shen Sihong's fingers met with emptiness. His gaze shifted downward to his hand suspended in midair, his expression cooling. After a moment, he let out a laugh. "General, it seems you are rather reluctant for me to take action against him." His eyes darkened as he straightened his posture to face the general, asking, "Is an outsider truly off limits?" Without waiting for the general's response, he continued, "And if I were to act against Niren, how would you stop me?" The danger in the man's eyes was unmistakable. The general met his gaze without flinching, and after a brief pause, he frowned slightly. "What I require is a reason, because I wish to kill him." Shen Sihong replied with a smile, his tone laced with menace. "Is that reason sufficient, General?" The general maintained a stoic expression, allowing Shen Sihong to encroach upon his space. "General, you have yet to answer my question." Shen Sihong pressed closer, adding, "If I were to act against Niren, how would you protect your precious fourth prince, with whom you share an 80% compatibility?" Chapter 41. You need not compete with him. Fu Jinshi frowned slightly, observing the clear displeasure etched on the man's face before averting his gaze. "Will you allow me to act against him?" Shen Sihong inquired, closing the distance to the general. Showing no intention of letting Fu Jinshi off the hook, or perhaps, since you share an 80% compatibility with him, you would not permit me to act. Fu Jinshi, typically disinclined to interpret the emotions reflected on others' faces, usually adhered strictly to military orders or imposed punishments within the military. However, today, the general studied the expression of his adversary with a hint of confusion. Shen Sihong's countenance bore a certain darkness. Yet Fu Jinshi could not discern the source of this gloom. Lifting his gaze, Fu Jinshi observed Shen Sihong once more, and upon recognizing the expression on his rival's face, he blinked softly. The disparity between this expression and the general's usual aloof and haughty demeanor was striking. Shen Sihong's displeasure solidified for a moment. Yet he soon recalled the general's relationship with the fourth prince as seen on the Federation Forum earlier that day, his sharp canines jutting slightly, his eyes drooping with a hint of grievance as he spoke. "General, why the silence?" Fu Jingshi's eyes flickered, his gaze on Shen Sihong imbued with an inscrutable emotion, before he finally replied, "What are you contemplating?" Shen Sihong candidly responded, "I was wondering what your expression would be if I were to kill Teddy." That a sudden cough escaped the general. Abrupt and unexpected, he awkwardly turned his head away, clenching a fist against his nose, and after a couple of coughs, regained his composure to say, "One must not show disrespect to a prince." Shen Sihong could not suppress a cough himself, clearly struggling to stifle the smile, threatening to break through that. "I wasn't paying attention. I truly apologize to the third prince." However, he quickly shifted the topic. "General, you are once again shielding him." The general appeared taken aback by the extent to which his adversary could dwell on this subject, which seemed trivial to him. Nevertheless, he maintained a silent stare with his rival for a moment before asking, "And you?" Shen Sihong was momentarily taken aback. "Compatibility," the general stated succinctly, without a superfluous word. Yet Shen Sihong grasped Fu Jingshi's intent, a hint of amusement lifting the corners of his eyes as he blinked. "Are you suggesting that you would assist me?" "No," the general replied firmly. "You need not compete with him." It was evident he was not referring to Hadi. Before Shen Sihong could fully comprehend the general's implication, he witnessed the general rise and retreat to his room, shutting the door behind him. Left in silence, he gazed at the general's departing figure. After a moment's reflection, he became acutely aware of the warmth enveloping his palm. Shen Sihong lowered his gaze, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. Fu Jingshi returned to his quarters, freshened up and settled onto the sofa. Recent events within the Federation had been tumultuous. The information regarding the hallucinogenic substances that Shen Sihong mentioned only just reached him. The Federation's intelligence gathering capabilities were truly lamentable. The recent proliferation of these addictive substances across various planets could not be attributed solely to the Song family. This was a widespread illicit trafficking operation, far beyond what a single family could orchestrate. Clearly, there were unseen forces at play. Otherwise, it would not have taken until the death of the Song family's patriarch for this matter to come to light. The general's expression darkened as he lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his pinky colliding with the surface, the silver ring at its base producing a soft clink. The Queen was evidently investigating this issue as well. But the extensive reach of these hallucinogenic substances had infiltrated the Federation's commercial industry, with their most rampant presence in Linuestar, where the Song family was entrenched. The Queen's inquiry would indeed be a colossal undertaking. Fu Jingshi leaned back on the sofa, perusing the messages and documents transmitted by Vegas. The addictive hallucinogenic substances chronicled in history had not been seen in the Alpha Galaxy for an extended period. Long before the Federation's dawn, such items had vanished from the collective human experience. Astonishingly, after millennia of tranquility, these substances had resurfaced. General, the symptoms of those suffering from acute addiction bear a striking resemblance to individuals we observed in the Roy Galaxy recently. Vegas's message chimed in. Fu Jingshi contemplated the images displayed on the screen. The individuals appeared haggard, their faces gaunt, moving about like the living dead, exactly as humanity had described the consequences of indulging in such addictive substances during the Common Era. Fu Jingshi swiftly scanned the scope and locations of the substances spread. Linuestar was a disaster zone, while the main planet, Chinri Star, populated by affluent merchants and families, had seen only sporadic cases. In ancient times, humanity had employed various methods to eradicate such substances from their planets, culminating in a significant movement that ultimately rendered them extinct. Vegas continued. However, the Roy Galaxy has also suffered greatly from this issue. It cannot have originated from there. During their years in the Roy Galaxy, Vegas had raised questions regarding this matter. Although the civilization in the Roy Galaxy was not inferior, it still paled in comparison to that of the Alpha Galaxy. Normally, such minor interstellar conflicts could be resolved within 3 months under the General's command, subjugating the other galaxies. Yet their entanglement in the Roy Galaxy had persisted far longer than anticipated. One reason was the apparent fearlessness of the Roy Galaxy's inhabitants. Fu Jingshi's First Legion, renowned within the Federation for its ironclad bravery, found themselves outmatched by the courage exhibited by the people of the Roy Galaxy. They displayed an utter lack of fear, an insensitivity to pain, and an indifference toward death. While humanity inherently fears death, this particular populace seemed to transcend the physiological limits of human existence. Fu Jingshi lowered his gaze and called up the footage captured during their search in the Roy Galaxy. As he pressed play, a cacophony of noise filled the air. The high-definition video displayed several individuals in protective gear attempting to move someone from a bed. One stood by, closely monitoring their efforts. The person on the bed appeared healthy, breathing steadily without any signs of distress. The others in the room regarded him as if he were a dangerous beast, and the overseer urged the individuals to hasten their movements. The workers, perhaps inexperienced, fumbled in their task. With a thud, the sleeping man collided with the door frame. The overseer, taken aback, wore an expression of sheer terror and rushed forward, seemingly intent on rendering the awakening man unconscious again. Chapter 42. You are enough for me. However, the overseer's speed was evidently insufficient. The awakened man opened his eyes, momentarily disoriented by his surroundings, blinking rapidly to comprehend his situation. After a brief moment of confusion, his gaze ignited with fury, his body convulsed, his eyes rolled back, and he lunged forward, sinking his teeth into the neck of the nearest man. Realizing that his teeth could not penetrate the thick protective gear, the man emitted a guttural gasp, breath quickening, desperately clutching the other's hand and pleading, "Just let me have a taste, just a little. I beg you." Fu Jinshi's gaze darkened. That it was already evident what the man desired to indulge in. The supervisor and several other men clad in protective gear could not possibly acquiesce to his wishes. The supervisor, clutching his head, still attempted to approach and knock the man unconscious, but was soon detected by him. What followed was an inevitable brawl. The man's addiction was palpably surging, his eyes bloodshot, and his fighting movements were ferociously aggressive. He even resorted to pulling hair and biting necks, clearly driven to a frenzied state. Intent on eliminating everyone else in the room. The scene was undeniably undignified. Fu Jinshi observed for a mere 2 seconds before fast-forwarding the video to the latter half. The battle within the room concluded, leaving chaos in its wake. The man lay silently on the ground, having been subdued by others. Out of the 4 originally clad in protective gear, only 2 remained standing. After the skirmish, the supervisor's face was flushed, and with a look of disgust, he spat on the man lying on the floor, muttering, "Just a little indulgence, and he ends up like this." Truly, the old fool's body is no longer reliable. Such scum can only grace the battlefield twice, completely uncontrollable. He might as well perish sooner. The individual standing nearby, leaning against the wall with visible trepidation, quickly concurred, "Indeed, these old soldiers have little value left. Each time, we have to dispose of them at the junkyard, that I reckon it would be simpler to just execute these old fools outright." The video abruptly emitted a crackling noise before shutting off. The general sat on the sofa, staring intently at the screen, his expression grim. Even the rhythmic tapping of his fingers on the table ceased. Although the deceased man had once been Fu Jinshi's adversary, his countenance now resembled a layer of frost, chilling to the core, that a life sacrifice for the nation. Yet no complete remains. Moreover, he and T perished on the battlefield, but at the hands of his own people and those to whom he had pledged loyalty. Fu Jinshi had briefly skimmed through this video during the urgent situation in the Roy system. He had not scrutinized it closely at the time, but now he understood the fearlessness of the Roy system's citizens. Substances of addiction could render the inhaler temporarily devoid of fear. It seemed this matter was also linked to the Roy system's military. The general's expression turned unusually frigid as he pressed his hand against his temple. Given the current circumstances, even if they were to submit, it would not be genuine sincerity. He raised his hand, intending to act, but was abruptly interrupted by an unexpected communication sound. Aside from Vegas, few would send Fu Jinshi messages in written or verbal form. Switching the screen, he discovered a message from Shun Sihong. After investigation, the Song Yin family has colluded with the Roy system in recent years. His gaze coldly swept towards the doorway before focusing back on the message. Following that communication was another message just sent by Shun Sihong. However, the hallucinogenic substances should have no connection to the Roy people. Their scientific advancement is quite lacking. Fu Jinshi read the message twice. Since Shun Sihong could uncover the dealings of the Song Yin family ahead of the Federation, it indicated that his network might be broader than the Federation's information network. Thus, Shun Sihong's words undoubtedly held some credibility. While contemplating the matter, Fu Jinshi replied to Shun Sihong with a simple acknowledgement. The 3 succinct words appeared on the screen as he sent them. Simultaneously, another message unexpectedly popped up above the general's response. "Sir, the Federation's third prince is unnecessary. Your presence suffices. The communication and message dispatch occurred in an incredibly swift moment, rendering the brief time lapse nearly negligible, causing the general to pause momentarily before realizing there was yet another message. He hesitated just as he finished reading the sudden message, when Shen Sihong sent another. Good to know. Good night, General. Fu Jinshi reread that message, his brows furrowing slightly, yet ultimately chose not to respond. The compatibility of the general with a well-known anomaly pheromone had garnered significant attention within the Federation, creating ripples that reached the general himself. In recent days, whenever he stepped out of his room, he was invariably met with prying eyes, although the general was accustomed to being scrutinized wherever he went. The gazes from Shen Sihong's subordinates lately felt distinctly peculiar. After all, within Shen Sihong's stronghold, those subordinates held a less clear understanding of the general's authority compared to Federation citizens, and initially regarded his presence at headquarters with mere curiosity. Now, however, their looks were laden with intrigue and the thrill of witnessing a spectacle. Nevertheless, the general's formidable aura remained intact. A single glance from him was sufficient to prompt those subordinates to avert their eyes. Following the previous incident, it appeared Shen Sihong's sensitivity period was nearing its end. For someone of Shen Sihong's Super S-level alpha status, this phase of sensitivity could be controlled. With deliberate restraint, significant issues could be avoided. The military faced an increasing number of challenges, and it would be prudent to return to Chinri's star sooner rather than later. Fu Jinshi slightly tilted his head, catching the furtive gaze of a subordinate, who quickly averted his eyes in embarrassment. Come here, Fu Jinshi commanded, unperturbed. The subordinate hurriedly approached, visibly anxious. Where is your leader now? He closed his holographic device. Although he was inquiring about someone's whereabouts, his tone bore no hint of doubt. The leader is currently in the interrogation room. The subordinate exchanged glances with the two beside him, instinctively responding. Lead the way. Fu Jinshi nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The subordinate, evidently out of sorts, hesitantly asked, Is the general going to see our leader? The general said nothing further. The subordinate, enlightened by intuition, exchanged another glance with the two others, then bent slightly, gesturing for Fu Jinshi to proceed. I will take the general there now. Please, general. Thank you. Fu Jinshi's long fingers absently traced the silver ring on his pinky as he stood and walked outside. Once the two figures vanished from the sight of the other two, they exhaled in relief. The general possesses quite a strong aura. I'm now uncertain whether our leader is above him or if the general is. One subordinate slapped the questioning one, exasperatedly stating, You can acknowledge the general's strong presence, but don't question it. Our leader has nothing left but us. We must resolutely uphold his authority. Our leader is undoubtedly the one above. The subordinate who had been perplexed by the slap looked at the assailant, bewildered. Weren't you thinking the same? Just as he spoke, he finally grasped the intent behind the words, quickly responding, Yes, we cannot stand in opposition. We must support our leader. Chapter 43. Have I not taught you? The anxious subordinate led the way, while the general followed at a leisurely pace, his tall figure drawing attention along the way. Every structure in Shen Sihong's headquarters bore a uniform style, with a silvery gray hue and a metallic texture. The sunlight reflected off them without being harsh, instead making the buildings appear as though they emitted a natural glow. The interrogation room, as mentioned by the subordinate, was not far from the residence. Their brisk pace soon brought them to their destination. The subordinate slightly bowed, pointing towards the large door ahead. General, the leader is inside conducting business. It would be inappropriate for us to enter, so we will not accompany you further. Upon receiving the general's consent, the subordinate quickly turned and fled as if escaping. Although it was termed an interrogation room, its exterior still resembled the other buildings, with a monotonous silver-gray facade. When sunlight pierced through the golden pheromone defense mechanism, it not only failed to reflect but seemed to ensnare the light. Flowing downwards inch by inch, Fu Jinshi had not even approached the door before he caught the scent of blood wafting from within. The door to the interrogation room stood wide open. The air heavy with a pungent aroma mingled with screams. Although Fu Jinshi had encountered this scent daily on the battlefield, he still harbored no fondness for it. Furrowing his brow, he stepped inside. This path required no guidance from the subordinate, for Fu Jinshi spotted Shen Sihong's figure after taking just 2 steps. Shen Sihong lounged in a spacious chair at the front of the interrogation room. His legs casually crossed, leaning back against the armrest, one hand supporting his forehead as he observed a man in the center who was barely recognizable, a smile gracing his lips. His eyes held a dark glint, laced with indifference. The man at the center had sustained several deep gashes, with some areas even exposing the flesh beneath. Grotesque and horrifying, in his other hand, Shin Si-hong wielded a sharp knife, its tip directed downwards, dripping blood. With a casual flick of the knife's handle, the cold blade caught the light, causing the fallen man to shudder once more. "Do not be afraid. The knife still rests in my hand. It hasn't reached you yet." Shin Si-hong chuckled lightly, his tone deceptively reassuring. "After all, Mr. Ryu, you have been so brazen in delivering messages for your master on my territory, treating me with such disregard. Why fear me now?" The man spoke with a smile, and with every utterance, the man on the ground would tremble twice. When it seemed he received no response, the man seated withdrew his smile. Appearing somewhat displeased, he uncrossed his long legs and stood up. Ryu shuddered significantly, while the blade dripped blood, tracing a path across the floor. Shin-si crouched down beside the diminutive man, adopting a condescending stance, the sharp edge of the blade gliding along the side of Ryu's face, leaving a trail of crimson. "Do not be afraid." The tip of the knife slowly pressed against Ryu's neck, its sharpest point poised over the carotid artery. As Shin-si warned, "A slight exertion of force from me, and I could pierce your skin. Speak to me, and tell me what you have done." Shin-si examined Ryu's expression, his gaze drifting back to the floor. "Sir, this blood has sullied my territory." Despite enduring immense pain, Ryu found his breath constricted, the fear emanating from the man before him far more severe than the scars adorning his body. Ryu's complexion reddened, panic stifling his breath, but he finally comprehended the man's meaning, his eyes widening as he stared at the devilish smile before him. Trembling, he fell to the pool of his own blood, desperately attempting to wipe it away with his clothing. "I'm sorry. I won't dare again. Please do not torment me." Shin-si's smile remained gentle, devoid of any malice, and even his words were laced with a beguiling charm. The knife once more found its place against Ryu's neck. "How is this torment?" he inquired with a laugh. That Ryu's face was a mask of terror as he instinctively raised his hand. Before the silver needle at his wrist could be released, Shin-si casually intercepted it. It appeared that he had yet to learn his lesson. Shin-si's smile gradually faded, his fingers lightly tapping the handle of the knife, knuckles bending as he pressed down, just as the blade was about to pierce Ryu's carotid artery. Shin-si momentarily halted, loosening his grip and turning to face the doorway. The general was stepping in, adjusting his cuffs while raising his gaze in this direction. Upon witnessing the scene within the room, the general's brow furrowed slightly. Fu Jinshi's gaze shifted from Shin-si to the trembling Ryu. His expression was frigid, almost devoid of emotion, yet astonishingly penetrating. Suddenly, his attention lingered on a specific point, sensing a slight fluctuation in his mental energy. Fu Jinshi's expression darkened. "Why has the general arrived?" Shin-si met the general's eyes for a moment before rising, casually brushing his hands and stepping aside. The general did not respond immediately, his sharp gaze remaining fixed on Ryu, causing even the man's back to tremble involuntarily. The scarred, diminutive figure quivered uncontrollably, attempting to turn but soon collapsing to the ground. The general's look was indeed peculiar, prompting Shin-si to raise an eyebrow and ponder aloud. "Am I not to move him?" Upon hearing this, Fu Jinshi finally diverted his gaze from Ryu to the blood-stained knife on the floor. "Have I not taught you?" the general inquired softly. Shin-si was taken aback. For him, the concept of teaching had only surfaced from a distant past when his mother was still alive. That gentle yet formidable woman firmly believed that Shin-si and Fu Jinshi's father did not share the sordid relationship depicted by outsiders. And she was convinced that her husband had not betrayed the Federation or this galaxy. She and Fu Jinshi's Omega father endeavored to maintain their bond, resulting in several years of peace between them. At that time, Fu Jinshi appeared obedient and capable, effortlessly excelling at everything, already displaying traits of excellence that in contrast, Shin-si was a misfit, struggling to keep up with his studies. Shin-si's mother entrusted Fu Jinshi with supervising him. Though still young, Shin-si seemed to enter a rebellious phase, while Fu Jinshi, typically reticent, would study while Shin-si caused mischief. Their coexistence continued peacefully until the age of 9, when Shin-si's mother, unable to find solace from an alpha father and unwilling to relinquish her faint hope, resisted removing her mark, leading to a disorder of her pheromones and ultimately her demise. Chapter 44. My. This green tea puppy can be quite the actor. Shin-si had always perceived his mother as somewhat cruel. It was not that she lacked love. During the years she was alive, she meticulously arranged every aspect of Shin-si's life, providing companionship that surpassed that of any devoted mother. Later, when Shin-si's father failed to return from a mission, the woman, already showing signs of distress, concealed her struggles from her son, even sharing her husband's legacy with Shin-si. With her presence, he never felt the pangs of loneliness. Yet when contemplating whether that woman truly loved him, Shin-si sensed something was amiss. How could she possess such fortitude to leave behind a 9-year-old child, smiling as she closed her eyes forever? The burdens she bore were immense, and upon her passing, all that she had concealed quickly came to light. Shin-si could no longer view Fu Jinshi through the innocent lens of childhood friendship. On the day he chose to leave Chinri Star, it was the first time 10-year-old Fu Jinshi called out to him. Both Shin-si and Fu Jinshi, by virtue of their lineage and genes, were regarded as exceptionally esteemed individuals on Chinri Star, possessing potential to ascend to SS-level alpha status from birth. They were both held in high regard, and though young, they exhibited remarkable maturity. Fu Jinshi had once imparted a lesson that Shin-si had previously overlooked. At 9, Fu Jinshi reiterated, "If we become enemies, what I taught you will still apply." At that moment, Shin-si did not grasp the meaning behind Fu Jinshi's words. Yet, considering Fu Jinshi's sparse dialogue, he recalled the singular lesson: one must eradicate enemies without mercy. And when interrogating hostages, one should never grant them an easy end. The explanation he sought to articulate was now obscured, yet he retained the final words Fu Jinshi had spoken to him at 9. "However, I hope we will not become enemies." While the recollection could be elaborated upon, it merely flickered through Shin-si's mind in a fleeting second. He, oblivious to his emotions, lowered his gaze and, after a moment, returned to the present. With a hint of distaste, he gestured for someone to retrieve the knife from the blood pool, then turned to the general with a smile. "Of course. I remembered, dear teacher." Shin-si approached the general with a grin, then glanced back at the man sprawled on the ground before directing his thoughts inward. The blood that had previously ceased flowing from Ryu surged forth, and Shin-si observed the scene with a smirk before sealing the wound once more. "What should I do?" he inquired of the general. "What do you consider an unpleasant experience? Should I staunch the flow of blood, dissolve his muscle tissue entirely, and then compel him to tear open his own wounds to see if he ultimately confesses?" Shin-si earnestly articulated his thoughts to the general, concluding with a question. "What do you think?" Upon finishing, he sensed the shift in both the general and the man on the ground, but he took delight in observing Ruiyu's anguished expression, trembling and shaking his head in despair. Before bursting into laughter, Shin-si's finger lightly brushed his lower lip as he turned to the general, who was now looking at him. "Just teasing you, general." With that, he raised his hand, beckoning to two subordinates. Upon witnessing Shin-si's actions, the general appeared poised to speak, but in the next instant, something enveloped his vision that a warm and fervent palm slowly rose to obscure the general's eyes. "How cruel," Shin-si whispered into the general's ear, his voice joyous. "Do not look, general." The general exhibited a palpable stiffness, yet he still did not evade Shin-si Hong's grasp. Before long, he was met with a cacophony of heart-wrenching screams, escalating in intensity. The hand of the man beside him rested just above his eyes, leaving no space between them, gently pressing against him without overstepping boundaries. Yet the fervent breaths near his ear made it evident that Shin-si Hong's ambitions could not be concealed. The cries seemed to linger for an eternity, and Shin-si Hong, with drooping eyelids, regarded the diminutive man on the ground who had dared to pilfer their headquarters secrets with eyes devoid of warmth. Ruiyu was marred with scars, the most gruesome of which was a gaping wound at the back of his head, from which something had been extracted, leaving a crimson pit that oozed blood. Under Shin-si Hong's relentless provocation, despite enduring such agony, Ruiyu's consciousness remained remarkably lucid, even able to delineate the shape of his wound. His vital signs remained surprisingly stable. Observing the man's torment, Shin-si Hong did not conceal the elation in his tone. His gaze was not that of one looking upon a living being, but rather akin to admiring a peculiar emblem symbolizing a profound significance. For enemies, he believed in total annihilation. Shin Si-hong felt he was executing the soul lesson imparted to him by his former mentor with great finesse that as he reveled in the scene before him. An itch began to stir in his palm. His movements momentarily halted as he turned his attention to the general. That it was as if a delicate brush had grazed his palm, the itch penetrating to his very core. Even with his eyes covered, the general's face was extraordinarily handsome, with a high nose and flowing facial contours, complemented by the slightly downward corners of his mouth. After a moment of contemplation, Shin Si-hong became aware of a different kind of itch blooming within him. Only when the general withdrew his hand did Shin Si-hong snap back to reality. The general cast a cool glance in his direction before redirecting his attention to the unconscious Ryu. A subordinate approached the interrogation room with some item in hand, while another sheathed his knife and respectfully inquired, "Boss, as per your instructions, we found a chip in the back of his head, and it has already been sent for cleaning. How shall we dispose of him?" "Drag him to the training grounds," Shin Si-hong replied with a nod, his gaze casually sweeping the room. "Remember to keep him alive." "Yes." The subordinate complied immediately, bending down to hoist Ryu and swiftly exiting the interrogation room. Shortly thereafter, another subordinate who had gone to handle the chip returned, extending the small device to Shin Si-hong. He examined it closely, flipping it over before accessing the data contained within. Noticing that the general's gaze had yet to waver from him, Shin Si-hong paused, offering a slight smile. "Your unwavering attention makes me quite anxious." "General, you knew all along?" Fu Jingshi inquired. "What?" Shin Si-hong feigned ignorance, blinking innocently. "Are you referring to the chip?" Chapter 45. Little Shun is rather fierce. Aware that Shin Si-hong was pretending, Fu Jingshi chose not to linger on the matter. Directly stating, "Then why continue to interrogate him?" Shin Si-hong inhaled deeply, letting out a frustrated hiss after a moment of contemplation. "Just consider me to be idly meddling, that I simply cannot bear to see him thrive." Not wishing to dwell on the topic further, he quickly asked, "What brings you to seek me?" "It's time to return to the main planet." Noting Shin Si-hong's disinterest in pursuing the previous topic, Fu Jingshi decided against further discussion. Shin Si-hong minimized the holographic screen, glancing at the date. Upon seeing it, he abruptly halted, the words he had intended to say slipping away as he nodded and spoke. "Very well. General, please rest well today. We shall depart for Chinri Star tomorrow." Shin Si-hong discreetly shifted his body to obscure the general's view of the screen, shutting it off as he said, "I will notify Song Yenche." Fu Jingshi nodded and made his way outside. Soon, another individual joined him, walking alongside. Returning together, Shin Si-hong shrugged, preemptively addressing the general's impending question. "There's nothing else on the agenda for today." Fu Jingshi remained silent as they retraced their steps to their quarters. As they passed a building, they chanced upon the subordinate who had dragged Ryu down, unceremoniously tossing the battered man into a structure. The reputation of the first star pirate was not mere hyperbole. It truly instilled fear that in truth, being a star pirate was not a prestigious identity within the Federation. Shin Si-hong, at the age of 15, had once been intercepted by a cohort of star pirates while en route to a certain star system. At that time, he had already attained the status of an S-class alpha and single-handedly confronted over a dozen adversaries, ultimately causing all who attempted to seize him to vanish without a trace. The 15-year-old S-class alpha rose to fame through that single battle. Shin Si-hong obliterated the gang of star pirates and turned their stronghold upside down, perhaps inspired by a newfound sense of freedom, establishing a base of operations for himself as a bandit. Surprisingly adept at his role, he targeted only the nefarious, relishing the chaos of fights and often inserting himself into the fray. After stirring the pot, he would execute a clever plan, leaving all citizens guessing as to his next move. Yet, every time he acted, he spared no mercy, dealing decisively with families and factions that the Federation could not manage, rendering them submissive and too fearful to continue their misdeeds, that he had effectively aided both the Federation and its citizens. Moreover, he did not restrict his wrath to just the villains. He also dealt with unruly peers mercilessly. In recent years, mention of star pirates had come to imply only Shin Si-hong and his subordinates. Consequently, he had secured the top spot on the wanted list, closely monitored by the wealthy, while simultaneously earning the title of the most beloved figure among the Federation's citizens for several years. Of course, this good person was best admired from a distance, as Shin Si-hong conducted all his affairs with ruthless efficiency, particularly against those who had betrayed him. The most fortified location within the headquarters of the Star Pirates was not Shin Si-hong's residence, but rather the training grounds. This area employed the most advanced defense mechanisms and was constructed with the sturdiest materials, featuring round-the-clock infrared and surveillance systems, not to deter intruders, but to contain those within. Once inside, no one could hope to escape. The exterior of the training grounds was indistinguishable from other buildings, while the interior consisted of a simple hall furnished with a few beds and toiletries. Beyond that, the hall was devoid of partitions. Those confined within were individuals who had betrayed Shin Si-hong or committed heinous acts that in this primal society, the strong devoured the weak, and resources were fiercely contested. Shin Si-hong had effectively established a primitive social order, allowing evildoers to vie with one another for the scant resources available. Fu Jingshi cast a glance before retracting his gaze as a communication request from Vegas popped up. Given that it was not during the designated hours, Vegas's communication likely bore significant importance. This time, it was not a video call. The general hesitated briefly before consenting. "General, the news regarding Prince Niren's lack of blood relation has caused quite a stir." Vegas's serious tone conveyed urgency. "Even the fact that your phenomenal compatibility with Mr. Shun is 100% is becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. That IT may be the third prince orchestrating this behind the scenes." This matter clearly bore no direct relation to the general, and it was evident there was more to come, so he merely responded nonchalantly. "Do you know why?" Vegas inquired. The general, slightly puzzled, raised his gaze, the coldness in his demeanor failing to mask his curiosity. The inflection of his voice suggested confusion. Shin Si-hong turned his head just in time to catch the question. "Is Mr. Shin beside you?" Shin Si-hong. Fu Jingshi. Shin Si-hong paused for a moment, chuckling softly. Recently, he had heard his own name mentioned quite frequently in the general's presence. The general remained silent for a considerable duration, leading Vegas to suspect that he was not present, prompting him to speak furtively. "The third prince has also leaked the information about your phenomenal compatibility with Prince Niren being 80%. Should we suppress this matter?" An uncomfortable silence descended. The general continued walking toward their quarters, his gaze cast downward, lost in thought. "I truly did not expect the internal affairs of the royal family to circle back to you." Vegas murmured. "I mentioned that your phenomenal compatibility with Mr. Shun is 100%, so what use is Hardy's nonsensical revelation of 80%? Is that not tarnishing your reputation, General?" Fu Jingshi frowned, ready to respond. But Shin Si-hong spoke first. Indeed, the atmosphere turned genuinely quiet. After uttering that statement, Shin Si-hong fell silent. Vegas, feeling the weight of the silence, dared not speak again. The Fu Jingshi and Shin Si-hong made their way back to their quarters. Vegas remained uncharacteristically mute. Sensing that he had been quiet for too long, Vegas finally stuttered. "General, should we suppress it?" Fu Jingshi pondered for a moment before responding. "Let us suppress it at long last." An answer emerged, and Vegas let out a sigh of relief. After nodding, he realized the general was not in sight, prompting him to speak again. "All right, no pressure." Shin Si-hong swiftly interjected, causing Vegas to choke on the word "good," which still lingered on his tongue. "What does Mr. Shin mean?" he asked. "To release the compatibility rating between me and your general." Vegas was somewhat bewildered, but hadn't they already known? It seemed he was lost for words. Shin Si-hong inhaled deeply before responding. "Are you out of your mind?" Vegas dared not utter a single word. Fu Jingshi raised a hand, somewhat exasperated, to halt Shin Si-hong's impending remarks. He glanced at Shin Si-hong, then sighed, finally stating, "He instructed you to issue an official military notification that—" "Oh, I see," Vegas exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. But before he could finish his thought, he caught himself mid-sentence. "Wait, didn't the general just say he would?" That meant it was Mr. Shin's intention. So, would he go or not? The general emitted a sound of mild confusion. With a face full of trepidation, Vegas queried, "Should I issue the notification then?" Fu Jingshi returned to the sofa, remaining silent for a moment before responding. "Did I not say to send you?" Oh, then I'll go at once." Vegas finally grasped the general's meaning and declared. After the general hung up the phone, Vegas sat in his chair, belatedly feeling a bit perplexed. Why did the general assume it was natural for him to act according to Mr. Shun's orders? Wasn't the general still the commander of the First Legion? Fu Jingshi, somewhat fatigued, ended the call and leaned back against the sofa. Shortly thereafter, the sofa sagged slightly as Shin Si-hong took a seat beside him, his expression somewhat displeased that he opened a forum, scrolled through it twice, then shut it down. Why is it so slow? The general cast a glance at him. On this occasion, Shin Si-hong unusually did not meet the general's gaze, instead fiddling with a ring that had somehow appeared on his finger. Your efficiency in handling matters is not particularly high either. It pales in comparison to even the most casual of acquaintances I could find. Shin Si-hong's remarks were somewhat tangential, causing the general to slightly narrow his eyes in question. However, it was evident that Shin Si-hong had no intention of clarifying his puzzling statements. His voice lowered and tinged with dissatisfaction as he remarked, "Why is it that you and Niren have your pheromones publicly announced with the aid of a teddy bear, while my compatibility with you is so high that I must proclaim it alone?" Though his voice was not loud, Fu Jinshi heard him distinctly. "What?" Fu Jinshi repeated, "Say that again." "What?" Shin Si-hong turned his head, momentarily taken aback by the general's inquiry. "You yourself?" The general's eyes conveyed evident skepticism, and his tone unusually lifted in a questioning manner. "Of course," Shin Si-hong replied, completely unaware of any issue. "Otherwise, who else would dare disclose the fact that our pheromones are so compatible, General?" Fu Jinshi fell silent. After a while, Shin Si-hong noticed his rival's lack of response and turned to meet the general's gaze, blinking in curiosity. "What is wrong, sir?" Fu Jinshi's expression was complex as he held Shin Si-hong's gaze for a moment before finally averting his eyes. As if unable to bear the sight, he instructed, "Go and arrange things properly." Not receiving a definitive answer, Shin Si-hong let out a disappointed "oh," then cast one last glance at the general before turning to enter his room. After Fu Jinshi finished addressing some trifling matters in the living room, he finally stood up, preparing to return to his own quarters that he had taken only a few steps when the communicator chimed again. Fu Jinshi idly raised his gaze, and upon seeing the caller's identity, his eyes widened in surprise. He scanned Shin Si-hong's room, deliberating for a moment, but ultimately decided against answering immediately, opting instead to return to his own room and close the door. Once inside, Fu Jinshi glanced at the communication invitation before connecting the call. The screen illuminated with the visage of a man. The man was gazing down, awaiting Fu Jinshi to accept the video call. And upon hearing the sound, he lifted his eyes to the screen. The man bore a face strikingly similar to the general's, though softer and imbued with a gentle, unassuming warmth, devoid of any aggression. Fu Jinshi's eyes roamed over the man's remarkably familiar features before he spoke. "Father Dung." The man on the screen surveyed the general with a gentle gaze before speaking in a soothing tone. His voice almost tender. "Tomorrow is your birthday, Jinji." Fu Jinshi nodded, responding with a soft "Isn't it time to let go?" The man's voice seemed somewhat tentative as he observed the expressions in his son's eyes. After a moment, he sighed and continued, "How about we celebrate a birthday that belongs to you?" Fu Jinshi contemplated for a moment before shaking his head, replying, "There is nothing special about birthdays, Jinji." The man called his name in disapproval. "I do not wish to constrain you. That it has been over 20 years since you last celebrated a birthday. Such an important day. Why do you persist in avoiding it? It pains your father to see this." After a long silence, Fu Jinshi shook his head once more. Perhaps anticipating the man's next words, he quickly added, "I will return to Chenrixing tomorrow, bringing uncle back with me." Upon hearing the last two words, the man's expression shifted from concern to disbelief. "Acre? Yes, that he is not dead?" The man asked, a note of surprise in his voice, but he quickly remembered something. "How has he fared all these years?" Fu Jinshi offered no response. Observing the expression on his son's face, the man's demeanor became subdued. The air grew quiet. After 2 decades of silence, how could things possibly be well? The man's expression gradually returned to normal as he sighed. "I should have anticipated this. That as long as you are alive, that is what matters." Before Fu Jinshi could speak, the man continued, "On the day after tomorrow, will you be visiting the cemetery?" The topic circled back to its origin. Fu Jinshi remained silent for a moment before responding. The ensuing silence persisted. Both father and son, not particularly eloquent, found it easier to remain quiet when certain subjects were difficult to articulate. Those deep, warm eyes gazed at Fu Jinshi, instilling no discomfort whatsoever. After a brief pause, the man sighed that he knew his son well enough to understand his temperament. Once a decision was made, no one could sway him. Just as when he was a child, declaring his desire to become a soldier, the entire Fu family spent 5 years attempting to change his mind to no avail. Now he had indeed become a competent soldier. Yet that stubbornness remained unchanged. "This is the last time," the man stated. "After visiting your father, return and speak with me. From now on, when your birthday arrives, you need not go. All right?" After over 20 years of searching, with no answers in sight, even he was close to letting go. "You cannot continue to bind Jinji." Fu Jinshi remained silent, raising his gaze. "Look at me when I speak," the man instructed, adjusting his expression. Finally, Fu Jinshi lifted his eyes to meet his father's. The man's gaze was perpetually gentle, calm, and untroubled. The contrast with his husband's demeanor was stark. The only time Fu Jinshi had witnessed his father's collapse was upon receiving the news of his death. A man who had navigated the business world for half a lifetime, remarkably composed, stood frozen in place. "Jinji, come sit beside a hang." That was the solitary instance he had seen his Omega father so utterly devastated. He remembered that was always gentle, rarely losing his temper, and seldom exhibiting anger, let alone sadness, that on that day, young Fu Jinshi experienced firsthand the profound love his Omega father held for his Alpha father. Fu Jinshi gazed silently at for a long while before finally nodding, struggling to utter, "All right." S expression remained warm as he noted the response, his eyes glimmering momentarily, releasing a breath. "That I heard you've recently taken on a mission. Why didn't you mention it to me?" he said with a hint of reproach. The general abruptly lifted his eyelids, directing his gaze at the screen. After a lengthy pause, he finally posed a question. "Did Vegas inform you?" "What?" chuckled, teasing Fu Jinshi. "Are you trying to keep your collaboration with a hang under wraps? How's that boy doing lately?" Fu Jinshi turned his head, rubbing his temple outside the screen, and replied, "He is doing quite well. I heard the task assigned by the Emperor involves cooperating with the hang." "Is that correct?" "Remarked, that's good. Ensure you get along and refrain from fighting at the first opportunity." "How do you know all this?" "You rascal," chuckled with exasperation. "Do you think the Fu family lacks the prowess to uncover such matters? Whatever we seek, we shall find if recalling something," added, regarding affairs within the Federation. Fu Jinshi fell silent for a moment before speaking. Indeed, when his father was still around, the Fu family practically monopolized 80% of the Federation's optical brain equipment trade under his leadership. Gaining a formidable reputation in the Federation thanks to a specially designed chip, it would not be an exaggeration to say they were as wealthy as a nation. "You mentioned you would return to the main planet tomorrow. I assume you have made arrangements with that rascal Ashing." Fu Jinshi nodded. "In truth, no arrangements have been made." During their negotiations, Shen Sihong had been utterly distracted, focusing solely on persuading him to remain at headquarters, without once mentioning any cooperation with the Federation. However, since the task assigned was merely for Fu Jinshi to bring Shen Sihong back to Chinri Star for collaboration, it would be prudent for the Emperor to determine the terms of leverage. Fu Jinshi was not a diplomat. Although his ancestors had been merchants for generations, he was utterly ignorant when it came to business dealings. "Well," Song Yinyu seems to want to say something, but he hesitated. His gaze towards Fu Jinshi tinged with unspoken words. Ultimately, they would have to broach that subject. "Do you wish to see him?" Fu Jinshi was the first to inquire. Song Yinyu averted his gaze, lifting his teacup for a sip, then nodded slightly. "I wonder if that child Ashing has managed to let go." It was evident he already had an answer in mind, and before Fu Jinshi could speak, he asked again, "Do you remember what Paisai said?" This time, Fu Jinshi did not hesitate and quickly nodded. It had been over 20 years. He had been kept in the dark by both families for a long time, only learning the truth at the age of 10, that whether it was the strange look in Shen Sihong's eyes at that time, or Song Yinyu's furrowed brows, or perhaps that still warm gravestone, Fu Jinshi had retained the memory vividly until now. For more than a decade, every time he recalled that incident from when he was 10, Fu Jinshi could remember word for word what Paisai had said to Song Yinyu, which they had inadvertently overheard. That it was too profound to ever forget. "Jingjing, tell me," Song Yinyu asked seriously, "do you believe it?" Fu Jinshi lowered his gaze. No, he remained silent for a long while before uttering those words. "What do you not believe in?" he questioned, referring to what was said about his father and uncle. Just as Fu Jinshi's words fell, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Someone was knocking. Fu Jinshi abruptly coughed. "Father," he asked, "do you have something to say?" "Indeed, there is something," Song Yinyu replied, somewhat puzzled. "Why don't you go open the door?" "You go ahead and open it first. You can turn off the video to hide the image. I will discuss the important matters with you later," the man on the screen stated. I will be too lazy to turn on the optical brain later. Fu Jinshi pondered for a moment before earnestly seeking his father's approval. Shall we hang up now? I can call you later. Song Yinyu paused in his perusal of the contract, glancing up at his son with a gaze that held deeper meaning. Who would still be knocking on your door at this hour? Hiding it from me, I presume? Fu Jinshi exhaled softly, nodded slightly, and then stood to open the door, even leaving the video on to AT this hour. The only person bold enough to knock at the general's door was none other than the head of headquarters, Shin Si-hong. Upon opening the door, Fu Jinshi was unsurprised to see Shin Si-hong's familiar face. It was already late. Shin Si-hong was not even dressed in his usual uniform, but rather adorned in a silk nightgown. When the general opened the door, the man seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. I was beginning to think the general had fallen asleep. Fu Jinshi exhaled. May I come in, General? The man's light blue eyes scrutinized him for a moment before he replied, Are you certain? The general's tone remained flat, devoid of any inflection, making it easy to overlook that it was indeed a question. I asked the general, unwilling to let me in. Shin Si-hong inquired. Soon enough, the general stepped aside to allow Shin Si-hong entry. Shin Si-hong, perplexed by the general's unusual demeanor, paused a few steps inside. He noticed the illuminated screen, and on it, a familiar face he had not seen in ages. The man on the screen was gazing down at a contract. The side of his face, showing no sign of change from over a decade ago, still exuding the same gentleness. It seemed evident he would still be attentive to Shin Si-hong. He stood still, turned to glance at the general, and then called out, Uncle. This utterance seemed to freeze the man in place. Song Yinyu's hand holding the folder stiffened momentarily before he lifted his head to look at the screen. Upon seeing Shin Si-hong, his expression became complex. Xing, it's been years since we last met, and you haven't aged a bit. Shin Si-hong found a place to sit and spoke, his words showing no trace of unfamiliarity. No wonder the general has such a handsome son. This remark completely dispelled the man's worries, and he smiled, contentedly returning to his documents. Fu Jinshi was taken aback to hear his name mentioned, casting a glance at Shin Si-hong before sitting down opposite him. This location was beyond the reach of the screen's image extraction. The man on the screen seemed to have long understood his son's personality and stated, Jingjing, come sit beside Xing. Chapter 48. Space Pirate. Oh, how did you know the general initiated a hug with me? Just as Fu Jinshi began to take a seat, his father called out to him. Expressionless, he stood up and relocated to sit beside Shin Si-hong. Are you returning to Chinri Star with Jingjing tomorrow? After finishing with his documents, Song Yinyu signed his name and inquired. Yes, Shin Si-hong replied swiftly, readily agreeing. I will visit you another day. Fu Jinshi felt as if the ongoing video communication had ceased to pertain to him. The general casually sipped tea, propping his head up as he observed the father on the screen. Song Yinyu exchanged a few more words with Shin Si-hong, mostly posing questions, to which Shin Si-hong responded patiently, maintaining a respectable demeanor. You and Jingjing can chat first, I have some official duties to attend to, Song Yinyu remarked. Should we disconnect the communication, Jingjing? The nearby space pirate subtly glanced at the general. In that instant, he deduced the general's motive for wanting to end the communication. Shin Si-hong, with his quick reflexes, pressed his fist against his nose, attempting to cover a couple of coughs. It was evident the general wished to reprimand Shin Si-hong for his audacity. Yet he could not ignore his father's words and own need to disconnect, the general stated, disabling the image collection function. Noticing Shin Si-hong still smiling, the general shot him a cold glare. What is it? Before leaving tomorrow, may I borrow a bit of your pheromone? Shin Si-hong asked, and as soon as he finished his sentence, he saw the general swiftly turn off the recording function. Cough, Shin Si-hong, who believed he had a high tolerance for humor, lightly tugged at the general's fingers hanging by his side. General, you might be overthinking this. The general withdrew his hand. What do you need my pheromone for? To enhance the pheromone defense mechanism. Of course, Shin Si-hong shrugged nonchalantly, his tone playful. What else could it be, General? My pheromone defense mechanism can only be approached by your pheromone. This place has already caught someone's attention, and I may need to be on guard at any moment. He continued, You wouldn't want me to have to return to headquarters frequently, would you? That is acceptable. Fu Jinshi nodded in agreement. His pheromone level was superseded only by S grade, sufficient to protect a headquarters without issue. Moreover, once a pheromone defense mechanism was established, there was no need for the pheromone owner to disperse their pheromone thereafter. Setting up a pheromone defense mechanism for Shin Si-hong would suffice with merely half a day's rest. It would be reasonable to consider it a gesture of goodwill towards a future partner. That's so. General, after I return to Chinri Star with you, where should I stay? Shin Si-hong inquired once more. Fu Jinshi gazed at the screen, seemingly pausing in his actions upon hearing the question, that he had not anticipated that this general would also concern himself with the other basic needs. That he lowered his eyes in contemplation. Shin Si-hong did not rush him, merely resting his chin on his hand as he observed Fu Jinshi intently. Before Fu Jinshi could formulate a response, a voice resonated from the other side of the screen. Jingjing. Song Yinyu prompted, "Turn on the video." Both Fu Jinshi and Shin Si-hong were momentarily taken aback. Just before activating the screen, Fu Jinshi succinctly instructed, "Sit up straight." Shin Si-hong instinctively straightened his posture. Fu Jinshi then enabled the audio and video functions. Song Yinyu's face reappeared on the screen, wearing a pair of silver-rimmed glasses. Lifting his gaze from the folder to the two, that his gentle yet commanding voice lingered on Shin Si-hong. Falling into silence for a moment without speaking. "Uncle, what seems to be the matter?" Shin Si-hong was scrutinized for a moment before he spoke up. "Nowadays, federal technology has advanced to such an extent that even remote communication can simulate the environment of the other party." Song Yinyu found Shin Si-hong's gaze somewhat peculiar. When reminded by Shin Si-hong, Song Yinyu finally regained his senses, shook his head, and inquired, "What were you discussing just now?" "Nothing, that we were talking about where I would be staying on Chenrixing." Two voices sounded simultaneously, but it was evident that the general's words were quickly overshadowed by his rival's remark that that's so difficult to resolve. Song Yinyu interjected, "The Fu family has residences in every corner of Chenrixing. Staying with Jinjin is no different." Fu Jinshi smiled and nodded at Shin Si-hong. "All right, Uncle." Fu Jinshi cast a fleeting glance at Shin Si-hong. The three of them, or rather Shin Si-hong and Song Yinyu, exchanged a few more pleasantries. Shin Si-hong appeared to be in high spirits and soon stood up, waving his hand at Fu Jinshi. "I'll head back to my room now, General, that if anything comes up, feel free to come find me." Fu Jinshi observed his rival's expression, which revealed no discernible emotion, and replied in a flat tone, "Hurry up, that's so fierce." Shin Si-hong teased casually, not caring in the slightest, and turned to leave the room. The door slammed shut with a decisive thud, and the general's gaze returned to his father. "Did you notice anything just now?" "A rather familiar sensation," Song Yinyu replied uncertainly, "that I felt it once on Xing's father. But I've never experienced it with anyone else." Fu Jinshi nodded and stated, I sensed something quite subtle from Ryu." It also appeared in Shin Si-hong. This feeling had not even been present in Shin Si-hong before Fu Jinshi arrived at his headquarters. It seemed to have emerged suddenly, an elusive sensation. Fu Jinshi was uncertain about what this phenomenon truly was, but he indeed felt it in both Shin Si-hong and Ryu. Indeed, Song Yinyu assumed Fu Jinshi was referring to having sensed something different in Shin Si-hong. And without any hesitation, he said, "You and Xing's pheromone compatibility is 100%. If he were to exhibit any anomalies, you would certainly be the first to notice. You should rest early tonight. Returning to the main planet tomorrow will likely bring a pile of matters awaiting your attention." Rubbing his temples, Song Yinyu sighed before concluding, "Good night." Fu Jingshi's expression briefly faltered, and it was not until Song Yinyu wished him good night that he responded, "You too." "Good night." Fu Jingshi awoke according to his usual routine. Due to the need to return to Chenrixing today, the general left his room without freshening up. He only opened the door after dealing with some minor matters related to the military department. After processing a considerable amount of tasks that morning, the general opened the door while pressing his temples, his eyes slightly closed as he stepped outside, nearly colliding with another person. The general abruptly halted in his tracks. He glanced at his rival, who still held his hand in a knocking gesture, and silently took a step back. Chapter 49. For a moment his eyes did not know where to look. The general had nearly stumbled into his rival's embrace. At that moment, regardless of how many matters he had attended to, he felt remarkably alert. Shin Si-hong lowered his hand from the air, his round eyes slightly downcast. His voice tinged with laughter. "Good day, sir." The man was dressed in a black uniform today, appearing less stern than usual, though the fabric's texture remained a mystery. His physique was tall and well-defined, the clothing fitting him perfectly. Shin Si-hong adjusted the gloves on his hands, the white fabric smoothed impeccably, and one could almost envision the long fingers beneath the gloves. Though his eyes sparkled with mirth, there was an unmistakable air of danger about him. "Good morning," the general replied coldly, then circumvented his rival as he proceeded to the living room. Shin Si-hong had grown deeply accustomed to his rival's indifference, thus remained entirely unfazed, reaching a state of immunity. "I'm ready. Just waiting for you." General Fu Jingshi nodded, donning his right glove, pausing to await Shin Si-hong. Shin Si-hong quickly joined him. The two made their way to the control room first. The main control room was filled with an array of finely tuned instruments, and the large screen ahead displayed the entire layout of the headquarters along with real-time surveillance images. "General, your gloves," Shin Si-hong reminded as he glanced at the military gloves adorning the general's hands. A small receiver for pheromone collection sat beside the screen. Fu Jingshi understood Shin Si-hong's intent at a glance and swiftly removed his gloves. The gloves had been tailored to fit the general's hands perfectly, making it difficult for his other hand to remove them. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, Fu Jingshi slightly lowered his head, biting his fingertips, and quickly pulled the gloves off, revealing the nearly healed raised skin on the back of his neck. Just as he intended to feign gentlemanly behavior, Shin Si-hong stood by, watching the general's actions, suddenly feeling a tightness in his throat, unable to utter a word. For a moment, he was at a loss regarding where to direct his gaze. As the general slightly bowed his head, the graceful curve of his neck became apparent, his Adam's apple distinctly visible as it moved up and down. The man's lips were a healthy shade of red, and as he bit the black glove, his lips brushed against the fabric, exuding an indescribable allure. Shin Si-hong discreetly licked his small canine tooth. Inside or outside? The general, however, remained oblivious to the psychological activities of his rival beside him, intently examining the receiver and inquiring. Suddenly jolted back to reality by the voice, Shin Si-hong found himself momentarily stammering, unsure of what he had just said. "Outside, I suppose." The general shot Shin Si-hong a curious glance before nodding and placing his palm on the receiver. The crisp pheromones began to permeate the control room. Fu Jingshi guided his pheromones to outline a silver circle around the pre-existing defensive mechanism, with Shin Si-hong's pheromones forming a layer around it. This step was quite simple for Fu Jingshi, and within half a minute, he had encircled the entire headquarters. The next step was to inject the pheromones, his fingers resting on the receiver, slightly curled, the veins on the back of his hand prominently visible. As the steady and cold pheromones flowed through the receiver to various parts of the headquarters, soon, a silver halo appeared on the large screen. The general maintained a calm demeanor. Even the high-intensity pheromone output did not alter his expression. The silver halo occupied an increasingly large area on the screen, closely approaching the golden halo while maintaining a certain distance. Within 3 minutes, the silver halo had enveloped the entire headquarters, advancing toward the west. The general stood before the receiver, one hand resting on the small device, his tall figure exuding an air of aloofness. Shin Si-hong remained silent, his gaze fixed not on the screen, but on the general's profile throughout. This was a significant operation. Although Fu Jingshi sensed Shin Si-hong's gaze, he remained silent, focusing intently on the screen. As the last vestige of gold was enveloped by silver, the surrounding silver light converged at a single point, forming a massive closed entity. At the moment the pheromone defense mechanism solidified, the golden and silver pheromones suddenly flickered. The golden pheromones expanded outward while the silver halo contracted inward. The two defensive mechanisms swiftly merged, forming an entirely new defense system. The general's eyelashes fluttered in astonishment. An Ultra S-level alpha. He was all too familiar with this kind of energy. The power contained within this pheromone defense mechanism far exceeded that of an Ultra SS-level alpha. Generally, even individuals with high pheromone compatibility would not experience such a fusion when layering pheromone defense mechanisms. Thus, the general had never anticipated such a situation would arise. Shin Si-hong finally shifted his gaze from the general's face to the screen, exclaiming in surprise, "General, we cannot underestimate the power of 100% compatibility." Shin Si-hong, unsure of his own feelings, raised his hand to touch the ear stud on his right ear, speaking cheerfully. His words were laced with laughter, though his eyes concealed a deeper emotion. 100% pheromone compatibility was beyond incredulity for everyone. Naturally, such a terrifyingly high pheromone compatibility could yield effects that others could scarcely imagine. Once pheromones reached 100%, even a deity would be governed by instinct. This instinct, perhaps, could transcend all. Fu Jingshi glanced at the screen, remaining noncommittal. When the two arrived at the spacecraft docking location, Song Yinshu was already waiting nearby. He appeared haggard and greeted the two with a wry smile. Shen Sihong opened the metallic hatch of the spacecraft, slightly bending down to gesture to the general. "General, please, you go first." The general bent down to take a seat. Shen Sihong's gaze shifted to Song Yinshu. "Uncle, please hurry aboard the spacecraft. We are about to set off." Without waiting for Song Yinshu to respond, Shen Sihong flashed an innocent smile. "I truly apologize, Uncle, that I inadvertently eliminated one of your trusted subordinates." It is evident that Song Yinshu's expression is somewhat forlorn. Upon hearing this, he slowly shook his head. "It has nothing to do with Mr. Shun, that I never anticipated that the individual who has been by my side for over 20 years would harbor such intentions. It is already fortunate that Mr. Shun has not suffered any losses due to this matter." "Not at all." Shen Sihong maintained his facade of a smiling tiger. Despite his perpetual smile, no one has ever perceived him as possessing such a character over the past 20 years. "Please, Uncle." Song Yinshu sighed heavily before bending down to enter the spaceship's cabin. Although his attire had been transformed from the tattered clothes he wore upon arriving at headquarters into the well-fitted uniform arranged by Shen Sihong, his expression was even more despondent than before. The familiarity developed over these 2 decades seemed merely a guise for proximity to others. Yet, the companionship cannot be deemed insincere. That it was during his most trying times that Ryu's presence allowed him to endure. He shook his head, casting these thoughts aside. Outside the spaceship, just as Shen Sihong was about to enter the cabin and sit beside the general, he was halted by someone calling out that "I will accept all criticism. However, there is no need for baseless accusations that disregard character and context. Those who engage in daily disputes without discernment will be scorned by me." Chapter 50. Little Shun, the first star pirate. "What's wrong with marrying into a family?" A group of underlings approached Shen Sihong, dragging along a reluctant Lei Aino. With a sullen expression, Lei Aino inquired, "Boss, they brought me here. You need me to accompany you?" Shen Sihong, bemused, retorted, "Why would I need you to come with me?" "You're right, boss," Lei Aino replied, slapping the underlings still holding on to him. "That I told you, boss can handle everything alone. There is simply no need for me to follow. Don't you understand?" After watching the commotion for a while, Shen Sihong finally spoke. "Come back in a few days. For now, Lei Aino will be in charge. Contact me if anything arises." Having said this, Shen Sihong waved his hand and turned to enter the spaceship's cabin. It was only when the metallic door sealed tightly and the spaceship abruptly vanished that Lei Aino spoke. "That if you want to gossip, just do it. Why drag me into it?" A few individuals who had embarrassed Lei Aino in front of the boss chuckled lightly, stepping back before saying, "Isn't it just that you've been around the boss a bit longer? He certainly wouldn't hit you." "Exactly. Who was it last night that said the boss was strutting around as if he were going to marry into the general's family? You were spot on. Hey, who received the task last night, telling the boss to get in touch with us after he secured the general? Where are they? Why didn't they ask just now? Such dereliction of duty should be punished." Just moments ago in the central control room, a pheromone defense mechanism had been established, and Fu Jinshi's pheromones had been depleted by more than half. Consequently, the general had remarkably refrained from activating work mode aboard the spaceship. He reclined against the soft cushion behind him, eyes closed in feigned slumber. One hand pressed against his temple, Fu Jinshi leaned back slightly, his long neck elegantly poised. His long, crossed legs were proportionate and graceful, presenting a figure without a hint of imperfection. Shen Sihong lounged nearby, his gaze fixated on the general. The spaceship glided smoothly at light speed, devoid of any turbulence. After an indeterminate duration, Shen Sihong noticed the general's hand pressing against his temple had slowed. The once upright posture gradually relaxed. Times, the general's silhouette appeared somewhat frail, not lacking in strength, but rather exuding an indescribable sense of profound solitude, as if about to shatter. This illusion even led Shen Sihong to feel that Fu Jinshi's form was not suited for a soldier, as soldiers are protectors. Yet he sensed that the general actually required protection. Just as this thought crossed Shen Sihong's mind, he startled himself. After all, the individual before him was a general, the youngest, most capable, and most victorious in the Federation's history. That moment, the general sat quietly with closed eyes, his gracefully curled lashes resting gently, his expression devoid of the usual aloofness, instead appearing somewhat gentle to Fu Jinshi's appearance. which could be described as chillingly cold, was not entirely accurate in this instance. The general, peacefully asleep with closed eyes, radiated a softness that belied his typical demeanor, which was so frigid that it deterred all from approaching or even meeting his gaze openly. Of course, this did not include Shin Si-hong. Shin Si-hong deliberately reduced the spaceship's speed, adjusting the smoothness to its highest setting. When Fu Jinshi opened his eyes, he distinctly felt he was resting against something. Momentarily disoriented, he straightened up and glanced to the side. Shin Si-hong leisurely reclined against the backrest, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on him, evidently having watched for quite some time. "Did you sleep well, General?" he inquired. Voice imbued with concern and a hint of self-satisfaction, that Fu Jinshi was unsure about the quality of his sleep. He only knew that his head throbbed slightly. The general extended a hand to rub his temple. Succinctly stating pheromones, Shin Si-hong, feeling somewhat aggrieved, retracted his pheromones, that wasn't it merely an attempt to soothe the general, who appeared to be sleeping uneasily. The genuine expression in his dog-like eyes surpassed even the bewilderment evident in the general's upon awakening. Fu Jinshi seemed momentarily at a loss, an unfamiliar emotion flickering in his eyes, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Soothing someone is not as simple as it seems. The pheromones he had released earlier were a mix of comfort and allure, and it was evident which aspect prevailed, given the perfect compatibility between Fu Jinshi and him. With some time remaining before landing, Shin Si-hong asked, "General, would you like to sleep a bit longer?" He blinked innocently. Fully aware of his actions, yet maintaining an expression of innocence, Fu Jinshi shook his head, sitting up straight to bring up the holographic screen. Vega had officially announced the complete compatibility of Fu Jinshi and Shin Si-hong's pheromones, dispelling any lingering doubts among onlookers and quelling discussions on whether Niren was indeed the Queen's true son. The ripple caused by this revelation was even greater than the previous one. For instance, when Fu Jinshi accessed the military's information database, he immediately spotted his name alongside Shin Si-hong's. His gaze lingered on the mention of their inherent bond before sliding down the screen. Shin Si-hong, observing intently, could not suppress a chuckle. Inherent bond. The general's finger paused momentarily before tapping on the section regarding the Song Yen-che family. The ensuing text failed to capture his attention, while the individual beside him remained restless. His dog-like eyes slightly lowered, gazing at the general with unabashed intensity. Fu Jinshi's movement slowed, ultimately halting altogether, as he turned to face Shin Si-hong. "What are you planning?" he inquired, his tone devoid of fluctuation. Shin Si-hong cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. "I'm contemplating where I actually reside." "Turn your head," Fu Jinshi instructed stiffly. Shin Si-hong remained still, continuing to gaze at him. The general perused the data on the holographic screen, his expression cold before eventually relenting. "My home, da-da." Shin Si-hong's eyes widened, catching a glimpse of the expression in the general's gaze. Momentarily taken aback, "Did I mean my home?" The general seemed to reach his limit, extending a hand to press against Shin Si-hong's chin. Turning his head away, "Behave yourself." With no one else watching, the general could finally concentrate fully on the holographic screen. The text on the screen finally penetrated his consciousness, and as he observed the actions of the Song Yen-che family, Fu Jinshi's brow furrowed increasingly tighter. "Very well." He suddenly heard a voice beside him interrupting his train of thought, completely derailing his focus. Chapter 51. Little Shin, what are you doing? As the spacecraft docked at the Federation station, the sun hung high in the sky. Fu Jinshi had thoroughly grasped the recent actions of the Song Yen family over the past few years and cast a vague glance at Song Yen-che as he disembarked. This uncle of his, possessing remarkable learning abilities since childhood and exceptional practical skills, stood out as the most prominent figure in the Song Yen family. Originally, the designated heir was Song Yen-yu. Among this generation, only Song Yen-che and Song Yen-yu were direct descendants. The family intended to pass the inheritance to Song Yen-yu, but despite his formidable business acumen, his status as an Omega led to considerable dissent within the family regarding his eligibility. In contrast, Song Yen-che was an alpha. However, his impulsive nature and tendency to act on whims left him vulnerable, as he exhibited unwavering trust in his subordinates. While he excelled in military service, he was decidedly ill-suited for the world of commerce. At that time, Song Yen-che seemed inclined to enlist, yet as the only alpha of his generation, he was forcibly retained. The family members were willing to grant the inheritance to someone ill-suited for business like Song Yin-che, rather than to an Omega with exceptional commercial capabilities. No amount of effort appeared sufficient to overcome the entrenched biases stemming from gender. Song Yin-yu was a person of open-mindedness, untroubled by the trappings of wealth and power. He did not oppose the family's decision to bestow the title of heir upon Song Yin-che. When Fu Jingshi was 4 years old, calamity struck in rapid succession. Song Yin-yu was the first to receive the tragic news of his brother Song Yin-che's demise, leading the Song Yin family to fall under the influence of Song Yin-yuan. The details were all too evident. However, before Song Yin-yu could react, he was met with the news of his husband's death. Both the Song Yin and Fu families found themselves leaderless, faced with his 4-year-old son and the irrevocable loss of his brother and husband. Song Yin-yu swiftly made his decision. Lacking the energy to prevent the impending relocation of the Song Yin family from Chenri Star, he devoted himself entirely to the Fu family and Fu Jingshi. Fu Jingshi furrowed his brow, his eyes clouded with an inscrutable emotion, and merely shook his head in response to Song Yin-che's anxious gaze. Let's take a moment to rest. I will take you to meet my father shortly," he said, perceiving the urgency in Song Yin-che's eyes. That he first sent a message to Song Yin-yu, and the three of them returned to their residence together. ASA General Fu Jingshi was quickly recognized by many upon the spacecraft's landing, and he received numerous communications from the military while en route to his residence. The journey was brief, and with the rapid advancements in Federation technology, the hovercar arrived in just 3 minutes. Fu Jingshi arranged accommodations for Shen Sihong, and just as the smart device detected their current environment, it emitted a series of beeping sounds that he felt a headache coming on. Addressing the ensuing matters would undoubtedly take time. Raising his gaze, he indeed noticed the impatience etched on Song Yin-che's face. "That I will go on my own," Song Yin-che remarked, clearly recognizing Fu Jingshi's pressing schedule. "Just direct me." Fu Jingshi nodded and transmitted the address to Song Yin-che. Then fell into contemplation that it seemed troublesome to let Song Yin-che venture out alone, especially after his years of isolation from the outside world. But he gestured to the newly arrived Vegas, indicating, "You follow him." "Understood," Vegas replied succinctly. "The Queen requests that you take Mr. Shin to her." Fu Jingshi acknowledged this with a nod. Facilitating Shen Sihong's stay in Fu Jingshi's most frequented residence on Chenri Star required no formalities. The pheromone restrictions here posed no barrier to Shen Sihong. This was entirely due to his previous nocturnal escapade of climbing through the window. Soon, Shen Sihong emerged from the villa after a brief exploration. Teasing, "Your place is quite luxurious." Fu Jingshi remained unperturbed, calmly responding to the flood of messages from the military, stating, "We will meet the Queen shortly." The rank of a Federation general is attained only through rigorous trials. One cannot bear the title without significant military achievements. The Federation has enjoyed peace for nearly 2 millennia, but recent conflicts have surged, and Fu Jingshi, born in tumultuous times, had amassed considerable accolades. That a general embodies the pinnacle of combat prowess within the Federation, and their residence is invariably the most opulent. Additionally, Fu Jingshi hailed from a prestigious merchant family that, at its zenith, could monopolize a significant portion of the Federation's trade. Song Yin-yu would certainly not shortchange his son. Fu Jingshi responded to messages with remarkable speed, not pausing for Shen Sihong's reply, rising instead to declare, "Let us go." "Wait a moment," Shen Sihong interjected, engrossed in the forum. "General, come take a look at this." Fu Jingshi hesitated for a moment before approaching Shen Sihong's side. Shen Sihong glanced up at him, then reached out to grasp the general's wrist, giving it a gentle tug. Taken by surprise, Fu Jingshi lost his balance and instinctively knelt on one leg on the sofa. Leaning forward, the crisp, chilling pheromones enveloped him as he inadvertently drew closer, his breath brushing against Shen Sihong's ear, his lips grazing the contours of his earlobe. Shen Sihong felt a thrill at this proximity. Casting a surprised look at Fu Jingshi, his gaze lingering on the general's lips for an extended moment, Fu Jingshi steadied himself against the chair's back, and upon meeting Shen Sihong's gaze, found himself momentarily speechless. With an earnest expression devoid of irony, he inquired, "Are you feeling aggrieved?" Shen Sihong appeared momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing the genuine concern in Fu Jingshi's eyes, a teasing smile crept onto his lips. "Indeed, it's quite unfair. I must feel wronged," he retorted, presenting a reasoned argument. The general seemed taken aback by Shen Sihong's unexpected assertiveness, staring at him in silence for a while. After a moment, he gestured for Shen Sihong to rise. However, Shen Sihong blinked, tilting his chin to direct Fu Jingshi's attention elsewhere. Fu Jingshi, seemingly exasperated, regarded Shen Sihong with a perplexed expression. Realizing Shen Sihong was indicating the light screen in front of him, he turned to see what was displayed. Shen Sihong's screen differed from the Federation's, being smaller, yet clearer. Fu Jingshi took a moment to adjust, finally deciphering the text on the screen. After only a brief glance, he was startled by the inappropriate content that filled the screen, coupled with the mention of both his and Shen Sihong's names, prompting him to swiftly turn away. The usually unflappable gaze of the general widened in surprise, his pupils dilating as he stood erect. In that instant, Shen Sihong sensed the pervasive chill that often accompanied his rival dissipate significantly. Fu Jingshi cast a subtle glance at Shen Sihong, asking, "Is this what you've been looking at?" Chapter 52. Little Shen, you best not make our general shy. Indeed, Shen Sihong replied, exuding an air of nonchalance. In truth, I saw more than this. There's another. Fu Jingshi raised an eyebrow. What? But since I'm above it, I'll let the general take a look. Shen Sihong clarified. Fu Jingshi fell silent, genuinely at a loss for words, observing his rival seated casually and prepared to continue viewing the content on the screen. Fu Jingshi felt a headache coming on. Stop watching. Let us go, he commanded. Shen Sihong reluctantly closed the screen, standing up and saying, all right then. Throughout the journey, Fu Jingshi remained silent, regardless of what his rival might have said, not once casting him a glance. Humanity had flourished for countless millennia, achieving a level of technological advancement that allowed for seamless communication with extraterrestrial beings, and civilization had reached remarkable heights. Humans had evolved alongside these developments, resulting in generally enhanced memory and greater cerebral capacity. As an Ultra-S level alpha, Fu Jingshi was naturally endowed with superior capabilities in these respects. Shen Sihong's screen had nearly displayed an entire text, and Fu Jingshi had taken in the entirety of it, retaining it vividly in memory. The vehicle halted before the palace. Fu Jingshi closed his eyes briefly, forcibly expelling those thoughts from his mind before stepping out. Upon entering the palace, they were immediately met by an attendant who went to inform the queen, and soon after, another individual approached to guide them further inside. Shen Sihong ambled along with a casual demeanor, occasionally glancing sideways, and after 3 minutes, he couldn't resist asking, General, what is going on? Were you startled by what you saw earlier? Fu Jingshi halted mid-stride, responding in a low voice, be quiet. A faintly spicy pheromone lingered at the tip of his nose. Although Shen Sihong had not released his pheromones, Fu Jingshi, as a perfectly compatible counterpart, discovered that he could detect Shen Sihong's pheromones as long as he was in close proximity. With an air of amiability, he retracted all his defenses. The two did not encounter the queen first. Instead, they came across Niruin, accompanied by 2 subordinates. Niruin was busily issuing commands as he approached the general from a distance. Before he could finish his sentence, he and Shen Sihong simultaneously looked up, their gazes locking. Fu Jingshi suddenly furrowed his brow and followed suit, for he could no longer sense Shen Sihong's pheromones. Moreover, he felt something peculiar emanating from Shen Sihong, a hint of repulsion. Not only Shen Sihong, but even Niruin's pheromones felt distinctly different from usual. Fu Jingshi had an 80% compatibility with Niruin's pheromones, far exceeding the typical alpha's compatibility level, not to mention the general's pheromones, which symbolized peace. The general would not experience any repulsion towards any pheromone-bearing being unless faced with an alpha whose compatibility was below 20% and who harbored hostility towards him. Yet, the current situation was rather strange. Upon closer inspection, the repulsion of these 2 individuals' pheromones seemed directed at each other rather than at him. Fu Jingshi shifted his gaze from Niruin to Shen Sihong. Indeed, he observed that Shen Sihong's brow had also slightly knitted, his pheromones growing increasingly agitated. Niruin, however, merely glanced this way twice before lowering his head to finish relaying his unfinished remarks to his subordinates, then lifted his leg to continue approaching the general. Yet Shen Sihong abruptly halted in place. One of the subordinates leading the way, confused by Shen Sihong's sudden stop, remained rooted to the spot. Fu Jingshi cast a glance at the 2, contemplating briefly before also coming to a halt a step ahead of them. Soon, Niruin reached the trio. General, Mr. Shen, he greeted the 2 with a warm smile. Your Highness, Fu Jingshi nodded, offering a token acknowledgement. The demeanor of Shen Sihong, however, was somewhat peculiar. He quickly glanced at Fu Jingshi and took a step back, This action left the accompanying subordinate in a state of anxiety, unsure whether to retreat, remain where he was, or advance. Given the general's presence in front and the devil behind, Fu Jianshi found Shen Sihong's actions odd, but he chose to remain silent. The Niruin's expression showed no surprise. Smiling at Shen Sihong, he then spoke. Addressing Fu Jianshi, the general truly lives up to the title of the undefeated war god. You accomplish every task with such excellence that I heard that Mr. Shen particularly dislikes being constrained, yet the general still managed to bring back Chenrixing. Ultimately, it was a compliment, and Fu Jianshi was not particularly fond of responding to such remarks, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Niruin, well aware of Fu Jianshi's distaste for flattery, refrained from elaborating further after his initial comment. Noting Shen Sihong's lack of response, Niruin did not dwell on it, nodding to both men before leading his subordinates around Shen Sihong, preparing to leave. Then, until we meet again, Shen Sihong furrowed his brow and muttered a low "get lost" as Niruin brushed past him. The statement was impolite, even tinged with malice. Yet Niruin showed no signs of offense. His gentle, light green eyes radiated understanding. Mr. Shen may not be in the best state at the moment, he said. If you have any questions, feel free to come find me, that I might be able to provide some answers. Shen Sihong's brow tightened further as he took 2 steps back, distancing himself from Fu Jianshi. That my greatest wish at this moment may very well be for your highness to leave promptly, Shen Sihong remarked, a hint of danger lacing his smile as he looked up at Niruin. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that I won't kill you, regardless of your status as a prince of the Federation. I have never failed in my pursuits. Niruin, unfazed by the threat, simply shook his head gently. Very well. The most prominent prince of the Federation did not seem overly concerned by the words of a space pirate and turned to depart. Niruin, along with his 2 subordinates, walked until they were out of Fu Jianshi and Shen Sihong's sight, at which point one subordinate spoke up. Your Highness, why does Mr. Shen appear to harbor such hostility towards you? The prince was renowned throughout the Federation for his gentle and kind nature, always attentive to the emotions of others, and never imposing any pressure when gazing at someone. They had followed the prince for many years and had never witnessed anyone express such inexplicable animosity towards him. Niruin smiled softly, explaining in a warm tone, perhaps Mr. Shen is simply in a foul mood today. The subordinate nodded, accepting the explanation without suspicion, and continued onward. Niruin gently stroked his palm, his eyes reflecting a complex sentiment. In a world where good and evil intertwined, to suppress malevolence, indeed, a measure of self-control was required. Fu Jianshi, with his pale blue eyes, observed the 2 men, uncertain of the emotions swirling within him. After a moment, he slightly furrowed his brow and took a step toward Shen Sihong. Wait, Shen Sihong immediately interjected. Chapter 53. I am not self-torturing. Brother Fu Jianshi halted in his tracks, remaining stationary. Shen Sihong's expression was far from favorable as he gazed at the place where Nirong had departed, only turning around after the figure was completely out of sight. The restlessness within him was still an insurmountable force. The allure of the person before him eclipsed the entirety of the starry expanse. Shen Sihong's pupils dilated slightly as he forcefully suppressed the impulsive thoughts surging in his mind, drawing in a sharp breath. Just moments ago, he had suddenly felt the severance of the bond with the General's pheromones. As the dominant partner, the brief markings he had made on the general allowed him to sense this connection at all times. Yet just now, at the instant he perceived Nirong's presence, he felt that bond vanish, completely and utterly. The proximity between him and the general was too close for such a sensation to be overlooked. However, the feeling he experienced was akin to the compatibility of their pheromones plummeting from 100 to 0. Furthermore, this sensation became increasingly pronounced whenever Nirong approached either him or the general. Only when he distanced himself from the general did it ease slightly. Strangely enough, when he sensed the anomaly, his first thought was not one of confusion, but rather a desire to possess the general once more, to imprint his pheromone upon the general's being, so that apart from his own, only his uniquely potent pheromones remained. This longing compelled Shen Sihong to nearly seize Fu Jianshi's wrist. Yet, he refrained. According to the records of the Federation, a pheromone compatibility exceeding 95% could only be marked a maximum of 3 times. This realization had come to him after much mental strain in sifting through the remnants of his knowledge. Until he had measured the compatibility with the general at 100%, Shin Si-hong had never envisioned anyone could possess such a high degree of compatibility with him, excluding the general's reverse markings. They had already engaged in 2 markings. Thus, he could not exceed 3. That this meant that in future interactions with the general, he must exercise restraint, refraining from any irrevocable actions. The outcome of that situation remained uncertain. Whether he and the general would ultimately walk the same path was still unknown. Numerous obstacles lay between them. That be why the time Shin Si-hong regained his composure, he found himself devoid of any opportunity to err once more. If he lost control again and marked the general, it would irrevocably ruin the general's life. The higher the pheromone compatibility, the greater the impact of the marking on the marked party. Even though both were alphas, and even with a compatibility of 100%, they could not transcend this principle. Should a third marking occur between Shin Si-hong and Fu Jinshi, the general might, from that moment onward, be unable to leave Shin Si-hong's side during every sensitivity period. Shin Si-hong held a clear understanding of his desires. He sought answers regarding that matter. If he could not maintain a relationship with the general akin to their childhood, then he wanted the general to always vie against him. Rather than becoming a mere appendage to him or anyone else, his nemesis could not afford any fatal weaknesses, even if that weakness resided within himself. For the first time in his life, Shin Si-hong felt his willpower wane. Utterly incapable of resisting the onslaught of instinct, he exerted nearly all his self-control to refrain from immediately grasping the general's hand. Shin Si-hong understood that if he wished to compel the general into submission, he merely needed to placate his pheromones. Pheromones were both a weapon and a vulnerability. However, Shin Si-hong could not allow what was originally the general's weapon to become his own weakness. His nails dug deep into his palm, forming crescent-shaped wounds. Shin Si-hong staggered backward a few steps. Blood slipped from his palm, dripping onto the ground. Had it not been for the sheer cowardice of turning and fleeing, he might have witnessed his own first act of cowardice. The thoughts swirling in his mind were exceedingly difficult to control. Shin Si-hong clenched his fists, inhaling deeply, his hands reflecting a silvery light. What a wretched thing. Shin Si-hong refused to believe he could not tame such a trivial instinct. Yet before he could act, the general's movement caused his pupils to widen. The general was approaching him, Fu Jinshi. He warned. This name, which had never before escaped his lips, now spilled forth with immense gravity. In that instant, the restlessness in his heart became painfully evident. It seemed that the full name, having not echoed in the general's ears for so long, momentarily froze the general's actions, though he soon resumed his advance toward Shin Si-hong. He arrived at Shin Si-hong's side, then reached out to clasp his wrist. The general applied slight pressure, compelling Shin Si-hong's tightly clenched fingers to release. Simultaneously, a dense aura of mental energy unfurled, rendering the Pathfinder, who had initially panicked upon hearing Shin Si-hong call the general by name, unable to sense the presence of both the general and the space pirates. The Pathfinder, bewildered, glanced around, uncertain how to proceed. In that fleeting moment, Shin Si-hong felt a cold sweat break out for his nemesis, whose compatibility with him was 100%. The general's eyes, shaped like phoenixes, lowered, the icy blue of his pupils devoid of warmth as he inquired, "Why the sudden self-harm?" Shin Si-hong's breath hitched, attempting to withdraw his hand from the general's grasp, but to no avail. He gazed at the general's aristocratic, aloof visage, which seemed almost sacrilegious to behold, and sighed, "General, let go." The general remained unmoved, his cold gaze enveloped in a misty haze, silently observing him, as if unwilling to release him without an answer. "Very well." Shin Si-hong spoke, his voice hoarse, the desire in his eyes unmasked. "Will you truly not let go, General?" No sooner had he spoken than he felt the general's fingers tremble slightly, the grip on his hand noticeably loosening. Only then did Shin Si-hong withdraw his hand, taking a deep breath before stating, "Let us go." The general regarded him briefly, nodded, and moved forward, eventually unable to resist asking, "Are you sure you're all right?" "Yes," Shin Si-hong replied. "Before I ascertain that something is amiss, I need you to distance yourself from me." Fu Jinshi, seemingly reassured that Shin Si-hong could maintain control, ceased to dwell on the matter and withdrew his mental barrier. In the perception of the Pathfinder, the two abruptly vanished, only to reappear with equal abruptness, akin to celestial beings, that he gazed at them in admiration before bowing slightly and continuing to lead the way. As they approached Her Majesty the Queen's office, Shin Si-hong gently hooked Fu Jinshi's finger and remarked, I am not one to self-harm, brother. Chapter 54. Do not overlook others' offenses against the general. Fu Jinshi felt a jolt within his heart, retracting his hand and nodding with minimal motion before stepping into the room. Once at the doorway, the Pathfinder discreetly excused himself. Upon entering, they found the queen seated at her throne, propping her forehead in a display of distress. Sighing heavily, upon their arrival, Vivian rose to greet them, escorting them partway. Shin Sihong casually acknowledged the queen with a nod before making his way to the nearby sofa, taking a seat upon her invitation. The general surveyed the office before lowering his gaze and sitting beside Shin Sihong. That I sincerely appreciate Mr. Shun's willingness to endorse our Federation's collaboration proposal. It is a great honor for our Federation. The queen commenced the conversation. Shin Sihong nodded slightly, responding, "Not at all. It is I who should consider it an honor." The queen smiled, intending to continue, but Shin Sihong interjected. "After all, collaborating with your Federation is tantamount to collaborating with the general. Is it not?" Vivian found her forthcoming pleasantries lodged in her throat, eventually clearing her throat awkwardly and nodding. Fu Jinshi glanced at Shin Sihong. Though he refrained from speaking, a subtle shift evident in his gaze. Shin Sihong, having already struggled to contain himself, felt increasingly anxious with the general seated beside him. Fearing he might act in a manner he would regret, he had no desire to prolong the pleasantries with the queen and directly inquired, "Is the contract prepared by your Federation? Please present it for my perusal." The queen looked at Shin Sihong in surprise, then turned her gaze toward Fu Jinshi. "That I know the version you provided to the general is not the final document." "I have not signed," Shin Sihong stated with a smile. "What I require is the final version of the contract." Upon hearing this, Vivian stared at Shin Sihong in shock. "Mr. Shin, are you certain? This could cost you more." The most refined version in the later stages was drafted anew by her subordinates. However, given the rapidly changing interstellar situation, it is impossible to present a definitive latest version. The relationship between that enigmatic star system and the star system has deteriorated significantly. In the days leading up to Fu Jinshi's visit to the headquarters of Shin Sihong, the mysterious system has sent several signals, each with different content, yet all unmistakably malevolent. The last message was received in the early hours of yesterday. Scientists are currently busy deciphering that signal, and Wei can discern without much contemplation that it conveys an even greater hostility. Fu Jinshi seems to have sensed something amiss, furrowing his brow as he looks toward Wei. She nods and produces a new contract, presenting it to Shin Sihong with both hands. That he glances at it, raising an eyebrow slightly. Wei, interpreting this gesture as a sign of discontent, nervously speaks up. "If Mr. Shun finds the remuneration insufficient, the Federation is open to further discussion." Shin Sihong nods and replies, "As for the shares of the inhibitor company, let that go. Other monetary matters can also be disregarded. Items such as equipment can remain." His gaze sweeps across the document, pausing momentarily on one aspect, then inquires, "Does the title of Central Commanding Officer imply that I can mobilize any personnel from the Federation at will?" Fu Jinshi lifts his gaze in this direction. Sensing the general's scrutiny, Shin Sihong shifts the contract slightly away. In truth, the queen has extended considerable goodwill. Not only can he command the army personally trained by the royal family, but he can also requisition personnel from the military excluding the First Legion as he sees fit. The preceding terms outlined many financial incentives, and the queen has expressed remarkable sincerity by opening all commercial transactions in the main city of the Xingzhou to Shin Sihong and his headquarters. Although these are not items Shin Sihong desires, they clearly indicate that the queen is offering her utmost sincerity to this partner. Furthermore, the Federation's biological research facility has granted Shin Sihong permanent usage privileges, implying that his rights within the Federation surpass even those of Fu Jinshi alone, placing him above all others. Yes, aside from the First Legion, Mr. Shun can issue orders at any time, Wei states earnestly. "That won't be necessary," Shin Sihong replies, tapping his finger against the inhibitor ring, confirming that the general has finished reviewing the contract before returning it. "The matters of command and warfare are indeed more suited to the general. I see no need to contest authority with him." As soon as he finishes speaking, two gazes swiftly turn towards Shin Sihong. If Wei was merely surprised before, she is now utterly astonished. The contract she presented encompasses wealth, power, and fame, a lucrative deal that no one would refuse. Moreover, Shin Sihong does not demand anything in return, instead relinquishing the most substantial elements. Fu Jinshi contemplates Shin Sihong's reasoning. Recognizing the queen's intent, that he understands that Shin Sihong lacks for neither wealth, fame, nor power. Among the offerings from the queen, there is only one thing Shin Sihong does not possess: authority within the Federation. Should Shin Sihong sign this contract, he would transition from an ambiguously defined space pirate to a commander on equal footing with himself. Let the name remain. It does sound quite impressive to AS for the powers of command. I shall leave those entirely to the general, that I will defer to his leadership, Shin Sihong says leisurely, reclining on the soft sofa, his hands intertwined, one resting on the wrist of the other, as if his words are nonchalant. Yet they drop like bombshells, accompanied by another demand. Wei-er, momentarily rendered speechless by the shock, finally recollects herself to respond to Shin Sihong. Mr. Shin, whatever we can accomplish, we shall certainly agree to. Henceforth, let the general be spared from undertaking any nonsensical tasks. Shin Sihong lazily adds, and let us not ignore the offenses directed at the general by others. His words are akin to thunderclaps. Now Fu Jinshi's gaze remains fixed on Shin Sihong, his emotions inscrutable. Brow furrowed, yet quickly relaxing, that it is evident who others refers to in Shin Sihong's words. Wei-er chuckles awkwardly, attempting to speak, but Shin Sihong preempts her with a decisive inquiry. I have heard that Her Majesty the Queen has released the third prince. Is that correct? Wei-er responds, I will take measures to prevent any repercussions. Recognizing that Shin Sihong has broached a critical topic, she refrains from feigning ignorance and solemnly states, although I am the queen, there are matters I cannot fully grasp. However, I will not permit anyone to openly insult our Federation's general. The queen even referred to herself in the first person, diminishing her status significantly. After decades of reigning from the throne, the authoritative queen exudes sincerity, devoid of any regal pretense, as she speaks earnestly. Chapter 55. Who gave you the audacity to be two-faced? Only then did Shin Sihong readily sign the contract, with the final stroke of his pen. He hesitated not a moment longer, standing up and adjusting his attire. Shin Sihong extended a hand, palm upward, towards the general. The Fu Jinshi raised his eyes to meet Shin Sihong's gaze, contemplating the words spoken moments ago by his rival. And after a brief pause, placed his palm in Shin Sihong's waiting hand. Shin Sihong chuckled, helping the general to his feet before turning to the queen. Your Majesty, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Should you need to contact me, I will be at the general's residence. Upon hearing this, Fu Jinshi glanced at Shin Sihong, momentarily halting his movements, then nodded towards the queen before turning to exit her office. Thank you for your assistance, the queen replied, resuming her seat as she watched the two depart. That it was not until they vanished from Wei-er's sight that she sighed and pressed a button at her side. Soon, someone appeared before Wei-er, respectfully inquiring, what commands does the queen have? Investigate the surveillance footage from the heir's banquet hall on that day and find out what the third prince discussed with Mr. Shun. Send it to me immediately upon retrieval. Wei-er instructed after a moment of contemplation. Yes, the individual replied promptly, turning to enter an adjacent room. A video file was quickly transmitted to Wei-er's communication device. As she watched the video, her expression grew increasingly grave, her breath quickening as the progress bar advanced. That a glass was shattered on the floor. It is rare for Wei-er to lose her composure in such a manner. She raised her hand and decisively pressed the button again, and when the person emerged from the room, she spoke with a darkened countenance. Bring the third prince to me. The attendant, observing the queen's expression, hesitated to ask anything, only to hear her voice erupt with fury. I grant you temporary authority. Bring the third prince before me with utmost haste. Witnessing the queen's ire, the attendant refrained from saying more. Internally lamenting the third prince's predicament as he swiftly set about his task, the attendant's efficiency was remarkable. In no time, he returned with the apprehensive Hadi. As he ushered Hadi into the room, he discreetly withdrew, closing the queen's office door behind him. Hadi attempted to address Her Majesty, but could not complete a coherent greeting. With a resounding slap, the queen's palm struck Hadi's face, sending his head spinning. Stunned, Hadi held his swollen cheek, unable to utter a word, his eyes wide with shock at Wei-er's unexpected aggression. Have you forgotten what your grandfather entrusted to you? Wei-er gasped, her finger trembling as she pointed at Hadi. Hadi, though his complexion pale, knew better than to respond rashly. Your Majesty, please, do not be so angry that I can amend my shortcomings. Then enlighten me. Wayanur demanded, fixing her gaze on her unworthy son, who, despite 2 decades of effort, still failed to achieve even an S rank. What did your grandfather say to you before he passed? A matter I dare not defy. Hadi Noah, you will recount to me every word your grandfather imparted in his final moments. The queen's voice rang with authority, her sharp gaze piercing through Hadi. Recite verbatim what your grandfather conveyed to you just before his demise. It was as if Hadi had never encountered such a fearsome mother. He recalled the countless admonitions from his grandfather, his face paling further. Grandfather said that to move against the Fu family is to provoke the entirety of the Federation and even the galaxy. Hadi's voice trembled as he recounted this, his body shaking uncontrollably. Indeed, while the general's exploits are numerous and radiant, he remains a member of the Fu family of the main city. Fu Jinshi is the sole heir of the current generation of the Fu family. This realization sent tremors through Hadi's entire being. Although he did not comprehend the meaning behind his grandfather's words, he was acutely aware that defying them would lead to dire consequences. The late Emperor's rule, throughout the annals of the Federation's history, had been marked by severity and decisiveness. He had witnessed an abundance of events throughout his lifetime. Yet in his final moments, he chose not to discuss the grand strategies he had devised, but instead cautioned them against touching the Fu family. None at all. I have long advised the 3 of you, under no circumstances should you disturb the ground beneath the Tai Sui's feet. Now that Fu is missing, the sole individual we must avoid is General Fu. Hardy, do you not take my words to heart? The S-Class Alpha's pheromones permeated the room, cornering the other man in the office, who could at best be described as a subpar alpha, compelling him to shake his head repeatedly. Vivian had been on the throne for many years, adeptly weaving through the web of conspiracy. As long as she wielded control, Fu Jinshi could never rise above her. However, her demeanor towards Fu Jinshi had always been candid, to an extent that even Fu Jinshi found it peculiar. Historically, no ruler had ever treated a minister of such merit with such openness. Vivian understood this principle well, yet Fu Jinshi belonged to the Fu family. It was solely due to the late Emperor's decree that no one was to lay a hand on the Fu family. This queen had elevated Fu Jinshi to a position of honor. Yet a mere prince dared to speak ill of him behind his back. Observing the genuine fury of Her Majesty the Queen, Hardy hastily crawled forward, kneeling before her. Forgive me, mother. I shall never dare again. Previously, I had not considered the implications of my actions, leading to irreparable consequences that I will make amends. I implore your forgiveness. Hardy's plea eased Vivian's rapid breathing slightly. She remained rooted in place, and after a moment, turned to regard her kneeling son, bowing his head. With a slow sigh, she reflected on her sons, each lacking in potential, poorly educated, and if not for their royal titles, they would likely be among the most despised citizens of the Federation. She lacked the energy to nurture another son. Should Hardy genuinely seek to atone and change, granting him a chance would not be unreasonable. Hardy, noticing the Queen's gaze upon him, quickly spoke. Whatever punishment you wish to impose, I shall accept, only seeking your forgiveness. Offending a general of the Federation is a grave sin. You shall report to the Judicial Department to receive your punishment, Vivian stated coldly, her eyes scanning Hardy. His complexion paled as he timidly raised his gaze to his mother, realizing she was not jesting, and thus lowered his eyes. Suppressing the resentment in his eyes, he nodded obediently. Yes. Chapter 56. The Young Master's Birthday. Once Hardy exited the office, the meek demeanor he had displayed within vanished. His expression turned dark, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Just a mere Fu Jinshi, yet mother forbids me from touching him. How cowardly. Your Highness, does this mean you have accepted the cooperation invitation from there? A subordinate, who had been waiting outside, cautiously inquired, glancing at Hardy's swollen visage. Accepted, Hardy replied without hesitation, stating, that old woman has already adopted such an attitude toward me for the sake of an outsider. She cannot blame me for being unprincipled. That a fierce resolve flickered in his eyes, that if they could heal themselves, it surely indicated the presence of someone of a higher rank than Shin-Sixing. This alone attests to their strength. Considering how Mother intends to deal with him, it appears the Federation would rather hand itself over to this outsider than to me. Thus, I have no need for this Federation to remain intact. My dear mother may not realize that the Federation she has safeguarded all her life is riddled with holes. The subordinate, confused by his master's words, nodded quickly and said, I will return to convey the message shortly. Then, Your Highness, shall we face the punishment? No. Hardy scoffed dismissively, rejecting the notion outright that Fu Jianshi and Shen Sixing encountered no mishaps as they exited the palace. However, Shen Sixing still appeared somewhat peculiar. Shen Sixing was the first to bend down and enter the hovercar, while Fu Jianshi remained stationary. Mr. Star Thief, securely seated inside the vehicle, noticed his nemesis still standing outside, unmoved. Subsequently, the general prepared to close the car door using his mental energy. This time, Shen Sixing was not to be outdone. He reached out to hold the door, looking at the general. General, are you planning to rendezvous with someone while leaving me behind? The general cast a subtle glance at Shen Sixing, choosing not to respond. Seeing Shen Sixing halt his actions, he did not persist. You should return first. Observing the expression in the general's eyes, Shen Sixing seemed to grasp what his rival was contemplating. After locking eyes for a moment, he chuckled. General, you are afraid, he stated, unabashedly exposing the general's apprehension. Fu Jianshi's eyes flickered. Remaining non-committal, he attempted to step to the opposite side of the track, but just as he turned, his wrist was seized. The abrupt action caused the general to lose his balance. Taking a step back and leaning against the back seat of the hovercar, Fu Jianshi paused, instinctively propping himself against the seat. The back seat, however, did not withstand the strain, and the warmth from the general's palm enveloped him. A muffled sound escaped from his rival. The general's hand stiffened momentarily before retracting. Standing upright, he turned to face Shen Sixing, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixed his gaze upon him. Just as the expression of grievance formed on his rival's face, he spoke. Am I taking advantage of you again? Shen Sixing nodded, his dog-like eyes drooping earnestly. Yes. Fu Jianshi. He refrained from further comment, shifting his gaze away and attempting to walk away again. The general's actions fell short once more, as this time, Shen Sixing's hand slipped into his palm, gently scratching it, before he heard his rival's submissive voice. There's no need to be afraid. That is your home, General, that we shall return together. I assure you I will not do anything to you. The warmth radiated from his palm, and Fu Jianshi stood still for a moment before glancing at the seat beside Shen Sixing. Get in. Shen Sixing. He momentarily failed to comprehend. Soon, however, he grasped the general's intention, nodding and taking the inner seat, leaving space for the general. Only then did the general bend down to enter the car and press the button to start the hovercar. Fu Jianshi leaned back in his seat, his palms still tingling, eyes closed in repose. 2 minutes into the drive, Fu Jianshi sensed a familiar gaze upon him once more, that he was inherently sensitive to the gazes of others. Even the slightest covert observation would not escape his notice. Everyone who looked at him bore a hint of respect, if not envy, yet few gazes like Shen Sixing's were so unabashedly direct. Shen Sixing's gaze was the most inscrutable to him. Some were benevolent, others tinged with malice, and still, there was an undeniable fervor that could not be concealed. General, Shen Sixing began, his voice tinged with a hint of frustration. Could you refrain from being so aloof in your speech from now on? Fu Jianshi opened his eyes, regarding him. Shen Sixing organized his thoughts before speaking. Next time, please articulate your words more clearly. Just sitting inside is one thing. What does get even mean? Perhaps influenced by the material Shen Sixing had shown him earlier, the ever-serious general quickly deduced Shen Sixing's intent. That a fleeting moment of stillness gripped the general's icy blue pupils. When the general speaks to me, some essential verbs cannot be omitted. The general must understand. We are no longer strangers, and our compatibility, silence. Shen Sixing had yet to finish his sentence when the general interrupted him. The general's bluntness caught Shen Sixing off guard. And after a brief pause, he finally spoke, his tone slightly aggrieved. General, I merely asked you to be clearer in your speech. I did not expect you to be so decisive in silencing me. Fu Jianshi's gaze turned indifferent, fixated on the window, and he ceased to speak. The hovercar continued until it arrived at Fu Jianshi's residence. Shen Sixing leisurely exited the vehicle and stood by, waiting for Fu Jianshi. The two returned to the residence together, and the general's gaze fell upon Shen Sixing. Sensing the latter's unwavering attention on him, he remained silent for a moment. Go to your room. The general maintained his characteristic composure and spoke, adjusting himself as he stepped out. This time, Shin Sixing said nothing and turned to enter the room. After he switched on the lights, he leaned against the sofa. The peculiar sensation he experienced upon seeing Niren earlier was unlike anything he had felt before. It was as if his soul were being torn apart by some unseen force. Of course, regardless of the reason, it was inextricably linked to Fu Jingshi. Many recent anomalies seemed to be connected to the general. Shin Sixing pressed down the corners of his lips, took a shower, and opened his holographic computer. The screen displayed a myriad of messages, with the words in the lower right corner glaringly highlighting the date. Among the pending tasks, a red font marked with an approaching date read Young Master's birthday. That line of text had been crossed out, excluded from the list of options. Yet, Shin Sixing had never deleted it in 10 years. Chapter 57. When will you take me to meet your parents? Every year, as July 2nd approached, a new red task would appear in the lower right corner of the holographic computer. However, this crossed-out event had never been deleted, nor had it ever been acted upon since he turned 9. Shin Sixing lingered in the room for a while longer, then stood up and stepped out. Upon his return, he found the time on the screen had slowly ticked to 11 o'clock. He placed the items he was holding into the nearby freezer and walked out the door, only to find the general still seated on the sofa, his gaze downcast and serious. Having returned to his home, the general was no longer clad in his intricate military uniform. He appeared to have just bathed, now wearing only a nightgown with droplets of water still glistening in his hair. The door to Fu Jingshi's residence was of high quality, opening silently, without effort, and the general was far enough away that he remained unaware. The man seated on the sofa suddenly paused, as if he had seen something that he then lifted his gaze, seemingly making a choice about something. Dad, the general called towards the holographic screen. That it was unclear what Song Yinyu on the other end was saying. But Fu Jingshi's actions froze, his eyes drifting off into the distance. After a pause, he spoke slowly. Go. Shin Sixing's pupils constricted slightly. He could roughly guess where Fu Jingshi was headed at AS for other matters. In terms of choices and thoughts, the general and he were in perfect accord, both choosing to commemorate their birthdays as the day of that person's passing. Shin Sixing stepped out, the sound of the door closing not as gentle as before. Sitting upright on the sofa, Fu Jingshi lifted his eyes to Shin Sixing, pausing briefly before continuing. After I return, I will see you that it's fine. Dad. By the time Shin Sixing reached Fu Jingshi's side, the general had already ended the call. Fu Jingshi's gaze lingered on Shin Sixing for a moment before he turned back to open the documents that had just been transmitted from Vegas. Where are you planning to go tomorrow? Shin Sixing asked, sitting directly beside Fu Jingshi, propping himself on the armrest. The Fu Jingshi did not respond, merely slowing his movements for a brief instant. Shin Sixing had no intention of prompting the general for a reply. Fixating on his profile, and spoke deliberately. Is it to visit Uncle's grave? Although it was clearly a question, Shin Sixing unusually refrained from raising his tone in front of the general, using a definitive tone instead. Yes. The moment Fu Jingshi's voice fell, Shin Sixing fell silent. The general was not one for excessive words, and with Shin Sixing's silence, he naturally saw no reason to initiate conversation, focusing instead on responding to the military correspondence. Shin Sixing elongated his tone, skipping past this topic that could plunge them both into silence. Calling out, General de Fu Jingshi's fingers paused momentarily, but he did not wait for Shin Sixing's next words. Shin Sixing continued to watch him, prompting Fu Jingshi to respond with a simple When will you take me to meet your parents? The gentle voice echoed within the room, somewhat indifferent, with a slight rise at the end. Each word striking the general's heart, de Fu Jingshi remained silent, his pace in replying to the correspondence evidently slowing. Noticing Fu Jingshi's silence, Shin Sixing continued unabated. General, look, our pheromone compatibility is already 100%. You've marked me. Meeting a parent should be quite reasonable, right? Fu Jingshi had already set aside his tasks by the time Shin Sixing uttered the second sentence, turning to look at him. After gazing at Shin Sixing for a while, seemingly at a loss for words, he turned away. Shin Sixing let out a few simple syllables from his throat, sounding somewhat dejected. All right, General, if you are unwilling to take me, it's fine that I respect your wishes. Fu Jingshi sighed quietly, feeling somewhat at a loss. That haven't you met them? He asked. That that's different, Shin Sixing corrected. I have only met them on my own. The general has never taken me. De Fu Jingshi squinted his eyes slightly, the corners of his elongated phoenix eyes displaying a hint of helplessness. Moreover, our relationship. Shin Sixing had yet to finish when he saw Fu Jingshi shut off the holographic screen and rise from his seat. Fu Jingshi lowered his gaze towards him, taking the opportunity to continue the conversation. What relationship? Shin Sixing was taken aback, momentarily lost for words that no, it seems we are still adversaries. Tisei. Shin Sixing lightly clicked his tongue. How could he have thought that after just one meeting with Song Yinyu, he and the general were no longer adversaries? Seeing Shin Sixing's reaction, Fu Jingshi's gaze slowly shifted away, as if he intended to leave. But after a moment he spoke again. Tomorrow I will first go to St. Tinka Bay. Wait for me at my residence. Shin Sixing's gaze sharpened, and after staring at Fu Jingshi for a while, he nodded, satisfied that his message had been conveyed. Fu Jingshi nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave, only to have his wrist caught once more. He turned around to find his adversary looking at him with an innocent expression. I have something to ask you, General. Shin Sixing tilted his head slightly to look up at Fu Jingshi from this angle. Shin Sixing's eyes were naturally round, with drooping corners that made any emotion, especially distress, extremely evident. Fu Jingshi halted, paused for a moment, then turned back to sit down again. Which company produces the inhibitors for your federation? Shin Sixing inquired. I recall that your federation's inhibitor production is also monopolized. Fu Jingshi had never used inhibitors. Recently, he had been stationed in the Roy system. Given the rapid advancement of Federation technology and the iteration of its merchants, it was likely that what he knew was already outdated. He shook his head, bringing up the holographic screen, and after a moment replied, there are no definite leading enterprises recently. It's almost changed every month, and no wonder. Shin Sixing remarked, I just checked the components of the inhibitor in your room. It contains addictive substances, which I have already destroyed. The general's pheromone stability was quite strong, indicating that he should not have used inhibitors, that do not use the Federation's inhibitors again, given that even the inhibitors delivered to the general could be tainted with such substances. It was evident that the Federation's production companies were far from reliable. Upon hearing this, Fu Jingshi's eyelashes fluttered slightly as he raised his gaze to Shin Sixing. The items delivered to his residence had undergone multiple rounds of quality checks, and those who brought them were supposed to ensure their complete safety. Very few knew that he did not use inhibitors. Perhaps only Vegas knew a bit. Aside from Vegas, only Shin Sixing, who had frequently encountered his pheromones, was aware that Fu Jingshi had never used inhibitors. The entire Federation acknowledged that all alphas were dependent on inhibitors. Even someone of the general's caliber, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Since someone had arranged for him to clear the inhibitors, he saw no reason to refuse. However, those inhibitors had never been utilized by him, and thus he had never been aware of the addictive components within. Who, then, held such power to secretly deliver problematic inhibitors to the general's residence? Chapter 58. How could that be, young master? It should be noted that when an alpha enters their heat period, they are often exceedingly impulsive. Very few would bother to glance at the component list after opening an inhibitor, making it all too easy to fall prey. The items delivered to the general were subpar. What could be of good quality that was sold to others? In this ABO-dominated world, if someone truly grasped the weaknesses of the inhibitors, then the Federation's internal situation would be dire indeed. The overwhelming majority of the Federation's combat power consists of Alpha-led forces. Now that it is known that the inhibitors used by Alphas are problematic, it is enough to cripple half of the Federation. Omega bodies are even more fragile, and if Omega inhibitors also pose a problem, then the Federation would be left with nothing but betas. In that case, chaos within the Federation would be inevitable. You didn't look at the component list, did you? Fu Jingshi suddenly realized something and asked. Clever. Shin Sixing generously bestowed a compliment. Blinking, I could smell it. Brazenly list addictive substances on the component list is tantamount to assuming that all Federation citizens lack education. What do you need the inhibitors in the room for? The items belonging to the general must certainly undergo rigorous scrutiny. Remarked Shin Sihong, that I am not particularly well versed in inhibitors. The last time I visited your residence, the composition of the inhibitors I observed was enough to unsettle me for an entire day. Naturally, with the opportunity at hand today, I must take a look. The term visit is indeed most fitting. Fu Jingshi did not linger on the irrelevant words spoken by Shin Sihong, but merely nodded before activating his personal light screen, logging into the military's news database and entering his identification information. Observing the general's expression gradually shift to seriousness, Shin Sihong chuckled softly. The general truly adjusted to the task at hand with remarkable speed. The inhibitors and related supplies for Fu Jingshi were managed by a specialized department and a steward, seldom passing through his hands. At most, he would relay messages to Vegas for his review. Soon, Fu Jingshi located the head of that department, only to find it was a second lieutenant with little presence in the military. After perusing the lieutenant's information within the military database, he noticed, as expected, that Hardy's name was specially annotated beside this individual S, that despite the military ostensibly heeding the royal directives, the military's power has always been on par with that of the royal family. And it is not uncommon for tasks issued by the royal family to be met with covert resistance. Consequently, those within the military who maintain good relations with the royal family are often highlighted in the communications sent to the general. This practice was instituted by the previous general, purportedly to prevent internal betrayal. Although it was evident to discerning eyes that the former general harbored treasonous intentions, no one within the military would dare disclose such matters to the royal family. In their eyes, the military and the royal family must remain adversaries. The military wields martial power while the royal family monopolizes strategy, a division of responsibilities seemingly ingrained in the minds of military personnel. Within the military, anyone connected to the royal family receives special attention to avert the emergence of a high-ranking royal informant. This second lieutenant, lacking significance in the military, might only exist in Fu Jingshi's memory. Those who left a distinct impression on Fu Jingshi were predominantly individuals with notable military achievements. Those without such accomplishments were simply referred to as that person. Thus, Fu Jingshi held no particular recollection of this lieutenant. The lieutenant hailed from the Fuliming family, a lineage that has maintained amicable relations with the royal family for generations, specializing in inhibitor research. The position of second lieutenant, though not particularly high, held some merit. Yet with Fu Jingshi, the general, and the middle-ranked Vegas leading the way, the lieutenant found himself somewhat sidelined. That it was due to this background that he was assigned to this role, specifically tasked with supplying inhibitors to high-ranking military officials, a position somewhat lacking in prestige. Naturally, the circumstances surrounding his ascension to the rank of second lieutenant were rather intriguing. Upon accessing Parker Fuliming's personal profile, the light screen displayed a plethora of information detailing Parker's life, even specifying when he learned to speak and when he began to stand and walk. Fu Jingshi swiftly bypassed the mundane details, flipping to the latter pages. After just 2 pages, he encountered Hardy's name. This personal information even included records of conversations Parker had with Hardy. Fu Jingshi read through the details rapidly before shutting off the light screen. He prepared to send a message to Vegas. His gaze caught the time in the lower right corner. Federal Day, 3023, July 1 SD. 23:59. Fu Jingshi's finger paused momentarily, curling slightly. Then, just before the hour hand advanced, he opened the communication page with Vegas, just as he intended to inquire about Parker. His raised hand was seized. "Why so serious, General?" Shin Si-hong grasped his wrist, his voice slightly husky. Fu Jingshi gradually relaxed his movements. Shin Si-hong's palm pressed against his, radiating warmth, halting the general's preparations and compelling him to turn his gaze toward him. In that fleeting moment when the general's clear, light blue eyes met his, Shin Si-hong said, "Young master, happy birthday." The hand that held his was warm and large, causing Fu Jingshi to cease all actions. His fingertips tensing slightly. It had been a long time since he had heard that address. In Fu Jingshi's memory, Shin Si-hong had called him that only once before. This marked the second occasion. The fathers of both families had always shared a good relationship, and Fu Jingshi's alpha father had rendered favors to Shin Si-hong's father. Given the minimal age difference between their children, it was only natural for them to be nurtured together. Shin Si-hong's mother had often encouraged him to call Fu Jingshi brother. Whether Shin Si-hong was feigning or genuinely obedient, he would frequently address Fu Jingshi as brother during their encounters, though few instances were earnest. Fu Jingshi did not care for titles. He would accept whatever appellation their elders deemed appropriate. When Fu Jingshi turned 10, Shin Si-hong chose to leave the Fu household. Fu Jingshi had once told him that even if he stood opposed to him, he should regard him as a legitimate adversary, that if their fates were destined to clash, then the trivial bond of 9 years could hardly hold weight. Fu Jingshi was not one to bind anyone with emotions. Yet, after he uttered those words, Shin Si-hong seemed taken aback, then smiled, though it was uncertain whether he was jesting or sincere. "How could that be, young master?" Chapter 59 today. The general is the birthday celebrant. Thank you. Fu Jingshi's throat felt parched, and after a moment, he managed to utter those two words. "Why do you still thank me?" Shin Si-hong chuckled and replied, pondering many things, realizing that the general neither favored ostentatious gestures nor enjoyed attracting undue attention. "I have yet to give you a birthday gift. I still haven't decided what to get you, so I suppose I will delay that for now." With each additional word from Shin Si-hong, Fu Jingshi felt his throat grow drier. No, today the general is the birthday celebrant. Just as Fu Jingshi was about to speak, he was interrupted. Shin Si-hong placed a finger to his lips, his voice gentle yet authoritative. Cutting off the general's words, "You must graciously accept the goodwill. There is no room for refusal." The general swallowed the words he had intended to say. Shin Si-hong then smiled. Fu Jingshi exchanged a silent glance with him for a moment before turning back to resume composing his message to Vegas. Just as he finished typing and hit send, a hand reached over, shutting off the light screen. Fu Jingshi turned to see Shin Si-hong leisurely retracting his hand. "It is already quite late, General." Shin Si-hong spoke. "Staying up late to handle military affairs will deplete your pheromones." Fu Jingshi replied, "I will return to my quarters once this matter is resolved." The general's gaze was indifferent, his words resolute. Shin Si-hong, however, let out an absurd chuckle. "General, even though I do not work within your military, you cannot treat me as if I were a fool. Such behavior would deeply sadden me. The general and the lieutenant would not simply dismiss responsibilities. Everything would not merely fall to the lieutenant to manage. To report this matter upwards would require sampling, reporting, and drafting documents, tasks that could not be accomplished in a short span. Given the general's tendency to conclude matters promptly, it would mean working until the early hours of the morning, followed by an early departure. Fu Jingshi sent another message. Falling into silence, Shin Si-hong began, "It is getting late. You should sleep." He looked earnestly into the general's eyes and said, "Good night, sir." The general remained silent this time, yet his actions came to a halt. In truth, he was accustomed to being awake on this particular night, after tossing and turning in bed countless times. Sleep eluded him. Although it was his birthday, he had not celebrated it since turning 10, he preferred to define this day primarily as the anniversary of his alpha father's passing, ASA Federal General. Fu Jingshi did not even know the exact date of his father's death. Song Yin had remarked that using his birthday in such a manner to remember Fu Zaizi's was unfair to himself, as it enclosed him within a prison of his own making. Fu Jingshi understood. Yet for 16 long years, he had failed to reconcile with Fu Zaizi's death. He could not believe that his father, once a formidable SS-class alpha, had met his end during an interstellar trade without a trace of his remains. Shin Si-hong's gaze was so earnest and persistent that it seemed he would argue with Fu Jingshi all night, should the latter disagree. With a sigh, Fu Jingshi requested a leave of absence from Vegas, postponing the remaining matters until the day after tomorrow, before shutting off the light screen. Only then did Shin Si-hong refrain from further hindering Fu Jingshi's actions and rise to his feet. "General, until we meet again tomorrow." Fu Jingshi nodded and turned to return to his room. Shin Si-hong watched the general's retreating figure until it was obscured by the door, before finally averting his gaze. He retracted the cheerful demeanor he had just displayed and resumed his seat on the sofa. At that moment, a shadow of gloom spread across Shin Si-hong's face as his gaze drifted towards the window. The general's residence boasts a splendid view. The night scene outside seamlessly melded with the sky, the dark canopy hanging low, blurring the boundaries. The predominant hue of the night was a technology-infused deep blue metal. And in this era of technological advancement, it seemed that no one required sleep. Even as the clock ticked, the main city remained bustling with life, a significant number of people still awake. Shin Si-hong's fingers rhythmically tapped the metallic armrest of the sofa as he discreetly kept track of time. Upon the 5th tap, he sensed something amiss, abruptly rising and vanishing from his spot. In the next moment, he reappeared outside the residence. Beyond the pheromone defense mechanism, a shadow crouched by the trees, intently observing the exit. Fearful of missing someone's arrival, he waited anxiously, yet the figure of his superior remained elusive. Damn it, this is the general's home. Even with 100 daring souls, he wouldn't dare to enter. Why did his superior have to stay at the general's house? It was as if they were looking for a reason to spar daily. Although he was well aware that the compatibility between the general and his superior was absolute, the thought of his superior's extraordinary abilities made it seem merely instinctive, inconsequential. The individual patiently squatted in place for a while, and when his legs began to feel numb without seeing his superior. He hesitated, contemplating whether to send another message. Suddenly, a cool voice interrupted from behind. "Who are you watching?" I wasn't watching anyone." "Oh my God, it's you, boss," startled by the voice. The shadow abruptly leaped back. Realizing too late that such a reaction would undermine his composure, before gathering himself to turn around, upon seeing Shin Si-hong, he completely relaxed. Clutching his chest, he expressed his lingering fright. "Boss, why did you scare me? Our line of work is all about stealth. Do you wish to send away one of your capable subordinates?" Listening to his subordinate's unending stream of questions, Shin Si-hong raised his hand to silence him. "Let us discuss the matter at hand." The subordinate, nursing his sore head, complied with a begrudging okay. "So, boss, the captain of the regulatory team at headquarters has sent me a message stating that the insect race indeed has deities they worship. But no further information has been uncovered. Moreover, he conveyed that the entire insect race seems to be in a rather unsettling state, appearing quite agitated, that I sensed a feeling from his description that those insects are almost directionless." "What are your thoughts, boss?" After speaking, the subordinate blinked and inquired. "The same," Shin Si-hong replied promptly. "You share my perspective?" The subordinate exclaimed in surprise. "Boss, your insight is truly remarkable." "Not quite." Shin Si-hong cruelly shook his head, adding, "I merely lament that you remain as naive as before." The subordinate fell silent, and Shin Si-hong, satisfied with his response, continued. "Now, let us discuss the findings regarding Payside. You wanted to know about that?" "Just ask, boss." The subordinate instinctively began to ramble, but upon meeting his superior's gaze, he fell silent. "That I'll tell you now." Shin Si-hong nodded as the subordinate finally settled down. Regarding Payside, claiming that the Fu family protects him isn't entirely accurate. Yet he does possess an air of mystery, even more so than the previous member of the Fu family. When I looked into the former member, I could uncover some details, but with Payside, I found nothing. He seems to have appeared out of thin air as a fully grown adult. The only information I managed to uncover is that Payside was once an assistant to the previous member of the Fu family. Shin Si-hong paused, his hand that had reached out for a leaf halting momentarily before he nodded in acknowledgement. "I have spent over 10 days searching for any information about him, and while I managed to get close once, it was strangely devoid of the sense of authority you instructed me to perceive. That he seems like one of our own." The moment the subordinate finished speaking, Shin Si-hong turned to face him. Observing the unwavering conviction on his subordinate's face, Shin Si-hong nodded, albeit with a hint of skepticism. "Understood. Continue your investigation and inform me of any developments." The subordinate's face contorted in dismay. "No way, boss. You truly expect me to investigate? Anyone around him is far superior. I might not return if I go." Shin Si-hong, however, dismissed his subordinate's concerns without a second thought, turning to re-enter the residence. "Just do your job well." The subordinate remained rooted in place. Scratching his head, his brow furrowed in melancholy, he wished to say something more, but then felt a sudden surge from the pheromone defense mechanism, his expression shifting as he glanced towards the direction in which Shin Si-hong had departed. "Oh no. Boss, you're in trouble." Shin Si-hong was in no rush. Thus he sauntered back to the living room of the residence. As he stepped into the room, he halted mid-motion, lifting his gaze towards the master bedroom door. The previously closed door now stood ajar, revealing an interior decorated in shades of black, white, and gray, with the general leaning casually against the frame. Upon noticing Shin Si-hong's entrance, the general's gaze fell upon him. Perhaps it was the intensity of that gaze that rendered Shin Si-hong momentarily perplexed, prompting him to meet the general's eyes and blink gently. Fu Jinshi observed Shin Si-hong's innocent demeanor, pausing in silence before lowering his eyes to inquire. "Where have you been?" "Just out for a stroll," Shin Si-hong replied. "Is the general now monitoring my activities?" "Who are you investigating?" Fu Jinshi asked softly. Shin Si-hong halted, then stepped into the living room. He feigned nonchalance as he settled back onto the sofa. "I'm looking at a hottie." Fu Jinshi's gaze sharpened, his focus unwavering on Shin Si. "Do you not believe me?" Shin Si-hong turned his head once more to inquire, his voice earnest and his expression innocent. The general gazed at the individual seated on the sofa, his emotions inscrutable, his thin lips pressed together. Choosing silence, he turned and entered the room, closing the door behind him. Shin Si-hong watched the general's retreating figure, devoid of any lingering sentiment, and gently tugged at the corners of his lips. Fu Jinshi arose earlier than usual, refreshing himself briefly before not lingering at his residence that he bent down to board the hovercar. St. Tink Bay was quite distant from the general's abode, yet it was relatively close to the headquarters of Fu's company and the Fu family residence. The hovercar traveled swiftly, and by the time Fu Jianshi alighted, the sun had just fully risen. He did not first return to the Fu family's villa, but instead parked the vehicle at the foot of the mountain adjacent to St. Tink Bay. His alpha father had always cherished the scenery of St. Tink Bay, once even contemplating establishing the company headquarters there, had it not been for the sparse population and his desire not to spoil the area. It might have long since been developed into a tourist attraction. After much persuasion from his subordinates, and in consideration of the environment, Fu Zezis ultimately abandoned the idea of building the headquarters there, opting instead to acquire a small hill nearby. For over 20 years, Song Yinyu had consistently sent people to tend to the flora and fauna of Guha Mountain, ensuring the path up the mountain remained accessible at all times. Fu Jianshi, bound for the Roy Star system, had initially believed the war would conclude within 3 months. Thus he did not visit this area during his departure. It had been 2 years since his last visit. As Fu Jianshi climbed to the summit with a bouquet in hand, he found the place had undergone significant changes. Beside a grave, which starkly contrasted the mechanical tomb aesthetic, a wooden cabin had mysteriously appeared. Fu Jianshi's gaze widened in surprise, and after extending his mental energy to observe the scene, he withdrew his eyes. Lowering his gaze, he placed the bouquet before the gravestone. In this era, the practice of offering bouquets in remembrance had long fallen out of fashion, with few opting to enter the deceased's coffin underground, as many considered such traditions a relic of the past. While Fu Zezis adeptly navigated the currents of commercial change, he remained steadfast in his preference for traditional, time-honored methods that had not been swayed by modern society. Before him, on the gray stone tablet, rested a black-and-white photograph of a man, his visage forever frozen in time over 20 years ago. The man, capable of stirring the entire federal business landscape with his influence, bore a serious expression, his thin lips pressed tightly, and his features exuded an aggressive demeanor. The Fu Jianshi inherited 3 parts of his appearance from Song Yinyu and 4 parts from Fu Zezis. He too possessed an aura of aggression and pressure, yet at times, he appeared gentle and soft-featured, betraying not a hint of intimidation. A cold gust of wind arose, carrying with it the leaves yet to fall, swirling around the man who knelt on one leg, his gaze clear as he remained unperturbed. The mountains beyond were of vivid blue, the summit surrounded by lush greenery, as the young man and the photograph exchanged silent glances. Fu Jianshi was not one to engage in idle chatter, nor would he converse with a frigid gravestone. The words he had wished to share with his father had long been spoken during his childhood. The biting wind swept mercilessly, plunging the temperature to its nadir. The Fu Jianshi's fingers brushed against the photograph on the gravestone. In his youth, he had believed his father to be omnipotent. Frequently, he encountered his father's name in public announcements. Aware that his father was the most formidable alpha in the Federation, standing at a level unattainable by any other alpha. From his earliest memories, he had never witnessed his alpha father face a problem he could not solve. It seemed he embodied all the qualities of a good man, a good father, and a shrewd businessman. Thus, when he received news of his father's demise, his initial reaction was not sorrow, but disbelief. How could an alpha of such caliber perish during a mere interstellar trade? He was even unaware of which star system his father had departed for. Chapter 61, he sensed a faint disturbance in his childhood. Fu Jianshi often heard reports proclaiming the invincibility of soldiers, which solidified his resolve despite Song Yinyu's subsequent attempts to dissuade him, as long as there was interstellar warfare. Even if the Queen did not summon him, he would inevitably respond. The Fu Jianshi had always believed that if he journeyed long enough and traversed sufficient paths, he would eventually uncover the star system where Fu Zezis had last resided. Consequently, over the past decade, he had visited countless star systems. Even the Queen remarked on his tenacity, urging him to take a proper rest. Regrettably, it seemed there were no leads regarding his alpha father. Now firmly established in the position of general, Fu Jianshi still found no trace of Fu Zezis. Before him, the grave contained not a single personal belonging of Fu Zezis. In ancient records, graves without remains were referred to as clothing and cap graves. Fu Jianshi lowered his gaze, rising to his feet, his voice now somewhat hoarse. "Dad." The chilling wind swept past, shattering the young man's utterance into fragments. No sooner had his words escaped his lips than Fu Jianshi sensed an almost imperceptible shift emanating from the nearby wooden cabin. His brow furrowed, and he swiftly turned, vanishing from the spot. In the next moment, he found himself within the small wooden cabin. His mental energy expanded infinitely, casting a dark shadow over the entire cabin. Yet he discovered nothing of note. Strange. This small wooden cabin contained neither occupants nor any signs of life. Fu Jianshi kept his mental energy unfurled, surveying the area before finally approaching the cabin's only room. His fingers trembled slightly as they brushed against the door. The door was ajar, easily pushed open by Fu Jianshi. For the first time, he felt a twinge of anxiety. The door swung wide, revealing a simple room furnished with a table flanked by 2 chairs. Leaves drifted down from the window, 2 gently spiraling into the room, adding a touch of vitality to the otherwise stark interior. Beyond that, there was nothing else. Even the fine layer of dust on the window lay undisturbed, devoid of any signs of disturbance. To Fu Jianshi's brow furrowed, his icy gaze scanning the room before he averted his eyes, stepping back out and closing the door behind him. Sorry. Fu Jianshi instinctively uttered these 2 words to the empty cabin. Only after speaking did he realize the utter futility of his words. The cabin's owner would not hear him. This mountain was entirely within the Fu family's domain. Who would dare construct a wooden cabin beside the grave of a member of the Fu family without their consent? To have entered his own family's property and apologized to an empty house. How absurd! Fu Jianshi chided himself for his lack of clarity, attributing it to a restless night. The sensations he had felt earlier were likely mere illusions. He turned back toward the gravestone, his gaze regaining its composure as he regarded the engraved stone with soft words. I will come again, next time. Fu Jianshi lingered before the gravestone for a moment longer, before bowing deeply and retracing his steps down the mountain. Only after Fu Jianshi's figure had vanished entirely did a sigh escape from within the cabin. From the room that Fu Jianshi's mental energy had probed, a figure emerged, apologizing. Are we? He chuckled softly, rubbing at his aching temples. That it was quite the coincidence that he could still see his son while visiting his own grave. The man closed the cabin door behind him. Not bad at all. Almost gave myself away. Fu Jianshi had scarcely descended the mountain for 5 minutes when an inexplicable sensation washed over him. He lifted his gaze to glance back up the mountain as expected. He saw nothing amiss that he lowered his eyes and bent to enter the hover car. The vehicle sped along, and it was only when Fu Jianshi neared the Fu family villa that he recalled something he had forgotten. He glanced at the villa, then retracted the message he had sent to Song Yinyu, which had gone unanswered, altering the hover car's trajectory toward his residence. As Fu Jianshi entered, he happened to catch sight of Shun Sihong exiting a room. Their eyes met, and Fu Jianshi slightly inclined his chin, signaling Shun Sihong to follow. Shun Sihong had initially intended to settle onto the sofa, but upon noticing Fu Jianshi's gesture, he stood and trailed behind him out the door. Fu Jianshi remained taciturn, turning once more to exit, casually refining his pheromone defense mechanism and indicating for Shun Sihong to get in the car. Shun Sihong regarded him for a moment before bending to enter the vehicle. Once the hover car was in motion, he asked, "Have you been there?" Fu Jianshi nodded slightly. The man's gaze fell upon the general, yet after a brief moment, he remained silent, turning his head away with a click of his tongue. Shun Sihong actually had something to say, but he felt he lacked the right to do so. Both he and Fu Jianshi were individuals ensnared by their own circumstances. The journey passed in silence until the hovering car arrived before the Fu family villa. The primary residence of the Fu family lay on the outskirts of the main city, far removed from the hustle and bustle, seldom visited by others. Surrounding the area were well-maintained woodlands, and even from a distance, one could sense a serene escape from the clamor of urban life. The Fu family villa was not one of the high-tech edifices commonly found within the city. It adhered to Fu Zezi's vision, retaining an ancient charm that set it apart within the Federation. Shun Sihong halted his movements, slowly lifting his gaze toward the villa. When his eyes met the structure, he paused momentarily, sensing Shun Sihong's action. Fu Jianshi also lifted his eyes slightly before bringing the vehicle to a stop at the entrance. Both men exited the car, and after taking only a few steps inside, they encountered Song Yinche. It had been quite some time since Fu Jianshi last returned. Previously, Song Yan had moved in with Fu Jianshi to the city center to avoid emotional triggers following Song Yan's tragic fate. conveniently reducing the time spent commuting to school. Uncle Fu Jinshi greeted Song Yinche. Upon seeing the two men, Song Yinche refrained from proceeding further outside, instead turning to accompany them into the living room. In the spacious and airy living room, Song Yinyu sat on the sofa, a folder in hand, leaning back against the cushion with his eyes gently closed, appearing somewhat slumped, as if he were on the verge of dozing off. Song Yinche lowered his voice, searching for a blanket to drape over Song Yinyu while expressing his concerns. I initially intended to assist him with some matters, but my brother has adamantly refused my involvement. For the past few days, he has been managing everything himself, and he still expects me to arrange the Federation travel documents. That Fu Jinshi furrowed his brow. Nodding slightly, he approached and gently took the folder from Song Yinyu's hands. There was no sign of awakening from Song Yinyu, indicating just how exhausted he had been. Even during the wait for Fu Jinshi, several documents lay scattered on the coffee table before him. Fu Jinshi lifted the folder to glance at its contents, rubbing his temples in mild frustration. Although he was accustomed to handling military affairs, he had little understanding of business matters. The cooperative agreements before him seemed as incomprehensible as a foreign script, and he knew he could not make hasty decisions regarding a corporate partnership. As Fu Jinshi reached to place the folder back, a hand unexpectedly intervened. "General, may I take a look?" Chapter 62. He could sense Shen Sihong's presence. Fu Jinshi hesitated momentarily, glancing at Shen Sihong before shaking his head, placing the folder back on the coffee table. It wasn't that he didn't trust Shen Sihong. It was simply that for the past 20 years, Song Yinyu had been the one holding up the Fu family, and Fu Jinshi had seldom involved himself in such matters, making it inappropriate for him to make decisions on his behalf. The soft sound of the folder being set down triggered a slight commotion. Song Yinyu, leaning against the sofa, opened his eyes and looked toward the three standing before him, rubbing his head in discomfort. He felt slightly better before speaking. "Jin, give it to Ah Hang." Fu Jinshi's hand, which had not yet been withdrawn, paused momentarily before he grasped the folder again and handed it to Shen Sihong. "Uncle, I hope I didn't wake you," Shen Sihong remarked, his expression serious and devoid of any awkwardness. "That if you'd like, you can return to your room and rest. I'll handle these matters for you. That I'll ensure that only the most important parts are left for your signature." Shen Sihong had a knack for endearing himself to elders, and Fu Jinshi, standing with his hands at his sides, curled his fingers slightly before silently tilting his head. Song Yinyu seemed taken aback for a moment. But then his gaze toward Shen Sihong shifted to one of evident appreciation. Yet moments later, he shook his head and replied, "Dinner is already being prepared. We will be eating shortly, so there's no need for you to trouble yourself with these matters." "Oh," Shen Sihong quickly interjected, "Uncle, that's not what I meant at all. It's not a bother." Fu Jinshi slightly turned his head. Song Yinche first gestured for the others to sit down before engaging Shen Sihong in conversation. In the end, Shen Sihong, half coaxing and half serious, managed to take over the tasks at hand. "Yes, Uncle, please rest a bit longer. The general has been quite concerned about your ability to rest well." Fu Jinshi swallowed hard, looking at Shen Sihong, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. His Omega father had always been soft-hearted toward family, and Shen Sihong's tactics had proven successful more than a few times during his childhood. Unexpectedly still effective now, Fu Jinshi was acutely aware of Shen Sihong's financial capabilities. The resources provided by the queen could be discarded at will, even if he were to manage the entirety of the Fu family. It was unlikely he would covet a single cent therefore. Fu Jinshi couldn't quite grasp the significance of Shen Sihong's actions. The others involved in the conversation remained oblivious to any unusual dynamics. While Song Yinche observed the trio with a hint of curiosity, among those present his closest ties were with Song Yinyu, followed by Fu Jinshi, as for Shen Sihong. Song Yinche had heard of him, but was unaware of the connection between the Fu and Shen families. Understanding that he had no place to interject, Song Yinche held onto a cat that had inexplicably jumped onto his lap, watching the interaction among the three with a perplexed expression. Although Fu Zezis had significantly expanded the Fu family's scope during his time, achieving breakthroughs and advancements in the short term remained challenging. Nonetheless, Song Yinyu had an exceptional business acumen. Although he hadn't achieved a qualitative leap for the Fu family based on Fu Zezis' legacy, he had nonetheless facilitated considerable growth, securing the position of the foremost merchant family within the Federation. Was it truly prudent to entrust the affairs of such a vast family to someone so seemingly unrelated? Song Yinshe opened his mouth, hesitating to voice his concerns. However, upon noticing his nephew's silence, he swallowed his words, stifling the questions that had nearly escaped his lips. Song Yinshe held immense respect for his brilliant elder brother and had never questioned his decisions. If Song Yinyu opted to proceed this way, it surely stemmed from his own considerations. Having not engaged with the Fu family for over 20 years, it was indeed inappropriate for him to raise inquiries at this juncture. Moreover, seeing even the typically cautious general regard the situation as ordinary, Song Yinshe, who could be considered an outsider, felt he had no right to harbor doubts. Shen Sihong's posture was exceedingly relaxed as he leaned casually against the sofa. One hand draped over the backrest while he flipped through the folder. His elbow would inadvertently brush against the general's arm from time to time, after observing Shen Sihong complete several tasks. Fu Jinshi appeared reassured, rising to speak. He met Shen Sihong's gaze, which had just lifted, and then nodded towards Song Yinyu before making his way to the adjacent study. Song Yinyu watched his son's retreating figure, letting out a sigh as he stood up. His gaze fell upon Shen Sihong, and though he initially intended to say something, Shen Sihong preempted him with a wave of his hand, holding up the folder. Shen Sihong didn't speak, but his intention was unmistakable. Only then did Song Yinyu turn to follow Fu Jinshi into the study. Fu Jinshi stood by the door, waiting for Song Yinyu. Just as Song Yinyu closed the door, his wrist was grasped firmly. Immediately, a chilling wave of pheromones flowed from Fu Jinshi's hand to envelop Song Yinyu's body, slowly but effectively soothing the turbulence of his pheromones. "Dad." Fu Jinshi's voice remained calm, devoid of emotion. "You seem to be in a rather poor state lately." After speaking, he withdrew his hand, leaving the cold pheromones lingering in the study, piercingly frigid. Song Yinyu's condition visibly improved. "Have you considered removing the mark?" Fu Jinshi inquired. His pheromones possessed a slight healing property, more effective than the soothing pheromones found in hospitals, capable of suppressing pheromone disruptions to a certain extent. Despite Song Yinyu being an omega of respectable rank, he could not withstand the overwhelming influence of Fu Zezi's super SS-level alpha pheromones, and the mark left behind was exceptionally potent, lingering even now without fully dissipating. For over 20 years, Song Yinyu had been under the constant influence of the pheromones left by Fu Zezi's. Removing the mark would be the most effective way to restore Song Yinyu's pheromones to their normal levels. As expected, Song Yinyu shook his head. "The recovery time for removing the mark is at least 6 months. As long as I can endure, there's no need to contemplate such matters just yet." Fu Jinshi's light blue eyes remained fixed on Song Yinyu. Unwavering, he pressed his lips together, but he found it hard to believe his father's explanation. Although Song Yinyu had urged him to move forward and not be trapped by the death of his alpha father, compelling him to define the significance of his birthday as that day. In truth, Song Yinyu had never truly moved on, that it was impossible for the Fu family to lack capable individuals. Song Yinyu need not worry about such matters. Yet he resorted to such a feeble excuse. Seemingly sensing his son's scrutinizing gaze, Song Yinyu sighed and spoke. "Given your current compatibility with Ahang, you should understand the reason for not removing the mark." Fu Jinshi furrowed his brow. Song Yinyu gazed into his eyes and inquired, "Can you sense Ahang's presence now?" Fu Jinshi was momentarily taken aback. He could feel it in Chapter 63. Indeed, brother, the compatibility of his pheromones with Shen Sihong was a perfect 100. And Fu Jinshi could distinctly sense the presence of Shen Sihong's life signature. In that instant, Fu Jinshi felt an overwhelming thirst in his throat, and the words he wished to express were stuck, only to escape after a lengthy pause. "Are you saying?" Song Yinyu nodded slightly. After receiving Song Yinyu's affirmative response, Fu Jinshi's pheromones suddenly trembled, yet the general was clearly not a man whose thoughts could be swayed by mere words. He soon furrowed his brow. Although the compatibility and bond between Song Yinyu and Fu Zesh were undoubtedly high, Fu Jinshi shared a father-son relationship with Fu Zesh, suggesting that what Song Yinyu could sense would not be lost on Fu Jinshi either. Song Yinyu immediately discerned Fu Jinshi's thoughts, smiled faintly, and countered with a question. "What is your compatibility with Ahang?" Fu Jinshi, sharing a certain commonality with his Omega father, often refrained from being overly explicit, instead opting for a counter-question that allowed others to deduce the matter themselves, thus alleviating any awkwardness. The Alpha paused, nodding. "Understood." His compatibility with Shun Si-hong was so pronounced that it not only influenced his perceptions of the latter, but also affected his awareness of others. It was likely that he had some awareness of Fu Zesh, yet had simply not recognized it so. Is he still alive, my father? The words slipped from him in a daze. Song Yinyu nodded, then spoke. Jin, you know what answer I will provide. How could he possibly believe his alpha was dead? Even if there existed the slightest glimmer of possibility, Song Yinyu would never give a negative reply. Can you sense anything more concrete? Fu Jinshi inquired. He received a shake of the head from Song Yinyu. As anticipated, I can only perceive that his life signature still lingers, albeit faintly that he must have encountered some kind of trouble. Song Yinyu sighed. Fu Jinshi exhaled slowly. Song Yinyu's urgency to locate Fu Zesh was likely even more intense than Fu Jinshi's, that if Song Yinyu could sense Fu Zesh's whereabouts, he would have dispatched someone long ago to scour every conceivable location. After sharing his thoughts, Song Yinyu nonchalantly took a seat at the desk, gesturing for Fu Jinshi to join him, and fixed his gaze upon him. Now, let us discuss matters concerning you and Ahang. As Fu Jinshi barely settled into his chair, he found himself momentarily pausing at the question. There was no need for Fu Jinshi to articulate his thoughts. Song Yinyu could already discern the meaning reflected in his son's expression. How far have you two progressed? Song Yinyu hesitated but ultimately asked. The general's eyelashes fluttered, his icy demeanor momentarily faltering as he looked toward his Omega father, remaining silent for a while before responding. He and I are both alphas. Song Yinyu scrutinized the youthful visage before him, hypothesizing. So, you have merely engaged in a temporary marking, but nothing further, correct? Fu Jinshi realized he could not conceal the truth from Song Yinyu, and simply nodded. Very well, Song Yinyu remarked. I could tell when I saw you in the living room that you did not prevent Ahang from proceeding. Although my son did not receive explicit education on social interactions, he certainly inherited the vigilance of both Fu Zesh and Song Yinyu, that if he did not trust Shin Si-hong, how could he have failed to question him when handing over items? Fu Jinshi, I thought you. He hesitated, but Song Yinyu did not press, merely observing Fu Jinshi in silence, offering no encouragement. That Fu Jinshi trailed off mid-sentence. Given the general's usual demeanor, he would never offer explanations in situations like this. The moment he opened his mouth, Song Yinyu chuckled softly. Did you think it was my assumption, thus making it hard to interject? Song Yinyu articulated what Fu Jinshi had not yet voiced. Fu Jinshi nodded. With a gentle gaze, Song Yinyu regarded Fu Jinshi earnestly, then sighed, refraining from exposing Fu Jinshi's reluctance that he nodded. All right, let us go out for a meal. The similarities between Fu Jinshi and Fu Zesh were striking, especially their heightened sensitivity to news from the business and military sectors, which surpassed the capabilities of all the Federation's machines. Yet they remained oblivious to certain matters that as Song Yinyu thought of his alpha. He smiled, watching Fu Jinshi rise, his tall figure reminiscent of Fu Zesh, the Federation's sole Super S-level alpha, the youngest in history, and the only general without a defeat that he has never let me down. Fuji.S for the reason behind Fu Jinshi's birthday celebration. The table was laden with an array of dishes, yet among the four, Fu Jinshi, the birthday star, remained taciturn, eating quietly while listening to the conversations of the other three. Initially, when Song Yinshi spoke with Shin Si-hong, a sense of inexplicable fear and distance lingered. But after hearing Song Yinyu mention Shin Si-hong's relationship with the Fu family, he visibly relaxed and became less reserved. After finishing his meal, Shin Si-hong leaned back in his chair, observing Fu Jinshi's actions, engaging in conversation with remarkable ease, ensuring the atmosphere remained lively throughout the duration. The general's dining pace appeared leisurely. Yet he was swift, soon setting down his chopsticks. Shin Si-hong scanned the living room, noticing no one seemed inclined to bring out a cake, realizing that the general must have spoken to his father prior to arriving. Otherwise, considering Song Yinyu's dedication to his son, how could they have neglected to prepare a cake? Before long, all four had set down their chopsticks, and Shin Si-hong exchanged a few more words with Song Yinyu before glancing upstairs. I recall there's a storage room up there. Isn't there? Indeed, Song Yinyu followed Shin Si-hong's gaze, smiling nostalgically. I still remember how you used to hide in the storage room to play, and it was always Jin who had to pull you out. Suddenly reminded of this illustrious history, Shin Si-hong felt a twinge of embarrassment, clearing his throat before looking at Fu Jinshi beside him, raising an eyebrow. General, shall we take a look? Fu Jinshi pulled out a napkin to wipe his mouth. Yet before he could respond, Song Yinche interjected, "Weren't you two acquainted since childhood? Why do you still address him as General Jinjin?" Both Shin Sihong and Fu Jinshi were momentarily stunned. Address him as what? Shin Sihong retorted. Without waiting for Song Yinche's reply, he continued, "Brother." Song Yinche found no discord in this. "I think that title is quite nice. Calling him general feels rather distant." Upon hearing this, Shin Sihong chuckled softly, nodding earnestly. "Indeed, brother." Chapter 64. What status could allow Au to live? In Shin Sihong's heart, every title for the general held a distinct significance. For instance, he realized that uttering the term brother would transport the general back to their childhood days spent under the same roof. A time when the general's indulgence towards him was unmistakable. However, the general was different. His acquaintance with Fu Jianshi undoubtedly predated the conferral of the title general upon him, yet Shin Sihong had always relished calling him that. Addressing him as general served as a poignant reminder of their current adversarial relationship. Yet as time passed, this designation became more than a mere title. It imbued Shin Sihong with a sense that their enmity was not absolute. The general was a badge of honor for Fu Jianshi, and by keeping this badge on his lips, Shin Sihong found nothing amiss. The moment Shin Sihong called out brother, the general's fingers, which had just been lowered, twitched slightly. In an instant, the hesitation in Fu Jianshi's gaze dissipated, and he rose, gesturing lightly for Shin Sihong to follow, leading the way towards the staircase. The Fu family villa was expansive, devoid of any peculiar layouts. And Fu Jianshi swiftly navigated to the storage room as indicated by Shin Sihong. Though termed a storage room, it was essentially a bedroom repurposed. Originally a well-lit secondary bedroom, it had been a refuge for Fu Jianshi's Omega father whenever his Alpha father provoked his ire. As such occurrences became frequent, Fu Zhizhai could no longer tolerate it and ordered the transformation of the secondary bedroom into a storage room, leaving only the occupied rooms intact while converting the rest into various odd function spaces. Consequently, Fu Jianshi's Alpha father successfully retained his Omega, ensuring that even when they were at odds, his Omega had nowhere else to retreat. The arrangement within the room was meticulous. Items deemed unnecessary, yet of sentimental value, were carefully displayed. And the space was regularly maintained, free from dust. Directly opposite the entrance hung a photograph. A snapshot of Fu Jianshi and Shin Sihong together. This candid was captured by Fu Zhizhai one afternoon while preparing to conduct an impromptu check on his son's activities. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the serious little boy seated at his desk, with a vocabulary book before him, glancing over at the boy on the floor, who was reclining against a toy and engrossed in a comic book. The rapid advancement of technology had allowed Fu Zhizhai to capture every detail of that moment. The enlarged print revealed the curiosity in young Fu Jianshi's eyes, while Shin Sihong's gaze was fixed intently upon him. Despite the comic book lying before him, the shutter had frozen the interaction between the two. Fu Jianshi's fingers curled slightly, tapping against the glass cabinet beside him, a myriad of emotions welling up within him. A cursory glance revealed numerous photographs featuring his likeness, some taken while he slept, others while he walked, and a few capturing him wide-eyed before tears could fall. This Alpha father was not particularly tender-hearted. Yet he tended to approach matters concerning Fu Jianshi with a touch of enduring romance. The storage room contained many toys that Fu Jianshi still remembered fondly. Toys that he and Shin Sihong had cherished during different phases of their childhood were neatly stored here. At this moment, Shin Sihong remained silent, his gaze sweeping over the items in the storage room, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Ultimately, his attention settled on the photograph on the wall. Just as he was about to speak, turning to address the general, he suddenly hesitated, the words he intended to utter stuck in his throat. Sunlight poured in from outside, casting a chiaroscuro effect on the general's profile, who was slightly bowed over a somewhat worn notebook, seemingly lost in distant memories. Absent was the usual aura of unattainable grandeur. The general appeared remarkably gentle now. The light illuminated his face, showcasing the delicate fuzz along his jawline. And from Shin Sihong's vantage point, the man appeared to radiate a soft glow. The general's slender fingers traced the pages, his gaze intent as he scanned one page before turning to the next. Upon encountering something unexpected, his eyes flickered. Perhaps sensing Shin Sihong's gaze, Fu Jianshi's movements halted, and he glanced over from behind two glass display cases that in the photograph on the wall, The two little figures exchanged looks. In the spacious, sunlit storage room, the two individuals who had once stood at the pinnacle of the Federation locked eyes. This moment of connection ended with Shun Si-hong averting his gaze, but he lowered his eyes, pressed his lips together, and let out a soft, inexplicable laugh. Choosing not to speak further, Fu Jianshi, undeterred by Shun Si-hong's gaze, resumed his focus on the hefty notebook in his hands. The notebook had yellowed with age. Clearly a relic of time, with the date on the first page marking Fu Jianshi's date of birth. The handwriting on the title page was carefree, hasty yet not unattractive, reminiscent of an era long past. In this age of advanced technology, people had long abandoned the inefficiencies of handwritten records. Yet, the script within the notebook appeared practiced. Despite not having seen it in over 2 decades, Fu Jianshi recognized it as belonging to Fu Zhizhai. Although Fu Jianshi had never ventured here, even when home, he had never laid eyes on this diary before. The elegant yet casual handwriting captured his attention, prompting Fu Jianshi to glance at the words before quickly averting his gaze. Finally born, a wrinkled little thing, not a trace of my handsome looks, and yet his father dotes on him, so that if this fellow grows up not to love Au, I swear I'll beat him senseless. Damn it, never again will I have children. What status could allow Au to live? Fu Jianshi mused. It seemed somewhat cultured, yet not overly, so he rubbed his forehead and flipped through a few more pages. In the subsequent entries, Fu Zhizhai's attitude towards his son had softened considerably. I misjudged my son. He is rather good-looking. Truly my son, Fu Zhizhai. How is it that he resembles Au so much and not me at all? Au claims my son has a temperament that he finds unsatisfactory. Fu Jianshi stood still, his gaze drifting over the next couple of pages. The earlier entries detailed the daily lives of the 3 family members, intermittently mentioning Shun Si-hong and his father. They meticulously chronicled Fu Zhizhai's transition from disdain for his son's appearance to a point where he couldn't bear to let him go. Fu Jianshi hastily skimmed through, reaching the last written page, and upon discerning the date, his heart skipped a beat. The final entry bore the date of June 1 ST, the day before Fu Zhizhai departed from the Alpha Star system. Chapter 65. What a dream. May you suffer losses. There is a troublesome star system wanting to engage in trade with us, insisting that it cannot be postponed even for a day. What a nuisance. Today is June 1 ST, Children's Day, and they expect me to conduct business instead of spending time with my son. What a dream. May you suffer losses. Even if the King of Heaven himself were to come, he would have to let me spend this day with my son. However, the individual they sent to negotiate with me gives off an aura reminiscent of Ji Yuan. I am somewhat curious about his identity, but since he chooses not to disclose it, I shall respect his privacy. I shall conclude my thoughts here, as I am preparing to leave home tomorrow. I wonder if I can return before Ihang and Jingjing's birthdays. Although this diary is handwritten, conveying a sense of ceremony, it does not adhere strictly to a formal diary structure. The language is quite casual, resembling more of Fu Zhizhai's spontaneous notes. Despite the simplicity of the words, Fu Jianshi found himself rereading the entries of that day multiple times. His memory was sharp from an early age, allowing him to recall the events of that Children's Day. His father had taken him and Shun Si-hong to an amusement park. But incessant notifications from the light brain had driven his father to distraction, prompting him to suspend its operation entirely. Fu Jianshi exhaled slowly, his gaze fixating on a particular line. Xinlan was the name of Shun Si-hong's father. During his last video call with Song Yinyu, he recalled hearing Song Yinyu mention that the feeling Shun Si-hong gave him was something he had only seen in his father. Remarkably, he had encountered the same sensation in Rue Yu. What was the reason behind your last encounter with Rue Yu? Fu Jianshi suddenly inquired, his speech slightly quicker than usual. Shun Si-hong toyed with a weight ball in his hands, though uncertain of the general's intent with the question. He responded earnestly. He approached Song Yinyu, spending over 20 years with him, merely to orchestrate a plan to infiltrate my headquarters and convey what they sought. Yet he had no need to. Fu Jianshi swiftly identified the flaw in Shun Si-hong's statement. To spend 20 years just for that, with such a slim chance of success, is entirely disproportionate in terms of effort and reward. It is not just him. General, Shun Si-hong patiently clarified that I am my training ground. There are at least 5 others, excluding that foolish one from last time. The rest are my subordinates. Among those I have eliminated, there are others who are equally suspicious that he changed his toy once again. Casually explaining, This is not the action of a single individual, but rather a large-scale invasion of the Federation with a common purpose at this point. Shen Sihong even chuckled. Indeed, human civilization is utterly defenseless against the invasion from high-dimensional star systems. The general could even check if there are any of those entities among the people surrounding you. This statement was half courteous, half advisory, and Fu Jingshi naturally understood it, quickly nodding in response. Is it from a star system that has sent malevolent messages to the Federation? Fu Jingshi inquired again. Yes, indeed, General Shen Sihong replied, holding a rattle in one hand and glancing up that if two high-dimensional star systems invaded your Federation, I fear it would have crumbled long ago. The general pondered for a moment before agreeing. Indeed, oh, by the way, those beings are rather hideous. A swarm of insects, Shen Sihong remarked, then lowered his gaze to observe the still jingling object in his hand. Raising it casually, his eyes filled with amusement. Adorable, little master, Fu Jingshi glanced at him before turning away. Shen Sihong was less than a year younger than Fu Jingshi, and according to Song Yinyu's description. When little Shen Sihong was first moved to a bed after birth, little Fu Jingshi's blue eyes sparkled with curiosity as he crawled over and pinched Shen Sihong's face, causing the poor little bundle to cry. Perhaps because of this, little Fu Jingshi could not bear to see Shen Sihong in tears. Every time he encountered tears, he would panic and try every means to comfort him. This rattle was also a toy that Fu Jingshi had chosen when he was just over a year old to soothe little Shen Sihong. Although he had not touched it since he turned 2 and began to understand things, this incident was still occasionally brought up by the elders of both families. Naturally, Fu Jingshi would not respond. He tucked away his diary, placing it in a prominent position before exiting the room with Shen Si, and that it was still early, so Fu Jingshi was not in a rush to leave. He had a day off on this date every year. Thus, he was not busy attending to military affairs. Knowing her son was not fond of extravagant ceremonial displays, Song Yinyu did not arrange anything ostentatious. The few of them sat on the sofa and chatted for a while. Eventually, it was Shen Sihong's light brain that kept buzzing with incoming messages that prompted them to stand up and prepare to leave. Dad, Fu Jingshi called out before departing, if there's any anomaly with your health, don't hesitate to call me. Understood, go on now, Song Yinyu replied with a gentle smile. Song Yin took the initiative to escort Fu Jingshi and Shen Sihong for a while. Once the three figures were out of sight, Song Yinyu finally relaxed, leaning back against the soft sofa and exhaling deeply. Although the compatibility of his pheromones with Fu Zesh's was not as alarmingly high as that of Fu Jingshi and Shen Sihong, it still reached a remarkable 98%. For the past 20 years, Song Yinyu had always sensed the existence of Fu Zesh's life state. When the compatibility reaches a certain level, an inexplicable telepathic connection can arise. Before Fu Zesh ventured to that star system, Song Yinyu could even perceive the distance between them. For over 20 years, he had been unable to persuade Fu Jingshi, so how could he persuade himself? The life signature he sensed was exceedingly faint, so subtle that it could vanish in the blink of an eye. Nevertheless, he had retained Fu Zesh's mark on him for over 20 years. Recently, however, Song Yinyu had distinctly felt a strengthening of Fu Zesh's life signature. It took him quite some time to confirm this. Yet, whenever he sensed the life signature growing stronger, it would abruptly diminish. The more he tried to engage with it, the fainter it became, sometimes plummeting to a nadir. This caused his heart to leap to his throat each time. Once he ceased to deliberately sense Fu Zesh's life signature, his perception of that individual would stabilize. Thus, he dared not speak of this matter to anyone, not even his own son, nor could he provide a definitive answer about whether Fu Zesh was alive. He feared it might all be a figment of his imagination, that he dreaded the possibility that Fu Zesh might have long since departed, and his yearning was merely crafting these sensations that if he spoke too definitively, the hopes of everyone would inevitably be dashed. That if Brother Fu were still alive, there must be a reason he had not come to see him now. Chapter 66. Little Master, come back tonight. Fu Jingshi and Shen Sihong hardly exchanged words even after settling into the hovercar. A holographic screen lay before Shen Sihong, who was engaged in a conversation with someone, his brow furrowed. He cast a glance, then quickly typed a response. Fu Jingshi gave Shen Sihong a casual look before leaning back against his seat, closing his eyes to rest. After a brief exchange with the person opposite him, Shen Sihong turned to the general. It seems the general's identity is indeed quite extraordinary. Shen Sihong's gaze towards Fu Jingshi was complex, diverting just before the general opened his eyes to look over. Fu Jingshi displayed no particular reaction, quickly closing his eyelids again. Just as the car had yet to return to their residence, a message suddenly pinged on the light brain that he had blocked all military-related communications today. So whoever was messaging him at this time must pertain to personal matters. That Fu Jingshi opened his eyes, summoned the holographic screen, and recognized the name on the voice communication. Rubbing his temples, he lowered the volume and answered the call. Young master, there are some matters at the headquarters that require your personal pheromone seal, but we haven't reached out to you earlier. Could you find a time to come by? The caller was Pease, his father's most trusted assistant during his lifetime. Although Fu Jingshi had no business dealings, he was still the only heir of the Fu family, and certain documents required the pheromone of the Fu family heir to hold legal validity. Fu Jingshi glanced at the time, fell silent for a moment, and then replied, "I'll stop by shortly." Upon hearing the general's response, the person on the other end was about to reply when another voice chimed in. "Where is the general off to?" Shen Sihong extinguished the holographic screen and turned to Fu Jingshi, lazily inquiring. Pease had been silent for a while, just as Fu Jingshi was about to speak. Pease interrupted the silence, his voice hesitant. "Is it young Master Shin?" "Yes." Fu Jingshi amplified his voice, replying that it's me, Uncle Pease. Shin Sihong quickly guessed what Pease was asking. Speaking up, "Don't you recognize my voice?" Fu Jingshi narrowed his eyes at Shin Sihong. He had not disclosed to him that the individual on the other end was Pease. Unaware of the situation on this side, Pease seemed to pause before speaking. "It's like this, young Master Shun. The group has some documents that require your personal seal, so I was inquiring when you might have time to visit the headquarters. That I didn't expect you and the general to be together." Shin Sihong chuckled, seemingly unfazed by Pease's brief hesitation, and earnestly replied, "Yes, Uncle Pease, that I'm staying at the general's home, that I haven't seen you in quite a while. Perhaps we can go visit you together with the general sometime." He spoke cheerfully, showing no signs of offense. "Didn't you just say you could come today?" "Young master," Pease asked. "The young master listens to me," Shin Sihong casually remarked. "And besides, today is the little master's birthday. You surely wouldn't be unaware of that. Why call the young master at this hour?" Pease fell silent again, but eventually he responded with a smile. "Then let the young master rest well today. Coming another day is just as fine." Since the beginning of Shin Sihong's conversation with Pease, Fu Jingshi had not uttered a single word, merely leaning back on the sofa, watching Shin Sihong. It was only when Pease called out to him that Fu Jingshi acknowledged with a soft and stated, "I'll go tomorrow morning." "Understood, young master." Pease replied that I won't take up any more of the general's time. The call quickly ended, and the general's light blue eyes turned back to Shin Sihong. Shin Sihong shrugged, saying, "Why are you looking at me like that, General? You should be able to guess who I was speaking with." Fu Jingshi stared at him for a spell before gently tugging at the corners of his mouth without responding. The car soon arrived in front of the general's residence, and the two exited together, Shin Sihong lagging a step behind Fu Jingshi as they entered the living room, as soon as Fu Jingshi stepped inside. His gaze landed on the table in the living room. On the table sat a transparent cube box, within which lay a cake, 2 layers of a richly decorated cream cake, a rarity in the present day. It appeared almost identical to the one in his memories. The general halted mid-step, standing a few paces from the door, his gaze seemingly fixed on the dining table. Shin Sihong, following closely behind, noticed his stance and glanced down. "Little master," he called out. Fu Jingshi instinctively turned to look at Shin Sihong. "Happy birthday." The man's dog-like eyes were filled with utmost sincerity, solemnly repeating the words. This time, the general did not even utter a simple thank you. Shin Sihong grasped the general's wrist, guiding him to the table and gesturing for him to sit. "But I've been learning this for several days," he said, seeking praise. "General, open it and see if you like it." Fu Jingshi opened his mouth slightly, gazing into the man's pure eyes beside him, as he reached out to grasp the ribbon tied around the transparent gift box. Shin Sihong exhaled slowly, noticing that the general had paused his hand. Making no further movements, with a hint of amusement, he spoke, "The ingredients are exactly the same as those Uncle Fu made for you. So you need not worry." It was only then that Fu Jingshi opened the gift box. He rarely celebrated his birthday. It seemed he had only done so 4 times in his life, all during the time when Fu Zetizi was present. In this era of rapid technological advancement, time had become fragmented, and even birthdays were seldom celebrated with cakes. However, Fu Zetizi cherished the sense of ritual. Whether it was Fu Jingshi's birthday or song yenyus. The cakes were always crafted by her own hands. Each time uniquely different that I in Fu Jinshi's memory. The one that resembled the cake before him most closely was one crafted during those times. Due to interstellar trading, uncertain if he could return in time for Fu Jinshi and Shin Si-hong's birthdays. She had chosen to celebrate both on June 1st.1 early morning, before dawn broke. Fu Zetizi departed without bidding farewell, leaving with Shin Si-hong's father to another star system. She was gone for over 20 years. Fu Jinshi never celebrated his birthday again, silently gazing at the photograph of that cake repeatedly, abstaining from such desserts thereafter. Yet now, the cake that Shin Si-hong had placed on the table bore a striking resemblance to that one, differing only in the most subtle details. The ingredients purchased the previous night had been crafted into the cake after much effort this morning, and it indeed appeared quite similar. Shin Si-hong remarked, "You still enjoy chocolate, I presume?" Fu Jinshi bit his lip, parting his lips to speak, but no words came forth as Shin Si-hong gently squeezed his finger. With his other hand, Shin Si-hong touched his lips delicately. A smile gracing his eyes. "I have a few matters to attend to. Young master, I shall return this evening." Chapter 67. My apologies, but I am with the general. The sun hung high in the sky, and the once desolate area of Chinri Star's main city was now bustling with onlookers. Each successive king of the Federation was chosen from the most formidable descendants, each occupying the throne for an extended period. The OSI banquet hall, a symbol of royal honor, had only opened its doors perhaps once every 30 years. Even the ascension of princes or princesses to the position of crown prince had never triggered the opening of the OSI banquet hall. Yet, in the span of merely a month, the hall was poised to open its doors for the second time. This occasion seemed to be a celebration orchestrated by Her Majesty the Queen, commemorating the successful recruitment of the second Super S-level Alpha from the star system. That no, you're all out of touch. Our excitement is not merely about Shin Si-hong being one of us. Do you know who the Queen dispatched to find Shin Si-hong? The general. Of course. As long as the general is in the Federation, the Forum will never lack news of him. Indeed, after the last banquet hall's opening, who didn't know that this couple had moved in together? Don't speak, the protagonists have arrived. As the citizens engaged in lively conversation, someone suddenly uttered this remark. The moment those words were spoken, a hush fell over the crowd, all eyes turning toward the floating vehicle approaching from a distance. The vehicle, adorned in silver tones that shimmered subtly, bore the insignia of the First Legion, unmistakably belonging to the general. Upon recognizing the emblem on the general's vehicle, the previously alert citizens relaxed slightly. Although the general held significant esteem within the Federation, his tolerance toward its populace was notably high. They could occasionally jest in his presence without inciting his ire. However, Shin Si-hong was a different matter entirely. Most of what they had heard about Shin Si-hong were tales shared on the Federation forum, with few having the opportunity to engage with him personally. The majority of stories recounted his ruthless tactics against adversaries. Thus, they dared only to whisper about Shin Si-hong, unable to utter a word in his presence. His name was indeed one that warranted caution on the wanted list. Before they could fully exhale their tension, the floating vehicle, emblematic of the First Legion, came to a halt before the OSI banquet hall. Vegas was the first to exit the vehicle, opening the door and standing aside to await the next occupant. Soon, a man dressed in a black uniform emerged from the back seat, his bright purple eyes scanning the surroundings, casually extending his hand toward the interior of the vehicle. The gloved hand hovered in the air, as if awaiting another hand to join it. The crowd instinctively gasped. The hand suspended in midair was soon gently brushed aside by another hand clad in a black glove. The general bent slightly to exit, positioning himself beside the man. Shin Si-hong, observing the general's actions, smiled downwards, unreserved in the presence of others. Isn't that a bit disrespectful? The general chose to ignore Shin Si-hong's jest, raising his gaze slightly to look past him at a vehicle that had just come to a stop behind them. A car emblazoned with the royal insignia gradually came to a halt, and moments later, Hardy stepped out. 2 guards accompanied Hardy, and upon exiting the vehicle, his gaze immediately collided with Fu Jinshi's. Upon seeing Shin Si-hong, Hardy visibly trembled. The general cast a fleeting glance in that direction before quickly averting his gaze and turning toward the interior of the OSI banquet hall. This time, the Queen had arrived early, personally coming out to welcome Shin Si-hong and the general. Upon seeing Hardy, Vivian subtly furrowed her brow, casting a threatening glance in his direction. The banquet hall was already filled with numerous attendees. The crowd not significantly different from the previous gathering. Upon noticing Fu Jinshi and Shen Sihong, several individuals quickly approached to greet them. Upon hearing that the general had come alongside the commander, it became apparent that their relationship was rather close. The first to strike up a conversation was an elderly gentleman in his 50s or 60s, who spoke cheerfully, yet his gaze continually shifted between Shen Sihong and Fu Jinshi. Fu Jinshi merely glanced at him, accepting the wine glass offered by the gentleman's subordinate, clinking glasses without further engagement. The old man, undeterred, redirected the conversation toward Shen Sihong. "Commander Shen, you are indeed a young hero. May I address you as Mr. Shen?" Shen Sihong smiled amiably. "Of course you may not." Standing beside Shen Sihong, Fu Jinshi cast a sidelong glance at him and then turned away to place his wine glass down. The old man's words caught in his throat. Bewildered, "What did Commander Shen just say?" "I said, of course, I mind being addressed that way. Do you not hear well at your age?" Shen Sihong replied with a cheerful smile, entirely concealing his displeasure. "If I am not mistaken, you must be the elder of the Flamen family. Am I right?" The expression of the elder from Flamen soured slightly, but out of respect for the two Super S-level alphas before him. He nodded, his eyes darkening as he replied, "Indeed, it is to be recognized by the commander is truly a blessing. So the elder feels that way as well." Shen Sihong's eyes twinkled, his smile innocent. "But you might want to ask your old companions if being known by me is truly a blessing." After saying this, Shen Sihong regarded the elder Flamen with a hint of pity. Perhaps only those whom he had not bested considered it a blessing to be recognized by him. Realizing this, Flamen's expression shifted, his brow furrowing as he spoke, "Since Commander Shen is now our Federation's partner, it is imperative to abide by local customs. One must not treat the Federation as one's own territory. After all, there are many powerful individuals here, Shen Sihong chuckled with interest, shifting his gaze to the general who had just approached his side. "I beg your pardon, but I am certain the general would not allow me to be disregarded." Fu Jinshi, who had just halted his movement, was taken aback, his gaze flitting between Shen Sihong and Flamen before he spoke. "Follow me." Flamen, upon hearing the general's words, found himself momentarily at a loss for words that he had anticipated the general to at least utter a word of caution toward Shen Sihong. Yet the general's expression clearly indicated acquiescence to Shen Sihong's words and actions. Watching the two prepare to depart, Flamen chuckled. Stepping in front of them, "I did not expect the general to possess such a good temper," remaining unperturbed even when provoked at the doorstep. Fu Jinshi then paused. He stood still, casting a slightly lowered gaze at the cunning merchant before him, his eyes sharp and frigid, causing Flamen to momentarily falter. After a brief pause, Fu Jinshi spoke. "Mr. Flamen, the new regulations of the Federation state that any offense against the highest-ranking commander is a grave offense." Chapter 68. Only in the presence of Fu Jinshi does he become exceptionally so. Including his speech, as if fearing the individual before him had not grasped the gravity of the situation. Fu Jinshi added, expressionless, "If you want to know what constitutes an offense." After Fu Jinshi's addition, he fell silent, turning to bypass Flamen. How could one define an offense? A shadow flickered in Flamen's eyes. The general should surely understand that a soldier should not blur the lines between public and private matters due to excessive affection. "For you are indeed the highest executive of the military, that I believe the general will undoubtedly remain impartial." Fu Jinshi paused momentarily. It seemed as though his words subtly insinuated that the general was blurring the lines between public and private matters. Shielding Shen Sihong. Shen Sihong's actions faltered for a brief moment, and his previously lowered gaze slowly lifted to meet that of the elderly gentleman before him. His striking violet eyes, as if drenched in ink, appeared particularly profound. What on earth is Mr. Flamen trying to convey? Suddenly, a commanding female voice resonated from behind, asserting that the Federation had never decreed that soldiers were to be devoid of romantic entanglements. For what would differentiate them from robots? Why should Mr. Flamen presume to instruct our Federation's general? Initially poised to voice further objections, Flamen abruptly recoiled, his gaze swiftly averting from the Queen as he bowed his head. "Yes," Flamen conceded, "I have indeed overstepped." Fu Jinshi exhibited little reaction, merely nodding toward the Queen before signaling Shen Sihong to follow. Shen Sihong, somewhat taken aback, cast a glance at the Queen, but remained silent as he trailed behind. This particular Ursi banquet hall had been arranged for Shen Sihong. as the queen had proclaimed it a celebration of a powerful alliance, naturally requiring him to say a few words. However, the host dared not approach Shen Sihong and instead sought Fu Jingshi's assistance. Fu Jingshi took the microphone from the host and handed it to Shen Sihong before resuming his seat beside him. Shen Sihong appeared somewhat reluctant, yet under Fu Jingshi's scrutinizing gaze, he extended his hand to accept the microphone, simultaneously seizing the speech prepared for him by the host, much to the latter's shock. The banquet hall buzzed with a cacophony of voices, and several individuals observed the general, eager to engage in conversation. But Fu Jingshi subtly closed his eyes, effectively insulating himself from their presence, that in crowded settings, noise inevitably ensues, and as Fu Jingshi reclined on the sofa, he managed to catch snippets of the discussions around him. Most of the chatter revolved around gossip, questioning the veracity of the official report claiming a perfect pheromone compatibility between the newly appointed commander and the general, and speculating on who had taken the liberty to disseminate such information. After listening for a while, Fu Jingshi opened his eyes and sent a message to Paisai that he had initially planned to complete his tasks at the group today, but the queen's abrupt notification about the Ursi banquet hall's opening the previous night had compelled him to postpone his agenda until tomorrow. Just as Fu Jingshi sent his message and attempted to close his eyes for a moment's respite, he furrowed his brow. Sitting upright, he gazed toward the entrance that as anticipated. Niren was escorted into the banquet hall by two individuals, followed closely by two subordinates. With each step Niren took deeper into the hall, Fu Jingshi felt an unsettling disquiet grow within him. It seemed that every time he and Shen Sihong encountered Niren in a shared space, a peculiar phenomenon occurred. Their pheromone compatibility would significantly diminish. This sensation even seemed correlated with the proximity between Shen Sihong and Niren. Just as Shen Sihong, who had been languidly disengaged, intended to approach the general, he halted at the precise moment Fu Jingshi lifted his gaze, both their eyes instinctively drawn to the entrance. Niren, too, quickly pinpointed Shen Sihong and Fu Jingshi amidst the crowd, receiving Shen Sihong's piercing gaze filled with malice. Niren refrained from advancing, instead pausing a few steps away, offering a faint smile to the two. Subsequently, Niren appeared to apologize to someone nearby, his attention fixated on Shen Sihong. Moments later, he turned and exited the Ursi banquet hall alone. Shen Sihong exchanged a glance with Fu Jingshi, but ultimately chose not to approach the general, instead turning to follow Niren out. Meanwhile, Wei, having attended to the guests in the banquet hall, stood in a corner, her fingers delicately caressing a diamond ring. The ring adorned the thumb of Her Majesty the Queen's left hand, etched with the insignia of the Federation's royal family. This was a symbol passed down through generations of emperors and queens. Representing the throne, the transparent diamond shimmered with a gentle white light, yet Wei was acutely aware that this light was not emanating from her. For over a decade, the ring had remained inert on her finger, only glowing softly whenever she encountered Fu Jingshi. The closer he drew, the more agitated the ring became. Initially, Wei had dismissed this as mere coincidence, but after countless validations, she realized that this emblem of royalty had never been awakened by anyone seated upon the throne, save for Fu Jingshi. This realization fostered a lingering wariness toward him, which persisted until her father explicitly instructed her to trust the loyalty of the Fu family and never harm their kin. Her father's dying wish had become her decree, and even though she harbored reservations, she could only forcibly suppress them within. After more than 8 years of trials, she chose to place her trust in Fu Jingshi. Wei gently swirled her wine glass when someone approached her. "Mother, what is it that you called me for?" Hadi stood before her, his head bowed in a display of humility. "Did I not instruct you to refrain from attending the banquet today?" Wei cast a detached glance at Hadi, her tone cool, yet imbued with an undeniable aura of authority. Hadi, however, appeared taken aback. Did Mother mention this to Hadi? It seems the servants failed to relay the message. As I was unaware, Wei scrutinized Hadi's expression before finally responding. "Depart early, Mother, considering that the general has already seen me. Perhaps I should apologize to him now. It might earn his forgiveness," Hadi suggested. The queen placed her wine glass on the table, her gaze shifting toward the entrance, her pupils dilating sharply to not provoke unnecessary trouble. She barely managed to utter this warning before striding toward the banquet hall's exit. Hadi stood rooted in place, his dark eyes fixated on Wei retreating figure. his expression darkening with malice as he turned his attention toward the general seated on the sofa, striding in that direction. Chapter 69. Do not sit beside the general without permission. The general's pale blue eyes lifted to regard Hadi as he approached. They bore no discernible emotion until Hadi, completely oblivious, settled beside the general. "Your Highness, please conduct yourself with decorum," came Vega's voice from the side, respectful yet firm, reminding Hadi that without the general's consent, no one, save for the queen, could occupy a seat beside him. Hadi's smile nearly faltered at this, and he shot Vega a venomous glare. Vega maintained his respectful demeanor. "I must ask your Highness to rise." Hadi, clearly agitated, retorted, "I have matters to discuss with the general. Surely the lieutenant should step aside." Vega's expression remained steadfast, standing behind the general with unwavering focus. "The lieutenant of the 1st Legion follows only the general's orders. That I beseech your Highness to maintain your composure and refrain from issuing commands indiscriminately." Hadi had long relied on his status as a prince to act with impunity within the Federation, comfortably seated as the next heir apparent. Even if some found him distasteful, none dared to treat him with such disrespect. As a semblance of dignity was always afforded to royalty. His face flushed with indignation. He abruptly stood, circumventing to grasp Vega by the collar, gritting his teeth as he demanded, "Say that again?" Hadi's fury was palpable. His voice raised enough to attract the attention of many. Some bystanders, unclear on the situation, were quickly informed, and soon, stifled laughter rippled through the crowd. Vega remained silent this time, his disdainful gaze shifting from Hadi's grasp on his collar to Hadi's face, exuding an air of indifference that only fueled Hadi's rage. Instinctively, Hadi lifted his hand, intent on teaching this insubordinate subordinate a lesson. After all, he was a prince, and in front of so many witnesses. How could he allow anyone to publicly disrespect him? Just as his hand was raised, poised to strike, a wave of pheromones intercepted him, and a chilling, potent essence enveloped the air, deliberately obscured in scent, leaving only an icy sensation that penetrated to the bone. The general slowly rose, his commanding gaze fixed on Hadi, causing the latter to instinctively flinch. "Your Highness," he intoned, "I must apologize for the oversight." The pheromones, slow and gentle, yet unyieldingly firm, pried Hadi's hand from Vega's collar, pushing the third prince 2 or 3 steps away. The general's voice was as cold as his pheromones. The mingling of pheromones with the oppressive force of his mental power turned Hadi's face a deeper shade of red than when he was provoked by Vega. It was only when Hadi felt as though he could scarcely breathe that the general gradually released his grip on the man's pheromones. The overwhelming pressure of an Ultra S-Class Alpha upon a lower-tier Alpha could not be measured by mere distance. It was catastrophic, even more severe than the pressure an Alpha exerts on an Omega. Furthermore, Fu Jinchu's pheromone level had long surpassed that of an ordinary Ultra S-Class Alpha, with stability approaching the standards defined for an SS-Class Alpha by the Federation. Thus, Hadi was utterly incapable of resisting the general's pheromone pressure, quickly deflating under this overwhelming sensation, losing the imposing demeanor he had displayed towards Vega. Vega casually adjusted his collar, casting a calm glance at Hadi before swiftly averting his gaze. Standing behind Fu Jinchu, this infuriated Hadi, causing another pang of indignation. Vega silently rolled his eyes, thinking that a mere, overlooked prince truly believed himself to be a high-ranking minister, boldly confronting the general's aide in the presence of the general. He must have thought the general had lost his temper. "There's something you wish to discuss, Your Highness?" The general slightly turned, walking towards an empty lounge, his tone indifferent that Hadi's eyes darted around, yet he said nothing, forcing his expression to appear more normal before following Fu Jin's high. It was evident that Vega still wanted to say something, but was promptly silenced by a raised hand from the general. Vega had no objections when the general spoke. Hadi was the one who needed to be restrained. Vega quickly fell silent, trailing behind the two, his gaze fixed on Hadi's hair, which was as unruly as a fist. Fu Jinchu took a seat in the lounge, gesturing for Hadi to sit. "It is as such. I felt I had offended the general last time, and I have come to extend my apologies." Hadi's ability to recover his expression was remarkable. Within seconds, he wore a beaming smile. The general regarded him with evident surprise, his eyes widening as he noted that Hadi's smile was beginning to falter before he inquired, "Which occasion does your Highness refer to?" Hadi's sincere expression momentarily froze, and after a prolonged silence, he asked, "Did Mr. Shin not mention it to you?" Fu Jinshi remained silent, his actions clearly affirming the inquiry. Hardy found himself at a loss for words. Though he could guess what Hardy meant by offense, he chose not to elaborate further, closing his eyes and saying nothing. Suddenly, he raised a finger. His recently closed eyes opened silently, fixing on Hardy, who was gazing ahead and saying nothing, even exhibiting no movement. Yet the man's pheromones were released like a hook, seemingly attempting to draw something out. Though the action was subtle, Fu Jinshi could perceive it distinctly. Hardy's pheromones were unpleasant. Fu Jinshi glanced at him, knowing full well he would not help Hardy recall the specifics, instead erecting a defensive barrier with his own pheromones, closing his eyes to rest. After a moment, noticing that Hardy's peculiar actions had not ceased, Fu Jinshi finally opened his eyes, frowning as he looked at him. "If the third prince has nothing to discuss, I shall take my leave," Fu Jinshi stated. When he turned his gaze, he found Hardy stowing away a vial of some sort, his eyes betraying a hint of terror. The general's gaze quickly shifted to the hand Hardy had concealed behind his back. Hardy flinched momentarily before adopting a nonchalant demeanor, clearing his throat a few times that he offered the general a smile. "It is as such, General, that I once offended you elsewhere, and my mother has already reprimanded me regarding this matter. I have come to seek your forgiveness." The Fu Jinshi straightened, suddenly feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him, rubbing his temples in silence. "That I can assure you of my sincerity, and I hope you will forgive me." Hardy implored that if you have something to say, just say it, Fu Jinshi replied, showing no inclination to continue Hardy's line of conversation. The audacity of this man, who had just approached and brazenly confronted the aide, left Fu Jinshi unconvinced of his genuine intent to seek forgiveness. Chapter 70. To render you a helpless wretch without pheromones. Hardy, who had initially felt assured about his position, believed that simply expressing his apology would suffice for acceptance. Yet, upon hearing Fu Jinshi's words, his voice caught in his throat, leaving him momentarily speechless. His expression darkened, and the hand hidden behind his back shifted slightly as he turned to face the general. "General, I assure you, I am here solely to sincerely seek your forgiveness." Hardy's voice bore a hint of discomfort as he gazed steadily at Fu Jinshi. The general turned his head, his ice-blue eyes reflecting a profound emotion as they rested on Hardy. Hardy, undeterred, maintained his gaze. Suddenly, the general pressed his lips together, his expression remaining impassive as he spoke lightly. Then, has the third prince's pheromone been offensive? Vega, standing behind them, was taken aback, his dagger swiftly drawn and poised against Hardy's carotid artery. Offending a general of the Federation was a grave sin, not a mere empty threat. Throughout history, the position of a general within the Federation has been exceedingly high, a true authority standing just below the Emperor. Capable of equating with Her Majesty, to offend a general was tantamount to offending the Queen. Moreover, the general wielded the power of life and death, which no mere prince could dare to challenge. Vega, being an S-class alpha, had not sensed Hardy's pheromones. Thus, they must have been directed specifically at the general. Regardless of the intent, such behavior would be a significant affront, even among ordinary alphas or omegas, let alone in the presence of a general. Hardy was momentarily stunned by Vega's sudden action, feeling the undeniable pressure on his neck, but he raised his head, paralyzed with fear. Even holding his breath, his eyes were locked onto Vega. Having emerged from the battlefield, Vega's gaze was imbued with a decisive air of lethality, a stark contrast to Hardy, who had been sheltered in the luxurious environment of Chinri Star, living a life of indulgence. Furrowing his brow, he glared at Hardy, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. The general also rose, his steely gaze fixed on Hardy, noticing that even when restrained, Hardy did not retract his pheromones. The unknown pheromones he emitted probed beyond Fu Jinshi's defensive barrier, seemingly attempting to attract something. However, it was likely that Hardy's pheromones were of such low quality that they failed to even graze a single strand of the general's hair. "What exactly is the third prince's intention in seeking out our general?" Vega inquired, gripping the hilt of his dagger with precise control, the blade pressing into the skin without drawing blood. Hardy remained defiant, refusing to respond. "Do you truly believe I cannot move you, Your Highness?" Vega tilted his head, staring intently at Hardy, his expression cruel as he pressed the blade forward. That Vega's first command was that anyone who offended the general would be dealt with as an enemy. Although he could not directly take Hardy's life due to his royal status, he could certainly inflict some suffering upon him. Hardy, sensing Vega's threatening demeanor, instinctively recoiled, nearly toppling his chair. Yet, even so, he refused to retract his pheromones. His fists clenched tightly, his motivations unclear. Fu Jinsher observed the two, noting the peculiar expression on Hardy's face, akin to a desperate gamble. "Are you certain you have nothing to say, Third Prince?" Vega's voice turned cold. "If you truly intend to remain silent, do you think the Queen would blame me if I took half your life under the pretext of your offense against the general?" Vega's words carried no hint of jest. The murderous intent in his eyes caused Hardy to flinch. Before either Vega or Hardy could react, the lounge door swung open, and a low voice filled the air. Shen Sihong, clad in a black uniform, stepped into the lounge, methodically donning his gloves, his gaze ominous that if the Third Prince's pheromones cannot be tamed, I can render you a helpless wretch devoid of pheromones at any time. Those Shen Sihong's strides were not particularly swift. His height conferred an undeniable advantage, allowing him to swiftly approach Hardy. With a gentle motion, he nudged the tip of Vegas's knife aside, using his hand clad in specially designed white gloves. Then, with an almost tender gesture, rested his hand upon Hardy's neck. It was evident that Shen Sihong's gaze was far more effective than Vegas's. The moment Hardy beheld Shen's presence, a flicker of terror ignited in his eyes. The man's hand merely rested upon Hardy's neck, exerting no force, yet Hardy found himself paralyzed with fear. Shen Sihong let out a soft chuckle and turned to address the general standing nearby. "General," he said with a leisurely tone, "which of our pheromones is more pleasant, yours or mine?" Fu Jinsher pressed his lips together, soon realizing that Hardy's pheromones swiftly retracted. When Shen Sihong had entered the lounge, he had done so by simply opening the door and had not bothered to close it behind him. While no one possessed the audacity to brazenly spy, those of a higher alpha rank could vaguely sense the unfolding scene. Upon uttering these words, the alphas within Fu Jinsher's perception were taken aback. Fu Jinsher paused for a moment, casting a fleeting glance at Hardy. Shen Sihong seemed to find the situation amusing, a smile threatening to break through. Though he quickly suppressed it, he lifted his other hand and tapped lightly at the side of Hardy's face before twisting Hardy's hand, which had been hidden behind him, bringing the syringe into his possession. It was then that Hardy's fingers began to tremble, a desperate urge to reclaim the syringe from Shen Sihong overwhelming him. The moment he moved, Shen Sihong's grip tightened, pinning him firmly in place. Shen Sihong raised the syringe, examining its contents. His previously unfriendly gaze darkened further. Simultaneously, he squeezed Hardy's hand with sudden force, drawing forth a flush of color to Hardy's face before turning to him with a smile. "Prince, your reach extends rather far, doesn't it?" His voice did not lower, allowing all within earshot to hear clearly. Those permitted entry into the ES banquet hall were far from ordinary, and Shen Sihong's words prompted an array of speculative whispers. A commotion ensued around them. Fu Jinsher was not surprised by the unfolding events, while Vegas's expression shifted dramatically, that he seethed with rage, ready to speak, yet chose to remain silent upon witnessing Shen Sihong's actions. Chapter 71. Your life, Prince, do you truly wish to keep it? Shen Sihong carelessly tossed the syringe into the general's hands and suddenly twisted Hardy's hand, which had hesitated due to asphyxiation. His gaze towards Hardy bore a hint of amusement. Yet his movements were merciless. Shen Sihong contorted Hardy's right arm into an unnatural position, his grip unwavering. To scheme against one of the Federation's most esteemed generals with such clumsy tactics. "Prince, do you truly wish to keep your life?" The gravity of Shen Sihong's words rendered the onlookers stunned, their expressions betraying their shock. Though Hardy belonged to the royal family, and most present harbored disdain for him, none dared to take any tangible action against him. While some might express their discontent toward Hardy, no one would dare to openly threaten him, for he represented the royal lineage. Aside from the Queen, none possessed the audacity to reprimand Hardy, let alone utter the word life in such a context. Shen Sihong's declarations were devoid of jest. Even as he spoke, he tightened his grip, causing the veins on Hardy's forehead to bulge. Fear filled Hardy's eyes as he clutched desperately at Shen Sihong's hand around his neck. Shaking his head persistently, Shen Sihong remained unmoving. His grip intensified, and Hardy soon found himself struggling for breath, teetering on the brink of death. Outside the lounge, a throng had gathered, each person craning their necks to catch a glimpse while maintaining an air of discretion. Among them, a mixture of delight and fear danced in their eyes, Yet none dared to intervene in Shun Sihong's actions. Just before Hardy's eyes rolled back, Shun Sihong abruptly released his grip. Hardy, who had been hoisted by his neck, crumpled to the ground, gasping for fresh air, the proximity to death instilling a profound fear of Shun Sihong within him as he scrambled backward across the floor, observing the terror etched on Hardy's face. Shun Sihong, squatted on Shun Sihong, could discern that, upon the utterance of his words, the queen was eager to prove something to herself. Yet she was swiftly interrupted by Shun Sihong. He raised his chin slightly, indicating for the queen to continue observing the screen. Your Majesty, if my memory serves me correctly, the exclusive identification number for this batch of suppressants belongs to the Flyman family. That it would be prudent for you to thoroughly investigate the suppressants industry of the Flyman family, as both alphas and omegas are indispensable groups within the Federation. Should there be a large-scale issue with the suppressants, it would certainly pose a significant problem. Shun Sihong spoke, deliberately omitting any mention of the general's physical condition. The queen, feeling it inappropriate to inquire further, merely nodded and replied, I shall investigate immediately. Vivian was also aware of the gravity of the situation. Thus she wasted no time and soon offered the general a reminder to rest well, accompanied by an apology. With that, Her Majesty did not linger any longer. Swiftly departing the banquet hall, that Shun Sihong observed the queen's retreating figure. The smile that had graced his lips faded, replaced by a contemplative expression. Hardy appeared somewhat audacious, though not excessively so. He dared to act openly against the general, exuding a confidence that suggested backing from someone at this moment. The only person he could conceive of as his potential ally was the queen. In truth, he had considered the possibility that the insects behind Hardy were the ones orchestrating this. Yet, Shun Sihong harbored some doubts. Given the intelligence of those insects, it seemed illogical for them to seek collaboration with someone as foolish as Hardy. Let us proceed step by step, Shun Sihong mused. After all, those deserving of death would inevitably meet their end. Suppressing the murderous intent in his gaze, he turned to Fu Jinshi and remarked, We should take our leave now. General Fu Jinshi shifted his focus from the queen's departing form, responded with an affirmative hum, and exited the banquet hall alongside Shun Sihong. Their vehicle awaited them nearby, allowing them to avoid drawing much attention as they made their way to the car. From the moment they stepped outside, the general had remained lost in thought, uttering not a single word. As Shun Sihong bent to enter the vehicle, he glanced at Fu Jinshi but refrained from interrupting his contemplation. As the car journeyed onward, Shun Sihong stole glances at the general, ultimately redirecting his gaze when he noted the seriousness etched on Fu Jinshi's face, unsure of what weighed on his mind. Leaning back against the seat, he idly attended to some matters concerning the headquarters. Before long, Shun Sihong sensed the general's gaze upon him, and he opened his eyes in anticipation of Fu Jinshi's words. It is not her, the general stated with a cold, yet resolute tone. Shun Sihong pondered for a moment before deducing whom the general referred to. He felt a twinge of melancholy at the thought of how the general's succinctness could convey such certainty. Finally, he voiced a speculation. Are you suggesting that the person who tacitly allowed Teddy to act is not the queen? Fu Jinshi nodded in affirmation. How can you be so certain? Shun Sihong could not help but inquire. I can sense that she harbors no malice towards me, Fu Jinshi explained after a brief pause. Nor towards you. Shun Sihong struggled to comprehend. General, are you a radar detector? Kindness and malice can both be feigned. You should not be so gullible as to trust appearances. Fu Jinshi finally turned to meet Shun Sihong's gaze, his eyes lingering for a moment. Shun Sihong felt as if he glimpsed a hint of disdain within the general's expression. My ability to perceive pheromones allows me to sense others' emotions to a certain extent, Fu Jinshi declared after a moment of silence. Shun Sihong's eyelids fluttered in surprise. The astonishment in his eyes was palpable as he regarded the general's handsome visage. Momentarily at a loss for words, swallowing hard, he finally managed to ask, Your pheromones possess such capabilities. However, the general disregarded the potential complexity of his rival's thoughts and simply nodded in affirmation. The queen is cautious around me, but her intentions lean more towards protection. This is indeed peculiar. Shun Sihong swallowed again and queried, What about mine? This question left the general somewhat baffled, but he quickly regained his composure and replied. You, forget it, no need for you to tell me, Shun Sihong interjected, signaling to the general. We are almost there. Prepare to disembark. General Fu Jinshi, however, remained silent for an extended period, without making any further movements. Eventually, Shin Si-hong observed the man beside him tilt his head slightly. His fingers clenched into a fist as he coughed softly into his hand, his gaze averted. Shin Si-hong mused that he had never experienced such prolonged silence as he had today. The general, maintaining his aloof demeanor, soon adjusted his facial expression and exited the vehicle. His pheromones indeed possessed the ability to perceive the emotions of others, a feature not documented on the official records. Aside from Song Yin and Fu Jinshi himself, few were privy to this knowledge. Those with low pheromone compatibility could still detect a semblance of emotion, while those with high compatibility could discern even more. As his rival, who had fallen slightly behind, approached, Fu Jinshi cast a fleeting glance at him without uttering a word, then stepped into the room. Shin Si-hong, uncertain of his own motivations, remained silent throughout the journey. Once inside, he settled onto the sofa, contemplating for a moment before observing the general's expression, finally leaning back against the sofa. After a while, Shin Si-hong finally spoke. General, Fu Jinshi turned his gaze towards him. As he slightly inclined his head, the side of his face brushed against something soft. Fu Jinshi paused momentarily before subtly shifting away. Shin Si-hong occupied the adjacent spot on the sofa, reclining in a rather undignified manner. Nearly resting his head on Fu Jinshi's shoulder, Fu Jinshi reached out and pushed Shin Si-hong's head away, but to no avail. The man beside him leaned in even closer, turning to face Fu Jinshi. "Is the cake finished?" Shin Si-hong inquired. Fu Jinshi remained silent, leaving his answer ambiguous. Given the difficulty of obtaining a clear response from the general on such matters, Shin Si-hong chose to remain quiet, pretending not to notice. As he shifted his attention to a paper book he had miraculously procured, as he turned his head, his hair brushed against the general's neck. Fu Jinshi observed Shin Si-hong's increasingly unrestrained behavior, pursing his lips and shifting slightly away. Noticing the general's movement, Shin Si-hong turned to him. "General, why are you avoiding me?" Chapter 73. Little Shin's Little Tricks. Fu Jinshi glanced at him, noting the smile on Shin Si-hong's face, albeit accompanied by a hint of grievance in his eyes. The general's task distribution continued unabated. After a considerable time, Shin Si-hong's gaze remained fixed on Fu Jinshi. His expression towards the general was a complex amalgamation of hostility and familiarity, making it occasionally difficult for Fu Jinshi to decipher. The room fell into a profound silence, and the general's movements gradually slowed, ultimately coming to a halt. With a decisive snap, the screen before Fu Jinshi vanished, prompting him to rise tall and dignified. The general's military uniform appeared tailor-made for him. Shin Si-hong lifted his gaze, surveying Fu Jinshi from below, that he then witnessed the general depart without uttering a single word, ascending the stairs and leaving behind an air of aloofness for the newly appointed commander. Shin Si-hong's eyes trailed after the general until he could no longer see him, at which point he slowly retracted his gaze, the corners of his mouth turning downwards. The general's habits are rather unbecoming. How shy of him to leave. Fu Jinshi initially headed to the training room, completing his usual regimen before taking a shower and returning to his quarters. With Vegas stationed at the 1st Legion, there was little reason for Fu Jinshi to intervene. Moreover, given the apparent tranquility lately, no one dared to provoke trouble directly linked to the 1st Legion. His presence would merely be required for addressing a few pressing issues. After organizing the accumulated tasks, Fu Jinshi connected with Vegas to discuss the recent training assignments for the soldiers. Currently, there are not many matters concerning the 1st Legion. Vegas reported, however, reports from soldiers around the wasteland indicate that the area is quite chaotic. "Are there any specifics?" Fu Jinshi inquired. "There have been multiple incidents of individuals wielding knives and attacking others in the streets, and these occurrences have been alarmingly frequent," Vegas detailed, perusing the information on his screen. Furthermore, victims have stated that they felt utterly powerless to resist during the assaults. Dispatch a few individuals to provide support there, Fu Jinshi instructed, rubbing his temples, and ensured timely updates on the situation. "Understood. I will return to the 1st Legion soon." After Fu Jinshi concluded his instructions, he abruptly ended the call without further ado. Once he had resolved the matters at hand, he began perusing the information transmitted by the Queen regarding the extraterrestrial system, along with the analysis and interpretation of the signals received. The Federation was unable to fully decipher the signals emanating from that star system, and the observers had rendered a rough interpretation of the messages, which were evidently unfriendly. Even imbued with considerable hostility, that it was undeniable that the civilization level of that star system was indeed superior to that of the Alpha system, as indicated by the signals sent to the Federation's base. Notably, this star system did not disclose its name, and every word translated from the messages was laden with malice and provocation. The information acquired by the Federation was woefully scant. Fu Jinshi cast a glance and committed the contents of the document to memory. The file contained little of value, the only discernible fact being that the civilization of this star system surpassed that of Alpha. Just as Fu Jinshi was about to close the document, a knock resounded on the firmly shut door. At this hour, it could only be Shen Sihong. Without hesitation, Fu Jinshi opened the door. Shen Sihong appeared taken aback by the swift opening. Momentarily stunned before realizing he was at the general's residence, where there was no need for the general to walk over to answer the door, he stepped beside the general and inquired, "What is keeping you busy at this late hour?" Fu Jinshi's gaze remained fixed on the folder displayed on the screen, and Shen Sihong, with a quick glance, grasped the situation. His attention settled on one particular document, and he asked, "Do you mind opening that file for a look?" He referred to the very folder Fu Jinshi had just closed. Given their cooperative relationship, Fu Jinshi hesitated little before reopening the recently closed document and bringing it to the forefront. While reviewing the information, Fu Jinshi had set the screen unusually close, prompting Shen Sihong to lean in for a closer look that a faint hint of an aggressive aura wafted into Fu Jinshi's nostrils. And when he regained his focus, the general could only see Shen Sihong's tousled hair and the pale skin at the nape of his neck. Shen Sihong, however, was intently examining the screen, dragging it down after a moment. In truth, whether Alpha or Omega, the glandular regions were of utmost importance. Although, by conventional standards, Alphas possess the ability only to mark others, without the possibility of being marked themselves, absolutes do not exist in all matters. When the pheromone compatibility reaches a certain pinnacle, all conventional wisdom becomes irrelevant. In such scenarios, an alpha could indeed establish a marking bond with another alpha. The slight protrusion on Shen Sihong's skin, a result of prolonged exposure to darkness, revealed the bluish veins beneath, clearly visible. In the perceptive realm of an ultra-S-level alpha, he could even sense the direction of blood flow beneath the skin. Each pheromone resonated with the knowledge that this individual had achieved a compatibility level unattainable by anyone within the Federation. The general's pronounced Adam's apple moved up and down, seemingly on the verge of articulating something, yet ultimately swallowed back the words. Fu Jinshi's gaze lifted to the screen, momentarily forgetting to adjust the distance of the screen from himself. Shen Sihong's expression was focused as he meticulously read through the text in the document. His bright purple eyes appeared unusually serene, devoid of the complex expressions he often unconsciously exhibited. Although Shen Sihong was indeed notorious, his misdeeds often overshadowing any virtuous actions, causing others to refrain from mentioning him in any context. His appearance was undeniably attractive to the citizens of the Federation. His lips were often pressed into a straight line or downward, and the kinder his smile, the more insidious his words became. His high nose gave him a sharply defined and aggressive profile. And while his eyes appeared endearingly dog-like, the color of his pupils, a rare, neither deep nor shallow bright purple, lent him an air of profound danger when gazing at others. Shen Sihong straightened his posture. Closing the folder on the screen, his fingers tapping thoughtfully on his knee as he queried, "Is this all the Federation managed to decipher?" "It seems so," came Fu Jinshi's response. Shen Sihong remarked, "That's rather behind the times. No wonder that signal was directed to me. It was foolish enough to require my assistance to safeguard this star system." Chapter 74. I truly enjoy your company, brother. Fu Jinshi, not one to delve into such matters, could hardly provide a more elaborate evaluation. It was said that the indigenous people of their star system were insectoid, and those who had fled to the insectoid realm had been systematically exterminated, leaving only the insects capable of bipedal locomotion today. Shen Sihong explained languidly. "It's quite cruel," he assessed with a hint of sincerity. "Remarkably, such malevolent beings still possess a faith in a deity. Isn't that fascinating, brother?" Fu Jinshi listened intently, shaking his head at Shen Sihong's words that if faith were contingent upon worthiness, it would be excessively miserly. Faith is not the prerogative of the elite. Even the most humble can possess faith and earn the respect of others. Although previously, Shen Sihong's comments pertained to those who sought to invade the Federation, From the perspective of adversaries, there was indeed little justification to defend them. However, setting aside their identities as enemies, everyone is entitled to their own faith. Shin Si-hong keenly observed Fu Jinshi's reaction, and upon seeing him shake his head, broke into a smile that I truly enjoy your perspective. Shin Si-hong declared, brother, you always stand firm in your stance, fully aware of your identity and your thoughts. Fu Jinshi's fingers hesitated, ready to pose a question, when his wrist, hanging at his side, was grasped. Shin Si-hong held Fu Jinshi's wrist with a gentleness that was simultaneously compelling. The man slid his hand down until it met the general's palm. Fu Jinshi was momentarily taken aback. Just as he intended to withdraw his hand, Shin Si-hong interjected, wait a moment, brother. His fingers gradually tightened, entwining the general's hand within his grasp, that fleeting moment of their palms overlapping. An inexplicable sensation surged through Fu Jinshi's mind. General, Shin Si-hong spoke, his expression focused as his gaze lowered. Let's see if you can perceive the message they are conveying. That Fu Jinshi's attempt to withdraw his hand had ceased the moment that sensation coursed through him. He remained silent for a moment, furrowing his brow. That we have detected that you are the most powerful entity of that star system, that we intend to annihilate it, that if you wish to prevent its destruction, then please present your sincerity. That Fu Jinshi relayed the essence of what he had perceived, word for word. As soon as he finished speaking, the man before him blinked in acknowledgement, as if in approval. Impressive, General. Shin Si-hong casually remarked that it appears that, apart from you and me, no one else could accurately translate this pulse signal upon first contact. That Fu Jinshi's eyelashes fluttered slightly, his gaze fixed on Shin Si-hong. Laced with confusion, Shin Si-hong shook his head and candidly replied, I truly do not know, General. However, it should not solely be due to the fact that we are both Ultra-S-level alphas. Shin Si-hong was not one to lie in such matters. Fu Jinshi nodded. Let us discuss it later. There's something else? He had not forgotten that Shin Si-hong had come to knock on his door in the middle of the night. Will you take me with you when you visit Paisai tomorrow? Shin Si-hong inquired, adopting a tone of negotiation. Reason? It has been a while since I've seen him. I wish to pay him a visit. Shin Si-hong replied smoothly. Fu Jinshi cast him a sidelong glance, unimpressed by his pretense. You are investigating him. Shin Si-hong was genuinely taken aback. Are you referring to last time? Fu Jinshi did not answer. Given Shin Si-hong's knowledge of his adversary, that expression was undoubtedly equivalent to a nod. Did I not mention it was Teddy? Shin Si-hong expressed a hint of exasperation. Why do you not trust me? Fu Jinshi pursed his lips, remaining silent. After a moment of waiting, Shin Si-hong intended to ask again, only to hear the general declare, rise early tomorrow, no problem. Shin Si-hong replied. The general continued to regard him. His expression now clearly suggested it was time for Shin Si-hong to take his leave. Shin Si-hong, pondering something, nodded in silence. Rising to exit the room, closing the door behind him, Fu Jinshi watched his retreating figure as he powered down the light brain. That day, Shin Si-hong had unexpectedly emerged from the pheromone defense mechanism. Calling out for Hardy, Shin Si-hong had not anticipated being instructed by the general to rise early. After doing so, he waited for quite some time in the living room without the general emerging from his room. When he knocked on the door, there was no response for a long while. Just as he was about to push the door open, the general's voice resonated in his mind, in the training room. Please hold on to in an instant. Shin Si-hong discerned the location from which the general had transmitted his thoughts, and he ascended the stairs. Remained uncertain whether the general sensed his approach, for every time Shin Si-hong opened the door to the training room, it was devoid of any presence. The expansive interior was filled solely with an array of training apparatuses and environmental simulation devices. Confident in his own perception, Shin Si-hong took a couple of steps inside. Nearby, a door concealed within the wall swung open. Shin Si-hong looked up, and he and Fu Jinshi found themselves momentarily frozen in place. The general, evidently just emerging from a shower, had droplets of water clinging to his hair, and his shirt was only half-buttoned, revealing his prominent collarbone. Upon noticing Shin Si-hong, his motion to adjust his attire faltered momentarily. Shin Si-hong raised an eyebrow, casting a glance from head to toe at the general, but ultimately felt it somewhat disrespectful to linger on such a view, and thus averted his gaze. The general swiftly composed himself, donning his military uniform before finally turning his attention to Shin Si-hong. Water dripped from his hair, cascading down his profile and falling to the floor. Fu Jinshi casually wiped his hair and regarded the solemn Shin Si-hong beside him. Shin Si-hong spoke earnestly, I assure you, General, I had no intention of peering, Fu Jinshi replied. That fleeting glance encompassed all that should and should not have been seen. Before Shen Sihong could respond, he felt a piercing aura approach as the general swiftly moved alongside him to open the training room door. Fu Jinshi took the lead, descending the stairs first. Perhaps due to his damp hair, the general seemed enveloped in a mist, creating an aura of distance. Shen Sihong followed the general's silhouette down the stairs, momentarily losing track of time. In his youth, Fu Jinshi had always preferred to walk a step ahead, regardless of the occasion. This general appeared to have embraced the role of an older brother long ago. While Shen Sihong was lost in thought, he heard the general, now at the foot of the stairs, turn and coldly inquire, "Did you venture out again last night?" Chapter 75. The Mysterious Decapitation in the Prison. Shen Sihong's descent was abruptly halted as he nearly collided with the general. The man blinked in mild confusion before asking, "Yes, but how does the general know of my excursion?" Fu Jinshi regarded him silently. Shen Sihong was well aware that he was feigning ignorance. Within the confines of Fu Jinshi's residence, unless deliberately obscured, every detail was perceptible to the general. "Very well," Shen Sihong conceded. "Shall I report to the little teacher that I engaged in a minor errand?" When Fu Jinshi glanced over, he was met with Shen Sihong's playful smile, hinting a jest. Despite Shen Sihong's reticence, Fu Jinshi could not compel him to speak as long as no major incident arose. After a moment of contemplation, he chose silence and exited. The two exchanged little dialogue as they boarded a hovering vehicle en route to the Fu family conglomerate's headquarters. The Fu family's interests were vast. Encompassing numerous sectors, the main city of Qinrixing was replete with their assets. Unsurprisingly, the headquarters was situated near the palace, nestled in a bustling area, with the vehicle traversing through a cacophony of noise. Fu Jinshi leaned back in the rear seat, allowing his mental faculties to relax. The soundproof material of the hovering vehicle was commendable, yet in Fu Jinshi's intentional state of ease, his acute perception allowed him to overhear the conversations of passers-by outside. It was rare for the general to travel without attending to military affairs, instead idly listening to the unguarded exchanges of others, his gaze drifting lazily out the window. Suddenly, a phrase pierced his thoughts. "Have you heard? I have a relative working in the royal prison. They say the third prince was killed last night." Fu Jinshi's eyelids flickered. Before he could fully process the information, a communication request chimed in, almost as if on cue. Recognizing it was Vegas, he answered promptly. "General, a calamity has befallen us. The third prince was slain in his prison bed last night." Vegas spoke rapidly, his tone laced with urgency, yet tinged with a malicious glee. Fu Jinshi raised an eyebrow. Has the matter been divulged? It was inevitable that such a significant event would be difficult to conceal. The royal prison, located in the heart of the main city, would garner attention the moment a disturbance arose. Vegas continued. By the time the Queen was informed, the citizens of the Federation were already well aware. This was indeed the case. The Fu Jinshi frowned deeply, glancing at Shen Sihong, who maintained an air of indifference, as if the unfolding events bore no relevance to him. "What about yesterday's occurrences?" Fu Jinshi inquired. This pivotal moment would undoubtedly lead to speculation regarding who had orchestrated the demise of Hadi. Should the discussions from the Ursi banquet leak, all suspicion would likely converge upon Shun Se. It seemed the Queen had issued instructions to keep yesterday's events under wraps, as no information had yet surfaced regarding the prior day's discussions. The death of a prince is no trivial matter, despite his lack of utility, Vegas stated earnestly. His reactions had become notably quicker during such moments. He detected something in Fu Jinshi's words and expressed surprise. "General, are you certain this does not implicate Mr. Shin?" Fu Jinshi paused at a gaze, heavy with presence, was fixed upon him. Fu Jinshi pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Should the events of the Ursi banquet be exposed, the faction of the third prince, along with those in the military harboring ambitions toward Shen Sihong, would not let this opportunity slip. As a collaborator with the royal family, Shen Sihong would inevitably find himself embroiled in a public relations crisis. Although this matter was intricately linked to Fu Jinshi, should Shen Sihong be the perpetrator, it would be a slap in the face to the royal family. From the general's standpoint, he could not voice an opinion on the matter. After exchanging a few more words with Vegas, the communication was terminated. The vehicle fell into an eerie silence, and Fu Jinshi lost all desire for rest. He turned his head, his cold, piercing gaze fixed on Shen Sihong. The general uttered not a word, his eyes quietly scrutinizing the vivid purple orbs of Shin Si-hong. When Fu Jinshi regarded someone in such a manner, it exuded a sense of pressure. However, Shin Si-hong remained unfazed, a smile dancing in his violet gaze as he met the general's stare. "Did you do it?" the general inquired, his tone rising slightly in questioning. Did he not already possess the answer in his heart? Shin Si-hong unabashedly responded, "If you had injected a suppressor, do you know what you would become?" Fu Jinshi was indeed aware that he pursed his lips, asking nonetheless, "Was it not said that he would not be killed?" Shin Si-hong chuckled softly. "My dear sir, what I meant was if he had walked out, I would have spared him. That I never said I would let him crawl away alive." Fu Jinshi interjected. "That is inconsequential, General." Shin Si-hong replied with a smile. "You know I would never let anyone go who vexes me." Fu Jinshi inquired. "The Queen?" "Indeed. She was the first I sought out last night," Shin Si-hong replied, his expression gradually adopting a more earnest demeanor. "I simply relayed to her the actions of her son and provided her with a morsel of information. These matters I can certainly compartmentalize, as we still have to collaborate, do we not, partner?" Fu Jinshi's fingers tapped rhythmically on the metallic armrest, choosing not to reply further. Historically, star pirates have been ruthlessly eradicated by the Federation. Yet under Shin Si-hong's leadership, his formidable strength as an S-class alpha, combined with a ruthless but principled approach, had enabled him to assert a level of power that rendered the Federation unable to act against him. Only Fu Jinshi possessed the capacity to confront Shin Si-hong. Yet, in recent years, the turmoil in the outer galaxies had escalated to alarming levels, with numerous low-civilization star systems engaging in detectable mischief. The general, for reasons unknown, found himself compelled to participate in interstellar warfare, leaving no opportunity to target Shin Si-hong. Fortunately, while Shin Si-hong was no paragon of virtue, he only directed his malice towards those deserving of it. His network of information surpassed that of the Federation, which remained oblivious to the extent of his infiltration within their ranks or the true depth of his perceptive abilities. Shin Si-hong consistently acquired detailed accounts of nefarious activities from various factions or families before the Federation could respond, often resulting in entire families being dismantled before the authorities could take action. Chapter 76. Do you wish to crush your young master? This indeed alleviated the Queen's concerns regarding dealing with those who caused turmoil. Although the wealth ultimately filled Shin Si-hong's pockets, it can be said that most of the individuals he eliminated were indeed nefarious, thus presenting a net benefit for the Queen. Her attitude towards him was largely one of tacit approval. Although she did not overtly express her agreement, she chose to overlook Shin Si-hong's actions, indicative of a degree of indulgence, not to mention the subsequent provocations from the insect tribe towards the Federation. It was only Shin Si-hong who could establish a relatively accurate line of communication with them, leaving the Queen with no choice but to refrain from taking action against him for the sake of the Federation. However, should Shin Si-hong choose to act against Hardy this time, it remains uncertain what the Queen's stance would be. Fu Jinshi pondered for a moment, but refrained from voicing any further thoughts. The vehicle soon came to a halt at the base of the corporate building. The general's countenance served as an invaluable passport within the Federation, especially at the headquarters of his own conglomerate. As the two disembarked, even before they could step through the company's entrance, urgent communication reached the reception staff, and shortly thereafter, someone approached to attend to them. Upon catching sight of Shin Si-hong, the individual momentarily froze, astonished to the point of being rendered speechless. After a brief pause, they regained their composure and spoke. "Young master, Mr. Shin, please follow me." Fu Jinshi nodded slightly and followed suit, before the trio even reached the elevator. The exclusive lift for executives opened beside them. Mr. Paisai, the attendant greeted with politeness upon seeing who emerged, promptly retreating with discernment. Paisai, who was of similar age to Fu Zetsizi, was an alpha who rarely displayed his pheromones. At this age, he did not appear aged. Rather, it was evident that he had once been quite an attractive alpha in his youth. As soon as they exited the elevator, several staff members discreetly glanced their way. Young Master Shun. Paisai exuded an air of cultured elegance, adorned with silver-framed spectacles, presenting no trace of a cunning businessman. Paisai had been by Fu Zetsizi's side for over a decade, having nearly grown up together, and Fu Zetsizi placed immense trust in him. Even after Fu Zetsizi's passing over 20 years ago, Paisai had never relinquished his stewardship of the Fu family's enterprises. Song Yinyu, in poor health, could not be present at the conglomerate at all times, visiting only sporadically, while Paisai managed most minor affairs. Although the Fu family stature had diminished compared to 20 years prior, they remained one of the most prominent families on Chenri Star, besieged by countless trivial matters. Moreover, following Fu Zetsizi's demise, the Fu family found itself without a leader. While Fu Zetsizi had maintained order during his lifetime, his absence had emboldened those with ulterior motives, particularly upon witnessing Song Yinyu assuming control. Such individuals likely thought to themselves that Song Yinyu was merely an omega, unable to adequately manage the Fu family, thus questioning their authority. During that period, even the number of capable subordinates was scant, leaving many tasks requiring Paisai's direct involvement, compounded by the emotional toll of losing his alpha husband. Even Song Yinyu, a remarkably formidable omega, found himself somewhat overwhelmed at that time. Paisai was perhaps the only one steadfastly supporting Song Yinyu. He dutifully undertook more than half of the responsibilities, allowing Song Yinyu to focus on caring for Fu Jingshi. The affairs of the Fu family had occupied Paisai so extensively that he had yet to marry or father children. Remaining solitary, before Fu Jingshi could utter a word, Shin Sihong nodded in acknowledgement. The two quickly followed Paisai into the elevator. The top floor was designated as the office area, with the largest room reserved for Paisai, who had steadfastly occupied the assistant's office adjacent to the main office for a decade. Although Song Yinyu had once suggested that Paisai take the principal position, Paisai had resolutely declined. That it was evident that Paisai was busy, uttering not a single superfluous word as he guided the two to a nearby vacant seat before producing a multitude of folders. Shin Sihong, observing from the side, appeared momentarily taken aback. "Does your company not possess a seal?" He interjected, "Are you not concerned about potentially crushing your young master with those documents?" Upon hearing this, Paisai could not suppress a chuckle, his gaze turning to Shin Sihong. "Young Master Shin, these are merely photocopies of contracts and documents accumulated over the past 3 years. Naturally, they are quite as the primary heir of the Fu family. In addition to the seal, your pheromone imprint is also required." Shin Sihong evidently disregarded this rather chaotic exchange, watching as the general commenced his work, extending a hand to assist him in flipping through several documents. Noticing Paisai's gaze lingered on him while aiding in the document review, Shin Sihong lowered his eyes and scanned himself before inquiring, "Uncle Paisai, is there something on me?" Shin Sihong's expression betrayed no discernible emotion. His striking violet eyes appeared somewhat somber as they fixed on Paisai. Yet there was no indication of inquiry or hostility. The general's action of applying the pheromone imprint paused briefly, his cold gaze sweeping between the two before he lifted his hand and grasped Shin Sihong's wrist. Without waiting for Shin Sihong to react, Fu Jingshi exerted a slight force, pulling him down to sit beside him. "Focus on your work," he instructed. Shin Sihong, caught off guard, momentarily startled at the command, that he soon smiled, extending a hand to assist Fu Jingshi in flipping through the folders. "Shall I help you apply your pheromone imprint as well?" Fu Jingshi glanced at him, but remained silent. Despite the overwhelming quantity of documents, the general did not need to scrutinize each one individually. He could directly apply the pheromone imprint, thus working expeditiously, completing a significant amount in no time. Someone soon brought 3 cups of tea to the table without uttering a word, then promptly exited by the time Fu Jingshi concluded all his tasks. The sun was directly overhead. Paisai was quite insistent on having the two remain for a meal. Fu Jingshi had no objections, and Shin Sihong quickly expressed his agreement as well. The two followed Paisai to the restaurant on the lower floor. Seated at a table, Fu Jingshi held a cup filled with hot water, remaining silent. Curiously, Shin Sihong, who naturally sat beside Fu Jingshi, also refrained from playing the role of social facilitator, instead directing his gaze towards Paisai. His stare was so overt that even the general could easily perceive it. Fu Jingshi's fingers rested on the rim of his cup as he called out, "Uncle Paisai." "Young master, I am here." Paisai responded. "How have you been health-wise lately?" Fu Jingshi was not entirely aware of Paisai's alpha rank, but from his perception, it seemed he was not among the lower-tier alphas. Those of slightly higher rank would typically be informed of their compatibility with omega pheromones during the Federation's pheromone sample collection. Statistically, among the billions in the Federation, one should be able to find a compatible omega. Yet Fu Jingshi had never heard of Paisai having a particularly compatible Omega-M. Health remains as it has always been. Paisai replied, "Young master need not worry about me, that I've heard that there have been issues with some suppressants recently in the Federation. You have not been affected, have you?" Fu Jingshi quickly shook his head and asked, "Do you still not have an Omega you favor?" This question seemed to momentarily catch Paisai off guard. After a brief period of contemplation, he provided a firm response. "Naturally not. The company has been quite busy lately, and I have not had the inclination to consider anything else." Fu Jingshi remained silent for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement that if he could endure, then there was no need for him to say anything. Suddenly, Shin Sihong's voice interjected from the side. When Fu Jingshi glanced over, he saw Shin Sihong raising his cup and saying, "I have a call to take. You two continue your conversation. I will return shortly." Shin Sihong stood and swiftly exited the room, closing the door behind him. The room fell into a quietude, and Paisai looked towards Fu Jingshi, several times attempting to speak, yet always hesitating. That Fu Jingshi met his gaze, slightly raising his eyelids, signaling for him to continue. "Young master." Paisai hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Are you currently on good terms with young master Shin?" This inquiry momentarily startled the general. His grip on the cup tightened slightly, his fingertips applying a bit more pressure. Turning pale, Paisai seemed oblivious to Fu Jingshi's reaction, nostalgically lowering his head as he continued. "I recall your relationship with young Master Shun was quite profound at one time. However, later on, alas, it was unfortunate what transpired." Paisai mentioned that when young Master Shun departed, "You were quite heartbroken, that I never expected that there would actually be signs of reconciliation now. I thought you and young Master Shun would remain at odds for the foreseeable future." Fu Jingshi's fingers tightened further around the cup. Indeed, when Fu Jingshi learned the truth, he had believed they would perpetually be adversaries. The nature of his relationship with Shin Sihong had reached a point where only an irreconcilable conflict could encapsulate it. Nevertheless, perhaps this was for the best. Paisai sincerely remarked, "The matters of the previous generation should only concern that generation. There is no reason for you and young Master Shun to become estranged due to the issues between Mr. Shun and Mr. Fu. How could it possibly lack reason?" Fu Jingshi's gaze fell upon Paisai's face. The expression on Paisai's visage was sincere, appearing as though he was genuinely pleased about the improvement in his relationship with Shin Sihong. Fu Jingshi found it inscrutable that he harbored a complex and conflicting view of Paisai at that time. Fu Zezis only took two individuals to confront the insectoids. One was Shin Sihong's father, and the other was Paisai, who had been by his side for over a decade, nearly growing up together. Yet ultimately, the two strongest individuals did not return. Only Paisai returned to the Alpha Galaxy, battered and bruised, the causes of Fu Zezis and Shinduan's demise, along with their experiences, were all relayed to them by Paisai. Time had elapsed, and even if Fu Jingshi were to investigate, it would require a considerable duration. At least, as of now, Paisai remained unwaveringly loyal to the Fu family, and Fu Jingshi had not uncovered any discrepancies regarding him. This led Fu Jingshi to feel as though he was overly affected by Fu Zezis' death, prompting the desire to investigate everyone. Over the years, Paisai had dutifully served the Fu family without a single complaint. With Fu Zezis' passing, Fu Jingshi could not avoid taking charge of the family matters, which were intrinsically linked to Paisai and Song Yan's relationship. Upon hearing this remark, Fu Jingshi's gaze flickered. He forcibly restrained himself from interpreting Paisai's words through the lens of his years as a soldier and nodded. "Understood." Paisai, noticing Fu Jingshi's nod, seemed to have more to say. Yet before he could utter a word, the door swung open. Shin Sihong entered. Following the individual who brought the meal, he settled back into the seat beside Fu Jingshi, casually leaning against the backrest. Turning his attention to Paisai with an indifferent tone, "Pei Shu," he began, "is there truly no particular Omega or Beta you fancy lately?" After a brief pause, he added, "Alphas are acceptable as well." Paisai shook his head, somewhat exasperated. "I have been inundated with tasks recently, and I genuinely lack the heart to pursue any Alpha or Omega." Shin Sihong patiently listened to this statement, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. He remained silent, picking up his chopsticks. Subsequently, the meal proceeded without much frequent conversation, and the trio dispersed once they finished dining. Da Fu Jingshi exited the dining area, scarcely uttering a word as he approached the vehicle. A hand rested upon his wrist. Shin Sihong's voice was soft as he inquired, "What did General Paisai say to you?" Fu Jinshi paused momentarily, gently shook his head, and withdrew his hand from Shin Sihong's grasp. However, Shin Sihong did not relent this time. That as Fu Jinshi bent to enter the vehicle, he leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "Why are you being so aloof with me?" The general ignored him and simply entered the vehicle. Shin Sihong followed suit, effortlessly assuming control of the vehicle. Fu Jinshi's brow furrowed as he turned to look at Shin Sihong. Shin Sihong sat beside him, his gaze unwaveringly fixated on Fu Jinshi's eyes, as if demanding a response. After a prolonged moment of being scrutinized, Fu Jinshi finally spoke. No, upon hearing this, Shin Sihong's expression was ambiguous, whether from irritation or belief, as he smiled faintly. "Brother," he began, his tone taking on a somewhat dangerous edge. "Are you now so indifferent that you cannot even be perfunctory with me?" His fingers climbed up to the general's wrist, tightening their grip around the slender appendage. Shin Sihong leaned closer to Fu Jinshi, his gaze penetrating as he studied his pale blue eyes that in the light. Those eyes appeared remarkably clear, cold as a precious gem treasured in ancient times. The general slightly tilted his head, evading Shin Sihong's gaze. Shin Sihong's grip on his wrist tightened further, and he pressed in closer, their proximity so intimate that his breath brushed against Fu Jinshi's neck. Each time they drew nearer, Fu Jinshi's pheromones became increasingly restless. And now was no exception. Fu Jinshi turned his head slightly, a hint of resignation in his voice as he said, "Don't overthink it." Shin Sihong persisted. "General, promise me you won't heed his words." Fu Jinshi regarded him, withholding an immediate answer. "General," Shin Sihong's eyes fell, a hint of grievance evident. "Is this how you treat me after conversing with Paisai?" Fu Jinshi. Shin Sihong's hand remained unyieldingly atop his entire being leaning in such a way that it felt as if he were nestled against Fu Jinshi. The potent scent of his pheromones lingered in the air. Chapter 78. Shin Sihong may not be an S-class alpha. Fu Jinshi shifted his wrist, attempting to withdraw his hand from Shin Sihong's grasp. He was unsuccessful. Shin Sihong spoke with feigned dejection. "General." Fu Jinshi scrutinized Shin Sihong's face for a while, still unable to ascertain how to confront this adversary before him. Shin Sihong encroached upon him, the scent of his pheromones wafting tantalizingly close. Fu Jinshi shot him a sidelong glance. "Fine." "Fine what?" Shin Sihong pressed for clarification. "I want to listen to him," Fu Jinshi said, somewhat uncomfortable as he pushed Shin Sihong away slightly to create distance. This time, Shin Sihong did not resist, instead smiling lightly. "General, your pheromones are quite delightful." The general clearly paused, his posture tensing against the seat, but he recognized the bait. With a soft sigh, the general exhaled, his words laced with resignation. Evidently exasperated by the individual before him, to avoid having Shin Sihong's hair obstruct his view, the general tilted his head slightly, creating a graceful curve in his neck. Hearing these words, Shin Sihong felt his throat dry. He then let out a subdued chuckle. The words that escaped his lips were devoid of the earlier gloom. "Brother." The two syllables slipped out, and Shin Sihong couldn't help but chuckle at himself. For the first time, he felt he was so easily appeased. Just moments ago, he had been infuriated that he was angry that the general, swayed by Paisai's few words, sought to revert their relationship to its previous state. He was upset that the general could not even muster the effort to feign interest in him. Yet, merely a verbal promise from the general was sufficient to soothe his ire entirely. The general surprisingly acquiesced that if there were not that incident between us, would we still be in this relationship? Fu Jinshi fell silent once more. Shin Sihong understood that he could not press too hard on this matter. At least for now, obtaining an answer from the general remained elusive. He did not prepare to speak further. Yet he heard the general softly state, "No." Shin Sihong smiled. The vehicle gradually came to a halt, and the two exited together, making their way inside. Upon reaching the living room, Vegas promptly sent a communication to Fu Jinshi. "The Queen has issued a proclamation stating that the third prince committed suicide." Vegas's expression was one of utter shock, disbelief evident across his face. The Queen's decision. Fu Jinshi raised his eyes, equally astonished. Shin Sihong, who had intended to ascend the stairs, turned back to sit beside Fu Jinshi. "The announcement states that the third prince committed suicide out of regret. Not even the citizens believe it. Can Vegas truly harbor such remorse?" Fu Jinshi furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Shin Sihong. My information likely isn't enough to warrant the life of a prince. Shun Sihong shrugged. It pertains to you, General. Vegas seemed unfazed by the presence of Shun Sihong's voice during his communication with the general, his demeanor remaining unchanged. What do you mean? Fu Jinshi inquired. This is not something I can disclose at this time. Shun Sihong replied, but I can say that the Queen's protection of you does not seem to stem from a passionate love. Given Shun Sihong's statement, it was evident that he had exhausted his inquiries. Fu Jinshi refrained from pressing further. He exchanged a few words with Vegas and then looked toward the entrance, ending the communication. The left steward, responsible for managing the pheromone defense mechanism, hurriedly entered. General, Her Majesty the Queen has arrived. Fu Jinshi was slightly taken aback and rose to greet Vivian. Vivian entered with an air of urgency, and upon seeing him, neglected all else, scanning Fu Jinshi from head to toe multiple times before speaking. The investigation into the suppressants from the Flamont family has revealed significant issues. She took a deep breath. Somewhat flustered. The most problematic batch was from 2 months ago's high-end testing. I looked into it, and most of those suppressants were sent to your residence. Are you currently in good health? Fu Jinshi shook his head. I do not require suppressants. Vivian's anxious heart finally settled upon hearing Fu Jinshi's words, and she exhaled deeply. That is good. Was a portion sent to the third prince as well? Shun Sihong interjected. Showing no signs of disturbance, the queen sighed yes. The atmosphere turned somewhat somber. After a moment, Fu Jinshi asked, Your Majesty, is there something urgent that you wish to discuss? It was evident that confusion lingered in Fu Jinshi's eyes. Given the chaos that had ensued, it was practically common knowledge throughout the Federation. Vivian sighed, as if resolute, and said, There are indeed matters I must discuss with you, General. That is now a convenient time. Fu Jinshi slightly tilted his head, his gaze sweeping over Shun Sihong. Before he nodded, he gestured for her to enter and led Wei Nur to the study. After the left steward poured tea for the two, he quietly withdrew. Fu Jinshi settled himself on one side, waiting for Wei Nur to speak. However, she merely stared at the open door of the study, remaining silent. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Jinshi closed the door. It was only then that Wei Nur began to speak. Although I am aware that you, General, may not appreciate such formalities, it is nonetheless essential to express my gratitude. Thank you for securing such a formidable ally for the Federation. We truly need Mr. Shun. Without waiting for the general's response, the Queen continued. Regardless of his personal strength, the prowess of his subordinates is undeniably substantial. Should the Zerg decide to target our star system, Mr. Shun would serve as a considerable asset. Fu Jinshi's eyes flickered momentarily, quickly grasping the crux of the Queen's words. His personal strength? Indeed, Wei Nur replied. The estimation of Mr. Shun as an Ultra S-Class Alpha comes from the Federation Citizens Assessment based on your strength, General, but in my view, he should only be classified as an S-Class Alpha. Fu Jinshi could feel Shun Sihong's capabilities, and hearing the Queen speak with such conviction prompted him to inquire. Why do you say that? General, are you aware of why the Federation's official ratings for Alphas range from S-Class to SSS Class? Yet there is no one within the entire Federation, aside from you, who has managed to transcend the Ultra S-Class Alpha threshold. Wei Nur had encountered numerous complexities in recent days, and sitting in her position was no simple feat caught between difficulties. She appeared far more haggard than she had just a few days prior. Fu Jinshi remained silent, awaiting her continuation. Indeed, while many Alphas were classified as S-Class, it was undeniable that very few reached the Ultra S-Class level. That in Fu Jinshi's memory, those who had achieved such status were connected to him in some way. Fu Zesh was undoubtedly an Ultra S-Class Alpha. Both he and Shun Sihong were Ultra S-Class, and it seemed that Shun Sihong's father also possessed considerable strength. That a few days ago, when I visited the training room, I heard a transmission of mental energy left behind by my father, Wei Nur said. For years, she had remained within the confines of S-Class Alphas, unable to progress further. That day, she finally received an answer in the training room. Her father had said that the Ultra S-Class and above levels were specifically designated for the Fu family. Chapter 79. They worship Yog-Sothoth. Fu Jinshi furrowed his brows. This matter sounded almost mystical. Wei Nur continued. At first, I did not grasp the significance of this, but later, recalling my father's admonitions, I sensed that you, General, are likely far from ordinary. Your identity and essence are indeed remarkable. Fu Jinshi refrained from commenting. Of course, including your Fu family. The general nodded, finally responding, "Should the Federation require anything, Your Majesty may reach out to me at any time." Then, Weiner said with utmost seriousness, "Please take care of yourself." Fu Jinshi abruptly halted his movements. "That I understand that a soldier's destiny is to defend the homeland and protect the citizens. However, to me, each of your lives holds immense value, especially yours, General." Understood. With that, Weiner felt there was no need to elaborate further. Some matters could be succinctly expressed, and the general was not one to require excessive elaboration. The queen did not prolong the conversation with Fu Jinshi, nor did she linger. "I have matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb you any longer." General Fu Jinshi nodded, not making an effort to retain her "Ah, by the way," Weiner turned halfway, adding, "In a few days, there will be a high-level Federation meeting, and you and the commander will be notified." Meetings of this nature are typically convened for significant matters, so it was hardly unusual. Shin Sihong nodded in agreement. Weiner's gaze lingered on Shin Sihong for a moment, her expression complex, difficult to decipher. With a sigh, she withdrew her gaze, nodded at the two, and turned to leave. Fu Jinshi stood in place, watching as Weiner disappeared from view. It was only when the person beside him stirred that he turned to face Shin Sihong. The general's expression was light, yet Shin Sihong inexplicably licked his small canine tooth. Fu Jinshi ultimately said nothing more and turned to depart. Another retreating figure. Shin Sihong observed him for a while before redirecting his gaze, settling onto the sofa. Some things, Shin Sihong had only just now realized he could no longer conceal. Maintaining a simple adversarial relationship seemed far more complex than anticipated. The suppression ring on his hand was gradually clenched tighter. With too much force, he soon felt the discontent of the Red Sun. Realizing his folly, he released his grip as if awakening from a dream. His gaze was distinctly fixed on the suppression ring, yet it seemed to pierce through the Red Sun to a distant place. "Have you truly perished?" It seemed overly sentimental, and Shin Sihong clicked his tongue. "You shouldn't be dead, right? After all, those Zerg wouldn't allow you to die." Just as his words trailed off, a message arrived from his subordinate's communicator. "Boss, the supervising captain has sent another message. They say the deity they revere is quite strange. They do not worship Satahegra, the god born from their faith. They worship Yog-Su S." Shin Sihong's gaze swept over those last three words. He abruptly halted, and he turned his attention to the Red Sun, which was still sulking, extracting something from it. It was a piece of ancient-looking square fabric, inscribed with a line of text. Shin Sihong recognized it as his father's handwriting. "Faith imprisons me." Those four short words, which he had read countless times before, had never yielded an answer. Now he seemed to comprehend that. He looked toward the direction the general had departed, suppressing a smile that appeared that such a high degree of pheromone compatibility was not merely coincidental. The architectural complex of the First Legion was grand and imposing, resembling a shimmering crystal from afar. Within its numerous training facilities, essential daily drills were underway. Each soldier bore sweat upon their brows, their gazes resolute, pushing their limits time and again. The general, clad in military attire, scanned the practice rooms with a detached expression, taking in the diligent efforts of the soldiers. This was the headquarters of the First Legion, located along the coastal region at 40 degrees north latitude on Shinri Star, a place that gathered the Federation's most elite combat forces. When Fu Jinshi trained here, he had set a regimen for himself that was nearly twice that of others. At that time, he was still primarily identified as the young master of the Fu family, but a scion of such a significant family. He resolutely made his way to this place, yet few altered their perception of his delicate stature. Upon seeing his face, they assumed he had merely bought his way into the First Legion, a mere ornament. Eventually, through sheer perseverance and a reckless fighting style, Fu Jinshi transformed all perceptions, forging those around him into his subordinates. On the day he ascended to the position of general, Fu Jinshi finally shed the title of the Fu family's young master. Gazing upon his handsome visage, which seemed almost uncharacteristic of an alpha, no one dared to suggest he had climbed the ranks merely through his looks. Vega followed closely behind the general, recounting the recent events within the First Legion while correcting the soldiers' training postures. Fu Jinshi merely circled the practice room without venturing elsewhere, turning back towards the First Legion's archives. There, detailed records of messages returned by soldiers deployed in the wilderness were meticulously documented. Fu Jinshi scanned through jotting down notes from the files and quickly activated his communicator to view the images sent by the soldiers. These were investigation records of several larger-scale terrorist attacks, with most victims deceased and few fortunate enough to survive. These attacks were not conventional, but rather transpired silently. Victims first encountered individuals asking for directions, then detected a peculiar scent that immediately suppressed their pheromones severely. The survivors possessed stronger pheromone levels, having not succumbed to unconsciousness at the first whiff of the strange odor. From the scant survivors' accounts, it became clear that these assailants were not particularly formidable in combat, but were adept at fleeing, all while exuding a scent similar to pheromones that further suppressed their targets, ultimately inflicting harm upon their bodies. However, it was precisely this clash that brought the military's attention to the matter. "General, these individuals do not seem to belong to our star system." Vega remarked that I extracted a portion of the scent from the victims, and upon comparison, it contains components akin to pheromones, yet is far more oppressive than our own. "Do we have any leads on the suspects?" "Yes, but there appears to be many. An entire village bears a striking resemblance." Vega suddenly recalled something, slapping his forehead in frustration. "Right, General, they only targeted Omegas, and it seems that only low-ranking Omegas can perceive that pressure most acutely." Fu Jinshi slowly exhaled, nodding in agreement that it appears that the infiltration of the insect race into the Federation has been ongoing for some time, as evidenced by the incident involving Ryu. Chapter 80. Accidentally Exposing a Rival. The Queen is known for her decisive and swift actions. Just 2 days ago, she convened a meeting and this morning immediately relayed a message to the general, scheduling a federal conference for the afternoon 3 days hence. It is evident that the Queen is quite anxious that a meeting necessitates preparation of content, documents, and visual displays. If these elements are not meticulously arranged, issues are likely to arise. Typically, organizing a meeting requires coordination among various parties. Balancing the schedules of all participants to arrange a meeting within 5 days is exceedingly challenging. However, as the Queen, Vivian has no need to expend excessive effort on the timing that Fu Jinshi initially planned to seize the opportunity in the next 2 days to observe the situation in the wasteland before the Queen finalized the schedule for the meeting. Now, it seems that such an excursion will not be feasible. He first acquiesced to the Queen, postponing the timing and discussions with Vegas by a few days, while also dispatching several more individuals to maintain a presence in the wasteland. This meeting will involve not only himself, but also Shin Sixing. Upon learning that the general was residing with Shin Sixing, the Queen wisely opted not to contact Shin Sixing directly, instead requesting the general to inform him. Fu Jinshi powered down his terminal, and upon exiting, unsurprisingly found no sign of Shin Sixing. Unaware if he was awake, in fact, it seemed that Shin Sixing had not left his quarters at this hour. He typically emerged only after the general had concluded his training. Fu Jinshi cast a glance, and then averted his gaze, ascending the stairs to commence his training for the day. The general is notoriously disciplined. Even when he cannot be stationed at the 1st Legion, his training has never ceased. He continually sets higher goals for himself, extending the duration of his training sessions by the time Fu Jinshi finished his shower. The sun had already risen for some time. He waited in the living room for a while, but did not see Shin Sixing. According to their usual routine, Shin Sixing would have been seated on the sofa by this hour. Yet today, there was no sign of movement from his room. After pondering for a moment, he approached Shin Sixing's door and knocked twice. Fu Jinshi patiently awaited a response, but none came. He furrowed his brow. How could he be sleeping so soundly? This fleeting thought crossed his mind, only to be promptly dismissed by Fu Jinshi. Shin Sixing was not one to lack a sense of time. He raised his hand and knocked on the door once more. Still, there was no reply. Furrowing his brow further, Fu Jinshi manipulated his pheromones to unlock the door's barrier. The door swung open in response. Just as Fu Jinshi lifted his gaze, he heard a faint sound. Along with the door's opening, another door was ajar. Shin Sixing emerged, clad only in a towel at his waist, his hair damp and glistening with moisture. He casually shook his head. The man wore nothing but the towel. Droplets of water sliding down to his waist, hinting at the contours of his abdominal muscles, with veins contrasting markedly against his skin. Having just emerged from the shower, Shin Sixing was oblivious to his surroundings. He took a few steps forward, half closing his eyes, and groped for a towel to dry his hair, only to realize his situation. Shin Sixing paused awkwardly, hesitantly gazing towards the door, just as his eyes met the door. It was slammed shut with a resounding thud. Shin Sixing, Staring at the closed door, he appeared momentarily bewildered, but he then mechanically lowered his gaze to his exposed physique that I in the general's residence. Only the general himself could open his door. Well, his rival has likely seen more than enough of him. Shin Sixing fell into a contemplative silence before finally dressing. After a brief moment, he opted to dry his hair to a semi-dry state without using a blow-dryer, then exited his room. The general was indeed seated on the sofa, maintaining an unwavering posture, his back straight, completely concealing the activities he had just engaged in. Shin Sixing approached and sat beside Fu Jinshi. Fu Jinshi cast a fleeting glance at Shin Sixing, retracting his gaze just before their eyes met. The general, Shin Sixing began, taking advantage of the situation, has chosen to ignore him. His eyes, still glistening with moisture, carried an almost imperceptible hint of grievance. It seems the general resembles those alphas who abandon their partners after a brief encounter. Shin Sixing lowered his eyes, feigning seriousness as he lamented his plight, while the general's gaze had long since settled upon him. Just as Shin Sixing was about to continue, the general's piercing stare effectively silenced him. Shin Sixing, grievance. The general's expression resembled frost, rendering him seemingly unattainable. A mere glance could pierce through one's facade. Yet a subtle, indescribable emotion flickered across his handsome visage, which he averted after a fleeting moment of eye contact with Shin Sixing. Shin Sixing raised an eyebrow, forcibly suppressing a smile. "Then why did you sneak a glance at me just now?" he inquired of Fu Jinshi. "I did not." Shin Sixing nodded, earnestly pressing on. "Then what was it?" With his eyes glistening and fixed intently on Fu Jinshi, Shin Sixing rendered him momentarily speechless. Shin Sixing's expression was unguarded, revealing a fervent and passionate glimmer in his eyes. The words that had been poised on Fu Jinshi's lips suddenly fell silent, for he sensed an unfamiliar emotion within Shin Sixing's pheromones that he averted his gaze awkwardly. But before long, a hand reached over to him. Shin Sixing's hand boldly rested against the side of the general's face, compelling Fu Jinshi to turn his head back. In the next moment, Shin Sixing leaned in, placing a gentle kiss upon Fu Jinshi's forehead. The kiss was light, a mere brush before parting. Yet, Fu Jinshi felt as though he had been scalded, his body instinctively stiffening as he turned his head away. "Good morning, sir." Shin Sixing languidly returned to his seat, maintaining a respectful distance from Fu Jinshi, as if to balance the equation, not allowing Fu Jinshi a moment to respond. He then asked, "What business does the general have with me at such an early hour?" 3 days from now, in the afternoon, there will be a federal conference at the Heart City building. Fu Jinshi replied, his pace quickening. "Did you not sleep well last night?" Shin Sixing initially nodded in affirmation, then fell silent for a moment before realizing what the general had just said, that I did sleep. "Well, just not very soundly," he admitted candidly. Fu Jinshi cast a sidelong glance at him, choosing not to pursue the matter further. His fingers were soon lightly brushed against. Shin Sixing's demeanor appeared markedly different from his usual self today. Even his voice was low and noticeably more subdued than usual. "General, I believe my sensitivity period is approaching." The previous sensitivity period had been triggered solely by the general, a perfect match, and did not fall within the typical 4 to 5 occurrences in a year. Chapter 81. Let us choose a seemingly normal title. Shin Sixing was acutely aware that after discovering a 100 compatibility with the general's pheromones, his sensitivity periods would no longer be easily suppressed. "General, your pheromones have not been very stable recently. They may reach SS level soon." He added this after a brief pause. Given their high compatibility, it was common for an alpha to experience instability during upgrades, making pheromone control a frequent challenge. At times, it could even be more severe than during a sensitivity period. Should the general's upgrade coincide with Shin Sixing's sensitivity phase, the outcomes remain uncertain. Fu Jinshi nodded slightly. "Can we anticipate how long it will take?" Shin Sixing inquired. Fu Jinshi shook his head. "Such matters are too esoteric. I have only just reached S level, and no patterns can be discerned." Shin Sixing winced. "If it seems imminent, please inform me. I'll retreat to the headquarters to avoid IT. No need." Initially, Shin Sixing expected Fu Jinshi to agree, but was taken aback when he responded. "General, do you believe you can endure?" Between the Ultra S level and the SS level lies a formidable barrier, and transcending that boundary is no simple feat. The disparity in pheromones between the two ranks is vast during the initial phase of an upgrade. One is likely to struggle with controlling their pheromones that if, at such a time, the esteemed Shin Si-hong, a paragon of compatibility, were to be placed beside the general, even if he were the dominant party. He might find himself apprehensive about his reputation being compromised. That Fu Jingshi cast a sidelong glance at him. His hair was half dry, and he remained silent, focusing on military affairs that in truth, while the general had been occupied these past few days. Despite the looming threat of a vast Zerg galaxy overhead, there had been no significant large-scale attacks detected within the Federation's territory, following the report from the Wasteland soldiers regarding the suppression of Omega pheromones by certain individuals. Similar cases began to surface across the Federation. Although these incidents were not particularly large in scale, they were widespread. Fu Jingshi had only one matter to attend to, until an insurmountable adversary emerged. The general would refrain from taking action. However, the sheer volume of data organization and investigation had already begun to weigh heavily upon Fu Jingshi's mind, his expression growing increasingly grave. All personnel capable of independent combat had been dispatched. But those individuals proved to be cunning, indistinguishable from others of the Alpha Star system, often masquerading as betas that a sudden ambush could catch anyone off guard. This phenomenon was not limited to Chenri Star. Signs were emerging throughout the 7 major star systems. Fully armed Alpha investigation teams had been deployed nationwide, urging Omegas to refrain from venturing outdoors to avoid panic. Unfortunately, before any official notices could be disseminated, numerous victims had already surfaced. The Federation found it impossible to keep this matter under wraps. Omegas remained oblivious to the existence of the Zerg, mistakenly believing that Alphas were the source of chaos. Questioning why the Federation did not impose stricter controls on Alphas, but instead sought to limit the freedoms of Omegas, that be why the time this information reached the general, public opinion had escalated to a point of conflict between AOs. It was even speculated that individuals, possibly not even Omegas, were inciting sentiments against the general. Those who misunderstood the situation rallied, believing that such regulations were decreed by the general, accusing the military of prioritizing Alphas over Omegas. Though such sentiments were in the minority, some extremists resorted to derogatory language. Many others questioned why Omegas were compelled to bear the brunt of Alpha's misdeeds. Damaging the general's reputation and inciting public ire was no trivial matter in Vegas. Traveling from the headquarters of the 1st Legion to the general's residence, he unleashed a tirade that lasted 3 minutes. That I can understand their dissatisfaction regarding the restrictions on Omega freedoms. It's quite natural to suspect that those who can suppress their pheromones are Alphas. But how could a mysterious group suddenly conclude that the general was leading the charge against them? I would rather not associate the general with those who disrespect Omegas. Vegas trembled with rage while scrolling through the fervent posts on the Federation forum, exclaiming that the Federation was merely shielding Alphas, disregarding the lives of Omegas. That as he perused the posts, he initially thought these Omegas were merely expressing their frustrations, even some Omegas falling victim to the backlash. However, to his dismay, he discovered that the individual being lambasted was an Alpha masquerading as an Omega, claiming that all Alphas were targeting Omegas, including the general. With every word he heard, Fu Jingshi's frown deepened. Just then, Shin Si-hong returned from an outing, coincidentally overhearing the conversation. That is this era really resorting to theatrical antics? Shin Si-hong remarked, deeming it more disgraceful than engaging in a fierce debate from one's own stance. I share your sentiment, Mr. Shun, Fu Jingshi concurred, acknowledging the chaotic situation. The Zerg indeed had a targeted agenda against the Federation's Omegas, seeking to undermine key groups. Now, Alphas were not only failing to protect Omegas, but also resorting to impersonation. Fu Jingshi, feeling a headache coming on, raised a hand to silence Vegas. From Vegas's words and the post he had just shared, Fu Jingshi was beginning to piece together the causes and developments of this situation. The Zerg seemed intent on targeting Omegas, and the various levels of the Federation were struggling to identify the Zerg hidden among the populace, leaving them with no choice but to advise Omegas to stay indoors. For reasons unknown, speculation arose that Alphas were causing the turmoil, leading to the belief that the Federation was shielding Alphas by restricting Omegas from going out. Omegas were calling for the Federation to take swift action against the assailants, simultaneously condemning the Zerg for being mistaken as Alphas. These unfounded claims inexplicably escalated tensions between Alphas and Omegas. Each group contained its extremists, successfully directing blame towards Fu Jingshi, the Alpha General, for purportedly shielding Alphas and thereby forcing Omegas to remain indoors. The online animosity between alphas and omegas became increasingly palpable, with mutual disdain and vitriol exchanged. "There is no need for this," Shen Sihong interjected, echoing Fu Jingshi's thoughts. "After all, not all alphas are devoid of empathy, as evidenced by those like Teddy, who are eager to bond with others." Shen Sihong yawned, adding that there will always be extremists in any group deserving of condemnation. "Please send me a list of those who have insulted the general." He gestured to Vegas, indicating his desire to see who these individuals were. Vegas hesitated, about to agree when the general interjected. Anti-argument guide. ABO narrative, a necessary plotline serving the emotional arc, does not reflect reality. Chapter 82, Little Shun. "I'm about to record a video for the general." Fu Jingshi gently shook his head. Shen Sihong frowned, looking at Fu Jingshi with mild disapproval, as if he wished to speak. Fu Jingshi raised a finger to his lips, signaling him to wait. Shen Sihong seemed to perceive a flurry of snowflakes, the mountain springs cascading. Enveloped in mist and chilled, he swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on the general's pale hand. Brushing against his lips, then curling into a fist that in that moment, he held back his words, his expression growing somber. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Sihong, as if entranced, ultimately chose to remain silent. "How should we handle this situation? Should we suppress the posts directly, or would you prefer to address the public to calm their fears, General?" Vegas inquired. Noting that some omegas still held considerable trust in the general, the Fu Jingshi lowered his gaze in thought. Scrolling through the posts on his device, not responding immediately, Vegas patiently awaited his reply when suddenly a notification chimed. "The general superior requested a video from me to clarify the Zerg situation. However, I suspect that few will heed my words." "Perhaps you could." Fu Jingshi paused, that he was not a stranger to speaking in front of a camera. Without much hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Upon seeing the general's consent, Vegas expressed gratitude, promptly preparing to contact someone for professional filming equipment. As Vegas prepared to make a call, hoping to arrange for the equipment, Fu Jingshi rubbed his temples, feeling a headache approaching. "And no need for that. Let us film directly." "How can we do that?" The usually composed Shen Sihong finally chimed in, expressing that the general was too handsome not to use quality equipment for the shoot. Vegas, unusually, did not seek the general's approval before affirming Shen Sihong's statement. Indeed, our Federation's holographic cameras are rather crude. I'll borrow a specialized one for the shoot." With Shen Sihong's endorsement, Vegas confidently continued to search for contacts. "That ain't no need for that." Shen Sihong interjected again. Vegas, believing he had misheard, abruptly halted, perplexed that Fu Jingshi observed the exchange between them. Opening his mouth to speak, but ultimately allowing Shen Sihong to continue, "That I will handle it." Vegas, bewildered, glanced at Shen Sihong, then, as if coming to a realization, nodded and obediently fell silent, stepping aside. "Are you prepared with your lines?" Shen Sihong inquired once more. Yes, I'm ready." Vegas quickly summoned the holographic screen for Fu Jingshi's review. After a brief wait, receiving the general's gaze, Shen Sihong adjusted the screen to the smallest size in his palm. He leisurely approached, half squatting at a distance from the general, adopting a relaxed posture as he adjusted his angle. The general, Shen Sihong, carefully aligned his position, then slightly moved the screen back a step, requesting, "Could you shift to the right a bit?" His demeanor was serious, entirely devoid of his usual playful attitude, appearing quite reliable. Seeing that the general did not move, Shen Sihong tilted his head from behind the screen to ensure the general had a clearer view. "Just sit where I was earlier. It provides a better perspective." Fu Jingshi pressed his lips together before shifting slightly to the side. It was then that Shen Sihong straightened his posture, gazing at the general's face through the light screen. "When I say start, the general can begin speaking. Remember to look at me," Shen Sihong instructed midway through, rising from his half-squatting position, his words trailing off. "Brother, what are you thinking about?" Although the general's gaze was fixed on the light screen, it seemed unfocused, appearing somewhat vacant. Clearly lost in thought, as for what this rival was contemplating, Shen Sihong found himself unable to decipher it. Perhaps it was the first time he had been so lost in thought. The general glanced away, cleared his throat twice, and said, "Apologies, please continue." The general possessed remarkable emotional control, and his momentary distraction was indeed a rarity. That he quickly regained his composure, his focus once again coldly fixed on the light screen. Shen Sihong stole a glance at the general, hesitated to speak, nodded instead, and resumed his half-squat. This time, no unexpected incidents occurred. The general quickly entered the zone. After confirming readiness, Shin Si-hong began the recording. The general, clad in military attire, sat upright on the sofa, his expression as impassive as ever as he looked into the camera. Regarding the recent online discourse, the First Legion urged the citizens of the Federation to adopt a rational perspective, striving to avoid mere conformity. Subsequently, the First Legion addressed the matter at hand. Recently, to ensure the safety of Omegas, they called for Omegas to limit their outings and avoid venturing out alone. This was prompted by organized incursions from extraterrestrial species against the Federation. And the First Legion was urgently seeking answers to provide the citizens with an explanation that at this critical juncture, they hoped citizens would prioritize the Federation, presenting a united front, even urging alphas and betas to remain vigilant regarding their safety. The general slightly nodded, signaling to Shin Si-hong. Only then did Shin Si-hong cease the recording, expressing his surprise. "Your Federation's queen is quite audacious." The Federation's prior call for Omegas to curtail their outings without mentioning the reasons was intended to prevent panic among Omegas. Now, however, this could incite widespread fear throughout the Alpha Star system. "Indeed, this is a matter of considerable importance," Vegas interjected, having been present from the outset and naturally joining the conversation. The Queen's original sentiment was that it was better for everyone to panic than just the Omegas, as it seemed fairer given that this is an issue affecting all citizens of the Federation. Those preoccupied with internal strife should instead focus on the safety of their compatriots. The Fu Jinshi lowered his gaze and returned to his original position. Shin Si-hong soon stood up, taking a seat beside the general, nodding in understanding. That was certainly the case. Recently, it was likely that the Queen was exhausted solely from managing the Omegas, and she was also burdened with the pressing matters of the Federation meetings. Her Majesty must be feeling overwhelmed that it was far better to incite collective panic among the populace than to allow one group to be targeted and maligned by extremists. At least that way, the Federation wouldn't be so divided. Shin Si-hong reviewed the freshly recorded video, playing it in its entirety before the general. The general, seated on the sofa in his immaculate military uniform, spoke with a calm and steady voice. Even while merely sitting there, his gaze towards the screen seemed to carry a misty quality, as if a chill breeze wafted through a snow-laden mountain. Chapter 83. Have you only ever heard Omegas and Betas refer to you as husband? Shin Si-hong's light brain was underutilized for recording images. Effortlessly capturing every detail without any suspense, he showed the recording to the general before lazily reclining back, dragging the progress bar to the beginning for another viewing. After confirming there were no issues, Shin Si-hong sent the video. The general appeared quite busy, already attending to military affairs in less than half a minute. Shin Si-hong's gaze returned to the light screen, where a prompt asking if he wanted to delete the video popped up. After a moment's hesitation, he selected no. The subsequent matters were handled by Vegas. Shin Si-hong pondered for a moment before sending the video to Fu Jinshi as well. Upon receiving the notification, Fu Jinshi paused his actions. "That it's quite appealing. Send it to brother to have a look," Shin Si-hong said with a serious expression. That Fu Jinshi's hand stilled, yet he remained silent. As dawn broke, the warm yellow glow seemed out of place amidst the cold silver-gray houses that in the general's residence. The bed was already devoid of any presence. At this moment, the general stood before his rival's door, his raised hand hesitating over whether to knock. After a brief pause, Fu Jinshi glanced at the time, lowered his hand, and turned to leave. Just as he took a step, a faint sound emanated from behind him as the door opened. The general's body stiffened noticeably, and before he could turn around, his wrist was grasped firmly. The grip was not gentle, likely due to Shin Si-hong's lack of control, causing the general to lean backward. Fu Jinshi struggled to maintain his balance against the doorframe, only to find himself colliding with a solid chest behind him. His mind momentarily blanked. Due to their positioning, Shin Si-hong's hand rested on the general's shoulder, steadying him. The height difference between them was minimal, and as the general leaned against Shin Si-hong's chest, the latter's lips brushed against the general's earlobe. The warmth of Shin Si-hong's lips against the general's ear elicited an immediate tremor from the man before him. Even his earlobe flushed slightly. Shin Si-hong's arm tightened around the general's shoulder. The Fu Jinshi instinctively attempted to straighten up, but as soon as he moved, he was gently pressed back down by Shin Si-hong's embrace. The distinct scent of musk enveloped him, an invigorating fragrance that was not overpowering in the absence of deliberately released pheromones. Noticing the arm around his waist, Fu Jinshi fought to suppress his shivers and whispered, "Shen Sihong." Although his voice carried an air of authority, it did little to intimidate the commander. Shen Sihong's hand remained firmly on the general's waist, measuring its length. One hand could easily encircle it completely. Shen Sihong frowned slightly, his super S-level alpha sensitivity allowing him to perceive every tremor of the general's body. "General, why are you trembling?" His voice, once filled with sympathy, now bore a hint of hoarseness. His throat dry and strained. The wars waged by the Federation were technological confrontations. Physical training served only as a precaution, and hand-to-hand combat was increasingly rare. Moreover, no one would typically touch another's waist during a fight. Thus, Fu Jinshi had never realized how sensitive he could be in that area. With his waist being held, the overwhelming pheromones left no room for any thought of resistance, and it took Fu Jinshi a considerable time to notice that Shen Sihong's grip had loosened slightly. He quickly straightened about to speak when Shen Sihong chimed in. "It seems brother really enjoys my pheromones, as you haven't left yet." Shen Sihong's tone was light and teasing. Fu Jinshi swallowed hard, looking at Shen Sihong, his mouth opening as if to say something, but he found himself at a loss for words. "However, brother can take advantage of me, for I also quite like your pheromones," Shen Sihong added with a smile. Fu Jinshi swallowed his words as he stared into Shen Sihong's deep gaze for a long moment, ultimately deciding to say nothing and preparing to turn away. Yet Shen Sihong reached out once more to stop him. Fu Jinshi halted, confusion etched on his face as he looked at Shen Sihong, only to find him intently focused, lowering his gaze, and releasing Fu Jinshi's wrist as he stepped forward. Shen Sihong lifted his hand. Adjusting the slightly disheveled collar of the general's uniform, Fu Jinshi silently observed as Shen Sihong meticulously smoothed out the creases, not making any move to interrupt. After adjusting the collar, Shen Sihong stepped back to assess his work. Chuckling softly, "Brother, you know, if you go out dressed like this, how many little omegas and betas will refer to you as their husband on the forums?" Every time the general made an appearance, it inevitably resulted in photos that would be scrutinized repeatedly. Fu Jinshi's throat bobbed again, unsure of what to say, his gaze lingering on Shen Sihong's face, yet unable to articulate his thoughts so he opted for silence. "Have you only ever heard omegas and betas call you husband?" Shen Sihong leaned against the doorframe, adopting a languid posture. "Have you ever heard an alpha say it?" The implication in Shen Sihong's words was unmistakable. Fu Jinshi pressed his lips together, still refusing to respond, and turned to leave. The general soon reached the sofa, while Shen Sihong remained leaning against the doorframe, his eyes heavily observing the general's retreating figure. At a glance, the contrast to the general's waist and hips was quite pronounced, igniting a sense of longing within Shen Sihong, but he swiftly averted his gaze, maintaining a composed expression as he approached the general's side. Inquiring, "Are you ready to head to the meeting?" Fu Jinshi slightly turned his head, concealing his still-flushed earlobes. "That I will be shortly." The general opened his mouth and activated the holographic screen for Shen Sihong to view, identifying several key individuals. The attendees of this meeting were not limited to those from the main city of Chenri Star. The scope might extend even beyond it. This was Shen Sihong's first appearance at such a formal gathering, and it would be rather absurd if he could not recognize anyone. Expecting Shen Sihong to memorize the faces of every individual present was equally unrealistic. Thus, Fu Jinshi could only settle for having him remember a few of the more significant figures. Shen Sihong complied, casting a brief glance and nodding. "Got it." The general's expression suggested a lack of conviction. One of the individuals was someone who had previously attempted to seize something from him, only to realize the error and later come to apologize. With an air of indifference, Shen Sihong remarked that the impression left was indeed profound. Fu Jinshi added that there was another person who seemed somewhat familiar. Fu Jinshi retracted the holographic screen, indicating his understanding. This individual possessed a memory that was no less sharp than his own. It seemed unnecessary to waste any more time on the matter. Chapter 80, for the general merely took a sip of water. The hovering vehicle glided smoothly to the entrance of the central tower. As its name implies, the central tower is the building closest to the heart of Chenri Star, serving as the highest federal center for executing and managing affairs, where the majority of senior directives are issued. By the time Fu Jinshi and his companion arrived, numerous vehicles were already parked below, with personnel assigned to drive them into the underground garage. The two disembarked together and proceeded inside. After only a few steps, several individuals approached to offer their greetings, and the atmosphere became somewhat less crowded once they entered the elevator. The general was positioned closest to the queen, while the commander's seat was directly opposite him, both representing positions of immense stature. They arrived somewhat late, as many individuals were already present in the conference room, with the most significant 2 seats remaining vacant apart from the queen's. The attendees were already aware from the previous banquet that the space pirates had reached an accord with the Federation, each harboring their own thoughts. Among them were those with grievances against the pirate, particularly merchants who had built their fortunes through business, and it was likely that each invited individual felt a twinge of apprehension at the mention of Shun Sihong's name, as they all bore a hint of trepidation. However, since the meeting was called by the Queen, attendance was mandatory. As the general entered, the assembled crowd regarded his arrival with a mix of apprehension and anticipation for Shun Sihong's entrance. Just 2 minutes before the meeting commenced, the grand doors of the conference room swung open. The first to step through was none other than Shun Sihong, the very individual whom many merchants had least wished to see. Before these individuals could greet him with scowls, Shun Sihong turned, signaling for the general, who had been trailing behind, to proceed ahead. The general, maintaining a cool demeanor, lowered his gaze and stepped forward. Federal generals typically spent little time on Chunri Star and seldom attended such gatherings, resulting in the majority of those present having seen the general only a handful of times. As he entered, a cold aura enveloped the room, his potent pheromones obscuring any specific scent, radiating the commanding presence of an Ultra S-level alpha. With alphas and betas predominantly in attendance and a few omegas, everyone except the betas detected the general's pheromones. The scent bore no significant effect on them, and no one paid it much mind until an elder, slightly more seasoned than the rest, inquired, "General, are you nearing SS level?" This elder, whose enterprise had numerous dealings with the Fu family, was somewhat more informed. This remark. All eyes turned to the general, whose expression remained unchanged. He was gazing at the newly appointed federal commander, then subtly nodded towards one of the 2 vacant seats. Hearing this, the commander paused momentarily before nodding and taking his place. The last SS-level alpha had been from the Fu family, so it was a surprise that the next was also linked to them. Observing the general's face, the attendees could distinctly sense something amiss with his pheromones, leading to various interpretations of the situation. After a round of congratulations was exchanged, the Queen intervened to bring the chatter to a halt. With the majority present, the meeting commenced just 2 minutes after, as the comprehensive video monitoring system gradually activated. The conference hall was filled with around 100 individuals, and aside from Fu Jinshi and Shun Sihong, there were very few young faces. Vegas had come directly from the First Legion to the conference hall. Seated 2 positions away from Fu Jinshi, just before the general's entrance, he had sent a message to the general. As Fu Jinshi glanced down at the holographic screen, he felt a gaze fixed upon him. He had long since grown accustomed to such scrutiny, his fingers remaining still. "General, the First Legion has just reported that they have apprehended Parker and secured him within the First Legion's confines. Awaiting your decision upon your return, it seems he initially intended to flee but was recaptured. Additionally, 2 specimens from the insectoid species were also seized." Fu Jinshi closed the holographic screen and took a sip of the tea before him. The Queen was still adjusting the equipment, unveiling the core topics of the meeting, and silence reigned among the attendees. Shun Sihong's gaze remained fixed on the general. The general often exuded an air of detachment, radiating an icy demeanor that kept others at bay. Yet at that moment, holding the cup, he tilted his head slightly, peering toward the front of the conference room. Appearing more docile than usual, Fu Jinshi seemed lost in thought. His gaze unfocused on the front. Glancing down at his teacup, he licked the corner of his mouth. The droplet of transparent liquid lingering at the corner of his lips vanished under the touch of his tongue, causing Shun Sihong's eyes to darken. As peculiar thoughts flooded his mind, he turned his head, swallowing hard. The general remained oblivious to the peculiarities emanating from his adversary, seemingly ensnared in contemplation of something significant. The Queen had commenced the meeting's agenda. Fu Jinshi snapped back to attentiveness, nudging his teacup aside and lowering his gaze to listen to the Queen's discourse. The Queen began by elucidating the complexities of the Federation's relations with the insectoid species, followed by an analysis of the issues and unrest emerging across the Federation, articulating the current state of affairs clearly to the assembly of over 100 individuals. Prior to this, not all attendees were privy to the insectoid situation. And the Queen's exposition incited a subtle stir within the conference hall. Fu Jinshi was acutely aware of these matters, his focus resting not on the Queen's preliminary remarks, although the Federation had yet to engage in formal hostilities with the insectoid species. It was evident that the Federation was at a disadvantage. The insectoids were a formidable force, surpassing the Alpha Star systems in combat prowess and employing underhanded tactics, driven solely by the desire for victory. As Fu Jinshi had anticipated, after addressing these issues, the Queen began to introduce Shen Sihong's identity and status. The Federation could not afford to lack unity, nor could it dismiss the assistance of Shen Sihong. The timing of this large-scale meeting seemed to serve as a warning from the Queen to the pillars of various sectors present, conveying that regardless of any dissent regarding the collaboration between the Federation and Shen Sihong, such opinions must be suppressed, and cooperation with Shen Sihong was imperative. That Fu Jinshi listened attentively, suddenly furrowing his brow. His strikingly handsome face, always marked by a cool demeanor, now bore the expression of someone who had suffered an injustice. He lifted his gaze to meet Shen Sihong's eyes, and as expected, their gazes collided. The man's eyes were somewhat dim, fixated on the lower half of Fu Jinshi's face. His gaze held an unmasked darkness and madness, the air of casual indifference he typically wore evaporating entirely, his stare akin to that of a wolf king eyeing its prey. Fu Jinshi frowned slightly again, his light blue eyes fluttering as they locked with Shen Sihong's. Despite the normalcy within the conference room, with the Queen's speech uninterrupted, Fu Jinshi sensed the aggressive, highly invasive scent of Shen Sihong's pheromones wafting through the air, a scent that bore an unmistakable allure. Chapter 85. Little Shen. No going after the pretty wife. At this moment, the Queen had concluded her remarks, and those seated behind Fu Jinshi began to chatter, each voicing their inquiries. Fu Jinshi's gaze collided with that of the man directly across from him, a clash marked by cold and piercing eyes. Shen Sihong's eyes remained fixed on Fu Jinshi, unyieldingly, as the scent of his pheromones deepened and intensified. When muted, his pheromones were pleasantly aromatic, but once they became potent, they transformed into an overwhelmingly sharp and acrid scent. Fu Jinshi's pheromones were far too gentle to withstand the assault of the others. The Wolf King lay in wait, having suppressed his instincts for a lifetime. Now poised to awaken the desires of his prey, Fu Jinshi's hand, resting upon the cup of water, suddenly clenched tightly, that he sensed that Shen Sihong's pheromones were exclusively directed at him. This pheromone was remarkably targeted. Not a single individual among the hundreds in the conference hall seemed to perceive anything amiss, as the nearby crowd was predominantly composed of alphas, none of whom noticed the peculiar situation unfolding between them. Shen Sihong grew increasingly audacious in his actions, while Fu Jinshi's pheromones ran rampant. Utterly beyond his control, he lowered his gaze, his expression tinged with helplessness, as he regarded his rival seated opposite, who displayed no signs of disturbance. The chilling pheromones transmitted directly into Shen Sihong's mind. It seemed that the frigid pheromones jolted Shen Sihong into a semblance of awareness. He abruptly curled his hand resting on the table. Squinting his eyes, slowly retracting his own pheromones, the general raised a hand to massage his temple, closing his eyes momentarily. While Shen Sihong managed to rein in his pheromones, Fu Jinshi found himself in a more precarious situation. His own pheromones were inherently unstable, and with the escalation of their potency, he struggled to maintain control, especially now with Shen Sihong's presence exacerbating the chaos. Fu Jinshi could only endeavor to retract his pheromones as much as possible. Throughout this ordeal, Shen Sihong continued to observe Fu Jinshi, and upon witnessing the general's exasperated gestures, he couldn't help but smile wryly. That there's no need to hold back, General. His voice reached Fu Jinshi's mental threshold. Fragrant and distinct, only I could perceive it. Fu Jinshi's eyelids twitched. This was a crucial royal assembly, with every detail being captured on live video. No peculiar signals could escape the royal apparatuses. That he cast a glance at Shen Sihong. His brow slightly furrowed. The commander, under scrutiny, remained unperturbed, gazing at the general's face, which bore a hint of reproach, yet was tinged with helplessness, as if ready to speak again. The general, still in the process of subduing his pheromones, was interrupted. General, Vianur addressed, having answered several questions. What is your perspective on this matter? For the first time in his life, Fu Jinshi felt as though he had been caught daydreaming in class, aware that the Queen was sincerely seeking his opinion. Fu Jinshi pondered for a moment, The Count's suggestion is untenable to impose restrictions on the freedom of Omega individuals for the sake of temporary peace would merely serve to mask the underlying tensions, which would inevitably escalate. The Count who had proposed curtailing Omega's rights was singled out for rebuttal, his complexion darkening, yet he still humbly inquired, "Then, General, what solution do you propose?" All alphas must self-reflect, deploy capable alphas and betas to ensure the safety of Omega individuals. The pheromones of those insectoid beings can subdue Omegans. To thrive in the Federation's alpha star systems, they will require a legitimate identity, and for them, the most reliable guys would be masquerading as alphas among the crowd. Otherwise, it is nearly impossible for those outside the Federation's information network to evade the military and royal surveillance. The reason only a couple of individuals can be identified each time is likely due to the insectoids disguising themselves as alphas. Upon hearing this, the Count furrowed his brow intensely, voicing his disapproval. Demanding all alphas and betas to mobilize for the protection of Omegans would severely disrupt the discipline of the Federation, hindering the lives and work of alphas and betas. They are merely a group of Omegans. Before the general could respond, the Queen abruptly interrupted the Count. "Do you even realize what you are saying?" The assembly erupted into a clamor as attendees processed the implications of the Count's statement. Although alphas and betas formed the majority, Omegans were not entirely absent. After thousands of years of human development, gender should no longer be wielded as a basis for discrimination. The reactions of the other alphas and betas varied widely. Some wore disdainful expressions, clearly in silent agreement with the Count's sentiments that a few alphas instinctively turned to glance at several Omegans present, while others looked on with scorn and astonishment directed at the Count. And some alphas frowned in discontent, casting disapproving glances at him. The expressions of these alphas and betas, though not overtly blatant, were overshadowed by the suppressed rage of the Omegans, who could no longer contain their indignation and rose to their feet. The Count, perhaps having enjoyed a long period of peace, seemed oblivious to the inappropriateness of his words. He crossed his arms, his demeanor nonchalant. "What is the issue? The Federation's military is predominantly composed of alphas and betas. One cannot find an Omega among 100,000 individuals. Even intellectual capabilities are largely shouldered by alphas." The Fujinshir's silver ring struck the marble table with a resounding clang. The assembly was taken aback by the Count's audacity, and many present wore expressions of outrage. That a few irate alphas stood up, advancing toward the Count. At this critical juncture, chaos could not be allowed to ensue. Though the Queen disapproved, she extended her hand to restrain the approaching alphas. In that instant, the previously raucous hall fell silent, only to be pierced by a light laugh, not overly loud but resonant enough to reach the hearts and souls of those present. "You are the Count, are you not?" Shin Si-hong's fingers rhythmically tapped the edge of his teacup, producing an ethereal sound. He spoke slowly, his tone dripping with disdain. "Were you born of an alpha?" The moment his words escaped, some attendees paused in bewilderment before their anger intensified. The Count, sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from Shin Si-hong, recoiled slightly. Directing his gaze toward him, he seemed to detect something in Shin Si-hong, his expression momentarily stunned. Yet he stubbornly retorted, "An alpha cannot bear children. Naturally, I was not born of one. Then you were born of a beta?" Shin Si-hong politely inquired. Observing the Count's stubborn silence, he nodded knowingly. "That it appears not." Shin Si-hong continued, "In that case, you must have been spawned by that wretched insect race." Chapter 86. "Ah, the game has been played out." The Count's expression shifted abruptly, his face paling, displeasure evident as he furrowed his brow. Even if he held some trepidation toward Shin Si-hong, such words ignited his ire. "Commander Shin, how dare you speak in such a manner?" Shin Si-hong merely chuckled, not rushing to respond. That he leaned slightly, brushing away a speck of dust before speaking. The Count should realize what is appropriate to say and what is not. He clapped his hands dismissively, as if shooing away refuse. "If you cannot articulate properly, perhaps it is best to remain silent." "You." The Count, fuming, stood up, bracing himself against the table as he locked eyes with Shin Si-hong. He pointed an accusatory finger at him, ready to retort, but before he could utter a word, he doubled over, overwhelmed. A chilling wave of pheromones surged toward the Count, the deliberate suppression from the ultra-S-level alpha resembling a frigid forest, nearly encasing him in ice. That if this reflects your inner thoughts as a Count of the Federation, then The general, maintaining his posture, lifted his head, his gaze colder than the pressure of the pheromones that he exerted his pheromones, forcefully compelling the count back into his seat, that it is wiser to swallow your words. Fu Jinshi succinctly stated that in that moment, no one present could withstand the general's formidable pheromonal pressure except for Shen Sihong. The count was no exception. His lips turned pale as he gazed at the general in horror. Unable to utter another word, the general, however, did not linger on this display of authority, swiftly retracting his pheromones. The count inhaled deeply for a while before regaining his composure, casting a wary glance at the general. Yet, recalling Fu Jinshi's previous remarks, he begrudgingly protested, "Why must we refrain from speaking? Omegans inherently possess frail constitutions. What value do they hold that warrants alphas protecting them?" Shen Sihong's lips pressed into a thin line. He raised a hand, absently fiddling with the black earring on his earlobe, and kindly explained, "One should not unconditionally question the general." Queen Vianor was evidently furious as well, her chest heaving, her voice tinged with anger. "Count Airman, you are unrepentant," she declared, delivering a sharp slap across the count's face. "I just emphasized unity. Do you treat my words as mere whispers in the wind?" The force behind that slap was considerable. Yao Men's face swelled almost instantaneously. He had never experienced such humiliation, being slapped in front of hundreds of onlookers, his expression twisting in a moment of rage as he cast a murderous glance at Vianor. Naturally, Vianor sensed this subtle shift in emotions, and a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. Yet, moments later, that disappointment swiftly vanished as she raised her hand to summon the two S-class alphas who had been stationed outside the door. Just as she was about to issue instructions, Shen Sihong, who had been seated across from Fu Jinshi with his arms crossed, suddenly stood up. That he gestured for silence, seizing the moment before the queen could speak. "Please wait a moment." The queen regarded Shen Sihong with a hint of confusion, but refrained from asking why, instead waving her hand to dismiss the two individuals who had just entered. Shen Sihong circled the long table towards the general and approached Count Yaomen. His expression was calm, making it impossible for anyone to discern his intentions. However, Yaomen seemed to sense something, and the murderous intent in his eyes vanished, replaced by sheer terror. Shen Sihong continued his steady pace, and as he moved, a radiant orb on his wrist glided down to his palm, glowing brilliantly. Standing before Yaomen, who trembled increasingly with fear, Shen Sihong fixated his violet eyes on him, slowly yet cruelly raising his left hand. "Palm upward. Allow me to perform a little magic." Yaomen's body shook more violently, yet his gaze involuntarily fixated on Shen Sihong's hand. The radiant orb had transformed into a thick, tapering tentacle the size of a thumb. In the next instant, Yaomen's pupils expanded, devoid of any white, his eye sockets appearing ominously dark. Two individuals in the vicinity gasped in fright. Shen Sihong clasped his hand, and the radiant orb swiftly coiled back around his wrist. He leisurely lifted his finger to his lips, silencing the room. "Shoo, it's not over yet." The crowd held their breath, fixated on Count Yaomen. For a brief moment, Yaomen's limbs contorted, and a sound reminiscent of bones fracturing echoed through the air. Until the very last moment, his darkened eye sockets remained locked onto Shen Sihong, his mouth agape, as if attempting to utter something. What was he trying to say? I could not discern it either. He was truly terrifying. Yaomen had clearly opened his mouth, yet no one could hear his words. That he retained his smile, his gaze sweeping across those few individuals who had worn expressions of arrogance just moments before. Fools that if they truly recognized the greatness of this group, how could anyone possibly look down upon an Omega? Shen Sihong's hand instinctively moved to his left wrist, only to find it empty. Realizing that the suppression ring had already been placed on the general, he smiled slightly. His memories of Omega were forever anchored to that night when he was 9 to now. He could scarcely recall the gentle visage of that woman, yet the deed she had performed would likely remain etched in his mind for eternity. That woman had stood at the pinnacle of research and manufacturing, commanding respect from all who would dutifully address her as a senior, regardless of whether they were alpha or beta. Shen Sihong interjected a remark, and those disdainful alphas quickly reined in their expressions, not foolish enough to disregard him entirely. The queen was already devising a plan for all alphas to conduct self-assessments. Fu Jinshi had provided a proposal, and there was no need for further inquiries. He merely had to sit in his place and listen to a suppression ring, unbidden and foreign, coiled around his wrist, shifting restlessly. Fu Jinshi, feeling somewhat uneasy, stole a glance before diverting his gaze. Having just released his pheromones, Fu Jinshi found that the aura he had nearly retracted lingered in the air, not too close yet not too far. Others might not perceive much, but seeing Shen Sihong's gaze, Fu Jinshi instinctively knew he could sense everything. Normally, the suppression ring helped the general contain his pheromones, but with the addition of this alien circlet, his own pheromones were now conspicuously unrestrained. Shen Sihong raised his eyes to his rival opposite him. Faintly noticing the redness at the corners of his eyes, his gaze remained fixed, perhaps drawn in too deeply. The elation of his pheromones communicated with their owner. Neither the pheromones nor the general could escape this connection. Formulating a comprehensive, unobtrusive, and easily implementable plan was no simple task. That it was a monumental endeavor. Even the collective intellect of over 100 individuals struggled to cover all aspects. Yet Shen Sihong was wholly unresponsive. His focus unwaveringly trained on his adversary. The general, his gaze cast downward, rested a hand on the table, clearly appearing absent-minded, likely absorbing little of the conversation. Sensing the unabashed scrutiny from his rival, the general slightly lifted his eyes, casting a gaze that bore a hint of warning toward Shen Sihong. Shen Sihong chuckled softly and temporarily diverted his gaze. The proud general's face betrayed no emotion, yet he emanated a cool, deeply stirring scent of pheromones that only he could discern. Chapter 88. Brother, do you believe it is you or me who suffers if I go? After a lengthy debate lasting over 2 hours, the final outcome remained elusive, and Shen Sihong found himself unable to depart early. Observing the back-and-forth exchanges of the eloquent debaters, time slipped away. Ultimately, Shen Sihong felt that remaining in the same room as his rival would lead to an inability to control himself, prompting him to intervene. That he successfully loaned out the red sun. Once the disguised insectoid saw this item, it would transform into the form they had just witnessed. A mere glance from each alpha would suffice. Shen Sihong yawned. Ultimately, it would also assist in disposing of the bodies. There was no need for me to elaborate on how to ensure all alphas see this item in a short span of time. Right? The crowd nodded in agreement. Though some still appeared fearful of Shen Sihong, one timidly inquired, is Count Yaoman truly a guise of the insectoid? Shen Sihong clearly hadn't anticipated this question, looking surprised as he paused his desire for sleep and replied, there is no truth or falsehood. That it has always been this entity masquerading as an alpha, growing up, marrying, and having children, all of it attributed to this being. The original likely perished shortly after birth. Though the man's words were somewhat disjointed and unclear, Shen Sihong grasped the essence. That as Shen Sihong's statement concluded, silence enveloped the assembly. The 100 or so individuals present had all seen the red sun. If there were no mutations, this indicated that the federal hierarchy remained intact, with only one alpha having been replaced. Today's meeting had likely reached its conclusion. The queen solemnly accepted the red sun and expressed her gratitude to Shen Sihong. He waved his hand and departed with the general. For the next 2 hours, the general uttered not a single word, remaining silent until they exited the conference hall. Without the red sun in his possession, Fu Jinshi discovered he could once again fully retract his pheromones. That he turned, silently casting a glance at Shen Sihong. Before Shen Sihong could return the look, a bony hand grasped his collar. The general seized Shen Sihong's collar, pulling him into a nearby room and slamming the door shut behind them. Shen Sihong raised an eyebrow in astonishment, following the general, submissively pulled into the room. The City Heart building was actually positioned for both the general and the Fu family. Yet the Fu family, with their considerable wealth, required no office space here, leaving the premises largely vacant. The office was enclosed by transparent floor-to-ceiling windows on 3 sides, as the general bent one long leg, pinning his rival against the wall. The man before him radiated pheromones that were neither gentle nor inviting, but bore an aggressive intensity. That Fu Jinshi's fingers instinctively trailed upward, resting against Shen Sihong's Adam's apple. Recently, the general began, his voice at odds with his demeanor, calm yet audacious. Shen Sihong's dark eyes remained locked on the general, not missing a single expression that crossed his face. That Fu Jinshi scrutinized the man before him, his words lingering unspoken on the tip of his tongue. Did he truly lack any awareness of the phenomenal allure surrounding him? The general maintained his silence, and Shen Sihong showed no inclination to break it either. He smiled at him, his gaze exuding innocence. The pheromones. Fu Jinshi finally spoke, retracting his hand. Shen Sihong nodded, then shook his head. The general appeared momentarily baffled by Shin Si-hong's meaning, his eyes fixed on him unwaveringly. "I cannot retract them, brother." As soon as the words left his lips, the general's assault came almost instantaneously towards his face. Shin Si-hong had anticipated this, seamlessly countering the general's advance in a brief span. Fu Jinshi and Shin Si-hong exchanged a flurry of blows, both men refusing to hold back, executing their most ferocious techniques. With Shin Si-hong's sensitivity period approaching and Fu Jinshi not being an easy opponent, he inevitably found his focus divided, causing his pheromones to spiral into a frenzy. His pheromones yearned to express joy towards Fu Jinshi, who unmistakably sensed the shift. The general's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and his movements began to slow. Shin Si-hong, recognizing the general's softening demeanor, mirrored the deceleration until both of their actions came to a halt. His attention shifted predominantly to observing the general, feeling the heightened agitation of the pheromones that now enveloped the room. The silver spring no longer exuded the composure of a snow lotus, but instead floated like morning mist, delicately scattering throughout the space. The unparalleled compatibility between the two rendered their shared moments torturous. Should one individual lose control of their pheromones, no matter how resolute the other's willpower, the pheromones would not remain contained. Such was the case now. His pheromones drew forth those of the general, which in turn incessantly lured him. Before him, the general's eyes bore a hint of crimson, his gaze clouded as if veiled in mist, obscuring the coldness that typically resided within. His lips parted slightly, breathing softly, his chest rising and falling gently. Shin Si-hong thought that if he could see his own expression in this moment, it would undoubtedly reveal his covetous desire for the general, now plainly evident. His mind felt as though it had been pressed on pause, leaving no room for rational thought, filled only with lascivious and base desires. Shin Si-hong opened his mouth, throat parched, unable to utter a word. The general's pronounced Adam's apple rolled once, his gaze directed at Shin Si-hong with a hint of confusion. Shin Si-hong found himself utterly unable to suppress his pheromones, experiencing this sensation for the first time. It was as if a fortified stronghold had been entirely breached, leaving him defenseless in an instant. Reason and instinct battled fiercely, colliding in a tumultuous struggle. The general stood at the threshold between light and dark, exuding an air of nobility, like a deity. Shin Si-hong felt his thoughts spiraling into madness beyond any previous encounter. He jerked his head away, commanding, "Get out." The general remained motionless. "Brother, step outside," Shin Si-hong said. "Come here." The general finally spoke, these words. Shin Si-hong's throat tightened, and he suddenly let out a laugh. "Brother, do you think it is you or I who has suffered in the past?" Chapter 89, Little Shin. "I have kissed my rival." Fu Jinshi pursed his lips and took a step towards Shin Si-hong. The agitation of Shin Si-hong's pheromones intensified the next moment. The commander's hand rested on the general's wrist. His slender fingers, with prominent veins, clearly struggled to endure the discomfort. Shin Si-hong lifted his fingers slightly and advanced 2 steps forward until the general's back pressed against the transparent floor-to-ceiling window. The general remained frowning, showing no reaction. Observing the seemingly indulgent demeanor of the man before him, Shin Si-hong's fingers, gripping the general's wrist, twitched slightly, his bright purple eyes heavy with emotion. The expression in his eyes became increasingly difficult to control, and his pheromones became chaotic. Shin Si-hong lowered his head. Just as his lips were about to brush against the side of the general's face, a sudden dull pain reverberated in his mind. The pain halted Shin Si-hong's actions abruptly, he furrowed his brow, feeling as though something had struck his consciousness. All impulses were abruptly called to a halt, and Shin Si-hong distinctly heard a voice. "No matter what. Protect Fu Jinshi for a lifetime." It was a message from the depths of his soul, a message from someone dear. This voice, which he had only heard before the age of 3, was now faint. Yet he recognized it immediately, it was his father's voice. Shin Si-hong's pupils constricted sharply, and he suddenly gazed at the general. His father wanted him to protect the general. But why? Hadn't they all said that his father despised the Federation and the entire Alpha Star system? Why then did he insist on protecting the son of his enemy? Shin Si-hong's gaze was complex as he looked at Fu Jinshi. It seemed his father did not harbor hatred for Fu Zesh. Upon realizing this, Shin Si-hong found himself unable to utter a single word to Fu Jinshi. Fu Jinshi displayed no emotion. Breaking free from Shin Si-hong's grasp, and standing beside him. Soon, a cool fingertip rested on his neck. That hand moved from his neck to finally rest on Shen Sihong's gland. Once the pheromones from that area permeated Shen Sihong's skin, his own pheromones intertwined almost instantly with Fu Jingshi's. Unable to suppress his thoughts any longer, Shen Sihong's pheromones grew more potent that Fu Jingshi's fingertip trembled. The pheromones, previously difficult to control due to the sensitive period, were momentarily subdued by Fu Jingshi, only for more pheromones to be released. "Control yourself," he said. Yet, Shen Sihong did not heed the general's words that a familiar voice, which had been quiet for a while, suddenly echoed in his mind. "Oh, finally let me out for some air. Why is it now, of all times?" Shen Sihong's mental energy pivoted sharply, no longer suppressing the pheromones, but instead attacking the soul that did not belong to this body. Fu Jingshi sensed something amiss in Shen Sihong's aura. He paused momentarily and asked, "Is it that thing?" Shen Sihong, busy dealing with the entity, could only nod and placed his hand on the general's shoulder. Before the general could discern his intent, Shen Sihong, as if drained of strength, collapsed against him. His chin rested on the general's shoulder, his breath causing his chest to rise and fall. Every action was acutely perceived by the general. Simultaneously, aggressive pheromones were unabashedly released. Shen Sihong directed all his mental energy against the soul within him. First, the soul of a vagabond could resist somewhat, matching Shen Sihong's mental strength. Yet ultimately, it was merely a soul, lacking the capacity to withstand Shen Sihong's onslaught. After some time, Shen Sihong forcefully subdued a vagabond's soul, reclaiming complete dominion over his body, that if the general did not care about him maintaining control during a sensitive period, then there was no need for the other to exist. Shen Sihong withdrew his mental energy, and upon sensing the external pheromones again, found the general pressing on his shoulder. Fu Jingshi had been stabilizing Shen Sihong's stance, and after a while, he realized Shen Sihong had regained control. Loosening his grip, instinctively, he turned to leave, but a powerful wave of pheromones quickly obstructed his path. Fu Jingshi halted his movement, and after a moment, slowly lifted his gaze to Shen Sihong. That glance left Shen Sihong momentarily stunned. The general was extraordinarily handsome. Shen Sihong spoke in a hushed tone, and under the general's almost non-resisting indulgence, he captured both of the general's hands. The general's wrists were slender, and Shen Sihong could nearly encircle them with one hand. He enveloped the general's waist with his other hand, and soon the general's back was once again against the floor-to-ceiling window. The general froze, his body evidently tense, and a faint pink hue appeared at the corners of his eyes. Combined with the mist in his gaze, reminiscent of someone who had been crying, Shen Sihong lowered his head, resting his chin on the general's shoulder, his warm breath brushing against the skin behind the general's earlobe. As an Ultra S-level alpha, the general was acutely aware of every inch of his body, and even the slightest airflow made him shiver. Shen Sihong chuckled softly. "General, you are quite sensitive." Fu Jingshi's movements became somewhat passive, the submission of his pheromones rendering him utterly incapable of raising any resistance. Shen Sihong leaned against the general's shoulder for quite some time before gently nudging him. Immediately, he noticed the general tilting his head. Shen Sihong then straightened up, maintaining a close distance from the general, his gaze unabashedly fixed on him. His hand slowly but irresistibly pressed against the back of the general's head, compelling him to meet his gaze. He leaned closer to Fu Jingshi, his eyes filled solely with the image of the general. "May I?" he asked. Fu Jingshi attempted to turn his head away, but was halted by Shen Sihong. In the next moment, Shen Sihong's warm lips sealed the general's slightly parted mouth, cutting off the words he had yet to utter. Fu Jingshi's light blue pupils trembled violently, as if boiling water had been poured into an ice-cold lake, causing ripples upon ripples to emerge, shrouding his gaze in mist. His fingers curled, and he withdrew his hand. Shen Sihong did not apply much force, merely loosening his grip slightly. As expected, the general's subsequent action was to push him away. Shen Sihong gazed into the general's eyes, effortlessly halting his movement with one hand, his fingers slipping through the general's and then tightening. It must be said that as a lifelong rival growing up alongside the general, Shen Sihong always found the simplest ways to exploit openings with him, such as now. With a simple motion, Shen Sihong successfully thwarted Fu Jingshi's attempt to push him away. The general lowered his gaze in silence, passively accepting the kiss. Time passed, though Shen Sihong was uncertain how long it lasted before he finally released Fu Jingshi. Chapter 90. Just a kiss. And he's this upset. The moment he relaxed his grip. Fu Jingshi stepped aside, maintaining a safe distance from Shen Sihong. His gaze toward Shen Sihong was somewhat cold, but more emotions lay beneath, obscured by the mist, leaving them indiscernible. Shen Sihong glanced over, only to notice the redness at the corners of the general's eyes. The expression on Fu Jingshi's face was more unguarded than usual. Fu Jingshi slightly furrowed his brows, his voice low. Shen Sihong. Yes, brother, Shen Sihong replied swiftly. With Shen Sihong's response, Fu Jingshi found himself at a loss for words. Being naturally taciturn, he regarded Shen Sihong with a hint of helplessness before turning to walk away. Brother, a slightly aggrieved voice rang out once more. The general halted after taking 2 steps. That it hurts. Shen Sihong's voice genuinely carried a sense of sorrow, resembling that of a large dog feeling abandoned. Shen Sihong seemed to hear the general's sigh, and after a moment of hesitation, the man turned around. Though still frowning, the general's gaze swept over Shen Sihong before he coldly commanded, "Come here." This time, Shen Sihong voiced no objections and quickly approached the general. Due to their earlier encounter, the general's military uniform appeared somewhat disheveled. Fu Jingshi noticed this and adjusted his collar, glancing at Shen Sihong as he approached. "Try to suppress your pheromones," he instructed. This time, the general did not release his pheromones first. Shen Sihong attempted, but there was no change in the pheromone density in the air. He shrugged. "I tried my best, brother." Shen Sihong's words seemed genuine, his expression revealing some discomfort. Fu Jingshi's gaze fixed on him, his fingers finally moving to lift. However, just as he was about to place his hand on Shen Sihong's shoulder, Shen Sihong intercepted him midway. Holding the general's hand in his palm, he gently moved his fingers. "General, may I ask, can I kiss you again?" Shen Sihong genuinely followed Fu Jingshi's lead upon hearing his request. The general's body visibly tensed, staring at Shen Sihong with a serious expression, seeking confirmation that no, he spoke cruelly, that can't we kiss? Fu Jingshi. Shen Sihong swiftly leaned in, placing a kiss on the side of Fu Jingshi's face. "All right, no kissing on the lips, that a peck on the cheek should be permissible, right?" He blinked and inquired. Fu Jingshi closed his eyes for a moment. After a lengthy pause, he finally gestured towards the nearby sofa. "Sit over there." Shen Sihong complied and took a seat. Yet before he could utter a word, he felt a wave of mental energy overwhelming him, to a certain extent restricting his range of movement.